My name is Michir. Leaving the quiet monastery for Orange City felt like stepping into a different world. Everything was so loud and crowded that I tried to hide my face under my hood, but people still stared and teased me because of my delicate looks. I went to the Adventurers Guild to earn money for the poor, only to have the receptionist mistake me for a girl and mock me when I corrected her. The whole hall laughed at me, and I felt so small and embarrassed. Before I could leave, a massive, scarred warrior named Buck grabbed me. He decided I was the healer for his Anvil squad and dragged me to meet his teammates, a playful rogue named Roger and a grumpy mage named Elvin. Even though I was scared and only knew basic spells, they forced me to join them for a mission in the gray sewers. The sewers were disgusting. The smell was awful, and the black mud made it hard to walk. I had to lift my white robe to keep it clean, which felt very awkward with Roger watching and making jokes. Suddenly, green acid slimes jumped out of the water. Buck and the others started fighting, but one slime hid and launched itself at me while I was trying to help. I thought I was done for, but Roger moved like lightning and killed it just in time. Even though the slime exploded and Roger got burned by the acid, I managed to use my magic to heal his wound. It was the first time I felt useful. He teased me about it, but the team seemed to accept me a little more after that. We continued deeper into the tunnels, facing giant poisonous rats. One huge elite rat jumped over Buck's shield to attack Elvin, but I used a holy shield to block it. It was a heavy hit that almost knocked the wind out of me, but it gave Elvin enough time to blast the creature with fire. By the time we reached the deeper, flooded areas, I was exhausted and soaking wet. My robe clung to me, and leeches even tried to crawl up my legs. I was so terrified that I clung to Buck's back, which was embarrassing, but Elvin eventually used a spell to dry my clothes and warm me up. Finally, we reached the Rat King's nest. During the fierce battle, the monster's tail lashed across my side, tearing my robe and leaving a painful bruise. Despite the pain, I held my ground and shielded Buck one last time, allowing him to deliver the final with his axe. I was hurt and tired, but I didn't hold the team back. When the slime exploded, acid splashed everywhere like a burning rain. I saw Roger get hit while he was pushing me to safety, and the sight of his skin smoking and turning dark made my heart race with fear. I scrambled through the mud to reach him, my hands shaking as I gathered my holy light. I knelt beside him and let my magic flow into his raw, bleeding wound. It felt so good to see the new skin grow back and watch him relax, even though he immediately started teasing me again. He asked how I planned to thank him for saving my life, which made me turn bright red. I was just glad I could finally help. We moved on to a stone platform to rest, but the peace didn't last long. I heard a scary, crunching sound from the dark, and Roger warned us that giant, poisonous rats were coming. Buck stood in front with his huge shield, and Elvin began preparing a fire spell. The rats were fast and aggressive, biting at Buck's armor and dodging Roger's daggers. Suddenly, a massive elite rat with metallic fur leapt over our front line. It was much smarter than the others and went straight for Elvin while he was still chanting. I knew Elvin couldn't move or protect himself, so I jumped in front of him and summoned a holy shield. The impact felt like a heavy hammer hitting my body, and I could taste blood in my mouth from the force of it. I gritted my teeth and held the light as the rat's claws scraped against the barrier. My shield held just long enough for Elvin to finish his spell and blast the monster with a wave of fire. The battle ended quickly after that. My hands were still trembling from the strain of the shield, but I was happy when Elvin actually praised my timing. Even Roger gave me a real smile and ruffled my hair, telling me I did a good job. I felt a new sense of determination. I gripped my staff tightly, promising myself that I would keep getting stronger so I would never be a burden to my new friends again. After the elite rat was finally defeated, I felt a mix of exhaustion and pride. Elvin actually praised my quick timing, and even Roger stopped teasing me for a moment to ruffle my hair in a friendly way. It felt good to be seen as a real teammate rather than just a mascot. However, Buck warned us that the hardest part was still ahead as we approached the Rat King's nest. To reach it, we had to wade through a flooded tunnel filled with deep, oily water. I was terrified of ruining my white robe, so I had to tuck it up around my waist. The water was icy and reached past my knees, making me shiver with every step. Suddenly, long, black leeches exploded from the mud and latched onto my legs. I panicked and screamed, splashing wildly until I managed to cast a spell that blasted the creatures away with golden light. I was so shaken that I jumped onto Buck's back and clung to him like a scared child. By the time I got back on my feet, I was a mess. My robe was completely soaked and clung to my body, making me feel exposed and deeply embarrassed, especially with the others watching. My legs felt like jelly, and I could barely stand up straight in the muck. When we finally reached a dry stone platform, Buck reached down and pulled me out of the water. I was so cold and weak that I stumbled right into his chest. He didn't push me away. Instead, he stayed steady and asked Elvin to help me. Elvin used a warm wind spell that wrapped around me like a blanket, drying my clothes and stopping my shivering. I felt so grateful for their unexpected kindness. As I adjusted my robe and regained my strength, I looked toward the dark pit ahead. The smell was terrible, and I knew the real danger was waiting for us at the bottom. After Elvin dried my clothes with his magic, I felt much better and bowed to him in thanks. But there was no time to relax. We stood at the edge of a deep pit filled with bones and a terrible smell. Buck told us to get ready for a real fight. I focused my mind and cast a spell to make Buck's body as strong as stone. Suddenly, a giant rat king, as big as a bull, jumped out of the pit. It was covered in gross sores and had huge, sharp teeth. Buck charged at it, while Elvin and Roger prepared their attacks. But the monster was smart. It swung its long, spiked tail past Buck's shield and hit me instead. I tried to jump away, but the tail lashed against my side and thigh. The pain was like a hot iron on my skin, and I flew across the room and crashed into the ground. I lay there crying and trembling. The spikes had torn my white robe from my thigh to my waist, showing a deep purple bruise and blood. I felt so hurt and embarrassed, but I knew the team needed me. Buck was furious and drew the monster's attention while Elvin froze its eye and Roger stabbed it with poison. Buck yelled for me to heal myself. I gritted my teeth against the pain and used my magic. A soft light covered my wound, making the burning go away. I didn't stop there. Even though my legs were weak and my clothes were ruined, I saw a claw coming for Buck. I used the last of my magic to put a holy shield around him. The monster's claw hit my golden barrier instead of him, giving Buck the chance to swing his huge axe. He hit the Rat King's head so hard that the bones broke, and the giant beast finally died. I was exhausted and beaten up, but I was proud that I protected my friends until the very end. The group retraced their steps. Without monsters blocking their way, the return trip was much faster. When they finally stepped out of the foul-smelling sewer and stood once more under the sunlight of Orange City, Michir squinted and took a deep breath of the dusty, yet refreshing air. Though he was covered in grime and his legs still ached faintly, watching the three veterans walking ahead of him, Michir suddenly thought that this adventuring life, though a bit embarrassing, wasn't so bad after all. "Hey, little priest, what are you daydreaming about?" Roger said as he passed by, giving Michir's hooded head a friendly pat. "Come on, let's turn in the quest and split the reward. If you want to show off that outfit in the guild hall, I don't mind." The guild hall was still full of noise and chatter. When the rather disheveled team walked in, many eyes turned toward them, especially toward the small figure following behind the bald, burly man. The little one was wrapped in a cloak so large it made him look like a round bundle, with only a pair of timid eyes and a few strands of black hair showing. "Hey, Buck, is that the new priest you picked up?" A familiar mercenary teased. "Why's he wrapped up like that? Got scared by a mouse or something?" Buck slammed the gruesome rat head onto the counter with a loud thud, proudly showing off their victory. "Cut the talk. We took down the Rat King today, and it's all thanks to this little guy." He pointed at the small figure behind him, his tone full of pride. "Don't be fooled by his size. He's new, but his healing is top-notch." The receptionist pushed up her glasses, glanced at the huge rat head, then at the small face peeking out from the heavy cloak. Her expression turned a bit strange, but this time she didn't make any jokes. "You actually defeated the Rat King?" She signed the task sheet with a quill, then handed Buck a heavy pouch. "Here's your reward, 50 silver coins, and an extra 10 for the Rat King." After counting the 50 silver coins and the 10 extra, Buck took out 15 coins in front of everyone and pushed them toward the small priest. "Normally, a newcomer gets less on their first job, but you did well this time. You earned it." These 15 are yours. Me? That much? The young priest stared at the money. It was nearly twice all his previous savings. He waved his hands nervously, uneasy. He felt that all he had done was scream, trip, and get ambushed by monsters. He had almost been a burden in the end. Take it, kid, Roger said lazily, leaning on the counter. Without your healing and shields, Buck would have been rat food by now. This money's for saving lives. If you don't take it, are you looking down on us? Yeah, that's right. Elvin also put away his share and added calmly, and that robe of yours. It's probably ruined, right? This money should be just enough for you to buy some proper gear. Next time, don't wear something that tears so easily. It makes me feel cold just looking at it. When he heard the word robe, Michir quietly touched the large tear under his cloak. The chilly air reminded him that he really needed to change clothes soon. Then, I'll accept it, he said softly. Michir stopped refusing, carefully gathered the 15 silver coins, and placed them one by one into his thin coin pouch. After that, he patted the pouch gently and smiled. A pure, sincere smile that came from the heart. Thank you, Senior Buck. Thank you, Senior Roger. Thank you, Senior Elvin. That smile, in the guild hall filled with the smell of sweat and alcohol, was like a small white flower suddenly blooming, so pure it almost shone. A few mercenaries nearby, who had been secretly listening, froze for a moment, their eyes a little dazed. Ahem. Buck rubbed his nose awkwardly, his loud voice unusually soft. All right, no need to smile like that. Since we've split the money, we're done for today. Go rest up and meet here again at the same time tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly grabbed his drink and gulped it down, as if to hide his embarrassment. Roger leaned close to Michir and whispered with a teasing grin, "Don't waste your money. Remember to buy some sturdy clothes. I know you like light outfits, but if the next place we go has monsters with sharp claws, your legs will be in trouble." Then he playfully patted Michir's shoulder through the cloak before whistling and walking away. Michir flinched slightly at the touch, his face turning red as he pulled his cloak tighter. Now, with money in hand and wrapped in a warm, though slightly smelly, cloak, he could finally leave this tense place to find somewhere to take a good bath and change into clean clothes. The streets of Orange City glowed orange in the evening light. After saying goodbye to his teammates at the guild entrance, Michir wrapped himself tightly in Buck's heavy cloak, still carrying a trace of warmth, and quickened his pace toward a well-reviewed inn, the Lionheart. The Lionheart Inn was a 3-story building made of wood and stone, with a sign of a roaring lion's head creaking in the wind at the entrance. Pushing open the door, the first floor revealed a lively tavern filled with the smell of stew and the aroma of ale. The fire in the hearth crackled warmly. As the door opened wider, the noise and heat of the tavern rushed out to greet the newcomer. Behind the counter, the cheerful innkeeper, Madame Martha, was polishing a glass. When she saw the figure wrapped in a large man's cloak, showing only a delicate face, she immediately stopped what she was doing. Well now, where did this little traveler come from? Looking for a room or a meal? She said with a hearty laugh. Madam, I'd like a room with a bath, said Michir, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. Oh my, what a sweet voice, Martha chuckled, placing a carved oak key on the counter. A fine room with a private bath, 2 silver coins a night, and plenty of hot water. Michir paid, took the key, and hurried upstairs as if escaping from the noise below. The room was small but neat and cozy. A large oak tub stood in the center, with steam pipes promising a steady supply of hot water. He quickly filled the tub, set aside his heavy cloak and soaked robe, and stepped into the warm water with a splash. The heat wrapped around him, melting away the chill, pain, and exhaustion that had settled deep in his bones. Leaning back against the tub, he let out a soft sigh of relief. When he finally stood up and dried himself with a soft towel, he noticed that his priest's robe, after being soaked in the sewers, covered in slime, and torn by rats, was completely ruined and gave off an awful smell. With a helpless sigh, he pulled out the only spare set of plain linen clothes he had brought from the monastery. The rough fabric brushed against his freshly cleaned skin, causing a faint itch. The collar of the shirt was a little loose, and when he raised his hand to comb his hair, his slender collarbone and a glimpse of his fair chest could be seen. His pants were so loose that he had to tie them tightly with a rough rope just to keep them from slipping down. which made his already slim waist look even thinner. After putting on his new clothes, he walked to the mirror. The reflection showed a young man who looked clean but a little worn out. He sighed softly. "I'll go back to the monastery once I save a bit more money." Just then, the noise and smell of food from the tavern downstairs reminded him how hungry he was. Miss Hill straightened his clothes and carefully went downstairs. The tavern was at its busiest. He found a quiet corner near the wall, almost hidden in the shadows, and ordered the cheapest vegetable salad, a jam pie, and a cup of hot milk. He held the warm milk and took small sips. The rich taste chased away the last bit of cold, leaving a faint white mark on his lips. Around him, people were laughing, shouting, and clinking their glasses. At the next table, a bearded man was tearing into a piece of roasted meat. When he noticed Miss Hill's neat manners and the milk on his lips, his chewing slowed, and his eyes lingered for a moment. Mrs. Martha, the tavern owner, passed by and kindly said, "Sweetheart, you should buy yourself some new clothes. The way you're dressed might draw the wrong kind of attention." Miss Hill's heart tightened. He understood what she meant. After finishing his meal, he counted the 13 silver coins he had left and decided to head straight to the city's equipment district. He needed a new outfit, something fit for an adventurer, durable, easy to clean, and most importantly, something that could properly cover his figure. He definitely didn't want another embarrassing soaked clothes incident. The night market of Orange City was bright and lively, turning the daytime bustle into a different kind of excitement. Shops on both sides of the street were still lit by magical lamps, making the main road shine like daylight. Miss Hill pulled his rough linen clothes tighter around him and walked quickly past several streets filled with food stalls and small shops. Ahead was the area that sold adventurers' gear. The stores here looked much fancier than those near the tavern, with shining armor and elegant robes displayed in their windows. There were still many adventurers on the street choosing supplies. At that moment, Michir felt like a small deer that had wandered into a pride of lions. Even though he tried to stay unnoticed, he could still feel the curious gazes around him. Not far away, a shop called the Mage's Hand had a deep blue robe hanging by the door, its fabric faintly glowing with magical light. Michir muttered softly and pushed the door open. The shop was bright and spacious, filled with the scent of incense and parchment. Rows of shelves displayed all kinds of robes, from simple apprentice wear to elegant garments embroidered with golden patterns. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with neatly combed hair and a monocle, carefully polishing a short staff set with a ruby. When the bell above the door rang, he looked up. His sharp eyes studied the small customer in rough linen clothes, who looked as if he had just come from a farm. "Welcome to the Mage's Hand," the old man said in a calm, professional tone. "We sell all kinds of magical equipment. What are you looking for, a staff or a robe?" "Hello. I'd like to buy something suitable for a cleric," Michir said softly. "Something that can improve healing, if possible." The old man adjusted his monocle, his gaze pausing briefly on Michir's plain outfit, but his professional manner remained polite. "The cleric gear is on the left," he said, stepping out from behind the counter to guide him. "Items that boost healing are usually quite expensive. For beginners, I recommend this acolyte's robe." He pointed to a cream-colored robe hanging on the rack. The fabric looked thicker than the one Michir wore before, with pale golden crosses embroidered on the cuffs and collar. It's a linen-silk blend with a light holy affinity enchantment. It slightly improves healing power. The price is 8 silver coins. If you want something better, there's the prayer set over there. It includes a headband and belt, but that one costs 25 silver coins. "Oh my, that's expensive," Michir thought, realizing he couldn't afford the prayer set even if he spent all his savings. "I'll take the acolyte's robe then. May I try it on?" "Of course," the old man said, handing him the robe. "The fitting room is behind that curtain. Please be careful not to stain the enchanted patterns." Michir held the robe and slipped into the narrow fitting room. The fabric felt much better than before, smooth and cool, as if it carried a gentle warmth of holy light. A moment later, the curtain opened. The one-size robe still looked a little loose on Michir, but the belt around the waist outlined his slim and flexible figure nicely. The pale golden cross patterns made his fair face look even purer, and the slightly long sleeves that covered half his hands added a touch of innocent charm. "It fits well enough," the old man nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. "If you need anything else, There are some discounted items on that shelf, like mana potions or spare long socks. I'll take 2 pairs of long socks, Michir said. He looked at himself in the full-length mirror. The off-white robe looked clean and neat on him. The new long socks wrapped around his legs, and the delicate lace edges at the top fit snugly, just barely visible under the robe's hem. How is it? Are you satisfied with this outfit? The old man asked from behind. That will be 8 silver and 50 copper coins. Seeing Michir's hesitation, the old man added, if you have any unused magic materials or old gear, we also buy them for a discount. Can these old things be recycled? Michir pointed to the pile on the floor. The old man glanced at the worn-out cloth clothes and the torn priest robe stained with dried blood and sewer mud. His face showed clear disgust. Sorry, sir, he said coldly, pushing up his glasses. This is the mage's hand, not a junkyard. I suggest you turn right outside and throw those into the alley bin. Michir pressed his lips together awkwardly and paid the full amount. 8 silver and 50 copper coins. Holding the remaining 4 silver and 50 copper coins, he hurried out. The noise of the night market seemed far away from him. He walked with his head down, worrying about his nearly empty purse, when someone suddenly bumped into his shoulder. Well, if it isn't our little priest. A familiar voice, light and teasing, sounded beside his ear. Michir jumped and quickly looked up, meeting a pair of peach blossom eyes that were usually half-closed in laziness, but now glimmered with the warmth of wine. It was the thief, Roger. He was no longer wearing his tight leather armor but a loose linen shirt, its collar open to reveal his sharp collarbones. The smell of ale surrounded him, and one arm rested casually on the shoulder of a brightly dressed woman with heavy makeup. What's this? Daydreaming alone? Tired of our rough company and came out to have some fun by yourself? Roger's gaze swept boldly over Michir's new priest's robe before settling on his slightly open mouth, still frozen in surprise. Ah, Roger, sir. Michir stammered, waving his hands nervously. I just came out for a walk and bought some gear. Oh, bought gear? Roger raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Let's see what our little priest got for himself. Nice robe. Looks sturdier than the last one. New socks too? Not bad. The woman beside him giggled and poked Roger's chest with a red-painted finger. Roger, is this your new friend? He's quite handsome, better looking than the lead actor I saw at the Silver Moon Theater. Michir's face turned red at the teasing. He gave an awkward smile. Ahem, glad you're having fun, Roger. I think I'll head back to rest. Don't rush off. Roger lazily stretched out an arm, blocking his way. The smell of wine and smoke lingered in the air. Just my luck running into you. I won a bid at the Lucky Dice Casino, and I'm in a good mood. He pulled a gold coin from his pouch and flipped it between his fingers, the light catching its edge. Judging by your look, you've probably spent all your money. Huh? Come on, join us for a drink, my treat. Let me show you what a real adventurer's night looks like. The dean said we shouldn't go to those places. Michir scratched his head and muttered softly, and I don't drink. So, I'll be going now. Have fun, Roger. Michir dashed away as if escaping, leaving Roger behind with a mischievous grin. That little kid is quite interesting, isn't he? Michir hurried back to the Lionheart, in almost at a run. By the time he returned, the tavern on the first floor was much quieter. The innkeeper, Madame Martha, was yawning as she wiped the counter. When she saw the small figure rushing in, she frowned immediately. Oh my dear, why are you in such a hurry? She quickly walked over and steadied Michir, who almost slipped. Did someone bother you? And no, not at all. Michir waved his hands quickly. One of my teammates just wanted to buy me a drink. Madame Martha didn't ask further. She watched Michir go upstairs, muttering to herself, such a sweet child. Why would someone like that choose to be an adventurer? Michir thanked her for her kindness, went back to his room, and fell onto the bed with a soft thud. The tension of the day soon gave way to sleep, and he drifted off deeply. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, warming Michir's face as he slowly woke up. When he hurried to the Adventurers Guild, Buck and Elvin were already there waiting. The warrior was gulping down cheap ale to wake himself up, while the mage sipped his black coffee with calm elegance. Only Roger was missing. That guy probably partied too hard last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Buck grumbled impatiently, tapping his thick fingers on the table, making the drink in his cup ripple. Just as he finished speaking, Roger walked in, yawning lazily. He looked half asleep, his collar still open. But when he saw me here, his half-closed eyes lit up with their usual teasing glint. "Well, our little cleric looks lively today. Slept well last night." Michir blushed slightly, remembering yesterday's invitation. Enough small talk. Elvin's cool voice cut through Roger's teasing. His expression remained calm, as if nothing could ever disturb him. With long, graceful fingers, he slid a new request sheet to the center of the table. Luminous moss. Elvin's voice, like the man himself, was calm and free of any unnecessary emotion. He pointed to a gray area on the map marked danger in the southern part of the city. 40 silver coins as payment. The Alchemy Association urgently needs these materials. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering magical lights of the guild hall. According to the reports, there are signs of cave spiders in the limestone caverns. Cave spiders? Buck's rugged face immediately twisted in disgust. He slammed his heavy battle axe onto the ground. "I hate those 8-legged pests. Their venom stinks, it's sticky, and it ruins my armor. But a complete venom sac will earn an extra 5 silver coins from the Alchemy Association." Elvin's words were as precise and sharp as ever, striking right at the warrior's only weakness. Buck's disgust froze for a moment, then turned into a greedy gleam. He grinned, showing his white teeth. "Well, maybe spiders aren't that bad, if they can turn into coins." Roger, the thief who always looked as lazy as a cat, but whose eyes carried a sly, watchful glint, was slowly polishing his poisoned dagger with a piece of deerskin. Without looking up, he smiled faintly. A dark, damp cave, sticky webs, and prey that could get trapped at any moment. His gaze briefly flicked toward Michel, the young cleric, whose legs were pressed tightly together under the table. "Sounds like the perfect place for me to show my skills. But our little priest should be careful. If something catches your hands and feet, that would be quite a sight." He didn't finish the sentence, but his teasing tone made Michel shiver, his cheeks turning red. "Departure in 10 minutes, Elvin said firmly, folding up the map. The road to the southern part of the city was long, and walking was clearly not the best option. The 4 of them passed through the noisy guild hall and arrived at the carriage market by the gate. The air was filled with the smell of livestock, moldy hay, and the rough shouts of coachmen, completely different from the incense and old books Michel was used to in the monastery. He wrinkled his nose in discomfort. Roger bargained skillfully with a toothless old coachman for a full 5 minutes. In the end, he managed to rent a rickety open wagon pulled by an old mule, paying only a few copper coins. "Is this really part of the adventure?" Michir asked, staring doubtfully at the shabby cart. "Saving money is part of it too," Elvin replied matter-of-factly. The wagon bed was covered with musty hay, and most of the space was taken up by Buck's large frame and heavy gear. Michir had to curl up in a corner, his knees almost touching his chin, just to leave enough room for Roger and Elvin to sit. "Hiya go?" With the coachman's hoarse shout, the old mule reluctantly began to move. The wheels rattled over the uneven cobblestones of Orange City, and the cheap wagon quickly proved to be a true test of endurance. Once they passed through the city gates, the old wheels bumped along the rough dirt road, tossing the 4 passengers around like dice in a cup. Buck's massive body sat unmoving, like a wall of stone. Michir, the lightest of them, had the hardest time. He was nearly lifted off his seat with every jolt. His spotless white robe looked completely out of place in such conditions, and he carefully held up its hem to avoid the unknown stains on the wooden boards. "Hold on tight, little one," Buck rumbled without turning his head. His solid frame seemed completely unaffected by the rough ride. Roger, sitting across from them, watched the whole scene with amusement. Seeing Michir sway helplessly with every bump, clutching the wagon's edge for dear life, Roger lazily scraped his nails with the back of his dagger and said, "Well now, if this keeps up, our little priest might end up sitting right on Buck's lap." Michir glared at him in embarrassment and tried to make himself even smaller, searching for a position where he wouldn't bump into anyone. Elvin, meanwhile, kept his eyes closed, arms folded, swaying calmly with the motion of the cart as if the world around him didn't exist. The jolting rhythm of the wagon was dull and exhausting. Michir gazed into the distance, a quiet unease about the unknown dangers ahead slowly growing in his heart. "Do any of you have magic potions?" he finally asked, his voice soft and a little shy. "I'm worried I might run out of magic power later." Magic potions? Buck let out a short laugh and patted the large wine pouch at his waist. Those expensive things are for fancy mages. Ale is my kind of magic potion. Roger, who had been cleaning his nails, stopped as if he had been waiting for that question. He took out a small, delicate glass bottle from his pouch. The blue liquid inside shimmered faintly in the sunlight. I do, he said, shaking the bottle with a teasing smile. But this is top quality. You couldn't afford it. Then he leaned forward and lowered his voice, his curious eyes glancing at Michir with a mischievous look. But, if you're willing to trade in another way, say, by letting me see how well you take care of your gear, maybe I could lend you a sip when you really need it. His suggestive tone made Michir's face flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Elvin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, frowned slightly. Don't listen to his nonsense, he said coldly, breaking the awkward silence as if stating a simple fact. I have a low-quality mana potion. It tastes bad and has side effects, but you can use it as a backup. He opened his eyes, pulled out a rough bottle filled with murky green liquid from his robe, and placed it on the dry grass between them. I'll deduct 3 silver coins from your payment later. Michir looked relieved and quickly took the unpleasant-looking potion. Ah, thank you, Elvin, he said gratefully, as if holding a life-saving drink instead of something bitter. Time passed. When the tall city walls were far behind them, and the endless farmlands had turned into jagged gray rocks, the air grew damp and cold. A huge in the rocks appeared on the barren horizon, like an ugly scar on the earth. We're here. The old coachman suddenly pulled the reins and weakly pointed his whip toward the dark entrance. You'll have to walk the rest of the way. I'll wait here. If you can make it back. The 4 of them jumped off the carriage. A cold wind rushed out from the cave, carrying the mixed smell of damp earth, decay, and a strange, sickly sweetness. Michir shivered. He pulled his thin robe tighter and gripped his worn wooden staff, feeling a thin layer of cold sweat on his palm. Compared to the stench of a sewer, this silent chill felt even more unsettling. Let's go, Elvin said. He raised his staff, and a bright white light flared at its tip, cutting through the darkness at the cave's mouth. For those 40 silver coins, he added quietly. The moment they stepped into the cave, the last trace of sunlight vanished, swallowed by the heavy darkness. A damp, icy air pressed against them, thick with the smell of moldy earth and something faintly like spoiled meat. The light was poor. Their only source was the magical torch burning in Buck's hand, lit by Elvin's spell. The pale blue flame flickered, stretching their shadows across the uneven rock walls, twisting them into strange, claw-like shapes. Don't touch the walls, Elvin warned, his calm voice echoing through the tunnel with quiet authority. Other than the glowing moss we're looking for, there are also poisonous fungi here. If you breathe in their spores, your lungs could harden like stone. Hearing that, Michir quickly pulled his hand back and even tried to breathe more carefully. The ground was slick, covered with a thin layer of moss and slime. Michir lifted the hem of his white robe, stepping carefully in Buck's large footprints like a cat afraid of getting dirty. Even so, the cold, muddy water soon soaked the edges of his socks, clinging to his ankles with an unpleasant chill. Just then, Roger, who had been moving along the side, suddenly stopped. He slipped out of the shadows and made a quick gesture for silence toward Buck. There's something ahead. The tense atmosphere froze in the air. Michir instinctively tightened his grip on the worn wooden staff, his heart beating faster. He rose on his toes, peering over Buck's broad, wall-like shoulders to see ahead. In the shadows beyond the firelight, 3 cave spiders, each half the height of a person, were tearing at a mangled body. The crunching sound of their chewing sent chills down his spine. A faint hiss broke the silence. One of the spiders seemed to sense the light and the presence of living beings. It stopped eating and slowly lifted its head. Its scarlet eyes gleamed in the darkness with a chilling light, staring straight at them. The battle was about to begin. Michir's heart skipped a beat, but his body reacted faster than his thoughts. Holy light, blessing of endurance. He stretched out his pale hand and softly chanted. A gentle, milky white glow flowed into Buck's broad back. Humph, quick this time, Buck muttered, rolling his neck until his joints cracked, feeling the added strength from the holy light. The 3 spiders, irritated by the glow, suddenly became frenzied. The nearest one arched its body, its abdomen contracting sharply before shooting a thick strand of sticky silk toward Buck. Clang! Buck had already raised his tower shield. The silk struck the shield with a dull thud, but failed to trap the warrior behind it. Almost at the same moment, Elvin's spell was ready. Arcane missiles. 3 violet energy spheres shot out with a sharp whistle, each finding its mark on the spider to the left. The impact shattered its hard shell, scattering fragments and green fluid. Meanwhile, Roger moved like a shadow, darting from the side while his teammates drew the spider's attention. His poisoned dagger flashed with a faint green light as it struck the third spider's weak joint beneath its abdomen. A sharp sound followed as the blade pierced through, and the venom spread quickly. Buck abandoned his axe and slammed his massive shield forward, crushing the last spider in an instant. The battle erupted in a flash and ended just as swiftly, leaving only silence behind. When Michir carefully ran forward from behind, only 3 spider carcasses emitting a foul smell remained on the ground. Just these little pests? Not enough to warm me up, Buck said, kicking aside a twitching spider leg with a grin, clearly satisfied with the recent victory. Roger crouched beside a corpse, ignoring the disgusting smell. He skillfully cut open the spider's belly with a dagger and quickly extracted a fist-sized, pulsating dark green sac. Look, a complete poison sac. 5 silver coins for this, he said, holding the sack with a disgusted expression and waving it at Michir. He smirked and said, "Want to feel it?" "It's like a water-filled balloon." Michir shook his head, his face turning pale. Elvin calmly approached and began assigning tasks. "This environment is good for glow moss growth. Michir, you and Roger will collect moss from the rock wall. Buck, keep watch around us. Be careful when collecting," he added, adjusting his glasses. "The moss might be contaminated with spider fluids and have slight toxicity. Michir, use your purification spell." Michir stepped forward as instructed, approaching a glowing blue moss-covered wall. He extended his pale hand, palm facing the moss, and began to recite softly. Purification. A gentle holy light spread out like ripples, instantly evaporating any unseen dirt and faint toxins on the moss surface, leaving only pure magical material. Wow, that's really convenient. Roger had somehow moved behind him, leaning slightly forward, his warm breath brushing Michir's neck, making him flinch and blush instantly. "Divine magic is really versatile, even good for cleaning," Roger said, carefully using a small, specially made iron spatula to scrape the pure moss completely and handed it to Michir, who was holding a small box. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." From a distance, Buck's impatient voice came, tinged with a hint of nervousness. "I think I heard something moving ahead. That sound doesn't seem right." His warning instantly broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Roger put away his smile, his eyes sharpening as he tightly gripped his dagger in reverse. After everyone silently collected the third sample of moss, Buck's voice sounded again, but this time very low, filled with tense restraint. "Everyone stay quiet. Step back." The cave instantly fell into complete silence. Even breathing became clearly audible. Then, a very faint, rhythmic scratching sound came from the darkness deep inside the cave, echoing through the empty corridor. Shoo, shoo, shoo. That sound didn't seem like crawling. It resembled a heavy, soft object being dragged forcefully across a rough surface, moving slowly and steadily toward the light. Finally, a strange outline slowly squeezed out of the darkness, appearing at the edge of the bluish firelight. Michir gasped and covered his mouth, his pupils trembling intensely. It was a woman's upper body. She had pale, swollen skin and wet black hair that clung to her face like seaweed, covering most of her face, revealing only a pale, cracked mouth. She was using her thin, bony arms to support herself on the ground, struggling to crawl forward with stiff, eerie movements. But what was truly terrifying was her lower body. Where her legs should have been, there was a large, swollen, white spider abdomen that wriggled like maggots. Below the abdomen, there were dense bristles and several small limbs, leaving a sticky, wet trail on the ground as she crawled. "Help! Help me!" The woman looked up, revealing pitch-black eyes without whites, and let out a hoarse, desperate cry for help. At the moment Elvin finished speaking, the mother spider's mournful cry suddenly stopped. It slowly lifted its pale, swollen face in an extremely unnatural pose. Its eyes, which seemed sad, were empty, just two deep black holes. But Michel could clearly feel that its inhuman gaze was like two cold blades, precisely fixed on them. Huh. Ha ha. The mother spider's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile, revealing sharp, tiny teeth, and it let out a sharp, crazy laugh. Food. Fresh. Male. Food. The next second, its huge body turned into a white streak, carrying a nauseating stench of blood, rushing straight toward Buck at the front of the team. That was fast. Buck roared loudly, stabbing his torch into the ground, gripping his battle axe tightly, and holding his heavy shield firmly in front of him. In the name of the holy light, grant you strong resilience. After a brief moment of shock, Michel suddenly snapped out of it and almost instinctively waved his staff. A brighter, yellowish light instantly enveloped Buck. This was his full-strength blessing of resilience. Boom! Almost at the moment the blessing took effect, the mother spider's massive body slammed hard against Buck's shield. A deafening explosion echoed through the cave, like two giant stones colliding. Buck let out a painful grunt, pushed back 3 meters by the terrifying force, his steel boots gouging deep marks in the ground, and his back slammed into the rock wall. But he held on. The mother spider didn't seem to expect such toughness from the iron can in front of her. It let out an angry scream, and its human-like mouth suddenly split open, tearing all the way to its ears, spewing out a large amount of dark green, foul-smelling venom. Sizzle! A large splash of venom poured down like a rainstorm onto Buck's shield and armor blessed by the holy light, instantly producing white smoke. The sturdy holy light shield flickered violently and quickly dimmed, but a few drops of venom penetrated the defenses, splashing onto Buck's exposed neck. Ugh! Buck let out a painful roar as the venom splashed on his skin, turning it black and causing it to rot, with a smell like burnt meat. At this critical moment, a dark shadow suddenly leapt out from the side of the spider mother. It was Roger. Like a hunting predator, he took advantage of Buck drawing the spider's attention to strike. He stabbed his poisoned dagger into the fragile waist where the spider mother's human upper body connected to her spider lower body. The spider mother let out a piercing scream, twisting wildly to shake off the attacker on her back. At the same time, Elvin's spell was finally ready. Fire Blast. A hot ball of fire shot toward the giant, pale spider abdomen of the spider mother. Boom. Flames burst out, and the smell of burnt flesh grew stronger. Holy light, please heal your faithful follower. Michel's glowing orb turned into a gentle white beam, precisely flowing into Buck's body. The blackened wound on his neck quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed over under the holy light, greatly easing the sharp pain. The enraged spider mother abandoned the warrior in front of her and turned her hollow eyes toward Elvin, who had just attacked her with fire. Her huge spider abdomen lifted high, and the spinneret at the end aimed at the mage, beginning to hum ominously. Oh no, she's going to shoot her web. Elvin's face changed. Michel quickly decided and pointed his broken wooden staff sharply at Elvin. Holy shield. A round shield made of pure holy light appeared with a buzzing sound around Elvin, just barely blocking the massive web that was coming down. The sticky web covered the shield, making a corrosive sound that made your teeth hurt, but it didn't break through the defense. Good job, Elvin said from behind the shield, adjusting his glasses. Using this precious moment, he began to chant a more powerful spell. Seeing his attack again blocked, the spider mother let out a reluctant scream. She realized that the small glowing thing nearby was her biggest problem. So, she abandoned the mage and instead fixed her malicious, hollow eyes on Michel, who had repeatedly ruined her plans. It was a gaze that seemed to want to tear life apart, making Michel instantly feel like he was falling into an icy abyss. He instinctively looked at his hands. His holy shield skill was still on cooldown, and he had just used his last quick cast opportunity. Oh no, it's targeting you, kid. Buck also noticed the spider mother's focus shift. He roared and tried to rush over to protect him, but the spider mother was faster. It screeched loudly, its huge body leaping high into the air like a giant white nightmare, heading straight for Michel, who was frozen with fear. The shadow of death had never been so close. Just as Michel closed his eyes in despair and raised his fragile short staff to resist, "Get away!" a thunderous shout exploded in his ears. The expected sharp pain did not come. A mountain-like, reliable steel back forcefully pushed between him and the spider mother. It was Buck. At the most critical moment, he activated his warrior skill, Charge. Using his heavy shoulder armor, he launched himself like a cannonball, crashing hard into the soft human abdomen of the spider mother. Bang! Amid the dull sound of flesh hitting flesh, the spider mother's attack was forcibly interrupted. Its huge body lost balance and toppled sideways with a loud crash. Buck himself was also badly hurt, kneeling heavily on the ground, breathing heavily, with a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. "Senior Buck," Michel, recovering from his stiff shock, exclaimed in relief. He immediately cast a healing spell on him. The spider mother, knocked down on the ground, also adjusted its stance. Its anger reached a peak. The upper half of the human-like body started to twitch violently, as if something was writhing madly beneath its pale skin. "It's laying eggs." Elvin's voice finally carried a real sense of urgency. "Quick! Stop it! Those hatchlings are highly toxic. Once they hatch, we're finished." Before he finished speaking, beneath the spider mother's pale spider abdomen, a disgusting, wound-like opening for laying eggs slowly opened, with countless transparent mucus droplets dripping down. He had been hiding like a poisonous snake, waiting for this rare opportunity, when the spider mother raised her abdomen high to lay eggs. At the point where the human upper body connected to the spider lower body, the wound he had already torn open was once again exposed without any defense. "Try this," Roger growled softly, the poison dagger in his hand transforming into a dark green, cold gleam. With perfect accuracy, he stabbed it deep into the bleeding wound once more. Thud! This time, he used all his strength, and the dagger almost went in completely. The spider mother let out the most piercing, most painful scream so far. Her egg-laying process was forcibly interrupted by this deadly strike, and the intense pain drove her completely mad. In her agony, the spider mother wildly swung her human arms. One of her arms, with sharp, razor-like nails, slashed fiercely at Roger's back, which he had no time to retreat from. Rip! A terrifying sound of leather tearing echoed. The leather armor on Roger's back was instantly cut open in 5 deep gashes, exposing the bones beneath, and blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. He groaned softly, like a torn rag doll, being thrown backward. He crashed heavily into a pile of broken stones several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Roger!" Buck roared angrily, swinging his battle axe and rushing forward again. Ignoring his own safety, he fought the frenzied spider mother head-on, creating an opening for Michel and Elvin. Michel hid behind a huge stalactite, trembling as he looked at the distant scene of chaos. He reached into his pouch with trembling hands and pulled out the cheapest magic potion. With a pop, the bottle cap was removed. An indescribable stench, like mixing old troll foot wash with rotting swamp mud and fermenting for 3 days, immediately hit his nose. The smell made Michel's face turn pale, and his stomach clenched, almost causing him to on the spot. But he had no choice. Gulp, gulp. He tightly pinched his nose, held his breath, tilted his head back, and, as if pouring poison into his mouth, drank the murky, sticky green liquid in one gulp. In an instant, a cold, spicy torrent burned down his throat and esophagus. Next, a strong feeling of nausea and dizziness hit his head like a heavy hammer. Ugh! Michel felt dizzy, with his stomach churning, tears choking in his throat. At the same time, a rough, wild, and not pure magic flow forcibly entered his nearly dried-out mind. Although this way of healing was rough, like sanding nerves with sandpaper, the new power did lift his exhausted spirit. He forced down the sour water rising in his throat, holding onto the cold stalactite nearby to barely steady himself. There was no time to complain. Michel took deep breaths, quickly guiding the chaotic magic inside him to his fingertips, aiming at Roger, who was still struggling on the ground and bleeding heavily. "Hold on, Senior Roger." The spell for minor healing began to flow from his lips. Warm, pure holy light struggled to gather in his hand, stabilizing Roger's injuries. Just then, Elvin's calm, almost cold voice sounded, along with the increasingly intense and even air-distorting magic waves. Everyone move aside. Elvin raised his staff high, and on its tip, a large fireball about the size of a human head floated, glowing orange-red with swirling flames around its surface. This was no ordinary fire blast, but the mage's signature attack, Fire Explosion. Buck heard the warning and immediately understood as his old partner. He sharply blocked the spider mother's sharp claws with his shield, then, using the recoil, rolled backward in a clumsy but effective move, quickly leaving the battlefield's center. Now, only the heavily wounded and furious spider mother remained, along with the huge fireball emitting a destructive aura directly above her. For knowledge, Elvin pushed up his glasses illuminated by the firelight, speaking the last syllable of the spell in a tone like a prayer. Dot in gold coins. He pointed his staff forward. The massive fireball, trailing a long flame tail like a falling meteor, roared with the power to burn everything, crashing toward the spider mother's huge, pale spider abdomen, her largest and most fragile target. Boom! A loud explosion sounded like it could shake the entire cave, terrifying and deafening. The intense flames burst out instantly, forming a huge fireball. The powerful shockwave and hot air swept outward, turning countless stones and moss into ash. Amidst the firelight, the spider mother let out a final, sharp, and unwilling scream. But her cry was soon drowned out by the roar of the explosion. When the fire died down, only a blackened crater remained, along with the spider mother's shattered, charred body. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of burnt protein. The battle was over. A heavy silence covered the entire cave, broken only by a few heavy breaths. Michel quickly ran to Roger's side. He focused all his attention on the holy light in his hands, aiming it at Roger, who was still struggling on the ground. He cast another minor healing spell. Holy light, please heal his wounds. A warm, solid healing glow appeared on Roger's bloody back. The torn flesh visibly mended and healed rapidly, and the dangerous bleeding stopped completely. After a short rest, Buck, despite feeling sick, carefully dug out a translucent crystal ball about the size of a fist from the charred remains of the spider mother. It shimmered with faint green threads of light, the spider mother core. Spider mother core. Even Elvin, usually calm, couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the sphere. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy. He hurried over, carefully took the core, and examined the magic flowing inside. It's damaged, he said calmly after a moment, a little disappointed. My fire burst spell affected it, reducing its magic purity, but it's still a rare material. I estimate it's worth about 30 silver coins. 30 silver coins, plus the 40 silver coins from the quest reward and the previous poison pouch. This was a big harvest. Buck's disappointed expression was instantly replaced with joy. Even Roger, lying weakly on the ground, managed a faint smile. After gathering moss and looting the spoils, the four of them set off on their way home. Elvin looked at Roger, who was the most injured and pale, then at Michel, whose steps were unsteady from magic exhaustion. He made a decision. Buck, you carry Roger. Why should he carry me? I can walk on my own, Roger immediately protested. But Buck didn't give him a chance to refuse. Like lifting a sack, he easily threw Roger onto his broad shoulders. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want your wound to burst open, be quiet. With Roger's weak protests and curses, this strange team finally headed toward the cave that symbolized light. When they stepped out of the cave again, bathed in the long-lost sunset, the joy of surviving and the excitement of gaining great wealth made the tired team feel alive again. But the road back to Olan City was still long, and the clever coachman was already gone. Where's that old man? Buck cursed, looking at the empty space. When we get back, I want him to pay back the deposit. The sunset cast their shadows long and blood-red. To get back to the city faster, Elvin chose a different abandoned logging trail. It was closer but harder to walk. After about half an hour, Michel felt his magic power start to recover. Seeing Buck carrying Roger, who occasionally frowned from the bumps, Michel quickened his pace, raised his short staff, and tried to cast a minor healing spell on Roger while they moved. Enough, Just as he was about to finish the spell, Roger, still on Buck's shoulders, suddenly spoke, interrupting him. Stop wasting magic. Save some for emergencies. His voice was hoarse but firm, showing he wouldn't be ignored. He even struggled a bit, patted Buck's shoulder, and signaled to be put down. After several rounds of healing, Roger's wound had scabbed over. It still hurt, but he could walk on his own. Roger's feet touched the ground, and he turned to face Michir, who looked stunned because his spell was interrupted. Under the sunset, those deep, charming eyes finally stopped showing any teasing, filled instead with complex emotions. Michir, he said seriously for the first time, I told you I don't like owing favors. If you keep doing this, it will trouble me, but healing the injured is my duty, Michir whispered in his innocent, harmless way, making all the grand reasons Roger had prepared suddenly fall silent. Do as you wish. Roger finally lost the fight. Feeling a bit annoyed, he scratched his head and turned away. His back looked stiff and awkward. Elvin walked over to Michir and calmly explained in his usual analytical tone, he just isn't used to accepting kindness that expects nothing in return. For someone who is used to walking alone in the shadows, too much pure light can feel like burning and make him feel lost. Give him some time. Michir nodded as if he understood but wasn't entirely sure. He stopped worrying and quietly followed behind the group. As night fell, the forest grew darker and more mysterious. Just when they thought they could return to the city safely, Buck at the front suddenly stopped and raised his fist cautiously. There's fire ahead, he said in a rough voice. Deep in the woods, a small campfire flickered brightly in the dark, and faint sounds of laughter and talking hinted at an unknown encounter. Michir immediately tiptoed forward to look. Sure enough, not far ahead on the trail, a small fire was burning behind some trees, and he could faintly hear voices and laughter. It seems we're not the only ones walking at night, Elvin said calmly. Should we go around? Or, no way. Buck interrupted him, licking his cracked lips with eager eyes. I'm dying of thirst. Let's go see. Maybe we can get some water, or even steal a bottle of wine. Roger didn't speak. He simply placed his hand on his dagger at his waist, tensing up and instantly becoming alert. Michir looked at his three teammates suddenly ready for battle, feeling confused. In his simple world, seeing a campfire in the wild meant meeting fellow travelers who might need help. Why were they so nervous? Even Buck mentioned the scary word, steal, but his strong survival instinct and trust in his friends made him wisely keep quiet. He mimicked them, quietly gripping his short staff and slightly shrinking behind Elvin. I'll go check, Roger whispered almost inaudibly. Then his whole presence seemed to vanish. His body blended into the shadows beside the road, like a wisp of blue smoke quietly slipping toward the firelight. Buck and Elvin stayed in place, one on each side, protecting Michir in the middle. The waiting felt very long and painful. After about 5 minutes, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the shadows like a ghost. It's Roger. He made a safe gesture to the nervous two, then lowered his voice and quickly reported, a group of merchants, or rather, mercenaries disguised as merchants. There are 5 of them, all armed, but they don't seem very skilled. They are grilling meat, and there are 2 barrels of beer nearby. The goods are covered with oilcloth, so it's hard to see what they are. It doesn't look like an ambush, more like camping for the night. Beer. Buck's eyes lit up instantly. Don't act rashly. Elvin immediately stopped the eager warrior, calmly analyzing. Our condition is poor, and we're not ready for any fight. Roger, how alert are they? They are very relaxed, Roger said with a familiar, slightly disdainful smile. Only one big fool is on guard. The rest are drinking and eating meat. They are basically lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Michir clenched his staff tightly, confused. Wait, I don't quite understand. Are we supposed to fight these travelers? Travelers? Roger sneered with pity. My little priest, remember this. There are no harmless travelers in this wilderness. Only hunters and prey. He took a step forward, lowered his voice, and spoke in a teaching tone, but with a cruel edge. There are 5 of them, all armed, and they are so relaxed in a place full of wolves and goblins. What does that mean? It means they are very confident, or they are the wolves of this forest. If we go over now, tired and wounded, do you think they will give us a sip of water, or everything from us? including your beautiful new robe. Roger is right, Buck said, pulling his heavy axe from the ground with a dull thud. Outside the city, strength is everything. They have alcohol, we have axes. It's that simple. Even Elvin, who had been silent, finally spoke. He didn't look at Michel, only calmly analyzed the situation in front of him, his voice flat like he was discussing the weather. Risk assessment. Our team is in poor condition. Any high-intensity fight could cause casualties. The enemy has 5 people, their status unknown. Direct confrontation is too risky. He paused briefly, then gave a cold conclusion. However, if we go around, we expose our tired backs to these 5. The most rational choice is to act quickly when they are least alert, to eliminate this potential threat, and seize their resources to replenish our own. The 3 senior adventurers revealed the harsh truth of the adventurer world in 3 different ways. No, didn't Roger earlier say they have no hostility? Michel argued desperately. We have no reason to kill them. Aren't we adventurers? He gasped, his clear eyes showing unprecedented determination. Let me try to talk to them. His idealistic shout made the 3 seasoned adventurers fall into brief silence. In the end, Elvin agreed, but set a cold condition. You can go. But from the moment you step out of the shadows, we give you 30 seconds. If you can't get them to put down their weapons, or if they show any hostility, we will act immediately. Michel nodded seriously, took a deep breath, holding his staff, and turned to walk alone from the shadows where his teammates hid, stepping into the unknown area illuminated by the campfire. Behind him, Roger and Buck disappeared into the bushes instantly. When Michel's figure, glowing white under the firelight, suddenly appeared on the forest trail, the lively chatter by the campfire stopped abruptly. 5 pairs of eyes, filled with surprise, caution, and a hint of greed, immediately focused on him. Excuse me, he said with a faint tremor in his voice. A burly man with a beard immediately grabbed his sword and shouted sternly, "Who are you?" 28. Michel hurriedly waved his hands, stepping into the light, pointing to his adventurer badge on his chest. I am just an adventurer passing by. My team is right behind us. We just want to ask for some water. 23. His innocent and harmless look made the mercenaries relax their guard a little. The burly man with a beard stood up and walked toward him with a greasy smile. Asking for water? Sure, no problem. But, out here in the wild, nothing comes for free, right? Hearing this seemingly reasonable answer, Michel showed a relieved smile. I can trade equally. 17. Equal exchange. Haha, I like that word, the bearded man said as he reached him. His tall figure cast a shadow, and he whispered in a suggestive tone, "Why don't you come over and give each of us a blessing, a massage? Think of it as your water fee. How about that?" "Ha, boss. Bring her over so we can have some fun." The mercenaries behind him burst into crude laughter. 13. I don't really know how to give massages. Michel tilted his head in confusion, not catching the insult in their words. But as for blessings, I only know how to do resilience blessing. His naive, almost foolish response made the bearded man's smile freeze instantly, then turn into a look of mockery and anger. 8. Forget it, boss, a slightly younger-looking brown-haired mercenary advised. She's just a kid, maybe not very smart. Let her go, but this advice only fueled the situation. 3. Stop talking nonsense. I want to see what she's really made of. Come here. The bearded man lost all patience, suddenly reaching out with his rough, greasy hand to grab Michel's slender shoulder. His other hand drew a deadly-looking blade. 1. Attack. A cold voice, like a judgment echoed from the shadows of the forest. Just as the bearded man's hand was about to pull Michel into his embrace. Whoosh! A dart soaked in a faint green toxin shot silently from the bushes, like a snake's fang, accurately piercing the neck of the tallest mercenary on guard. There is an ambush. The remaining 4 mercenaries screamed in fear, frantically drawing their weapons. But it was too late. A thunderous battle cry erupted. Buck, broad and powerful like an angry bull, swung his double-edged axe in a deadly arc, slicing through the air. He cut the nearest mercenary, who hadn't yet stabilized, in half at the waist, along with his weapon. Blood and internal organs instantly stained the campfire with red. All this bloody and terrifying scene happened less than 3 steps from Michel. The man holding him, with a thick beard, was so frightened by this hellish sight that he lost his soul. He instinctively let go of Michir, let out a scream of terror, and turned to run away. But suddenly, a pair of feet in leather boots silently appeared behind him, lightly tripping him. Michir was thrown backward by the force, falling heavily onto the cold ground. The sharp stones hurt him, but he didn't feel it. His eyes widened in shock, pupils slightly dilated from extreme fear. Everything before him seemed like a slow-motion, absurd nightmare. Just a second ago, they were talking and laughing as travelers. The next, they turned into mutilated corpses, bleeding warm blood. The rich smell of roasted meat in the air was instantly replaced by a more pungent, nauseating stench of blood. He had seen monsters die, seen their green or black fluids flow out. But the sight of a living, almost identical creature being violently torn apart was something he had never experienced before. This double shock to his senses, visual and mental, left him trembling from the depths of his soul, frozen and unable to move. The bearded man who had tripped let out a terrible scream, falling face first into the campfire, igniting his hair and clothes. He howled in pain, rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames. Suddenly, a shadow like death crawling out of silently appeared behind him. It was Roger. His face was expressionless, and his eyes, usually full of a smile, were now cold as ice. He grasped the poisoned dagger firmly, with no hesitation. Swiftly and cleanly, from top to bottom, he stabbed into the screaming man's back. Once, twice, 3 times, until the screams gradually faded. Michir covered his mouth, trying to suppress the scream and nausea that threatened to burst out. His pupils trembled violently, unable to focus, and his mind was blank. The last 2 mercenaries, after witnessing their companion's brutal death, had completely lost their will to fight. One of them fell to his knees with a thud, threw away his sword, raised his hands, and began to beg incoherently. The other chose to run away. He let out a desperate scream and turned, rushing into the dark woods. But a colder blue light was faster. Frost burst. Elvin's voice, like the whisper of death, came from the shadows nearby. The icy crystal struck precisely at the fleeing man's back. He didn't even scream. His upper body was instantly covered in thick frost, and he collapsed heavily, shattering into countless sparkling shards of ice. Now, only the last person remained, desperate, terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. Michir stared blankly at the last survivor in the scene, the young, brown-haired mercenary who had just spoken up to stop the violence. He knelt in a pool of blood, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He looked at the 3 adventurers who had easily taken his companions' lives, their faces filled with extreme fear and despair. Bhakti, holding a blood-stained battle axe, stepped toward him. His sturdy figure cast a deathly shadow in the flickering firelight. Please, please. The brown-haired mercenary's mental defenses had completely collapsed. He cried incoherently, even kowtowed, "Don't kill me. I have a wife and children at home. I'll tell you everything. Our goods are smuggled magic ores, hidden in that truck. Please." Bhakti did not stop. His normally honest-looking face was now expressionless. He simply walked up to the man kneeling and raised his battle axe high. Michir looked at the blood-red gleam of the axe in the firelight, at the humble life about to end. An intense, unprecedented urge seized his heart. It was the core teaching he learned in the monastery, respect for life. Stop. He didn't even know where he found the courage. A tearful shout burst from his throat, tearing through the silent forest. That sudden cry of protest caused the scene to pause. "Don't kill him," Michir used all his strength to shout. But because of his natural voice, it didn't sound like anger. Instead, it sounded like a frightened little animal crying out in despair, weak and with a trembling tone that made people feel sorry. Buck, holding his axe high, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head. For the first time, his blood-stained face showed a cold, unfamiliar expression. He looked at the boy in the white robe sitting on the ground, with no concern or approval, only a distant, indifferent gaze as if he was looking at something he didn't understand. He didn't do anything. "Let him go." Michelle's voice grew softer and weaker, almost begging. Roger also stopped wiping the blood off his dagger. Leaning against a tree, arms crossed, he watched this scene with interest, as if it were the of a good show, a cruel smile barely visible on his lips. The mercenary kneeling on the ground seemed to grasp his last hope. He immediately stopped kneeling, then crawled a few steps toward the only, kind-hearted, savior he saw, crying and begging. "Yes, Pastor, please, save me. I swear, I was just doing business with them. Please, let them go." His hopeful, humble eyes contrasted sharply with Buck's cold, indifferent gaze, both fixed on Michel. Elvin slowly stepped out of the shadows. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the firelight, making his eyes hard to see. He approached Michel, knelt down, and looked directly at the boy sitting on the ground. "Tell me, Michel." His voice was frighteningly calm, like a deep, cold pool of water. "Why should we let him go?" Michel swallowed hard. Under the gaze of those cold, terrifying eyes, he gathered his last bit of courage, took a deep breath, and asked in return, "Why should we kill him?" Michel's question caused a rare, almost unnoticeable look of surprise to flicker across Erwin's usually expressionless face. He paused for a moment, as if reassessing the young man's understanding of the situation. Then, in a tone as neutral as explaining a physical law, he slowly spoke. "Reason 1. Eliminate the threat completely. Letting him go means leaving a potential enemy who could seek revenge in the shadows. Reason 2. Keep our secrets. We've killed his 4 companions and are about to take their goods. He's the only living witness and the source of information that could reveal us to our enemies." With each reason, the soldier kneeling on the ground looked paler. After speaking, Erwin didn't give Michel time to think. Instead, he asked a more dangerous question. "Michel, I'll ask you one more thing. If I listen to you now and let him go, and then he immediately reports to the Blackstone Mercenaries, the real owners of the smuggled goods, what happens when we're trapped in the alley by dozens of mercenaries who want revenge and are much stronger than them?" He leaned forward slightly, voice very low, each word deliberate. "But can you bear the consequences of your mercy?" The word consequences felt like a huge mountain Michel couldn't move. It pressed down heavily on his heart. He opened his mouth to argue, but found his throat dry and couldn't say a word. His once firm eyes dimmed little by little. The belief that supported him seemed to vanish instantly. He sat there, stunned, kneeling on the ground, his hands limp at his sides, like a puppet with its soul taken away. He had no words. Erwin quietly watched Michel's disheartened state without saying anything further. He stood up and nodded gently at Buck, who was waiting nearby for orders. That was a signal to act. No. The mercenary kneeling on the ground understood his fate from Michel's expression. He let out a final, desperate, heart-wrenching scream. Thud, the axe fell. The sound abruptly stopped. As the dull sound of the axe slicing into flesh rang out, Michel's body trembled like an electric shock. He clenched his lips tightly, using sharp pain to fight the nausea and fear threatening to overwhelm his mind. The smell of blood, like rust, instantly filled his mouth. "Sorry." These 3 words silently shouted in his heart. But he didn't know who he was apologizing to. He just knelt there, motionless, watching the body lying in a pool of blood. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Roger had already begun skillfully looting valuables from the corpse. Elvin was walking toward the covered truck. They were calm, efficient, even with a hint of satisfaction from their gains. This scene contrasted sharply and painfully with Michel's collapsing and chaotic inner world. He felt as if he belonged to a completely different world from theirs. They were seasoned adventurers used to darkness and blood. And Michel was just an ill-timed intruder dressed in a priest's robe. After a long time, so long that Michel almost thought he would sit there until dawn, a pair of black leather boots stopped in front of him. It was Roger. He crouched down, level with Michel. Then he reached out, gently and tenderly, wiping away a tear that had silently slipped down Michel's cheek, unnoticed even by himself, with his blood-stained fingers. "Welcome to." His voice was soft and gentle, yet carried an irresistible cruelty. "The real world, little priest." Michel looked at his face so close to his own, but did not respond to Roger's "welcome." His gaze crossed Roger's shoulder again, returning to the scattered, incomplete bodies around the campfire. Then, he spoke in a nearly dreamlike, hoarse voice with a heavy nasal tone, softly saying, "Bury them." This incomplete and abrupt statement caused Roger's expression to freeze for a moment. What did you say? He seemed a little afraid to believe his ears. Michel didn't look at him. Instead, he stubbornly repeated, his voice quiet but very clear. I said, bury them. In the world of adventurers, there are many ways to handle corpses. Loot everything and leave them for the beasts, or simply burn them to destroy the evidence. But bury. For an enemy he had just personally killed, digging a grave and holding a funeral? This was an unheard of, absurd request. Are you crazy? Barked Buck angrily. He carried 2 buckets of beer he had looted and strode over, his face full of disbelief and anger. We killed them. We didn't invite them over. Now you want us to dig their graves? Michel ignored Buck's shouting. This was the first time in his life that he had so clearly and stubbornly gone against the wishes of a senior. He staggered to his feet, silently walked around the camp, and picked up an iron shovel used for tending the campfire from a pile of debris. Then, holding the somewhat heavy iron shovel, he walked to an open space beside the camp. He chose a spot, and, using all his strength, drove the tip of the shovel deep into the soil. He bent down and began to dig, clumsily and stubbornly, one shovelful at a time. He silently repeated the digging motion, as if only through this punishing physical labor could his heart, about to be torn apart, find a temporary resting point. His stubbornness and silence were more powerful than any loud, desperate cry, causing everyone to stand still and watch him. 1 shovelful, 2 shovels, 3 shovels. Finally, the first to break this strange deadlock was Buck, the most irritable among them. He cursed irritably, slamming the 2 buckets of beer onto the ground with a loud thud. Then, he strode quickly to Michir and snatched the shovel from his tired hands. Get out of the way, he shouted roughly at Michir, then turned around and swung the shovel with a strength that seemed almost beast-like. Each swing kicked up a big clump of dirt. A simple grave big enough to hold 5 people was quickly taking shape under his wild digging. Michir stared blankly at everything, quietly saying thank you, Senior Buck. Humph. Buck responded with a heavy snort from his nose. Don't think I'm helping you. I just don't want to watch you dig all night and delay us from going back to town for drinks. After saying that, he turned around and roughly dragged the bodies into the grave one by one, as if pulling sacks. At this moment, Roger also sighed. He walked over to Michir and gently patted his head to comfort him. I mean, you really are. He seemed to want to say something, but finally just shook his head. Not a troublesome guy? Sorry for bothering you, seniors, Michir said softly, lowering his head in apology. After Buck hastily filled the grave, Elvin found a relatively flat piece of wood from somewhere and placed it on top of the grave as a simple headstone. Michir stood in front of the grave, clasped his muddy hands in front of his chest, closed his tired and confused eyes, and began to pray softly. May the departed rest in peace, dust to dust, earth to earth. May the holy light guide your lost souls to find final peace and rest. Michir's voice was very soft, trembling slightly with emotion. This was a prayer he had learned by heart growing up in the monastery, a farewell for the dead. In this blood-stained and violent forest, his gentle and sacred prayer floated with the night wind, seeming to bring a small comfort to those who had just died tragically. The prayer was quiet, but seemed to have a power that could everything. Buck's frustration and anger were gradually soothed by this prayer. He leaned against a tree, watching Michir's thin but sacred silhouette glowing in the firelight. For the first time, he felt that this small guy, who always needed protection, seemed to hold a kind of strength inside him that he couldn't fully understand but deeply respected. Roger's usual smile had disappeared. He looked at Michir as if he was seeing him clearly for the first time. He was used to seeing the dirt and lies of the world, but he had never seen such pure stubbornness, knowing it might be useless, yet still choosing to do it. This stubbornness was more piercing than any sharp dagger, breaking through his fake, carefree attitude. Meanwhile, Elvin stood quietly at a distance. In his logical mind, Michir's actions seemed pointless. But why? Even his own heart, wrapped in knowledge and reason, felt a strange, indescribable sense of calm at this moment. When Michir brushed off the dust and turned around, the holy and compassionate aura surrounding him slowly faded away. I'm fine now, seniors. Sorry to have wasted your time. There's no need to apologize, Roger sighed gently, speaking in a softer tone than ever before. Just consider it a sweet treat after a meal. But don't get used to it. Elvin calmly checked their loot and announced it was time to leave. Buck carried the beer and stones. Roger bore the weapons and gear. Elvin held the spider mother core and coins, and Michir simply hugged the box of sacred glowing moss. The four of them, each with their own different treasures, finally set out on the last stretch back to Olan City. The remaining journey was made in a nearly frozen silence. When the towering walls of Olan City appeared in the darkest part of the night before dawn, they finally returned. Like four tired spirits, they moved heavily toward the massive, closed city gates. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Even the moon had hidden away. The gates were shut tight, with only a few sleepy guards patrolling the wall with lanterns, casting flickering shadows. We got here too early. Buck placed the heavy goods on the ground with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked up at the closed city gate and cursed under his breath, saying, "The gate won't open until sunrise. We still have to stand here in the cold wind for at least an hour." Perfect. Elvin found a clean stone step to sit on and took out the glowing spider mother core from his pocket. Using the faint starlight, he carefully studied the magic patterns on it, as if the cold and exhaustion around him didn't matter. Roger threw his weapon onto the ground and sat down heavily on a bag filled with ore. He leaned against the cold city wall and let out a long, tired sigh. His wound had healed, but a dull pain still lingered. He took out a dagger and a whetstone from his pocket and began sharpening it quietly, making soft scratching sounds. Only Michir stood there blankly, staring at the tall, hard city wall. It was like a big barrier, clearly separating the peaceful inside from the harsh outside world. He looked up at the warm lights on the wall, then turned to glance at the dark, bottomless forest behind him, which had swallowed countless secrets. In just one night, he felt as if he had crossed into two completely different worlds. The once innocent and pure Michir, who only knew how to pray in the monastery, seemed to have been forever left behind in that blood-stained, dark forest. Holding the cold lead box, he moved to a corner a little farther from the others, curled up, and sat down. The cold wind before dawn made him shiver. He instinctively hugged his arms, buried his face in his knees, as if trying to keep his last bit of body heat. After a while, just as Michir was about to fall asleep, a dull, heavy creaking sound woke him from his half-dreaming state. He groggily lifted his head and saw, with sleepy eyes, that the huge drawbridge of Olan City was slowly lowering. The heavy city gate was being pushed open bit by the guards, accompanied by the squeaking of the hinges. "Let's go, kid. We're in the city now," Buck's rough voice sounded above him. He had already carried all his supplies back onto his back, forming a small moving hill blocking the bright morning light. Michir shook his still drowsy head and quickly got up from the ground. Because he had been holding the same position for a long time, his legs went numb, and he nearly fell over. A hand quickly and steadily supported his arm. It was Roger. He didn't know when he had already stood beside Michir. In the morning light, his face still looked a bit pale, but his eyes had regained some of their usual clarity and playfulness. "Sleep like a pig." He said this in his usual tone, with a hint of sarcasm, but he held Michir's hand firmly and didn't let go immediately. "You're almost drooling on your new robe." Michir blushed at his words, hurriedly lifted his sleeve to wipe his mouth, but found nothing there. Only then did he realize he had been tricked again. Elvin had already put away the spider mother's core and was walking calmly at the front. The four of them mixed in with the first group of sleepy farmers and merchants waiting to enter the city, passing through the deep city gate. When Michir's feet once again touched the hard, smooth stone road inside the city, a mixture of the smell of freshly baked bread, animal manure, and the lively noise of the city hit him. The sunlight shone on his face, warm and real, dispelling the lingering coldness on his body. The morning in Olan City was full of energy. Shops on both sides of the street had opened their doors, and the sound of hammering from the blacksmith's shop could be heard. The tiredness, the smell of blood, and the dirt on their clothes clearly stood out against the tidy surroundings, attracting curious or disgusted looks from passers-by. Buck didn't care at all. He carried heavy goods and strode forward purposefully. "First, deal with this junk," he said gruffly. "Then go to the guild to hand in the quest. And finally, get paid and drink." Everyone agreed to this simple, rough plan. After dealing with the goods, They crossed a few streets and soon arrived again at the familiar gate of the Adventurers Guild. When their ragged team, looking like they had just come from the battlefield, entered, they immediately drew everyone's attention. They went straight to the quest hand encounter. The clerk who had a grudge against Michir yesterday was there again today. She saw them, especially Michelle's face, which was covered in dirt but still looked striking. She was momentarily stunned, then smiled professionally. "Good morning, Iron Anvil team. Looks like you had quite an eventful night," she said, glancing meaningfully at their torn clothes and bloodstains. Michelle stepped forward and placed the heavy lead box on the sturdy wooden counter with a loud thud. He opened the lid, revealing a box of glowing moss emitting a faint green light. "Reward for the task, 40 silver coins. Please take it." The clerk examined the coins and counted them out. After completing the transaction, Michelle silently stepped back, holding the empty lead box. Elvin stepped forward and gently placed the wrapped spider mother core on the counter. "Additional find," he said simply. "Spider mother core, damaged." The clerk picked up a nearby magic appraisal crystal and carefully approached. The crystal emitted a steady blue glow, but it wasn't very bright. The energy structure is badly damaged, but it can still be used as a one-time spell material, she said after checking her manual. "The guild is willing to buy it for 30 silver coins." After finishing all the tedious exchanges and sales, the four of them went to a round table in the corner of the Adventurers Guild. Elvin calmly untied the heavy pouch and poured all the silver coins onto the table. Clink, clink. The sound of metal colliding was pleasant. "Task reward, 85 silver coins, plus what we scavenged." Elvin paused, then took out another bloodstained pouch and poured out a pile of silver coins. "Total, 231 silver coins." He summarized simply. "Now, let's split it." Bark eagerly rubbed his hands, eyes shining as he stared at the mountain of silver coins. Roger crossed his arms, waiting for Elvin's final plan. Based on their previous performance and contributions, Michelle should get at least 30%. For a newcomer, this was enough to lift him out of poverty or even buy better gear. However, Michelle shook his head. He stepped forward, extended his fair hand, and carefully picked out 20 silver coins from the pile of mixed coins, placing them in front of himself. "Sorry, but I only want this amount." His voice was soft but very firm. This action stunned the three people sitting at the table. "Kid, what do you mean?" Buck was the first to frown, speaking harshly. "Why are you only taking this much? Do you look down on us?" Michir didn't answer Buck. Instead, he looked up with his clear yet stubborn eyes, quietly watching Elvin. His meaning was clear. He only accepted payment earned through honest adventure. He wouldn't touch a single coin stained with blood or gained through violence. This was a silent, stubborn protest. It was also a way to distance himself from the team's unchangeable rules. Faced with Michir's almost moral purity in his actions, the air in the room suddenly felt heavy. Buck's excitement cooled down. He looked at Michir, then at the pile of silver coins, his eyes full of confusion and frustration. Roger, on the other hand, put away all his expressions. He no longer leaned against the wall, but stood up slowly. He looked at Michir, a hint of understanding and a complex emotion flashing in his deep eyes. In the end, it was Elvin who broke the silence. He didn't argue or try to persuade. He simply pushed his glasses up, looked at Michir for a moment, then reached out and carefully took his own share from the pile of silver coins representing stolen goods. Then, he did something unexpected. He took 3 coins from his own reward, the clean 20 silver coins, because of the cost of a poor-quality magic potion. After that, he pushed the remaining 17 coins all the way to Michir. "Underground, you saved my life. Above ground, you also taught me a lesson." Elvin's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. "This is what you deserve." Elvin's action was like a signal. Roger looked at Michir deeply, a complex smile curling on his lips. He didn't speak and simply reached out his hand, pushing his share of clean money onto Michir's pile of coins. Finally, it was Buck's turn. He irritably scratched his bald head, let out a rough and muttered, "What a bother." But in the end, he reluctantly used 2 thick fingers to push his share of clean money over as well. Michir was completely stunned. He had imagined many possible endings. Being angrily yelled at by Buck, being mocked by Roger as a naive fool, or being coldly expelled from the team by Elvin using logic. He had chosen this almost self-destructive way to set boundaries and was already prepared to be abandoned. But he never expected it would be like this. Elvin, Roger, Buck. They didn't argue, didn't blame, and didn't even try to persuade him. They simply showed their acceptance through actions, silently, one by one, acknowledging his naive and stubborn belief. They pushed all the pure reward that Michir saw as a symbol of innocence back to him, while they calmly took on the heavy burdens stained with blood. This was more powerful than any words of comfort. A warm, indescribable feeling, mixed with great grievance and emotion, instantly broke through all his mental defenses. Michir looked at the small pile of silver coins on the table, which, though not many, carried the understanding and acceptance of the three seniors. His gaze started to blur uncontrollably. He clenched his jaw tightly, trying not to let tears fall, but his eyes were already moist and reddening. He lowered his head, hiding his almost crying, embarrassed appearance with his long bangs, and his shoulders trembled slightly and uncontrollably. "Why are you crying? Idiot kid. Just take what you have, stop whining," Buck shouted gruffly. He hated this kind of scene, but the irritation in his tone seemed more like an attempt to hide his own helplessness. Hey, don't cry, little one." Roger stepped forward, reaching out with his usual, slightly flirtatious yet unexpectedly gentle touch, rubbing Michir's fluffy, trembling head. "If you keep crying, people might think we're bullying the newcomer and not giving you a single coin." His voice was very soft, with a gentle, coaxing smile. "If the guild's busybodies see us then, we'll be in big trouble." Elvin didn't speak. He just stood quietly nearby, watching. When his gaze swept over Michir's red eyes and stubborn expression, his usually cold face showed a tiny, almost unnoticeable upward curl at the corner of his mouth behind his glasses. It was a small, almost unnoticed smile, perhaps a feeling of quiet satisfaction Michir himself didn't realize he had. When they interrupted him, Michir finally managed to hold back his tears. He raised his sleeve, hurriedly wiped his eyes, sniffed loudly, and his voice still carried a heavy nasal tone. "That I didn't cry," he whispered in protest, but didn't dare look up. Yes, you didn't cry," Roger quickly agreed, though he kept wiping his hand across Michir's face. "It's just sand in your eyes, right?" He pulled out a seemingly always clean handkerchief from his pocket and naturally helped wipe away the remaining tears at Michir's corner of his eye. "All right, the money is divided," Buck suddenly spoke, breaking the warm yet awkward atmosphere. "Next, rest for a day. Meet at the usual place tomorrow to discuss the next task. I'm going to get some drinks." After saying goodbye to the three seniors, Michir stood alone in front of the guild door. "Maybe I should visit the monastery," he muttered softly, as if giving himself a reason to temporarily lower his guard. He strolled along the main road of Olan City, deliberately avoiding the busy commercial district, choosing the quieter residential areas and outskirts of the city. The walk took about an hour and a half. The journey wasn't short, but walking mechanically helped him clear his mind. His steps gradually slowed, leaving the city's noise behind, heading toward the outskirts. After about an hour and a half, as the sunset was about to dip below the horizon, the familiar Holy Light Monastery, nestled on a lush hill, finally appeared in sight. Golden sunlight gently bathed the old building, soft and majestic. The melodious evening prayer bell rang from the bell tower, each chime like a warm hand soothing his dusty, tired heart. "There is the place where I can let go of all my worries. Thinking of the kind headmaster and my brothers and sisters I spend every day with." Michir's heavy steps suddenly feel lighter. He walks along the cobblestone path leading to the main gate. The wildflowers on both sides are still blooming, as if nothing has changed. At the entrance, a young monk sweeping the yard spots the white figure and excitedly drops his broom. He runs over and shouts loudly, "Brother Michir, you're back." Hearing this, Michir's last bit of nervousness about returning quickly disappears. He smiles and waves, his voice sounding cheerful again. "I'm back, soon." A few brothers and sisters who heard him come over and gather around him. "You look a bit thinner. Did you have a hard time outside? Is that a new outfit? It looks great, like a real priest's clothes. Tell us, how's the outside world? Did you see any dragons?" Faced with their caring and curious eyes, Michir's pride as an adventurer is slightly satisfied. He describes vividly the things he encountered: dark caves, scary spider queens, and his strong teammates. Of course, he carefully omits or sugarcoats embarrassing or shameful moments, like being teased by a coachman, hanging from a tree, or rolling in the mud. When Michel talks about using his strike spell to drive away a monster that tried to attack him, his brothers and sisters cheer and envy him. Michel shyly touches his hair at their praise. A sense of pride as an adventurer fills him, and he quietly sets a small goal in his heart. With his brothers and sisters around him, he reaches the quiet retreat garden. The old headmaster sits under the ancient oak tree as usual, holding scissors and carefully trimming a bay leaf plant. The sunset shines on his silver hair, giving it a golden edge. "You're back, child." It seems the headmaster had already guessed he would return. He puts down the scissors and turns around, his wise and kind eyes gently looking at him. But just this simple greeting makes Michel's nose suddenly feel sore. The feelings of frustration kept inside, the fear at the edge of life and death, and the confusion about human nature all flooded into his mind like a bursting flood. The scene before him became blurry. The old director didn't ask what was wrong. Instead, like when Michel fell as a child, he reached out with his rough, calloused hand and gently patted his head. "If you feel upset, just cry it out," the director said softly and kindly, with a strength that could accept everything. "You don't need to be strong in front of your family." Michel couldn't hold back anymore. He buried his face in the director's arms, which smelled faintly of sandalwood. Ugh! He was like a child who had been wronged, releasing all the fear, shame, and harsh realities he had faced these days in sobs, letting it all out freely. The director quietly patted his back, letting tears soak his long robe. After crying, Michel shyly wiped his tears. His eyes were red as he told the director everything. His confusion about killing and saving, survival and principles, and his final choice. "I refused the money. I know I was foolish, but I wanted to follow the beliefs you taught me." "You did very well, my child," the director said, looking into his eyes with firm confidence. "Beliefs are not just pretty words we say. They are the hardest choices we make when faced with temptation and danger. You kept your heart. That's enough." Soon, the familiar smell of food drifted from the dining hall. At dinner, Michel sat at the long table, surrounded by family. Though they only had simple black bread, vegetable soup, and a little bit of cured meat, he ate with great joy. That simple, warm taste made him feel more peaceful and satisfied than ever before. That night, he slept peacefully in the monastery's small, firm bed, listening to the insects outside his window. It was the deepest sleep he had since leaving home. The next morning, Michel woke up to the familiar sound of morning prayers. After a night of rest, he felt completely refreshed. He had made his decision. He left most of the heavy bag of silver coins for the monastery, funds for their livelihood, and helping the poor. He kept only 10 silver coins for travel expenses. After dressing neatly, he said a formal goodbye to the abbot and his brothers. "Go, child," the old abbot said at the door, watching him leave. "Go through the trials of the world and follow your faith. As long as your heart is bright, the holy light will guide your way." With blessings, Michel started his journey down the mountain again. This time, his steps were light and confident, not heavy and uncertain. He wanted to become a stronger adventurer and drive away the darkness and evil in the world. He walked happily along the main road of Olan City. When he passed a bakery called Old Max, the familiar smell of baking made him stop. It was an old shop he used to visit with the abbot when they went down the mountain. An old man with white hair came out of the shop. When he saw the young man in a white robe standing at the door, he squinted and recognized him. He immediately smiled happily. "Oh, isn't that the best-looking kid from the old monastery? Wow, I haven't seen you in a while. You've grown so tall. I heard you became an adventurer. Good for you." The old man cheerfully took a big, freshly baked cream horn from the counter and handed it to Michel without hesitation. "Here, take this. It's a reward for our little adventurer. Be careful out there." Michel held the still warm bread, feeling the pure kindness from others, and his heart warmed. He thanked the old man gratefully, then took a bite of the sweet cream, and turned to continue his new journey. Although the road ahead was still unknown, he was no longer afraid of the darkness because his faith was always in his heart. The morning light was faint, and the Adventurers Guild was already bustling with noise. The air was filled with a mix of cheap ale, sweat, and leather smells. Michel nervously sat at the round table of the Iron Anvil squad, which was always hard to keep clean, like a little white rabbit lost among wolves. Elvin had just returned from the quest board and placed a piece of sheepskin on the table. His voice was calm as always. I took a mission. I will a herbalist to the Whispering Forest outside the city to gather rare herbs. It will take 2 days round trip. The reward is 30 silver coins each. 30 silver coins? Michel couldn't help but whisper in surprise, his eyes instantly brightening. Compared to the previous, less secure earnings, this was a very good and legitimate income. Hey, this job is great. Buck slammed his fist on the table, making the wine glasses rattle. Mission, low risk, high reward. Perfect for us to train the new guy. He gave Michel a friendly smile, trying to reassure him. Only Roger leaned lazily against the back of his chair, twirling his dagger, clearly not focused on the task itself. Herbalist, huh? He raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. Hope she's not an old lady with a face full of wrinkles. Otherwise, on this journey, our fun will just be teasing our cute little priest. His gaze lingered on Michel's delicate face, making Michel blush and look down shyly. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice like a songbird came from the doorway. Excuse me, are you the Anvil squad? Everyone looked toward the sound. Standing at the door, outlined by the morning light, was a figure like a fresh breeze, instantly clearing the tavern's stuffy atmosphere. It was a young woman in a green linen dress, carrying a large basket full of fresh herbs on her back, emitting the scent of morning dew and crushed plants. She had sun-kissed chestnut hair casually braided into pigtails that hung over her chest, and a few cute freckles on her face added a lively touch. She seemed a little frightened by the noisy atmosphere in the guild, her bright green eyes showing a hint of shyness as she searched through the crowd. Her gaze swept over the table, passing Buck, who looked like a small mountain, then Roger with his mischievous smile, and finally Elvin with his cold expression. Clearly, none of them matched her expectations. Finally, her eyes landed on Michel. Her bright green eyes lit up like she had found a rare gem in a dark cave. The nervousness and unease on her face disappeared, replaced by a warm, sunny smile full of friendliness. That's wonderful. She exhaled happily and hurried over. I didn't expect there to be a girl on the team. Now I'll have someone to travel with. When this sentence was spoken, the atmosphere around the table instantly became very strange. Blood suddenly rushed to Michel's forehead, and he felt his cheeks so hot that he could cook an egg on them. Me? He awkwardly pointed to himself, then looked at the 3 senior colleagues who were trying not to laugh. A big piece of bread that Buck had just put in his mouth got stuck in his throat. He suddenly turned his head, and his broad shoulders started shaking uncontrollably. His face turned red, clearly trying hard not to burst out laughing. Elvin pushed up his glasses without showing any emotion, took a sip from his coffee cup, a completely unnecessary action that just perfectly hid the slight upward curve of his lips. Roger was the most exaggerated of all. First, he made a short sound, then completely gave up resisting. He leaned over the table, trembling violently, laughing and pounding the table at the same time, which made the people around him look over curiously. Ha ha, girl, has a partner. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Seeing his teammates' obvious glee at his embarrassment, Michel felt humiliated and wished he could disappear into the ground. He could only grit his teeth, raising his small, red face like a ripe apple, and explain to the enthusiastic herbalist girl in a faint, insect-like voice, cough. I actually am a guy. It was as if the air froze for a moment. Huh. Lena, the herbalist, froze with a stiff smile on her face. Her bright green eyes widened in disbelief, staring up and down at Michel's delicate face, slender waist, and the priest's robe, as if trying to find some masculine feature to prove this ridiculous statement. But there was nothing. Boy, a boy. Her voice rose sharply from shock, piercing through the noisy hall, attracting the curiosity of several nearby adventurers. Lena's face suddenly turned bright red, more vibrant than the red berries in her basket. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and stammered apologies. Sorry. I didn't mean to, oh my you. You look really She seemed to want to find an adjective, but struggled to think of one, finally only managing to say, "Too easy to misunderstand. It's okay, it's okay." Michel kept waving his hands, wanting to end this public embarrassment quickly. "I'm used to it. Often misunderstood. Anyway, I sincerely apologize." Lena bowed deeply to Michel, her sincere attitude making him feel a bit embarrassed. She straightened up but still looked a little unsure, secretly glancing at Michel several times with surprise, embarrassment, and a hint of hard-to-explain regret. Buck finally finished laughing, cleared his throat, and stood up. His tall, strong figure blocked the curious eyes around him, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Since everyone is here, let's not stand around. Miss Lena, shall we leave now? Our gear and supplies are ready." "Yes, the sooner, the better," Lena nodded quickly, tightening the basket on her back. "The path to Whispering Forest isn't easy. We should reach the abandoned watchtower at the forest edge before dark to set up camp." "All right, let's go." Buck waved his hand and led the way to the guild entrance. Roger also stopped laughing, stood up, and casually patted Michelle's shoulder, who was still dazed, then leaned in and whispered with a smile, "It seems our journey will be more fun than we thought, my little sister." "Who's the little sister?" Michel snapped, annoyed, and swatted Roger's hand away. Puffing out his cheeks, he caught up with the group. They quickly left the lively city of Olan and stepped onto the dirt road leading outside the city into the forest. The road was flanked by endless farmland and sparse woods, filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Outside the city, everything looked peaceful and calm. Butterflies fluttered among wildflowers, and distant birds chirped cheerfully. For Michel, who had been living in the monastery and city, this open scene made him feel refreshed, and the earlier awkwardness faded away. Lena also seemed to recover from her earlier embarrassment. She was a cheerful girl and quickly started a conversation. Mr. McKeel," she tentatively called out, feeling a bit awkward. She decided to be direct and changed her way of addressing him. "Can I call you McKeel? My name is Lena." "Of course, Miss Lena," McKeel nodded. "Just call me Lena," she said with a smile, waving her hand. She was very curious about this boy who looked as delicate as an elf. "Are you really a priest?" "The priests I've seen before were usually serious older men." "I'm just an apprentice priest," McKeel said shyly, scratching the back of his head. "The ones you mentioned are more experienced seniors." They started talking back and forth, and the atmosphere became more friendly. Lena seemed very familiar with plants. She often stopped to point at some wild grass by the roadside and excitedly explained its medicinal uses, showing her love for her job. McKeel listened carefully, feeling that this herbalist girl was not only pretty, but also kind. His good impression of her grew. Ahead, Roger glanced back at the happy scene and lazily said, "Miss Lena, you better watch him. Our little priest here is more valuable than your rare herbs, and he tends to attract strange things." His words hinted at something, making McKeel suddenly remember the scary experience in the sewer, where slimes and leeches had focused on him. His face turned pale. "Miss Lena, don't listen to Roger's nonsense," he quickly said, though he sounded unsure. Lena blushed a little at Roger's suggestive words, but still smiled, and said to McKeel, "It's okay, I'll be careful." As she spoke, she took a small bag of herbs from her basket, which emitted a strong, unpleasant smell. "Here, take this. It's called Awakening Herb. In the Whispering Forest, many plants can cause hallucinations. If you feel dizzy or see strange things, smell this to help dispel most low-level illusions." "Thank you, Lena." McKeel gratefully accepted the herb bag. As the group moved deeper, the scenery along the road began to change. The flat farmland was replaced by dense bushes, and the air became moist and warm. Tall trees started to appear everywhere, cutting the hot sunlight into dappled spots that shone on the moss-covered ground. Occasionally, you could see brightly colored lizards quickly scurrying by or hear the rustling of small, unknown animals moving through the grass. "We are now at the edge of the Whispering Forest." Lena's voice became focused. She often reminded everyone to watch their step and avoid some vines that looked like ordinary plants but were actually hidden thorns. Most creatures here are not aggressive, but it's best not to provoke them. After walking for about half an hour, Buck, who had been leading at the front, suddenly stopped. He raised his right hand, which was wearing an iron glove, signaling the team to stop. "Something's ahead," he said quietly. His large body blocked the view in front. The group's mood instantly shifted from a relaxed outing to tense alertness. Michelle's heart jumped to his throat, and he instinctively gripped his plain wooden staff tighter. He tiptoed and looked forward through the gap in Buck's arm. In the clearing ahead, a fancy noble carriage was overturned on the ground. Its wheels were broken, and around it, there were some delicate suitcases and shattered porcelain. The two horses pulling the carriage lay in pools of blood, their throats torn open by sharp weapons, an extremely bloody scene. What was even more shocking was that next to the carriage, several lightly armored guards' bodies were lying haphazardly. It's a caravan. No, a noble convoy was ambushed. Roger's figure suddenly appeared from the shadows of the trees like a ghost. He crouched down, dabbed a bit of blood on his finger, and looked serious. The blood hasn't dried completely, so it happened not long ago. Bandits? Buck frowned and clenched his battle axe at his waist. Doesn't seem like it. Elvin stepped forward to examine the guards' bodies. He pushed aside the wounds with a stick and calmly analyzed. The fatal injuries are claw marks. The wounds are deep, like from a large wild animal. And he pointed to the muddy footprints around the carriage. Besides human footprints, there are also some that look like wolf paws, but twice as big as normal wolf tracks. It was a wolf. Roger's face darkened. Only goblins can control the mountain wolves. It seems like a group of goblin raiders riding wolves did this. Lena's face turned pale. She instinctively moved closer to Michelle. And the people in the cart. Roger stood up and walked over to the damaged cart. He looked inside, then shook his head. No one is there. It looks like they were taken. Taken? Michelle swallowed nervously, a bad feeling rising in his chest. What will happen to the people who were taken? What else could happen? Roger turned around, his tone calm, but a little harsh. Goblins' hideouts are not good places. If they are men, they might be tortured or made into slaves. If they are women, he paused, glancing at Lena and Michelle. His look made Michelle feel cold all over. Thought the outcome could be even worse. You know that. Roger's words felt like cold water pouring over everyone, making the peaceful forest afternoon turn cold and dark. Lena's face went even whiter with fear, and she trembled. Buck looked at the wolf paw prints stretching on the ground and said in a deep voice, "The goblin camp should be nearby. Should we go around and keep our mission, Oregon?" He looked at everyone, asking for their opinion. Silence spread among the group. Lena clenched her clothes tightly, her lips pale from fear, but her kind eyes showed a hint of regret and struggle. She was scared, but she didn't want to ignore the innocent. Roger crossed his arms, acting as if he didn't care. Elvin looked down at the map, as if calculating something. This was their usual way, rational, efficient, avoiding unnecessary risks. But this time, their eyes met in the air for a moment. Then, without speaking, they all turned at the same time toward the quietest person in the group. Michel stood in front of the bloody scene, hands clasped, eyes closed. His pale face was full of compassion. He didn't realize a faint holy light was shining from him, as if praying for the innocent lives about to be lost. He didn't cry out for help or beg them to save the people, because he didn't want his friends to pay for his kindness. That pure kindness and innocence, so out of place in the harsh world around, was almost blinding in its quietness. The three of them looked at each other again, their gazes meeting in the air. Roger raised an eyebrow, a helpless yet indulgent smile on his face. Elvin pushed up his glasses and nodded slowly and seriously. Buck looked at his teammates' reactions, a relieved smile appearing on his rough face. He suddenly slammed his battle axe into the ground with a dull thud. "Looks like I'm unlucky." He cursed roughly, but his voice was full of new energy. "Roger, go ahead and scout the way, follow the tracks. Elvin, prepare your area spell. Michael, Lena, stick close to me, don't fall behind." He made a decision with his actions. "We're going to rescue those who were taken, and bring them back. Yes, Senior Buck?" Michael suddenly looked up, his once dull eyes shining brightly again. He didn't expect that these usually cold and profit-driven seniors would change their minds just because of his small act of defiance. A warm feeling filled his heart, washing away his earlier fear and helplessness. I will protect myself and Miss Lena," he said seriously, gripping his wooden staff tightly. "Good. Having awareness is a good thing." Buck nodded, seeming very pleased with Michael's response. Lena looked at the boy, who was even smaller than herself, but at a critical moment could speak such reliable words. A touch of emotion appeared in her eyes, and her earlier fear seemed to fade a little. Roger's figure had already disappeared into the dense forest ahead like a ghost. The team's mood instantly shifted from a relaxed outing to a tense battle stance. Buck held his large shield in front of him, carefully moving forward step by step. Elvin, holding his staff, began softly chanting a blessing spell, adding a faint glow of mage's armor to the team. Blessing of resilience. Michael was not idle either. He raised his staff and cast a buff to increase the maximum health of the 3 teammates at the front. The yellowish light merged into their bodies, making them feel sturdier. The team followed the tracks left by the wild dog and the broken branches, moving deeper into the forest. The light around them grew dimmer, and tall tree canopies almost blocked out the sky. A strong smell of beast nests and decay filled the air. About 15 minutes later, Roger silently appeared beside the team and made a shushing gesture. "We found it," he whispered sharply, eyes sharp. "There is a goblin camp in the valley ahead. It's quite large, with about 15 goblins and 3 wild dogs. The traders, no, the nobles, are kept in a wooden cage. They seem to be alive for now." 15, Michir quietly repeated, feeling nervous again. "That's quite a few," Elvin said calmly. "If we rush in, Buck alone will have a hard time facing 3 wild dogs and goblin archers. We need a plan. The fools are dividing the loot, and their guards are lax," Roger added with a cold smile. "The cage is behind the camp, guarded by only 2 goblins. My idea is," he spread out a simple map and pointed at it. "I sneak past, take out the guards, and open the cage to cause chaos. While they're distracted, Buck, you charge from the front to draw their main force. Elvin, you provide fire support from above, focusing on the archers. Michir, your task is the most important." Roger looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Michir. "Protect Miss Lena, and when the time is right, use your magic to help us. Can you do that?" "No problem, Senior Roger," Michir nodded seriously. Once the plan was set, everyone split up immediately. Roger's figure disappeared into the shadows again, like ink dropping into water. Elvin, protected by Buck, quietly climbed a moss-covered rocky with a good view. Michir and Lena were hidden behind thick bushes, a safe spot where they could observe the camp through gaps in the branches. Looking through the bushes, you can see a simple campfire burning brightly. A group of ugly, short goblins are loudly arguing over shiny silk and jewelry they stole. A large, shiny-furred wolf-like creature is lazily lying by the fire, occasionally sticking out its long tongue to lick its bloody claws. In the corner of the camp, inside a rough wooden cage, are many people. Among them are a man and a woman dressed in fancy clothes. The man looks like a butler, desperately trying to protect a young noblewoman who is trembling with fear, his face full of despair. The air is tense. Michelle's heart is pounding. He tightly grips his wooden staff, sweating in his palms. Lena is so nervous she holds her breath, clasping her hands in front of her chest as if praying softly. Time passes slowly. Suddenly, everything changes. One goblin patrolling outside seems drunk. It hums a bad tune, sways, and strays from its patrol route, heading straight toward the bushes where they are hiding. Lena turns pale with fear, quickly covering her mouth to stay silent. Just as the goblin is about to reach the bushes, it begins to untie its dirty belt, apparently ready to relieve itself. If it notices them, their plan will fail completely. Michelle's heart jumps into his throat. Buck is too far away to stop him. Elvin, watching from above, cannot aim precisely. Roger, sneaking behind the camp, doesn't know what's happening here. What should they do? Michelle glances at Lena, who is almost faint with fear, then at the approaching goblin. A determined look flashes in his eyes. He clenches his teeth, and just before the goblin steps into the bushes, he suddenly pushes aside the branches and steps out boldly. The goblin, about to go to the bathroom, is startled by this sudden figure. It freezes instantly. When it sees that standing in front of it is a girl dressed in a clean priest's robe, with smooth, white skin and delicate features like a doll, its dull little eyes suddenly gleam with greed and wickedness. Adada, he even threw away his weapon, drooling as he opened his arms and howled, rushing toward Michir. Michir's body suddenly stiffened, and a wave of nausea swept over him. The foul smell of blood, dirt, and hid his face, making him almost. Instinctively, he wanted to step back, scream, and use holy light to turn this dirty monster into ashes. But he couldn't, at least not now. He clenched his lips tightly, almost biting through them, forcing his legs, those that wanted to run, to stay rooted in place. He could feel Elvin's cold magic locking onto this spot from above, and he sensed Buck's nearby, volcano-like anger about to erupt. He knew his teammates were waiting for the perfect moment, and he was the one creating that moment, the most dangerous. Fate. He closed his eyes, suppressing all fear and disgust deep inside. His only thought was, trust them. The goblin, shorter than him by a head, lunged forward, burying its dirty head into Michir's flat chest and soft belly. It greedily sniffed the clean scent, faintly smelling of soapweed, completely different from its filthy nest, and made a satisfied, gurgling sound. Those unruly, rough claws, like dry tree branches, began to roam and pinch at Michir's slender waist and hips, feeling the firm, elastic texture beneath his priest's robe. Nails scraped against the fabric, producing a chilling, scratching sensation. Michir's body trembled violently, every inch of skin crying out in resistance. Embarrassed tears welled up uncontrollably, sliding down his pale cheeks. But he still didn't move, even slowing his breathing, standing like a delicate statue being defiled. The goblin grew bolder. One hand, sneaking along the hem of his robe, moved lewdly upward. Its cold, dirty fingers touched his smooth thigh. Just as that filthy hand was about to go further, reaching into more private, forbidden areas. Now, Buck's roar thundered like an explosion, filled with suppressed rage. A chilling ice arrow shot down from above, tearing through the air with a piercing scream, precisely piercing the goblin's back of the head. Meanwhile, the tall figure of Buck suddenly charged out from the trees on the other side, like an angry wild bull, directly crashing into the center of the camp. Behind the camp, the chains of the wooden cage snapped loudly, and Roger's figure flashed away in the chaos. The battle erupted completely. Michelle's legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed. He looked at the dead goblin in front of him, with an ice arrow stuck between its eyebrows and a sneaky smile on its face. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to stay calm and checked to see if Lena was safe. "Miss Lena?" I'm fine," Lena replied with a trembling voice, peeking out from behind the bushes. Her face was pale, and tears still clung to her eyes, clearly frightened by what had just happened. When she saw Michelle's ragged robe, stained with goblin saliva, her eyes filled with fear, gratitude, and a deep, hard-to-express sadness. "Michelle, now's not the time to talk about that." Michelle interrupted her, quickly steadying his breath. He turned all his shame and fear into cold fighting spirit, his gaze fixed on the chaotic battlefield. Buck, like a tiger among sheep, smashed two goblins with his huge shield, knocking them aside. His battle axe flashed with a blood-red arc, instantly cutting off the front leg of a wolf. High above, Elvin remained calm like a death god. Fireballs shot from his staff like precise cannonballs, targeting the goblin archers trying to shoot him. Roger, after rescuing the hostage, became a true shadow of death. He used the chaos to expose the goblin's weaknesses, appearing suddenly with a flash of silver and a short, sharp scream each time he struck. But there were too many enemies. On Michelle's side, 3 goblins and the last intact wolf noticed these seemingly easiest targets. They howled and abandoned Buck, rushing toward Michelle and Lena. Michelle protected the terrified Lena behind him and raised a simple wooden staff. Facing the 3 goblins charging and the snarling wolf, he still felt fear, but more than that, he was determined to fight back when cornered. In the name of the holy light, smite! A not very thick but bright golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, precisely striking the frontmost wolf-like creature. Howl! The wolf let out a sharp, piercing cry as the beam burned a sizzling black wound into its dark fur. This attack angered it and slowed down the enemy's charge a little. Faced with the goblins rushing in from both sides, Michelle had no time to do anything else. He could only bet everything on defeating the biggest threat, the wolf. One more time. Smite. Another burst of holy light struck again, hitting the already blackened wound on the wolf's back. Howl. This time, The wolf's cry was sharp and brief. Its large body stiffened in midair, then fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before stopping. However, killing the wolf used up Michelle's last chance. The three goblins were now very close, forming a semicircle around him and Lena, their faces twisted with greed and cruelty. Their rusty short knives gleamed coldly in the dim forest light. "Michelle, hold on," Buck shouted angrily. His back was grabbed hard by a responding wolf, tearing 3 gashes in his sturdy armor, blood pouring out. Lena let out a short, frightened scream. Michelle's face turned pale, almost able to smell the disgusting stench on the goblins. He instinctively held his staff across his chest, making a useless blocking stance. "It's over. Am I going to die?" Just as all hope seemed lost, a sudden voice rang out beside him. "TCH, always have me come to the rescue." In the next moment, he felt a breeze brush past him, as if something had just missed him. Then, 3 faint, sharp sounds like blades slicing through flesh came from ahead. He trembled as he opened his eyes. He saw Roger standing in front of him and Lena, back-facing them. The 3 goblins froze in place, still rushing forward, with thin bloodlines appearing on their necks at the same time. Shadow Step. The assassin uses speed and shadows to create a fleeting visual afterimage, while the real body moves like a ghost among enemies to deliver a deadly strike. Roger wiped the blood off his dagger and turned around. He looked at the corpse of the wolf on the ground, and then at the frightened young priest who was pale and tears still in his eyes, but was still bravely hiding Lena behind him. In Roger's usually teasing eyes, a faint, almost unnoticed look of approval flashed. "Good job. You managed to kill a wolf alone. Looks like you're not completely useless, Senior Roger," Michelle shouted happily. "Don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet." Roger quickly grabbed Michelle's arm and pulled him behind himself, then looked cautiously toward the main battlefield. "Help that big guy. Hurry. He's about to break." Michelle followed Roger's gaze, and his heart clenched again. On the main battlefield, Buck looked like a giant bear stuck in mud. He was still brave, but much slower than before. His thick leather armor was torn in several places, blood staining the cracks, and there was even an orc crossbow bolt stuck in his left arm, making his shield-raising move awkward. He was being attacked by 3 very strong orc elites. These enemies worked well together. One focused on attacking, the other 2 harassed him, constantly creating new wounds on his body. "Senior Buck, hold on." Michelle didn't dare slack off. He immediately raised his wooden staff, ignoring the complicated chant of minor healing, and chose the faster spell, Holy Shield. Merciful Light, turn into a strong wall. Holy Shield. A golden protective barrier instantly appeared on Buck, just in time to block a deadly backstab from one of the orc elites. The poison dagger hit the shield with a sharp clang, sparks flying. Just in time, Buck roared. Seizing the moment given by the Holy Shield, he ignored the other 2 orcs' attacks and turned around with a powerful shield bash, smashing it into the attacker's face. The enemy was knocked flying, several teeth flying out. Michelle didn't dare stop. He immediately began chanting a healing spell. Gentle holy light gathered in his hands, filling the air with warm, sacred energy. Gentle flowing water soothed the pain. Minor healing. A thick green light ball shot out, crossing half the battlefield and accurately merging into Buck's sturdy body. The bleeding wounds on his body began to stop bleeding and heal at a visible speed. The crossbow arrow stuck in his arm was slowly pushed out by the power of holy light and fell to the ground. His pale face regained a hint of redness. Meanwhile, Elvin, who was high above, seized the opportunity. After dealing with all the distant threats, he finally had the chance to chant a powerful spell. Burn, evil soul. Fireball, a huge fireball about the size of a human head, with a long tail of flames, roared down from the sky like a meteor, accurately hitting the most crowded group of goblins. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the valley. The intense heat of the fireball instantly engulfed 5 or 6 goblins. The shockwave, mixed with flames and torn flesh, spread outward. The goblins caught in the blast let out screams of pain, caught on fire, and rolled on the ground. On the battlefield, only 2 elite goblins, dizzy from the explosion, and a few scattered survivors remained. The wind from the explosion blew Michelle's hair and robe loudly, but he had no time to care. He saw that Baku's condition had improved somewhat, but he was still in danger. Holy light, please show mercy again. Minor healing. Another healing light shot out, pulling Baku back from the brink of danger. Baku, now restored, roared loudly like a tiger among sheep. Ignoring the small wounds on his body, he abandoned his defensive stance, grasped his battle axe, and launched cleave. Everyone die. The glowing battle axe cut a deadly arc, splitting the last two terrified goblin elites in half. The battle, amid a few short screams, was finally over. Huff, huff. The valley finally returned to calm, leaving only heavy breathing and the crackling of the campfire. Michel was about to go forward to check on his teammates' injuries when his legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. A hand reached out and steadied him. "Take it easy, little hero," said Roger. He didn't let go of Michel's hand. Instead, he gently supported half of Michel's weight onto himself. Roger could clearly feel the soft, trembling body in his arms. The faint scent of sweat and a holy light made him feel somewhat at peace. "Good job," Roger said with rare genuine praise. He lowered his head and whispered in Michiel's ear, "When you stepped forward just now, you really looked like a brave man." This sudden compliment made Michiel's pale face, already drained from exhaustion, blush with a light pink. He felt a bit shy and tried to pull away, but he found he had no strength left. In the distance, Buck, leaning on his axe and breathing heavily, pulled out the remaining arrows from his body and casually tossed them aside. He looked at the two people who depended on each other, then at Lena and the two rescued nobles cautiously emerging from the bushes. He grinned, revealing a bloody but bright smile. "We won." The middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, approached with the frightened noble lady, thanking everyone profusely. "Thank you all for saving us. We will never forget this kindness," he said emotionally. Despite his ragged clothes, he maintained good manners. "It was just a small favor," Buck waved his hand. Seeing their disheveled state, he asked curiously, "Who are you? How did you get here and get attacked by goblins?" "Well, it's a long story," the butler sighed, showing a worried expression. "We are from the upper part of Olan City, from the Silver Creek Valley Lord's estate. But about half a month ago, a terrible plague suddenly broke out in the valley. The dead animals and even people rose again, turning into monsters that only knew how to attack the living. Undead?" Elvin's face instantly turned serious. "Yes, undead," the butler's voice trembled. "We fought to escape with the lady, hoping to get help in Olan City. But we ran into these goblins again. Sigh. Luckily, we met all of you. By the way, we also encountered a patrol from Olan City. They said the city lord's office has already sent people to investigate, so we should have news soon." The noble lady timidly spoke, her voice like a silver bell. "Thank you very much for saving us. We are now fleeing in a panic, with nothing but the clothes on our backs." She took out a heavy bag of silver coins from her pocket and handed it over, with an apologetic look. "Here are 80 silver coins, our last remaining money. It's not enough to repay your kindness, but please accept it." Buck looked at the bag of coins and then at their miserable appearance. Just as he was about to refuse, Roger subtly nudged him, then stepped forward to take the bag. "The kindness of saving someone is worth more than this." Roger weighed the bag in his hand, expressionless. "But since you are in such a bad state, I'll consider this a friendly price." Although his words sounded a bit rude, they also stopped the other from bothering them further. After sending away the master and servant, Buck couldn't help but ask, "Roger, you're really not polite. You took their money? They're in such a bad situation." "Bad? Not necessarily." Roger looked at the two figures walking away and squinted. A noble from a mountain valley, carrying only 80 coins while fleeing? And, did you see that necklace on the girl's neck? That sapphire is worth at least 3 gold coins. "Enough, forget about them." Elvin interrupted their talk. "We shouldn't stay here long. The smell of blood will attract other predators. We need to leave quickly. Hey, little priest, come here." Roger no longer argued about the noble. He squatted beside the corpse of the mountain wolf that Michel had killed and waved at him. Michel walked over confused. "According to adventurer rules, whoever kills the prey has the right to prioritize looting," Roger said, skillfully cutting open the wolf's belly with a small knife and searching inside. "Check if there's anything valuable. If you're lucky, there might be a magic core." "Huh." Michelle leaned in curiously. How is it? Is there one? Roger's hand rummaged through the wolf's foul-smelling guts, his brow furrowing slightly, then relaxing again. Tisk, unfortunately, no magic core formed, he said regretfully, shaking his head. But then he pulled out something else and wiped it clean on some grass nearby. However, luck was on our side. He spread the object in his palm and showed it to Michelle. This is a small, sharp black wolf fang about the size of a thumb, faintly flowing with a hint of magic. Then Roger removed the wolf's pelt, which was a complete, undamaged black wolf hide. The wolf fang can be crafted by a skilled craftsman into arrows or daggers with a piercing effect, worth about 5 silver coins. The wolf hide is tough, waterproof, and fireproof, making it good for leather armor, which can sell for at least 10 silver coins. Here, it's all yours. Wow? Michir's eyes lit up. This was the first extra income he earned on his own. But thinking about the fight just now, he hesitated and pushed Roger's hand away. All thanks to Senior Roger saving me. You should keep these. Roger looked at the loot pushed back to him, paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. His always squinting eye showed a hint of amusement. He didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he gently lifted Michir's chin with the blood-stained back of his small knife, forcing him to meet his gaze. The cold metal made Michir shiver. Listen, little priest. Roger's tone was very low, with a hint of commanding authority. A deal is a deal. I saved you because you're my teammate. I don't want our only healer to die here, but this beast was killed by your own skill, and the loot is yours. That's the rule. He moved closer, his deep eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Take it. Or, I might have to find another way to make you pay me back. That hot, blood-streaked breath sprayed on Michir's face, making his heart race and his cheeks turn red uncontrollably. Murph. Michir swallowed hard, looking at Roger's close, aggressive eyes, feeling his heartbeat skip a beat. He didn't doubt that if he refused again, this senior, who didn't seem like a good person, might do something he would regret. Understood. Senior Roger. He blushed and hurriedly took the wolf fang and the still-warm wolf hide from Roger's hand, almost snatching them, then clumsily stuffed them into his small bag. Seeing his obedient and frightened look, Roger was satisfied and let go of his hand, putting away his dagger. After this unexpected fight and a short rest, it was getting late. The sunset's glow shone through the layered tree canopies, casting long, mottled shadows in the forest. This place is not safe to stay long. The smell of blood will attract other predators, Elvin calmly warned. We must reach the designated watchpost before dark. Everyone quickly resumed their journey. Perhaps because they had just experienced a life-and-death battle, the team's mood became more friendly. Buck no longer just walked silently. He occasionally shared funny stories from his youth, making Lena laugh. Even the usually aloof Elvin patiently answered Lena's questions about magical plants. Only Roger still walked on the side of the group, like a silent lone wolf, occasionally giving a meaningful look that made Michelle feel a bit uneasy. As it was about to get completely dark, the forest suddenly opened up ahead. An open clearing appeared, and in the center stood a somewhat dilapidated 2-story watchpost made of stone and round wood. The wooden door of the watchpost was half open, and vines climbed up the walls. In the last rays of sunset, it looked lonely yet dependable. Finally arrived, Elvin looked at the map and confirmed the location. This is our campsite. Huh. Michelle let out a long breath, feeling the exhaustion from the shelter that could block wind and rain wash over him. Don't relax just yet. Roger's figure suddenly appeared at the watchpost door like a ghost. He made a safe gesture. No one's inside, and no monsters are nearby, but it's covered in dust, so we need to clean it up. Buck led the way and pushed open the creaking wooden door. Inside, the watchpost was simply furnished. The first floor was an open hall with a stone fire pit in the middle, suitable for a campfire. In the corner, there were some rotten logs stacked. A shaky wooden ladder led to the second floor. Elvin used a breeze spell to sweep most of the dust off the floor, while Buck skillfully started a fire. Lena put down her gathering basket and took out some edible mushrooms and wild vegetables, preparing a simple dinner. Michir, Lena smiled as she handed him a few empty water bags. There's a small stream behind the outpost. Could you please go and fetch some clean water? I need to prepare dinner and might not be able to leave. Huh? Oh, sure. Michir took the water bags. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll go with you. A deep voice came from nearby. Roger had already stepped beside Michir, carrying 2 larger water bags. The terrain behind the stream is complicated. I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone, he said confidently, not giving Michir a chance to refuse. And with your little strength, carrying this much water isn't enough for 5 of us. Lena looked at Roger's confident expression and then at Michir, who seemed a bit unsure. She gave a knowing, slightly teasing smile and nodded understandingly. All right, with Mr. Roger here, I feel more at ease. Michir looked at Roger's unwavering gaze and Lena's obvious misunderstanding, feeling a bit nervous but forcing himself to nod. Inside, he felt strangely uneasy. The 2 of them walked out of the outpost, one after the other. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. The last rays of the sunset stretched out in long orange-red bands across the horizon. A cool breeze rustled the leaves in the woods, making them whisper, and also lifted Michir's wide robe, revealing his slender, fair ankles. Behind the outpost, there was indeed a clear, flowing stream. The water babbled over smooth pebbles, making a pleasant sound. Roger reached the stream and quickly filled his water bags. Michir squatted nearby, carefully dipping his small water bag into the cold stream. It was very quiet around them, only the sound of flowing water and occasional insects. This solitude made Michir feel a strange nervousness. He could even hear his heart pounding. After filling the water, Roger didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat on a large stone nearby, leisurely watching Michir's somewhat awkward movements. His gaze was more unabashed than when he was in the team, as if he was admiring a treasured possession of his own. Michir felt uncomfortable being watched by him. His hands holding the water became stiff, and he hurried to fill the water bag as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to finish filling the last bag, Roger suddenly spoke, his voice clear in the quiet streamside. Afternoon. When that goblin touched you, what were you thinking? This question was sudden and direct, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Michelle's hand trembled, almost dropping the water bag into the stream. He didn't expect Roger to ask this. That humiliating and disgusting moment was the last thing he wanted to remember. He stayed silent, unsure how to answer. Saying he was afraid? Saying he felt sick? Both seemed too weak. Nothing. Just protecting the client. He finally mumbled, lowering his head and avoiding Roger's gaze. Protecting the client? Roger seemed to find the answer amusing. He chuckled softly, his laugh echoing in the quiet woods, sounding a bit harsh. He stood up from the stone and slowly walked behind Michel. His imposing figure cast a shadow over Michel, completely covering his small body. That's a typical good priest answer. Roger's voice was right above Michel's head, so close he could feel the vibrations of his chest when he spoke. His voice was warm and close to Michel's neck, and one hand gently rested on Michel's shoulder. Are you afraid? To say I'm not afraid would be a lie. Michel paused, then suddenly turned his head and smiled brightly. But I know my seniors will save me. That smile was pure and bright, without a hint of impurity, like the first star piercing through a dark sky, lighting up the gloomy streamside and reaching Roger's shadowed heart. Roger looked into Michel's trusting, shining eyes. For a moment, his face froze. The hand on Michel's back seemed to be burned by that smile, trembling slightly. He was used to schemes, betrayal, and manipulation. He was used to reading people in the shadows. Such pure, unreserved trust was unfamiliar to him, yet it was also very tempting. Ha! He chuckled, as if mocking himself or feeling helpless, then withdrew his hand and turned around to pick up the water bag from the ground again. That slick little brat. His voice sounded relaxed and playful again, but if you listened carefully, you would notice that it lacked its usual teasing tone and carried a hint of complex feelings that were hard to explain. Let's go? If we stay late, those guys will eat all the food. Hey, wait for me, Senior Roger. Michel hurriedly tidied up the water bag and, watching the tall figure ahead, happily followed behind. When they returned to the watchtower, the campfire was burning brightly, lighting up the entire first-floor hall with a warm glow. Buck and Elvin were sitting by the fire, talking. Lena had already cooked a delicious-smelling wild vegetable and mushroom soup. Seeing the others return, Lena greeted them with a smile and took the water bags from their hands. Thanks for your hard work. Come warm up. Dinner will be ready soon. Although the meal was simple, after a tense afternoon of travel and fighting, a steaming bowl of mushroom soup and some crispy, toasted bread felt like the best food in the world. The five of them sat around the campfire, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. This was the first time Michel experienced this kind of family-like feeling among an adventurer team. He sipped the mushroom soup, listened to Buck and Elvin bickering, and heard Lena sharing interesting stories about herbs. All his fatigue from the day seemed to melt away. As night deepened, the temperature in the forest dropped. The campfire's glow flickered on everyone's faces, casting long shadows. "All right, it's about time to set up the watch," Buck said after finishing the last piece of bread, clapping his hands. "I'll take the first half of the night. Roger will take the second. Elvin, you need to meditate and restore your magic. Michel and Miss Lena, you two should rest well." "Huh?" Michel hesitated. "Senior, I can also keep watch." His voice grew softer under Buck's firm gaze. "You?" Buck looked at him, as if seeing a child who wanted to help lift a heavy stone. "You've used a lot of mental energy today. If you don't rest properly, you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Don't forget, protecting the healer is the whole team's responsibility. Your task is to stay in the best condition, always ready to help us. Be obedient and go to sleep." Roger also lazily agreed, saying, "That's right, little priest. Let us men handle the night watch. Your and Miss Lena's job is to sleep well in the tent, and when you wake up tomorrow, look nice and fresh." Although his words were teasing, they made it clear that Michel and Lena were seen as the fragile ones who needed protection. Michel couldn't argue back and could only grimace, thinking to himself, "Aren't I a man?" Lena, who didn't have as many inner thoughts, kindly tugged Michel's sleeve and smiled, saying, "Mr. Buck is right, Michel. We should follow the plan. Rest well so we can go deeper into the forest tomorrow." The second floor of the watchtower was a simple loft with a shared sleeping area. Although plain, it was cleaned and laid out with their sleeping bags, making it a decent place to rest. Lena suggested sleeping in the corner at the back of the loft, saying it was the warmest and safest. Michel found this a bit funny. He was a boy, yet he was often treated like a delicate girl needing special care. He took off his shoes and his long robe, which was covered in dust and unknown stains, and slipped into his warm sleeping bag in just his underwear. Lena was sleeping less than half a meter away from him. Through the window on the second floor, Michel could see the flickering light of the campfire below and the steady silhouette of Buck, looking as reliable as a sculpture. The forest at night was very quiet, with only occasional sounds of insects and the wind. Soon, Michel heard Lena breathing evenly, indicating she was asleep. But Michel, overwhelmed by the events of the day, found it hard to sleep. He couldn't help but glance down at Roger and Elvin. Elvin was sitting cross-legged in a corner, deep in meditation, surrounded by a faint glow of magic, seemingly unaware of everything around him. Roger, unlike Buck, was leaning casually against a pillar, playing with a sharp dagger. His gaze swept the darkness around him casually, but his posture was like a black panther ready to pounce, alert and dangerous. Noticing the gaze from upstairs, he suddenly looked up, directly meeting Michel's bright eyes in the dark. He didn't speak, only slightly smiled and made a "go to sleep" gesture with his mouth, his eyes shining with a knowing smile. Michir pursed his lips, feeling a bit shy, and lay down comfortably, turning to look out the window. The night sky was like a huge black velvet cloth, studded with countless bright stars. Without the city lights, the stars were especially clear and bright, and a faint Milky Way stretched across the sky. A shooting star quietly streaked across, leaving a long tail behind, then vanished in an instant. Watching this magnificent starry sky, Michir felt the fatigue and tension from the day seemed to be healed by the peaceful scene. He thought of the abbot at the monastery, the senior brothers who took care of him, and the people he met today. Unconsciously, sleepiness washed over him like a tide, slowly pulling his mind into deep dreams. The stars and moon shift as midnight arrives. "Hey, wake up. It's your turn." A deep voice woke Roger from light sleep. Buck had already sat beside him without him noticing. Buck moved his stiff neck and said, "I'll take over for the second half of the night. If anything happens, wake us immediately." "Don't worry," Roger nodded. Buck glanced upstairs and lowered his voice, asking, "Are those two asleep?" "Yeah, they're out like a light," Roger said, instinctively glancing toward the loft. Especially that little priest. He's probably exhausted. Suddenly, a suppressed, extremely terrified scream came from the second floor. The scream, mixed with fear and sleepiness, sounded particularly sharp in the quiet watchpost, even tinged with crying and a strained voice, belonging to Michir. What's going on? Roger and Buck's faces changed at the same time, and they almost jumped up. Even Elvin, who was meditating, was startled awake, opening his eyes suddenly. The three of them didn't even have time to light their torches before rushing wildly up the rickety wooden ladder. When they reached the loft, under the faint starlight coming through the window, they saw a scene that made their blood run cold. Lena also seemed to have been awakened, sitting up with a confused look. Meanwhile, Michir had scrambled out of his sleeping bag with frantic movements, so vigorous that he even kicked the bag aside. He was trembling all over, pointing at his still slightly moving sleeping bag, his lips trembling, unable to speak. There, something crawled into my sleeping bag. He finally found his voice, but his trembling tone sounded more like a girl's than usual. The three of them looked in the direction he pointed. They saw at the opening of the sleeping bag a huge, completely black slug, about the size of an arm, covered in a slimy layer, slowly and seemingly somewhat annoyed, sticking out its head. It's in shadow slug, Elvin pushed up his glasses and immediately recognized the creature, speaking in a calm, scholarly tone. A low-level burrowing creature, not aggressive, prefers warm, moist environments. It probably took you as a cozy nest. Nest? Buck looked at the size of the slug and then at Michir's slender frame, his expression becoming even stranger. Where did this thing come from? Roger's gaze was fixed elsewhere. Because of the sudden jump and shock earlier, Michir's thin underwear was now more disheveled. The bottom of his shirt was rolled up, revealing his delicate waist. His shorts, due to his curled-up position, had slid up to his thighs, exposing his long, pale legs that shone under the starlight. His frightened, tearful, disheveled appearance made it hard to associate him with the word man. From the staircase viewpoint, one could even catch a glimpse of the most private, delicate skin at the top of the thigh. Buck saw this scene, blushed, and awkwardly looked away, muttering, "This is not proper. Leave it to me." Roger suddenly pulled out an empty sack. Before everyone could react, he quickly stepped forward, skillfully grabbed the tail of the shadow slug, and pulled it out of the sleeping bag. The slug made a displeased, gurgle sound, protesting. Roger threw it into the sack and tightened the opening. "Problem solved," he said, patting his hands. Then he picked up the still wriggling sack, turned his gaze to Michir in the corner, and grinned mischievously. "But your sleeping bag can't be used tonight. It's covered with this little creature's fluids." Fluids? Michir looked at his sleeping bag, which was covered in clear, sticky slime, and felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly grabbed a clean piece of gauze and carefully wiped the remaining sticky residue from his leg. "It's not coming off completely," Roger kindly reminded him. "That stuff has paralyzing toxins. It's best to rinse with clean water. Otherwise, your leg might turn into a pretty carrot by morning." "Okay." Michir didn't dare delay any longer. He ignored his disheveled clothes, only wearing his underwear, and hurried down the rickety wooden ladder. The cold moonlight shone through the guard post door, illuminating his smooth back and tall, straight legs, as if coated with a layer of silver frost. He quickly reached the door, picked up a basin of leftover clean water, and moved to a better-lit spot outside. He squatted down and began washing his calves with the icy stream. The cold sensation eased the itching on his skin slightly, but also made him shiver uncontrollably. Inside, the three male teammates stood at the staircase or in the hall, watching the slender figure squatting in the moonlight, carefully washing his fair thighs. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. After Michir finished wiping, he seemed to notice the intense, burning gazes. He looked up confused, tilted his head, and looked inside the room with a puzzled expression. Seeing his innocent and pure expression, Roger's smile deepened. He slowly walked down the stairs and casually picked up the heavy cloak that Buck had thrown to Michir during the day, which had a strong masculine scent. "Put this on." He reached the door and, without hesitation, draped the large cloak directly over Michir's head, wrapping his tempting body tightly in the moonlight. "It's cool tonight. Don't catch a cold." His voice sounded normal, but his eyes, when close, held a teasing smile. And you probably don't want to attract any more little creatures that like to hide in holes, right? Thank you, Senior Roger. Michel blushed at those words, tightened his cloak, and quickly ran back upstairs. Back in the attic, he saw that his sleeping bag had been kindly moved aside by Lena. Michel, how about you and I share a sleeping bag? Lena looked at him worriedly and softly suggested, it might be a little tight, but it's better than sleeping directly on the wooden board. Her sleeping bag was single-sized and with 2 adults. Even Michel's slender figure, it would be very tight, with bodies pressed close together and no space in between. Downstairs, the 3 men pretending to be busy with their own things all paused at the same time when they heard this. Their ears subtly perked up. No, that's not possible. Michel hurriedly waved his hands, blushing to his ears. How can a grown man like me share a sleeping bag with Miss Lena? Use mine. Roger's voice was clear in the quiet night. Anyway, I'll be on night duty later, and I can't sleep now. We can't let our precious nurse freeze on the wooden board all night. Thank you, Senior Roger. Michel scratched his head, feeling this was the best option for now. He walked over to Roger's sleeping bag, which was made of high-quality waterproof fabric and some soft beast fur, feeling warm and comfortable. It still carried a faint scent, Roger's own, a mix of leather, metal, and a hint of dust. He hesitated for a moment, but finally took off his cloak and slipped inside. The inside of the sleeping bag was much roomier than his own, filled with a reassuring warmth. Perhaps because he was just frightened earlier, or maybe because the daytime battle had drained too much energy. This time, Michir barely touched the soft lining of his sleeping bag before falling into a deep sleep. He slept very peacefully. When Michir woke up again, it was the first morning light shining through in the attic window that woke him. He groggily sat up, feeling all his tiredness disappear. He rubbed his eyes and realized he was still in Roger's sleeping bag. A corner of the sleeping bag had been pulled back, revealing his fair legs. The attic was very quiet. Lena was no longer there, probably already up. Michir yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and sat up. His messy black hair looked like a small, fluffy kitten. He was about to crawl out of the sleeping bag when he heard Buck's loud voice and the smell of food coming from downstairs. Hey, is everyone awake upstairs? Miss Lena's mushroom omelet. If you don't come down soon, I'll eat it all. Hearing the food, Michir's stomach growled uncontrollably. He hurriedly scrambled out of the sleeping bag and started looking for his clothes. Once he was dressed, he carefully stepped down the shaky wooden ladder. In the main hall on the first floor, his teammates were already sitting lively around the campfire. Buck was munching on an omelet, Elvin was tending to his staff, and Roger was leaning against the doorframe, drinking from a water bag. The morning light behind him outlined his figure clearly. When Michir came down, Roger looked him over and smiled with a meaningful expression. Hey, did you sleep well, my little priest? Did you have any strange dreams? No. Michir blushed at his question, instinctively touching his legs as if the smooth feeling was still there. I slept very well, thanks to the senior's sleeping bag. He quickly walked to the fire, took a hot breakfast from Lena's hands, and, to hide his embarrassment, buried his head in eating. The journey is not far, but the creatures around the wetlands are more numerous, and most are poisonous or release toxic gases. Everyone should stay alert. Don't worry, Buck patted his chest confidently. With Michel here, what poison can't be dealt with? Michel felt warm inside. He no longer saw himself as just a slow newcomer. After breakfast, the team set out again. This time, they would go deeper into the dangerous heart of the Whispering Forest. They left the watchpost and continued into the forest. The trees grew taller and thicker, and the light became dimmer. Sunlight barely reached through the overlapping branches, leaving only small patches of light on the ground. The air was wetter, and the ground was covered with thick, soft layers of fallen leaves that made a rustling sound as they stepped on them, as if something might crawl out from underneath. Everyone pay attention, Lena said seriously, pointing to an area ahead with strange blue flowers. That's confusion bloom. Its pollen causes strong hallucinations. We must go around it. Michel took out the medicine pack Lena had given him. The strong smell woke him up from his dullness. He followed Buck closely, moving carefully with each step. On the side of the team, Roger's figure flickered in the dim forest, like a silent ghost, watching carefully. 30 meters ahead on the left, he suddenly whispered, very quietly but clearly. Buck immediately stopped and raised his shield. The atmosphere grew tense. Michel looked ahead nervously. In the shadows of the trees, he saw a few butterflies about the size of his palm, with shimmering rainbow-colored wings, quietly flying up from the flowers and dancing. That's illusion light butterfly. Lena's face turned pale. Their wings carry even stronger hallucinogenic powder than the confusion bloom. Be careful not to breathe in the powder. As she finished speaking, the beautiful butterflies seemed to notice them. They flew toward the team in groups, their wings vibrating, scattering a colorful mist like thin fog. Everyone be careful. Don't breathe it in, Buck said sternly, pulling a cloth over his nose and mouth. Elvin directly cast a small wind barrier to block the colorful dust drifting around. Michir and Lena quickly learned from Buck, covering their mouths and noses with cloth and pressing a wake-up herb pack under their noses. The team carefully tried to pass through the area surrounded by illusion butterflies. But the beautiful butterflies seemed very interested in moving creatures, circling above their heads and dropping more and more colorful dust. Even though everyone had taken precautions, the pervasive hallucinogenic powder still affected them. Michir felt his eyelids getting heavier, and his vision started to distort slightly. He saw the trees nearby seem to move slowly. Elvin's robe turn into flowing rainbow colors, Buck's bald head even grow long, colorful hair. Michir, focus your mind. Elvin's voice sounded like a morning bell, with a mental shock effect that made him suddenly wake up. He realized he had unknowingly strayed from the path and almost stepped into a plant disguised as a flower that could trap him. Thank you, Senior Elvin, he said, breaking out in a cold sweat and quickly thanking him, then raised his wooden staff. In the name of the holy light, dispel illusions. Purification spell. A gentle white light enveloped him. The feeling of dizziness and visual distortion in his mind instantly faded like a tide, and everything in front of him returned to normal. Seeing that the spell worked, Michir didn't hesitate and immediately cast one on Lena, who was also a bit unsteady. Thank you, Michir. Lena sighed in relief under the holy light, her eyes clear again. Good job, Buck. Ahead, turned back and praised. Keep this up. We're about to get through this area. With Michir's continuous use of the purification spell, the team safely passed through the illusion butterfly-covered zone. After about half an hour of walking forward, the trees in front began to thin out, and the air grew more humid. A marshland shrouded in light mist appeared before them. Floating on the water were large lily pads, and various strange aquatic plants could be seen everywhere. The air was filled with damp moisture and the scent of plants, very different from the feeling in the forest before. Here we are. Lena looked at the wetland in front of her, a happy smile on her face. This is the Moonlight Wetland. She carefully walked along the edge of the wetland, examining the plants near the water. After walking a short distance, she suddenly stopped and excitedly pointed to an area in the center of the wetland. Found it. The moonlight flower. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. In the middle of the wetland, in a shallow water area covered with moon moss, a few translucent flowers glowed softly with a silver light, as if carved from moonlight, quietly blooming. Their beauty seemed not of this world. Great. Michir also sincerely felt happy for her. Don't rush to go over. Roger stopped Lena, who was about to step into the water. His sharp eyes scanned the seemingly calm water area. Rare materials like this usually attract powerful monsters nearby. Elvin closed his eyes, and a faint glow appeared at the tip of his staff. He carefully sensed the magic energy around him. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Strange. I don't feel any strong monster aura. Only some very faint mental waves, like butterflies. Buck also looked around cautiously. There's nothing moving nearby. Maybe we're just lucky. Maybe, Roger said, still feeling a bit doubtful, but he didn't see any signs of danger. Lena was eager now. She put on special waterproof boots and carefully walked toward the center of the wetland, holding a small silver shovel. Buck and Roger protected her on either side, while Elvin and Michir stayed on the shore, ready to help at any moment. Lena reached the moonlight flower safely. She squatted down gently and started digging carefully. Just as her shovel was about to touch the first moonlight flower's root, buzz! Suddenly, the water surface of the wetland shook violently. The beautiful moonlight flowers burst into blinding silver light all at once. An invisible, powerful mental shockwave spread out from the center of the moonlight flowers, expanding rapidly in all directions. Not good. It's a trap. Elvin's face changed dramatically. Lena, Buck, and Roger, who are closest, are hit first. The three of them simultaneously let out a muffled groan, their eyes instantly becoming dazed, and their movements freezing in place. On the shore, Michir and Elvin are also shaken by this sudden mental attack, feeling dizzy and nearly losing their balance. Next, countless silver points of light gather in the air above the three of them. A giant butterfly with a wingspan over 3 meters, shimmering like moonlight crystal and breathtakingly beautiful, slowly takes shape. Its crystal-like eyes flicker with cold and angry light. It's the illusion light butterfly queen. Elvin grits his teeth, struggling to resist the mental pressure. It's been hiding in the moonflower using mimicry. We've all been fooled. Elvin endures the stabbing pain in his head, quickly raising his staff, trying to chant a spell to wake his trapped teammates. But the butterfly queen doesn't give him a chance. It gently its crystal wings, and a cloud of illusion powder, like star dust, falls down, completely enveloping Buck, Roger, and Lena. At the same time, it opens what looks like an harmless mouthpart and emits a silent, soul-targeted scream. Elvin, who was about to cast a spell, is struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body wavers, nearly falling to his knees. His wind barrier instantly shatters under this intense mental attack. Michir, use your purification spell. Quickly, he shouts hoarsely, his face pale. Michir is also in a bad state. He feels the whole world spinning, filled with countless noisy whispers. But thanks to his years of meditation at the monastery, his mental resilience keeps him barely conscious. He looks at his three companions standing like puppets in the water nearby, then at the butterfly queen preparing to launch a second mental attack on him. He knows he must make a quick choice. Holy light, please grant us clear minds. Circle of purification. He pours all his sacred energy into this large area supportive divine spell. A gentle white halo, centered on him, instantly spreads out, washing over the entire wetland. On the shore, Elvin's spirit lifts, and the stabbing pain in his head is greatly reduced. Buck, Roger, and Lena, who were touched by the glowing aura, shivered all over. Their eyes regained a little sparkle. Although still confused, they at least stopped being completely controlled. The illusion light butterfly seemed surprised that this small priest, who looked the weakest, could break its group illusion. It let out a sharp, angry cry. It abandoned the others, flapped its huge wings, and turned into a silver streak rushing toward Michir. Be careful, Roger, who had just woken up, shouted with a fierce expression. Buck also roared and swung his battle axe, trying to block the attack. But his body was still stiff, and his movements were a little slow. Seeing the big butterfly about to hit Michir, Elvin saw a flash of insight in his eyes. Ice Frost Nova. A ring of ice exploded around the butterfly's back, instantly freezing its wings, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. Good job. Buck seized the chance and used charge, smashing his big shield hard against the butterfly, which had lost its ability to fly. Roger's figure disappeared again, entering stealth mode to find a chance to deliver a deadly. With Michir's continuous healing and purification support, the battle started to turn in favor of the Anvil Squad. Although the illusion light butterfly had strong mental attacks, its main body was surprisingly fragile. Now's the time. Roger appeared behind the butterfly, stabbing his twin daggers precisely into the joint of its body. Buck's battle axe struck down with great force, smashing into the butterfly's head. Squeak! Accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream, the illusion light butterfly's body began to flicker violently with unstable light. Oh, it's going to self-destruct. Elvin's face changed drastically. He quickly warned, it's about to detonate all the illusion toxins inside at once. Everyone, defend yourselves. Buck and Roger, being closest, had no time to retreat. Lena was still in the water, panicked and confused. Michir looked at the destructive light about to explode in front of him. Without hesitation, he pushed Lena away forcefully and poured all his holy energy into his staff. Holy Shield. A golden protective barrier covered Lena's body just in time. He himself, along with Buck, Roger, and Elvin, who had no time to retreat, were completely swallowed by the sudden burst of dazzling, colorful light. Boom! It was a storm made purely of mental energy and hallucinogenic toxins. Michir felt as if a glowing red hammer had struck his brain hard. His vision went dark instantly, and his consciousness sank into endless chaos. This time, for people were trapped in the illusion. They were surrounded by an endless, colorful sea of chaos. Michir felt as if his mind was a feather floating in this sticky mixture of light and shadow. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw made his heart tighten. Buck, Roger, and Elvin looked like puppets without souls, their eyes tightly shut, faces expressionless, hanging in midair by many semi-transparent, chain-like mental tendrils. At the other end of these tendrils was a large, pulsating light sphere, floating at the center of the chaos, beating like a heart. "Senior Buck, Senior Roger, Senior Elvin," Michir called out anxiously, but there was no response. He tried to use the Purify spell, but the holy light was like water pouring into a hole, unable to reach their imprisoned souls. He knew that the light sphere was the core of the illusion, a collection of the Queen Butterfly's mental power. If he didn't destroy it or cut the connection between it and his teammates, they would be trapped here forever, their souls completely devoured. Without hesitation, he swam toward the light sphere with all his strength. It was extremely difficult to move through the sticky sea of mental energy. Each step felt like carrying a mountain. Countless whispers of temptation and fear echoed in his ears, trying to make him give up. But he didn't stop. Finally, just as his fingertips were about to touch the pulsating light sphere, buzz, a bright flash of light burst forth, and Michir's vision was suddenly filled with a dazzling glow. The scene around him changed instantly. Clatter, cold rain poured down heavily, making him shiver uncontrollably. He found himself standing on a muddy mountain path, surrounded by a gloomy forest shrouded in a heavy rainstorm. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and blood. A few steps away, three much younger figures were leaning back to back, gasping heavily, covered in wounds, facing a group of fierce jackalmen. These were the newly formed team members, Buck, Roger, and Elvin, who still seemed a bit inexperienced. Back then, Buck was not as broad-shouldered as he is now, and his shield was just a plain iron shield, scratched with claw marks. Roger's face lacked his current confident, carefree look. His eyes were sharp but showed a hint of nervousness, and his dagger trembled slightly from the effort. Elvin was wearing a faded apprentice robe, and his fireball spell was only the size of a fist. Casting it was very difficult for him. This was their memory, the first and most brutal mission of the Amble Squad. The intel was wrong. Why are there Jackalman generals here? Young Buck shouted angrily, smashing a Jackalman with his shield, but his arm was cut open by the enemy's claws, leaving a deep wound that showed the bone. "Hold on. My next spell is almost ready." Young Elvin's face was pale, and his lips turned purple from overusing his magic. "Behind us. Watch out." Young Roger shouted in alarm. They saw the Jackalman general, a huge figure wielding a giant axe, had already circled behind Elvin, raising his axe high, ready to deliver it deadly to the fragile mage. Meanwhile, Buck and Roger were caught tightly by other jackalmen and couldn't help. Michir stood in this illusion of memories, watching helplessly as the axe swung down fiercely toward young Elvin. "Senior Buck, Senior Roger, Senior Elvin," Michir shouted desperately, channeling all his holy light, but it only caused a slight flicker of the binding. Bang! The fragile iron shield finally shattered under the heavy of the stone axe, giving a final cry of despair. Bang! The sound of metal twisting and deforming was ear-piercing. The shield broke apart, and the powerful impact sent young Buck flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth, tumbling into the mud. The defense line was completely broken. The Jackalman general let out a victorious roar. His greedy eyes swept over the three helpless prey in front of him, as if hesitating about which one to start enjoying first. "No, please." Young Elvin desperately sank into the muddy water, his staff falling to the side. Young Roger tightly covered his shoulder wound, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of frustration and a crazed willingness to face death. "Wake up!" Michel watched this tragic scene unfold, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. He knew this was just a memory, a past that had already happened and could not be changed. But he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that Buck, who always stood in front of him like a mountain and was so reliable, had fallen into despair. He couldn't accept that Roger, who was always clever and liked to tease others, was now so helplessly waiting for death. He couldn't accept that Elvin, who was always calm and wise, in control of everything, had given up resistance so helplessly. This was not the Anvil Squad he knew. If it were you guys now, you could definitely do it. Michel clenched his teeth, tears uncontrollably slipping from his eyes, but his roar was filled with unwavering belief. Move! His shout, carrying a pure and powerful will that belonged to this memory, fiercely struck the false world built by the Queen Butterfly's mental power. The invisible shackles binding his body, under this force of will, suddenly began to shake violently, making a faint sound as they started to break apart. It's working. Michel felt a surge of joy in his heart and no longer hesitated. He poured all his faith, all his emotions, and all his trust in his teammates into the faint holy light within him. Get out of my way, Buzz. A dazzling golden halo suddenly exploded outward from him. The invisible chains that had bound him for so long shattered instantly. Michel felt his body lighten, and his feet finally touched the real, muddy ground again. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward. He looked at the young Gnoll commander, who was raising his axe high, about to execute Buck, and summoned all his strength to charge forward with all his might. The white priest's robe turned into a pure white streak of light in the heavy rain, leaving behind a trail of golden holy light, forcefully breaking into this sealed, hopeless past. Holy light, please grant. Just before the Orc General's stone axe was about to fall and crush young Buck into pulp. Holy light barrier. A large, solid shield made of pure holy light suddenly expanded in front of him with a buzzing sound. Clang! The stone axe and the holy shield collided fiercely, producing a deafening noise and blinding light. This time, it was no longer the shield that was fragile. The huge stone axe, after colliding with this future belief-filled holy light, had a large on its blade. The Orc General was shaken back by the powerful rebound, his beastly eyes showing confusion and bewilderment. The girl raised her arms high, protecting the three much taller young adventurers behind her, and faced the enormous stone axe that was bigger than her entire body. Young Buck, Roger, and Elvin were all stunned. They stared at the small figure who suddenly appeared and pulled them back from death, forgetting to breathe. It was such a sacred scene. On this hellish mountain road soaked with rain, mud, and blood, a girl dressed in a white robe appeared out of nowhere. She spread her arms as if opening protective wings. Golden holy light flowed endlessly from her, dispelling the surrounding darkness and cold rain. Her delicate face, like a divine masterpiece, was streaked with tears, yet her eyes were as firm as a rock. "Who are you?" Young Buck asked instinctively, his voice full of shock. Michel did not turn around. He only used his thin back to face them, desperately maintaining the holy light barrier in front of him. "Stand up." His voice was soft, even trembling slightly from overexertion, but it carried an undeniable strength that echoed across the mountain road in the pouring rain. "Are you going to give up just like that?" That tearful yet firm statement hit like a heavy hammer, deeply piercing the hearts of young Buck, Roger, and Elvin. Who is she? Is she a passing adventurer? A forest spirit? Or perhaps an angel sent by the gods to save them? They didn't know, but they could clearly feel the strength coming from her small body. That strength was not just powerful holy light, but also an undeniable trust. The confusion of the Gnoll commander lasted only a moment before being replaced by even more furious rage. Howl! It roared and raised its broken stone axe again, launching a crazed attack on the golden holy barrier. Bang! 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 Each strike made the holy barrier shake violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. Michel, who was maintaining the barrier, looked increasingly pale. He felt his mental energy being rapidly drained, and his legs started trembling uncontrollably. He was about to give out. "Hey, Buck!" Young Roger, clutching his bleeding shoulder, struggled to crawl out of the mud. He looked at the girl who was risking everything to protect them, her body trembling slightly, and for the first time, a warm feeling ignited in his usually cunning eyes. Are we just going to hide behind a girl and wait for death? Young Buck didn't answer. He just stared tightly at her white back, clenched his fists so hard that his nails pierced his palms. Young Elvin silently picked up the staff that had fallen nearby. He looked at the figure standing at the front, then at his own trembling hands caused by fear and exhaustion. His eyes behind the glasses grew very complicated. Run away? Give up? No. If even this unfamiliar girl, who seemed weaker than any of them, can muster the courage to face death head-on, then what are they? A low curse escaped Buck's throat. He wobbled unsteadily, supporting himself with the broken battle axe, and stood up again. Roger, can you still move? Of course. Roger clenched his teeth, tore off his shirt, and hurriedly moved his shoulder injury. I'm not disabled yet. Elvin also stood up. He took a deep breath, and the tip of his staff lit up with a faint but steady flame. My magic can still cast 3 fireballs. Enough. Buck picked up a half-broken, twisted shield from the ground and held it in front of him. Although the shield was shattered, his eyes were more determined than ever. Hey, Miss Holy Light up front, Buck shouted at Michelle's back. Please give us one more chance. Michelle heard the voice behind her. She didn't turn around but poured her last bit of holy light into the collapsing barrier, squeezing out a word through her teeth. Okay. Just then, the werewolf commander swung his axe down fiercely, creating a brief opening. Now is the time, Buck roared loudly. Instead of defending, he charged forward to meet the werewolf commander's attack. He held the broken shield tightly against the commander's axe, then used all his strength to crash into the commander's body, creating an opportunity for his teammates with his flesh and blood. Roger, no need to shout. A dark shadow shot like an arrow from the side and behind the commander. Young Roger, enduring intense pain, concentrated all his speed and strength into his dagger and stabbed fiercely at the unsuspecting back of the commander's knee. Stab. The blade pierced flesh, cutting tendons. Ah! The werewolf commander let out a painful roar. One leg suddenly lost strength, and his huge body staggered, losing balance. And at that moment, fire blast, 3 small fireballs, about the size of fists, formed a perfect triangle and hit the surprised eyes of the werewolf commander one after another with precision. The first exploded his eyeball. The second burned his eye socket. The third directly entered his brain. Boom! With a dull explosion, the huge body of the werewolf commander twitched violently and then collapsed with a loud crash, splashing mud everywhere. The holy light barrier in front of Michelle finally shattered like a mirror after exhausting its last bit of energy, turning into tiny golden sparks that disappeared into the air. Michelle's vision went dark, and his legs gave way, causing him to kneel forward. But the expected muddy, close contact did not happen. A rough but strong hand quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. It was young Buck. He was covered in blood and looked very battered, but his eyes shone with determination. Thanks. We owe you our lives. Michelle looked up at the 3 young adventurers in front of him. Though they looked young and tired, their eyes were burning with new fire. He finally showed a weak but genuine smile. At that moment, the bleak forest covered by the heavy rain began to shake violently. The sky split open with countless web-like cracks, revealing a colorful, chaotic sea beyond. This illusion, built from despair memories, was starting to collapse because of their victory. You will become the best adventurers. Buck was the first to wake up. He shook his heavy head, feeling as if he had been hit hard with a war hammer, with a terrible headache. What just happened? He rubbed his temples and looked around in confusion. The moonlit wetlands were a mess. The giant crystal butterfly wings behind the illusion butterfly had shattered into countless sparkling fragments, scattered in the muddy water, showing that the battle was over. Next to him, Roger and Elvin were also staggering to their feet, both with confused looks on their faces. I only remember. That big fluttering moth exploded. Roger shook his head, trying to clear the chaos in his mind. Then, everything went black, like I had a really messy dream, full of rain and mud. That was unlucky. It was a high-intensity mental shock, Elvin said calmly, pushing up his glasses. Our minds were forcibly pulled into some illusion space, but the Butterfly Queen's core seemed to collapse at the moment of impact, causing the illusion to break down before it was fully formed. We probably just got caught in the aftershock and fell into a brief coma. Are you guys okay? Lena's voice came from nearby, filled with fear and relief. She was safely protected by the Holy Shield spell, but she watched helplessly as the 4 people were swallowed by light. They then collapsed at the same time like broken puppets, only to wake up a few seconds later. It's okay, just a little dizzy, Buck said as he stood up, stretched his muscles, and then laughed while patting Roger on the shoulder. Who cares if it was an illusion or not? We won anyway. That moth creature was pretty valuable, right? Of course, Roger replied, returning to his carefree attitude. He walked over, pried off the largest crystal fragments from the butterfly's wings with a dagger, and weighed them in the moonlight. This thing is worth at least 60 silver coins. The 3 quickly forgot about the strange experience they just had and started happily cleaning up the battlefield, discussing how to split the loot. Only Michel stood quietly by himself. He had no headache and no confused memories. He remembered the heavy rain on the mountain road, the cold body of the jackal-like creature, the 3 young figures covered in blood, so young and yet so unwilling, and finally, those 3 fiery eyes burning with battle spirit. All of it was like a clear imprint in his mind. He looked at his 3 teammates, who were joking and excited about the loot. Their faces slowly overlapped with those 3 young, desperate faces from his memory. So, they had also been helpless once. So, they weren't always so strong and reliable from the start. A wave of indescribable feelings, mixed with tenderness and sorrow, rose in Michel's heart. He didn't disturb them or speak about his experience in the illusion. He just watched them quietly, with the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a small, warm smile. What's wrong, little priest? Roger seemed to notice his strange expression. He walked over, holding a few sparkling crystal fragments, and waved them in front of him. Why are you just standing there? Not happy about the loot? Michel shook his head. His clear eyes shone brightly under the moonlight. No, he said softly, a hint of relief in his voice that even he hadn't realized. I just feel. It's really good to meet you all. At this moment, Michel felt an inexplicable power rising within him. It was a stronger belief and energy than before, and his sacred energy had become more refined. The secondary healing technique upgraded to healing technique. He also gained a new insight, holy light barrier. The loot was quickly gathered. Besides the valuable crystal fragments on the back of the illusory light butterfly, Lena also successfully collected the intact moonlight flowers. On the way back, because the task was completed, everyone felt especially relaxed. The forest under the bright sun was still dark and eerie, but around the members of the Anvil squad, there was a lively, relieved atmosphere after surviving a tough battle. Honestly, what just happened? Buck asked while walking, scratching his bald head with a confused look. I feel like I forgot something important. There's a vague shadow in my mind that keeps flickering. Me too, Roger said, frowning as he tried to remember. It's like going back many years, to the first time we went on a mission with the boss. It was also pouring rain, and we almost got wiped out by a Wolfman commander. Exactly. Buck slapped his thigh excitedly. That's the one. I remember my shield was shattered. All 3 of us thought we were done for. And then, Elvin pushed up his glasses, his memory seeming to have similar fragments. Then, it's like, someone appeared? Yes. Buck became more excited. A person in a white robe. Like an angel. She descended from the sky, and with a clang, blocked that guy's axe. The holy light, shone as bright as the sun. Maybe she was a beautiful woman? Roger stroked his chin, his eyes a bit dreamy. I remember. Her back looked especially nice, white and tender. No, pure. Yes, very pure. Like an angel. And Alvin's tone also carried a hint of uncertainty. She also seemed to say something to us. Like stand up, or something. It felt very uplifting. The 3 men kept talking, trying to piece together that blurry, absurd shared memory. The more they discussed, the more real it seemed, as if they had truly been saved long ago by a mysterious angel lady. By the way, Michel. Buck suddenly turned around and looked at the young priest who had not spoken all along. You were also in the illusion earlier. Did you see that angel lady? Michel's face was already turning so red it looked like it might bleed. He lowered his head, tightly clenched his clothes with both hands, wishing he could find it in the ground to hide in. Those guys. They still remember a little. I didn't see anything. He almost screamed in denial, his voice sharp and thin, full of nervousness and panic. Lena, who had been walking beside Michel, looked at his face, which was flushed and his neck was red, then gently touched his forehead with concern. Michel, what's wrong? Your face is so hot. Did you get a fever from the mental shock earlier? TSK. Michel looked adorable and embarrassed, staring at his 3 teammates who were still seriously discussing whether the angel lady had. He was about to faint from embarrassment. I'm not having a fever. Michel angrily brushed away Lena's hand, quickening his steps to the front of the team, showing his protest with his back. His black, shoulder-length hair swung with his steps, as if saying, "Leave me alone. I'm angry." Huh? Why are you angry now? Buck was confused, thinking maybe he had offended the innocent young priest by talking about the angel lady's figure. Elvin also calmly analyzed. It might be a side effect of the mental shock, causing emotional instability. We should avoid discussing that topic again. Only Roger, watching Michel's angry back, had a bigger smile in his eyes. Under the setting sun, everyone playfully made their way back home. They kept walking into the night until they finally reached the familiar city gate of Olan. After completing the task, Lena once again expressed her thanks to everyone and promised that if similar missions came up in the future, the Anvil team would be their first choice. She then reluctantly said goodbye. All right, the task is done. Let's split the reward. Buck excitedly rubbed his hands together and led everyone straight to the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist behind the counter saw that the entire team returned safely, even bringing back the valuable crystal wings of the illusion butterfly queen. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. After counting the reward, 30 silver coins each, and the loot share, an extra 15 silver coins each, Buck slapped the bag of money on the table and loudly declared, "Today, I'm paying. To the Lionheart Inn. No one leaves until they're drunk. Hooray. Long live Captain Buck." Michir temporarily forgot his worries and cheerfully cheered along. "Ha ha, boss. We've been waiting for you to say that." Roger whistled loudly, then hugged Michir's shoulder and whispered mischievously in his ear, "Little priest, don't get too drunk after just one drink, okay? Otherwise, there might be consequences." Although Elvin didn't speak, a faint smile played on his lips, clearly hiding his amusement. He silently followed behind the team. Inside the Lionheart Inn's tavern, the atmosphere was more lively than ever. News of the Iron Anvil squad successfully completing a Level D mission, and that the rookie priest in the team seemed to have made progress, somehow spread through the guild, mainly Buck bragging. That night, many familiar adventurers came over to toast, making the scene very lively. Michir was poured a few glasses of mild fruit wine. He asked for them himself, his cheeks flushed and his eyes shimmering with water. Amid the cheers, he was even pushed onto a table and awkwardly sang a hymn he learned in the monastery, praising the morning light. His clear, pure voice, indistinguishable between male and female, made the noisy tavern fall silent for a moment, as everyone was immersed in the sacred and beautiful song. Well sung. Buck was the first to clap loudly, his rough applause like thunder. The surrounding adventurers also burst into cheers and whistles, pushing the atmosphere to a. Michir blushed, jumped down from the table, and, feeling a bit dizzy from the alcohol, plopped back into his seat, feeling somewhat woozy. At that moment, a warm, large hand suddenly reached out and casually ruffled his soft black hair. It was Buck. The bald warrior's face showed a hint of drunkenness, but his smile was very sincere. "I used to think you were just a nagging woman, but now, I see there's some charm in that." After saying this, he took another big sip of beer. This rough, straightforward compliment somehow made Michel happier than any fancy praise. His eyes sparkled, and in this atmosphere, his smile couldn't be hidden. Even Elvin, usually quiet after being toasted by a few familiar friends, blushed abnormally on his pale face and started talking non-stop about the complex topic of 36 variations of ice spike magic with Roger. Roger was busy dealing with Elvin but kept looking at Michel across the table, who was smiling like a silly child. The tavern's lively mood grew even more intense under the influence of alcohol and excitement. A drunken mercenary staggered over, holding a cup. He seemed attracted by Michel's singing and his delicate face. "Burp. Little, pretty lady," he slurred, trying to reach out with an unsteady hand to Michel's shoulder. Sing another one for me. Just as his sweaty, alcohol-stained hand was about to touch Michel, smack. A hand, like a steel clamp, shot out from the side and grabbed the mercenary's wrist tightly. It was Roger. He still wore his lazy smile, but his eyes, usually half closed, were now icy cold. Friend, Roger's voice was soft but carried a chilling, dangerous tone. Do you not want this hand anymore? The mercenary's drunkenness suddenly cleared a bit. He felt as if his wrist was caught in a hot iron clamp, hurting so much he grimaced, but he couldn't break free. Who the are you? He tried to act tough. Who I am doesn't matter. Roger's smile grew brighter, and he tightened his grip, making a cracking sound as if bones were being squeezed. What's important is, he's one of us, Anvil Squad. Try to move him, and see what happens. The atmosphere around instantly turned cold. Buck also put down his wine glass and slowly stood up. His tall body cast a big shadow, and he looked at the reckless mercenary with a stern gaze. Hey. Michel quickly stood up to smooth things over. He didn't want to make a big fuss. He reached out with his delicate hand and gently, but firmly, covered Roger's clenched hand. Senior Roger, forget it. He looked up with his face flushed from the alcohol, speaking softly with a pleading tone. He's drunk. Don't bother with him. The soft, cool touch made Roger's grip loosen slightly out of instinct. He looked at Michel's clear, innocent eyes, and finally snorted coldly, then shook off the mercenary's hand. Get lost. The mercenary, as if pardoned, scrambled back to his seat, not daring to look this way again. Michel finally relaxed and turned to smile gratefully at Roger. Thank you, Senior. Roger looked at his unguarded smile. His eyes flickered briefly. In the end, he just raised his glass and took a sip to hide his feelings, saying nothing more. But everyone in the tavern understood. This handsome young priest was protected by the new team, and not to be messed with. After 3 rounds of drinks, Michel hadn't drunk much, but the lively atmosphere made him a little tipsy. He looked at the slightly drunken seniors in front of him and couldn't help asking, Senior, what's the plan next? Plan? Buck let out a loud burp and waved his hand. What plan? Of course. Free time. He was clearly also pretty drunk, speaking with a big tongue. These past 2 days, burp, have been exhausting. The whole team will rest tomorrow. No one come looking for me. Elvin had already fallen asleep face down on the table, mumbling about arcane energy conservation in his sleep. Roger put down his glass, stood up, and stretched. His tight shirt outlined his strong waist. Since it's free time, he straightened up, ruffled Michel's soft black hair, acting affectionately as if teasing a pet. Rest well tomorrow, and also handle your loot. We meet at the guild the day after tomorrow. After saying that, he ignored everyone and turned away gracefully. Amid the flirtatious whistles of a group of mercenaries, he walked out of the tavern alone, his figure quickly disappearing into the deep night. Buck also staggered to his feet, helped the unconscious Elvin, and muttered, This mage just can't hold his liquor. I'll take him back. At the lively table, soon only Michel remained, along with the mess on the table. He swayed a bit, feeling dizzy, and decided to get a good sleep and deal with the loot tomorrow. After greeting the tavern owner, Martha, and extending his room, he went upstairs. Back again, little cutie, after drinking so much, Martha said as she tidied up the table, watching the wobbling figure with a teasing tone full of affection. Back in the familiar room that smelled faintly of lavender, Michel was too tired to even change clothes. He collapsed onto the soft big bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the moon was high, and the nightlife of Olan City was perhaps just beginning. When Michel woke up again, it was almost noon the next day. His hangover headache was gone, and enough sleep made him feel full of energy. He stretched lazily, let out a satisfied hum, and started planning his free day. His first goal was to sell the 2 wolf materials. He remembered there was a shop at the end of the adventurer's gear area that specialized in buying monster materials. After dressing neatly, he looked at himself in the mirror. His off-white priest's robe was a bit old, but still tidy. Come on, Michel, he said to his reflection, patting his face, then went downstairs and out of the inn. Today, Olan City was still bustling, with busy streets. Michel headed straight to a shop called the Tanner's Treasure. The shop's facade was small, with a string of unknown monster teeth hanging at the door as a wind chime, making a clear ringing sound. Inside, the light was dim, filled with a strange smell of blood, sulfur, and leather. A short, stocky man with one eye was standing behind the counter, scraping a lizard's skin with a large skinning knife. "Are you here to sell or buy?" he asked without looking up. "Just selling things," Michir said, taking out wolf pelts and wolf teeth from his bag and placing them on the greasy counter. The one-eyed shopkeeper paused his work, carefully examined the items, and even licked the wolf teeth. The fangs of an adult mountain wolf, still full of magic. "The hide is good, and it's quite intact," he said, raising his single eye and glancing at Michir with some surprise. "Young lady, did you peel these yourself?" No. Michir wanted to explain his gender, but, used to honesty, simply answered, "My team members helped peel them." "I knew it," the one-eyed shopkeeper muttered, seeming to think this was normal. 18 silver coins. "Do you want to sell or not?" His tone was straightforward. Michir blinked. He didn't know much about prices, but 18 silver coins felt like a lot to him. "Well, okay, I'll sell." After the deal, the shopkeeper seemed in a good mood and added, "Since you're a priest, a word of advice. Your robe looks nice, but it's not very durable. The wolf hide is good for making magic armor. Selling it directly is easy, but if you find a good tailor to make it into a lining, it could save your life in a critical moment." Michir scratched his head, a bit annoyed. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. "The deal's done, no takebacks. If you want gear, take your money to a tailor. The shop's skillful Jenny in the east of the city is good, but they charge a bit more." Michir could only grumble and put away the silver coins, then left the shop. He looked at his legs. His cloth shoes were already worn out. "Maybe I should buy a new pair," he thought. He turned and headed toward the equipment district. Finally, he stopped in front of a shoe store called Gale Steps. The owner was a kind middle-aged man. After hearing Michir's needs, he recommended a pair called Cleric's Boots. These boots have enchanted soles with a slight stability effect, helping you stay steady when casting spells. They cost 12 silver coins. Michir tried them on, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "I'll take these." After paying and putting on the new shoes, Michir felt like he was walking on air. "Let's go see the Mage's Hand again." He thought of the slightly expensive but good quality equipment shop he visited before. He returned to Mage's Hand, where the old shopkeeper with a monocle still looked cold and distant. "Is that you?" he asked, glancing at Michir. "What do you need today? Did you tear your clothes again?" No, I didn't tear my clothes," Michir said awkwardly. "I'm looking to buy something a bit protective and suitable for a priest." The shopkeeper recommended two options: the expensive Starry Sky cloak and the practical Stone Skin cloak. Considering value for money, Michir finally decided and spent 30 silver coins to buy a gray cloak with a passive effect called Stone Skin Technique. Although his wallet was much lighter, this life-saving gear made him feel more secure. "Now I still need a good weapon." Michir looked at the old, bare wooden staff in his hand, which had almost no magic boost. This old staff looks so plain. He continued searching in the equipment district and eventually entered a shop called Whispering Woods. The shop had a unique style, full of natural elements. The owner was a beautiful elf with pointed ears and long silver hair. Elves usually dislike noise, so seeing one in a human city was rare. "May moonlight illuminate your path, brave traveler filled with holy breath." The elf greeted Michir with a smile. "Are you an elf?" Michir blinked in curiosity. It was the first time he saw a real elf. "Yes, pure-hearted traveler. I come from the distant Moonlight Forest. The staffs here are made from trees of the Moonlight Forest, perfect for adventurers like you." The elf shopkeeper, Lillian, recommended a weapon called the New Sprout Staff. This staff is made from white birch, with a seed of an ancient life tree embedded at the top. It can increase the casting speed of holy spells and can cast minor healing instantly once a day. "Wow, that's really good." Michir touched the staff in his hand, feeling the warm magic contained within. Though it cost 25 silver coins, which was not cheap, he bought it without hesitation. After leaving the shop, Michir slung his new staff onto his back and checked his new gear: New Sprout Staff, Stone Skin Cloak, Cleric Boots, and the previously purchased Faithful Robe. Now, he finally looked like a proper adventurer. He looked at the sky, which was gradually getting darker. Michir patted his slightly empty purse, feeling a bit sad, but seeing his fresh new equipment filled him with a sense of achievement. It's about time. He turned toward the Lion King Inn, planning to enjoy a good meal and then get a good night's sleep to prepare for tomorrow's gathering. As he passed the guild square, he noticed a crowd gathered around the notice board, pointing and talking excitedly. Did you hear? Something happened upstream. Looks like undead trouble? These days, strange things happen all the time. Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard quite a few people have already died. Michel's heart moved, and he slowed his steps. Undead? Upstream? That must be. Towards Silver Creek Valley, right? Curious, he pushed into the crowd and listened to the discussions around him. The City Lord's office has issued an emergency notice. There are signs of an undead plague in Silver Creek Valley, and no one is allowed near the upstream area for now. A mercenary in leather armor said seriously. Is it that serious? Another passerby asked in surprise. Will our city be affected? That river flows through here, don't worry. A merchant who seemed well-informed waved his hand. I heard the city lord has sent the city guards to handle it. They're a proper army. Dealing with a few wandering spirits should be easy. It should be resolved in a few days. That's good. That's good. The people around sighed in relief. Michel listened for a while and roughly understood what was happening. The noble steward he saved that day wasn't lying. Something really was wrong in Silver Creek Valley. But since the city lord's office was involved, it should be settled soon. Although he felt a faint unease in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, that was the army's and the important people's concern. He was just a small D-rank adventurer. Such big matters weren't his to worry about. Better go back and eat. I'm starving. He shook his head, pushed through the crowd, and returned to the Lion King's Heart Inn. After dinner, Michel went to bed early. Although he only went shopping that day, he felt more tired than fighting monsters. He had a dreamless night. When the first sunlight entered the room, Michel was already dressed. He carried a new staff, wore new boots and a cloak, and left the inn, walking along the main street of Olan City. He quickly crossed several blocks and entered the Adventurers Guild. The hall was still lively. He immediately saw his 3 teammates sitting in their usual spots. In these 3 days, it was clear that not only he was improving. Buck was munching on bread, but his battered tower shield was gone. Instead, he carried a shiny, sturdy steel kite shield with some reinforced runes drawn on it. His leather armor had been replaced with a stronger half-plate, making him look like a moving iron tower, more imposing than before. Roger was still lazily cleaning his daggers, but now they were dark blue, poisoned, high-quality blades. His wrist guards and boots had been replaced with some made from beast hide, making them lighter and better for sneaking. Even the usually low-key Elvin had a brighter crystal at the top of his staff, though he hadn't changed the staff itself. He had a bulging magic pouch at his waist, and on the table was a new book titled Intermediate Elemental Use. It was clear he had been busy these days. When Michel approached, all 3 of them smiled. Good morning, little priest, Roger whistled, glancing at Michel's new gear. Oh, new outfit? Looks good. Finally looking the part. Seems everyone's wallets have shrunk quite a bit these days. That's right. Michel proudly spun around, showing his new staff and cloak. I spent a lot of money on these. But I see you all have also upgraded your gear. Hee, of course. Buck patted his new shield, making a dull thud. With this, next time I meet goblins or small enemies, I can stand there and let them hit me without a problem. Since everyone has improved their equipment, we should take the chance to test our skills. Elvin closed his magic book and pushed up his glasses. I've been rethinking our battle plan these past few days, and I need to test it in real combat. Then let's get ready to go, Buck said, swallowing the last of his bread and standing up. Rogers and I haven't been idle either. We found some good missions. Our current goal is, hey, excuse me, everyone. A smooth, slightly lazy female voice suddenly interrupted Buck. Everyone turned around and saw a woman standing behind them. She wore tight red and black leather armor and had a very attractive figure. Her fiery red hair was casually tied back, showing her long neck. Her thin skin had wild tattoos running from her arms up to her collarbone. She carried 2 curved blades, shaped like new moons at her waist. Behind her, 2 young people looked a bit shy. On the left was a half-elf archer with a slim build, carrying a large longbow. She had pointed ears and a distracted look, as if she wasn't used to social situations. On the right was a young human scout in leather armor, playing with 2 iron balls, smiling politely, but with sharp, lively eyes, clearly clever. I am Kosa, the leader of the Crimson Lotus team, she said confidently, glancing over the 4 members of the Anvil team. Her gaze lingered on Michir for a moment, a hint of admiration in her eyes. These 2 are my teammates, the archer Yufeng and the scout Xiao Wu. Yufeng nodded shyly. Xiao Wu enthusiastically waved his hand. Hello, big brothers. And hello to the pretty little priestess. We're also a D-grade team, but I just took on a C-grade mission, Kosa said, waving a piece of sheepskin with silver patterns on the edge. It's to clear out the ogre camp. The reward is 220 silver coins, plus all the loot from the ogre nest. C-grade? Rogers raised an eyebrow. That's not something a D-grade team can handle easily. Ogres are tough, strong, and usually live in groups. So, I'm looking for allies. Kasia smiled, showing her clean white teeth. I've been watching you for a while. A well-equipped heavy armor warrior, a quick and dangerous-looking assassin, a powerful mage, and then, she looked at Michir with a hint of approval in her eyes. The cute little priest responsible for healing. The team is perfect, although our team has strong ranged firepower. Yufeng's archery is top tier for level D, and Xiao Wu is good at setting traps and scouting. We lack frontline fighters who can withstand direct attacks, and we don't have a healer. She spread her hands, speaking sincerely. If we work together, the big guy and I will hold the front. You and Xiao Wu will handle side attacks. Fengyu and the mage will provide long-range suppression, plus this little priest support. Capturing this camp won't be a problem. The pay will be split 50-50, and the loot divided as needed. What do you think? Interested in a big score, when Buck heard, Ogre, and 220 silver coins, his eyes lit up immediately. Ogre, that's a good target for practice. He turned to his teammates. What do you say? Dare to take the job? I have no objection. Roger toyed with his newly enchanted poison dagger, a dangerous smile on his face. Ogres are tough, but slow. Their big neck arteries are easy to find. Perfect for testing the sharpness of my 2 new weapons. Elvin pushed up his glasses, calculating magic consumption and output in his mind. With enough control and restraint, my elemental magic can cause maximum damage to groups. As long as I don't get close, this is a very rewarding task. The 3 seniors nodded in agreement, their eyes naturally falling on the youngest member of the team, Michir, who was starting to become a key figure despite her age. Michir looked at the confident, attractive female captain in front of her, then at the 2 reliable team members behind her. She felt a surge of excitement. This was a level C mission, an extremely difficult challenge she had never dared to imagine before. Plus, with the team's strength greatly increased, it was the perfect time for a tough test to prove their progress. I also agree. Michir clenched her new magic staff, her eyes firm. With Buck Sr. leading the front, I will do my best to boost everyone's morale. Great. Kasia snapped her fingers happily, a hint of admiration flashing in her wild eyes. It's settled then. In half an hour, we meet at the city gate and head to the giant stone wasteland. Half an hour later, the 2 teams gathered outside the west gate of Olan City on time. The giant stone wasteland is located southwest of Olan City. The journey isn't too close and requires crossing a sparse bush forest and a dried-up riverbed. Along the way, the atmosphere between the 2 groups became more friendly. Kasia is not only fiery and wild in appearance, but also very cheerful in personality. She and Baku shared tips on using heavy weapons. They even playfully punched each other, making dull thuds, then looked at each other and laughed, feeling a mutual respect. Roger was very interested in the half-elf archer, Yufeng. She is tall, with fair skin and pointed ears, often looking down and seeming shy. But when Roger asked about bows and wind, her eyes, which were usually timid, sparkled with confidence. Michel walked in the middle of the team. The scout called Little Five was a typical chatterbox, always seeming to have endless words. Hey, little priest, your staff looks great. It seems to be made by elves. Are the seeds on it alive? Little Five looked at Michel's new sprouting staff with envy, eyes shining. And this cloak, it looks like good material. It must be expensive, right? We can't afford that kind of thing. Hee, it's not too bad. It cost me quite a bit, Michel said shyly, touching her staff, but feeling a little proud inside. Mostly for safety. As a priest, I tend to be targeted. Exactly, Little Five nodded seriously. Last time, we ran into a bunch of goblins. They didn't attack the front line, but sneaked around to attack our supply wagon from behind. It scared me to death. By the way, can you cook? Our captain's cooking is a disaster. Last time, he made some Red Lotus special thick soup, and it almost finished us off. Michel burst out laughing at his teasing, feeling much more relaxed. After walking for about 3 hours, the scenery around them gradually became desolate. Tall trees disappeared, replaced by huge, monster-like rocks and yellowed weeds. Almost at the edge of the giant stone wasteland, Elvin warned. The terrain here is complex, easy to ambush. Just then, Xiao Wu, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. He lay on the ground, listening carefully with his ear to the dirt. After a moment, he looked serious and raised his hand to signal, something's wrong. There's movement in the valley ahead, he whispered. I hear heavy, dull footsteps, like something big hitting the ground. About 5 to 8 creatures. Probably a patrol of ogres. 5 to 8 ogres? Kesha raised an eyebrow. She drew her twin knives, which gleamed in the sunlight. Perfect for a warm-up, Bark grinned and took off his steel kite shield, which was thick like a wall. Finally, my axe has been eager for action. Yufeng, find a high spot. Xiao Wu, flank to support. Elvin, you and Yufeng stay back and suppress from a distance. Roger, find your chance to strike. Kesha and Michel, follow me. We're ready for battle. The team quickly prepared for combat. Yufeng moved like a swift antelope, leaping onto a large rock to get a better view. She took her bow from her back, knocked an arrow, and her eyes sharpened, locking onto the valley's entrance. Elvin followed, casting a light body technique, spell, and floated onto another nearby rock beside Yufeng. Xiao Wu, like a groundhog, silently slipped into a pile of rocks on the side, clutching 2 iron balls, his special explosives. Roger's figure flickered and disappeared. Only a faint flash of cold light in the air showed where the assassin was hiding. On the front line, Bark stood at the front, his steel kite shield heavy and steady, like a moving fortress. Kesha stood to his left, holding her twin knives, leaning forward like a crouched predator. Michel stayed half a step behind Bark, holding a new sprout staff that emitted a faint green glow of life. He took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing, ready for any sudden attack. Here they come, as the ground trembled closer. 6 ogres over 2.5 meters tall, covered in boils and wielding huge wooden clubs, stepped out of the valley. Roar, the lead elite ogre spotted these little snacks and let out an excited roar. He swung his nearly meter-thick wolf-tooth club and charged forward. Fire arrows. At Kesha's command, Sifong at a high position took the lead. Her bow was already drawn, and with a sharp whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, accurately hitting the lead ogre's left eye. Yao, the elite ogre, let out a painful cry. Its charge suddenly slowed as it clutched its eye and wildly swung its weapon. The neat formation of the attack suddenly became chaotic. Attack! Bark seized this rare chance and shouted loudly, raising his steel shield to charge with a charge attack. Bang! The shield, full of force, slammed into the ogre's stomach. Despite the size difference, this huge creature was pushed back several steps and even knocked over a companion behind it. Full firepower. In an instant, 2 squads unleashed their attacks. Elvin lightly tapped his staff, sending 3 flaming fireballs in a V-shape into the enemy ranks. Little 5 threw iron balls that exploded under the ogre's feet, creating a cloud of dust. Sifong's rapid arrows flew like death summons, each one bringing a spray of blood. The situation quickly turned in their favor. Roar, command roar. At this moment, the injured lead ogre let out a deafening roar. The other ogres, who had been somewhat hesitant, suddenly became fierce and aggressive. They endured the attack, swinging their huge wolf-tooth clubs and launching a furious counterattack. Come on! Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Bark did not retreat. He slammed his shield to the ground and shouted, "Shield wall." A tough, earthy yellow glow appeared on the shield's surface, spreading an invisible aura. The 3 closest ogres were drawn by this challenging aura and roared as they swung their clubs down. The dull crashing sound was like blacksmithing. Buck held his shield tightly, standing firm like a nail, pinning the 3 monsters in place and creating a steel barrier for his teammates behind him. The battle on both sides was also intense. Shadow dodge. Roger moved like a ghost, alone attracting a lone ogre. His ghostly figure always managed to dodge the swinging wolf-tooth club at the last moment. His poison dagger cut into the ogre's tough skin, shallow and deep. The green poison spread in the wound, slowing the ogre visibly. Muscle break. On the other side, Kesha moved like lightning, swinging her twin blades in the air, creating two red arcs that cut into the thigh artery of another ogre. Blood gushed out. Before the ogre could fight back, it fell to its knees. Kesha was about to finish it off when she heard the sound of wind rushing. She was startled. It was the leader, an elite ogre. It had escaped Buck's hold and sneaked around to attack from the side. The huge spiked wolf-tooth club, carrying a deadly aura, swung toward her. "Watch out," Michir shouted, and her new sprout staff lit up instantly. Holy shield. A faint yellow, transparent shield appeared beside Kesha just before the club struck. The shield shattered, but the impact still knocked Kesha flying. Ugh! Kesha fell hard into the sand by the road, rolling several meters before stopping. A trace of blood seeped from her mouth, but she quickly supported herself with her sword and got up, showing that the holy shield had blocked most of the deadly. "Miss Kesha," Michir shouted, waving her staff again. A green light of healing accurately healed her. "I'm fine. Hurry and help that big guy." Kesha wiped the blood from her mouth and shouted to Michir. "He can't hold on much longer." Michir quickly turned her head and saw Buck in the most dangerous spot. Though there was a shield wall, he had already taken several heavy hits from the three ogres. His armor was dented. If it weren't for Elvin's frost slowing and Yufeng's precise shots covering him, the defense line would have collapsed. "Oh, holy light. Heal him." Michir took a deep breath and cast 2 consecutive healing spells. Warm green light flowed into Buck's body, instantly restoring his fragile health to a safe level. "Thanks." Buck felt a lightness all over his body, and the pressure eased. At this moment, Elvin's wind blade precisely cut through the neck of the most injured ogre in front of Buck. The sharp arrow of speech followed closely, piercing straight into its heart. The ogre wobbled, then finally collapsed firmly to the ground. "They're losing members." "Hold the line," Buck shouted loudly. Taking advantage of the opening, he swung his battle axe forward, pushing the formation ahead. Meanwhile, Roger coordinated with Little Five's explosive iron ball, quickly dealing with the ogre poisoned with deadly venom, then turned to support from the front. "I'm going to help Kesha," Roger shouted softly, leaving a shadow in the air. Shadow step. He instantly teleported behind the leader ogre fighting Kesha, holding twin daggers that shimmered with cold light, stabbing fiercely into its unguarded back. "Stab! Roar!" The leader ogre roared in pain, struggling desperately. It wildly swung its wolf-fawn club to fend off Kesha, then countered with a heavy punch, smashing into Roger's chest before he could retreat. Bang! Roger was sent flying like a broken kite, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. "Roger! Michir, hurry!" Buck roared, eyes nearly tearing up. His battle axe ignited with a red, furious glow. Heroic strike. The axe, with the force of splitting mountains and cracking stones, fiercely struck the forehead of the blocking ogre, blood splattering everywhere. Michir was anxious but remained calm. He raised his staff, and the seed of life glowed with a bright green light. Minor healing. A quick, instant spell shot toward the airborne Roger, followed by a completed healing spell. As the 2 lights fell on Roger, his previously pale face visibly turned red, and his breathing steadied. Phew, that was close. Roger rolled on the ground, clutching his chest and standing up. Though still a bit unsteady, he was no longer seriously hurt. Elsewhere, Kesha's twin blades danced like a red whirlwind, sweeping into the last 3 ogres. Steel Crimson Lotus. The continuous sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh echoed as the last ogre, covered in arrows and burn marks, fell with a reluctant scream. Bang! Dust flew into the air. Pant! Pant! With the final ogre defeated, only heavy breathing remained among the group on the plain. "Good job." Buck sat down heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. His finely crafted steel shield now bore several deep dents. "These guys are tougher than I thought, but we won, and we worked well together," Cassius said, sheathing her twin knives and walking over to Buck, helping him to his feet. "Thanks to your shield wall, we avoided heavy losses during that last counterattack." Foam jumped down from a rock. carefully checking his remaining arrows with some concern. Little Five was busy collecting usable iron fragments from the ogre corpses. Michel approached Roger, worriedly inspecting his injuries. Although treated, the punch had been strong, and Roger's chest still ached faintly. "I'm fine, I won't die," Roger said, rubbing his chest and smiling at Michel's concern. "As long as you're here, I can be saved even if I only have a little breath left." That quick healing spell just now was very timely. Elvin pushed up his glasses and calmly summarized, "This is a patrol of ogres, which means we're not far from their main territory. The fight just now was loud. We need to leave quickly and find a safe place to rest, or more enemies might come." "I agree," Kasha nodded. "Not far ahead, there's an abandoned mine. We can go there to rest, recover, and plan our next move." The group cleaned up the battlefield, scavenging rough jewelry, some valuable beast pelts, and a few pieces of equipment from the ogres, then quickly left the messy scene. The abandoned mine was located on the leeward side of a hill, hidden behind thick bushes, making it a good hiding spot. Inside the mine, Michel immediately began detailed treatment for everyone. "Senior Buck, your arm is still bleeding. Hang in there," he said softly, a gentle holy light glowing in his hand as he carefully covered Buck's wound. "This small injury is nothing. Ouch. Be gentle," Buck said bravely, but he flinched honestly. After treating everyone's wounds and using the healing spell, Michel finally sat down tiredly and took a piece of dried food handed to him by Xiao Wu to eat. Although it was just simple healing, the continuous high-level magic drained his energy a bit. "Everyone has worked hard." Kesha spread out a map, which was a rough sketch of the ogre camp made by Xiao Wu during reconnaissance. That was just the appetizer. "The real tough fight is ahead." She pointed to a red circle on the map. "The ogre camp is in this valley." According to Xiao Wu's information, there are at least 20 adult ogres and a shaman ogre with magic abilities. That shaman is the most troublesome because it can cast bloodthirst, making all the ogres go into a berserker state. 20 ogres. And a shaman, Roger frowned. Charging in blindly won't work. With our small team, even with Mitchell's healing, it's not enough to deal with them. "So, what do we do?" Buck asked simply. "Use clever plans." Elvin pushed up his glasses, reflecting the firelight from the cave. "Ogres are strong, but not very smart. We can use this to our advantage." He pointed to a cliff behind the camp on the map. "This is the upwind side. If we can create chaos, like setting a fire or using a certain smell to lure some ogres away, and then focus fire on the shaman, we might have a chance." "Smell?" Roger's eyes lit up. He took a sealed jar from his belt. "I have a special beast lure scent that works well on low IQ monsters. It hasn't been tested on ogres, but the principle should be similar. I also have plenty of explosive powder to them to bits," Xiao Wu said excitedly, patting his large bag. "Let's do it that way," Kesha decided quickly. "Xiao Wu and Roger will go to the upwind side to set the lure and traps. Buck and I will lead the front attack to draw their attention. Once the shaman shows itself, Yufeng and Elvin will focus fire to take it down immediately." "Michel." She looked at Michel, who was drinking water. "Your task remains the same as before. Protect everyone." Michel swallowed the water in his mouth, nodded firmly, and gripped his staff. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." After a simple rest, the two teams set out again. This time, their goal was to wipe out the ogre camp completely. As night deepened, a cold wind blew across the barren rocky plain. Under the cover of darkness, everyone silently crept to the edge of the ogre camp. From above, they could see the camp's fires blazing, with a dozen large ogres feasting around a bonfire. At the deepest part of the camp, in front of a huge tent, an old ogre decorated with bones and holding a skull staff was performing a strange dance. This was their target, the ogre shaman. "Move out." At Kesha's command, Roger and Little Five disappeared silently into the night like two shadows. The others held their breath, crouched low, and hid behind the rocks at the front of the camp. Michel tightly gripped his staff, his palms sweaty with nervousness and a strange excitement. Soon, two tiny shadows flashed past the cliff at the windward side. Roger opened a sealed jar. A strange, strongly bloody sweet gas drifted with the night breeze toward the ogre camp below. The smell might be sharp to humans, but to the keen and greedy ogres, it was a deadly temptation. Roar? The ogres, busy eating, were the first to react. Several smaller ogres paused, sniffed the air with their large noses, and drooled. Meat. Such delicious meat. They mumbled vaguely, their eyes glazed and wild. They abandoned their bones and staggered toward the scent, even pushing and growling at each other in their eagerness to get the delicious treat. It really works, Michel thought in amazement. Soon, nearly 2/3 of the ogres were lured away from the camp center, running into the depths of the wilderness. Only a few large elite ogres and the ogre shaman, who had just sat down in front of the tent and seemed to sense something was wrong, remained. Almost there, Little Five chuckled softly and lit the fuse buried beneath the giant rock. Snick! The sparks from the burning fuse flickered briefly in the darkness. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the wilderness. The giant rock on the cliff was violently thrown down by the blast, crashing with unstoppable force toward the group of ogres who had been lured away. The air was filled with screams and the sound of bones breaking. The sudden explosion caused chaos among the remaining elite ogres in the camp. They panicked, looking around frantically for the enemy. Now's the time. Attack! Kesha suddenly drew her twin knives, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Open the gate! Bark, who had been waiting for this moment, roared loudly and charged forward like a runaway heavy vehicle. He raised his heavy steel shield and, using the momentum from his run-up, forcefully rammed into the partly open wooden gate made of thick logs. Shield bash. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere. The seemingly sturdy gate shattered into pieces under Bark's fierce strength, and the splinters hit the stunned ogres. Enemy attack! The ogre shaman let out a piercing roar. The few elite ogres, who had been frightened, regained some clarity and hurriedly surrounded Bark and Kesha as they charged in. Bark led the charge, smashing through the gate without stopping, and directly collided with an approaching elite ogre. Get down! Crippling strike! He roared and swung his battle axe, which glowed with a fierce yellowish light of anger, and struck the ogre's knee. The massive creature screamed and was forced to kneel on the ground. Go! Dance of the Twin Blades! Kesha moved swiftly through the battlefield. Instead of fighting these tough guys head-on, she used her agility to target weak points like joints and eyes with her twin knives. Every strike caused a spray of blood. Frost Nova, Elvin's staff burst with bright blue light, and a ring of cold ice exploded in the center of the enemy formation. The biting cold instantly froze the movements of several nearby ogres, creating precious space for the front line to attack. Yufeng's arrows rained down, each one hitting vital points on the ogres with precision. Xiao Wu threw special flashbangs and smoke bombs from the side, making the already chaotic battle even more confusing. Michael stood at a safe distance, fully focused on the fight. Holy light! Blessing of resilience. A golden glow shone on Buck, making his already strong body even tougher. He managed to withstand the attack from 2 elite ogres. Now's the time. Buck and Kesha worked together perfectly, breaking through the enemy's defenses and revealing a path straight to the shaman's tent. The old ogre shaman didn't expect the defenses to fall so quickly. He panicked, raising his skull staff, ready to cast a spell. Too late. Shadow Strike. Roger, who had been hiding on top of the tent, seized this rare opportunity. Like a hunting eagle, he swooped down, 2 poison daggers glowing with deadly light, stabbing straight into the shaman's back. At the same time, Elvin's fire burst, Yufeng's armor-piercing arrow, and Xiao Wu's chain bomb all rushed in, sealing off the shaman's escape routes. Got him! Kesha shouted happily. It was a perfect coordinated attack. Buzz! Suddenly, a dark, ink-black, semi-transparent shield with a nauseating smell appeared out of nowhere behind the shaman. Ding! Boom! Uft! Bang! Roger's dagger seemed to hit an unbreakable steel plate, shaken by a huge recoil that numbed his hand, causing him to fly backward. Elvin's fire burst exploded on the shield, but only created ripples of black energy. Yufeng's arrows were shattered into 2 pieces. Xiao Wu's explosions were all blocked outside the shield. What? Everyone was shocked. Behind that shield, in the shadow of the tent, another figure slowly emerged, an even taller, older ogre shaman, radiating ominous black energy. It held a totem pole embedded with black crystals, and its dull eyes flickered with mockery and cruelty. How is this possible? Case's face suddenly turned very pale. How can there be two shaman in one camp? The situation quickly took a sharp turn for the worse. Roar, the old shaman hiding in the shadows, finally revealed his fangs. He slammed his totem pole down with a heavy thud, making a deep, frightening sound. A bright red aura spread like a plague, covering all the ogres. Group bloodthirst technique. The red light entered their bodies. The ogres, who had already been weakening, suddenly changed in a terrifying way. Their skin bulged with thick blue veins, and their wounds miraculously stopped bleeding. Their eyes filled with mad blood, and the last bit of their reason was replaced by pure desire to kill. Bang! A loud explosion shook the battlefield, loud enough to burst eardrums. Ugh! Buck held his shield tightly, but under the furious attacks of two savage elite ogres, his proud defense was about to break like paper. The powerful impact shook his insides through the shield. He gritted his teeth, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth, and his feet carved deep grooves into the ground. Xiao Wu, on the side, wanted to throw a bomb to help, but a fast, furious ogre like a demon sneaked up behind him and punched him hard in the back. Xiao Wu flew like a rag doll and crashed to the ground, passing out before he could even scream. Xiao Wu! Case's eyes nearly burst with rage. She wanted to help, but two whistling wolf-tooth clubs blocked her way. She could only roll on the ground in a sorry state. Her bright red hair was covered in dirt, and her left arm, hit by a wolf-tooth club, hung weakly by her side. A deep wound, visible to the bone, bled red into her armor. Roger had just fallen from the sky and hadn't yet stood up when a huge foot stomped down on him. He barely rolled away, but the enemy's furious speed was incredible. A sweeping strike followed, hitting his ribs directly. With a crisp, even through his armor, he heard his ribs break. Roger groaned and slid several meters, kneeling on one knee, his face pale as paper. His hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. This strength is completely different. Elvin clenched his teeth tightly, almost crushing his staff in his hand. His magic blasts on these furious monsters are like tickling. They can barely stop their advance. The arrows from Yufeng are blocked directly by their steel-like, raging muscles, barely penetrating. The defensive line has completely collapsed. Michel watches this scene, feeling as if an invisible hand is squeezing his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. Healing spell, come on. Faster, he desperately swings his new sprout staff, squeezing every bit of magic from his body. Green light shoots toward everyone. But this small healing magic is useless against the fierce group attacks. Wounds heal only to be reopened immediately. His teammates' life flames flicker like dying candles in the wind. Roar, two furious ogres attack at the same time, lifting their blood-covered weapons and throwing them like sacks of sand. Boom. Bark, the large creature, crashes into a wooden tent, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just when everyone thinks he can't get up again, a desperate and wild roar comes from the ruins. Ugh, desperate measures. This is a warrior's last-ditch move, burning his life force and pushing his limits. Come on. Bark, covered in blood and with broken armor, surprisingly charges out again. His eyes are red, holding a battered battle axe, fighting fiercely against the two ogres. Every swing is full of determination to die together. Bark! Elvin and Roger shout desperately, trying to rush to help. Firewall. Ha ha. The two shamans laugh coldly, waving their staffs. A wall of fiery despair rises, blocking the battlefield. Then, two fiery blasts like cannonballs hit Elvin and Yufeng. Elvin strains to maintain ice armor, barely blocking the flames, but blood drips from his mouth. Yufeng, fragile and like a kite with a broken string, is thrown away, struggling painfully on the ground, uncertain of life or death. Healing spell? No, it's just not enough time. Michel's vision blurred, unsure if it was from sweat or tears. He felt his magic rapidly running out, and his body trembled violently from exhaustion. He saw Buck desperately swinging his axe, only to be knocked down again and again. He saw Kosa fighting hopelessly with her blade, pushed into a corner. He saw Roger clutching his chest, dodging desperately, his eyes starting to lose focus. Despair flooded over him like a wave. Think of a way. Michel, if we keep going like this, everyone will die here, he shouted silently in his mind, images of complicated prayers flashing through his thoughts, the words of light spinning and reshaping rapidly in his mind. With faith as the guide, with holy light as the medium, connect all lives. He stopped worrying about the complex spells or the flow of magic. He relied only on instinct and his strong desire to protect everyone, raising his new sprout staff high. Please, let this succeed. Divine word technique. Ring. A deep hum echoed. A large, warm wave of holy energy burst out from him, spreading across the battlefield. A golden halo, almost tangible, with a divine hum, swept instantly over the entire scene. It ignored firewalls and distance, covering all allies. Where the halo passed, all allies' bodies shone with bright holy marks. Buck's dented armor made a cracking sound as his bones reset, and his lost vitality seemed to flow back instantly. Kosa's deep wound on her arm visibly healed. Roger's pale face turned rosy again, and his broken ribs miraculously reconnected. Even the fallen Xiao Wu and Yufeng were wrapped in this warm power and managed to stand up again. Even more astonishing, the holy halo dispersed the despairing firewall and even stunned the raging ogres. Their frantic movements slowed down for a moment, caught in a brief, deadly pause under the pure light. The battlefield was suddenly paused by this divine glow. Although Buck hadn't fully understood the situation yet, his seasoned beast instinct allowed him to seize this fleeting perfect opportunity immediately. While the ogre was stunned by the holy light and froze in place, he roared loudly. His muscles bulged like iron, and his battle axe, blazing with revenge, swung fiercely at the ogre who had just been dominating him and acting arrogantly. Deadly strike. Thud. The unprepared elite ogre didn't even have time to scream before the axe struck its neck, decapitating it instantly. Its large head rolled to the ground, the body twitching as black blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing Buck's face. Numerous arrows whistled past, and the sounds of ice arrows exploding and bombs booming followed one after another. One elite ogre after another fell to their knees, overwhelmed. Gru, the two shamans, who had been laughing wildly, saw this scene. Their cruelty turned into fear in an instant. They realized the battle was lost and turned to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Roger's figure reformed in the glow of the remaining holy light. His eyes burned with more killing intent than ever, like a demon returning from. Elvin, I'm coming. Although Elvin's magic was nearly exhausted and blood stained his lips, he fought with all his might. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto his staff's tip. Using his blood as a catalyst, he unleashed a blinding blue light, overexerting his magic. Extreme cold ice wall. Boom. Two thick ice walls, as solid as city walls, shot up from the ground, precisely blocking the shaman's escape routes and trapping them in this deadly place. Roger's figure flickered like teleportation, appearing behind the shaman, casting the firewall. This time, he held nothing back, pouring all his anger into this strike. Backstab, bone cleave, throat slash. A seamless, flowing combo attack moved so fast it was hard to see. The poison dagger, like a venomous snake, left dozens of deep wounds on the shaman's body, exposing bones. Ah! The shaman let out a piercing scream. Its totem pole fell to the ground, and the dark aura surrounding it quickly dissipated. Under the assassin's blade, it didn't even have a chance to chant a second spell. On the other side, Kesha's left arm was injured and hung limply at her side, unable to move. However, her remaining right hand wielding the dagger was still swift and fierce. She coordinated with Yufeng, who had just woken up and was half kneeling on the ground, drawing her bow and shooting. One fought in close combat to distract the enemy, while the other shot from afar, forcing the last shaman into a corner. Here's a gift for you. Revenge slash. Kesha leapt high and swung her single sword down. The red blade flashed like a streak of blood lightning. Ugh! With this strike filled with endless anger, she cut down from above, nearly splitting the evil and ugly face of the shaman along with its body in half. Both shamans were killed. Without their command and the bloodthirsty magic, the remaining half-damaged elite ogres looked like headless flies. Their red eyes quickly faded, replaced by deep fear. But they faced two teams that had already gone completely berserk, working together with terrifying coordination. Kill. Leave no one alive. With Baku's final roar, all the ogres were slaughtered together, until the last injured elite ogre was cut down, trembling with fear and despair, collapsing under the combined attack of everyone. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. The battlefield was a mess, filled with huge ogre corpses, broken weapons, and deep craters from the fight. The air was thick with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. A faint, tiny broke the silence. The new sprout staff in Michelle's hand, overloaded with holy light energy, finally couldn't bear the strain. The once lively oak staff developed a tiny that quickly spread, eventually breaking into two pieces. With a snap, the staff hit the ground. Michel could no longer hold on. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, exhausted. He gasped heavily, sweat soaking his clothes, and his delicate face was drained of all color. Michel, his teammates immediately gathered around, looking at him with concern. Roger was the first to rush over, trying to help him up but hesitating, afraid of hurting him, his hands hovering in midair. I'm fine." Michel weakly waved his hand, then looked up. Despite his exhaustion, he wore a bright, radiant smile. That smile, on his blood-stained face, looked especially pure and holy amid the chaos of the battlefield. "Great." Everyone, looking at the young boy who was weak but had a very bright gaze, everyone felt full of respect and gratitude, especially the members of Kesha's squad, who looked at Michel as if they were witnessing a miracle. That aura just now. It was like a miracle. Little Five, clutching his still sore chest and limping over, looked at Michel with admiration. "My internal injury healed almost completely. It's so amazing." Yufeng also blushed and whispered, "Thank you. If it weren't for that aura, I might have already died." Huff. Huff. Bark leaned on his battle axe and sat heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. His newly bought steel kite shield had cracked right in the middle, seemingly beyond repair. That was the most obvious badge of this fierce battle. That was so satisfying. He grinned, his face covered in dust and blood, but his eyes shone with a rare brightness, satisfaction after blood and fire. Kesha also put away her twin knives, sat beside Bark, and took out a bottle of strong wine from her waist pouch. She took a sip, then handed it to Bark. "Good job, big guy." Her tone carried a hint of respect. This rough-looking warrior was truly a trustworthy shield. "Your courage is tougher than your shield." "Same to you, red-haired." Bark took the wine bottle, not minding the mess, and gulped down several big sips. The spicy wine slid down his throat, dispelling the coldness in his body. "Those two knives, they're fierce. They're spicy. I like it." Although Elvin's magic was severely drained, he still maintained his mage demeanor. He pushed up his glasses, looked at the battlefield spoils, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Double shaman. That means double the rare materials and magic cores. The process was risky, but this deal, it's a big win." Of course, Roger approached the two shaman corpses, skillfully began searching the bodies. Soon, he held up two glowing black magic cores and two very valuable-looking staffs. "This time, not only can we recover the cost of the shield, but our gear can also be upgraded to the next level." Michel looked at his teammates, who had already started excitedly discussing how to split the spoils, and he smiled softly. He glanced at the broken staff on the ground, feeling a bit heartbroken. This newly bought magic staff was finally retired with honor. He bent down to pick up the broken staff, hoping it could still be saved, but everything went black before he knew it, and he fainted completely. When he woke up again, Michel found himself lying on a simple bedroll, covered with a familiar stone skin cloak. A campfire crackled nearby, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. "You're awake?" Roger's voice came from beside him. He was sitting by the fire, holding a skewer of meat. Seeing Michel open his eyes, he quickly came over and helped him sit up. "Eat something. You really pushed yourself this time." Michel took the roasted meat and took a bite, surprised by how good it tasted. "Where's this?" He looked around and saw they were still at the ogre camp, but it had been cleaned up. "We're still at the camp," Roger explained. "We finished fighting late last night, and everyone was hurt pretty badly, so we stayed here for the night. Kesha and the others went on patrol around, so it's safe now." "Oh, right." He suddenly remembered something. He took out a small, delicate cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Michel. "This is your prize." Michel opened the bag and saw a smooth, milky white gemstone glowing softly. "What is this?" It was taken from the two shamans, Roger explained. That gem is called Tear of Purity, a very rare light element gemstone. It's priceless for priests. Kesha and the others were tempted, but they insisted on giving it to you. As for the coins, we'll split everything after we finish our mission and handle the loot. A light element gemstone? Michel was so surprised he couldn't speak clearly. Maybe I should just... This is what you deserve, Roger said seriously, looking into his eyes. If it weren't for your final move, we might not have survived. You earned it with your life. He reached out and gently patted Michel's head, his eyes full of affection. Don't push yourself so hard next time. If something happens to you, no matter how much money we have, it won't help. Michel felt warm inside and tightly held the small bag. I understand. Thank you, Senior Roger. After a night of rest, everyone's condition had improved significantly. The next morning, the two teams set out on their journey home, carrying plenty of loot. Because they had so much treasure, they weren't in a hurry. They walked all day before finally seeing the walls of Olan City. The sunset cast a warm golden glow on the stone streets of Olan City. Citizens returning home and merchants packing up their stalls created a lively, noisy scene. In this peaceful evening light, the two tired and blood-stained teams looked out of place. There were 7 of them. Their clothes were torn, and they were covered in dirt and dried blood. Yet, each person wore a look of relief and happiness after surviving the danger. When they pushed open the heavy oak door of the Adventurers Guild, the busy noise inside made them pause. Look, it's the Iron Anvil team and the Crimson Lotus team. No way, they made it back alive. From the Ogre camp? Ignoring the whispers around them, Buck and Kesha exchanged a glance. Together, they carried a large, bulging sack that smelled strong and strange to the counter. With a loud bang, it hit the table, making the whole counter shake. Here's the mission, and the loot to be counted, Buck said proudly and loudly. The receptionist behind the counter was startled by the noise. She looked at the sack spilling out ogre ears covered in brain matter, along with broken weapons, pelts, and scraps. Her face showed surprise. Did you really clear out the ogre's nest? More or less, Kesha crossed her arms. Her bright red hair shimmered under the magic lamps. She leaned on the counter and smiled at everyone. Everything's here. Please, go ahead and count it. The guild was very efficient. Soon, a specialist came to appraise the loot. While waiting for the final valuation, the two teams gathered at the biggest long table in the center of the hall, attracting many curious looks. Honestly, Buck, your new shield is just ruined? That's such a shame, Kesha said, taking 2 mugs of ale from the adventurer's bar and handing one to Buck. Don't remind me, Buck said, grimacing at the cracked steel kite shield. But it was worth it. Without it, I'd have been smashed to pieces by those monsters. Meanwhile, Little Five looked at Michel with admiration. Brother Michel, where did you learn that holy word spell? It was amazing. The tone was rare for the host to speak up first. She nodded gently at Michel, her voice soft but sincere. This time was really too dangerous. If it weren't for you, everyone might have. Michel felt a bit shy from the praise and quickly waved his hands. It's nothing, I just happened to succeed. Roger crossed his legs, picking at his nails with a dagger, lazily saying to Elvin, Hey, mage, we didn't get a small harvest this time. Should we consider trading your broken book for a new one? Knowledge is priceless. Elvin calmly pushed up his glasses. But maybe I should think about adding a new magic crystal to my staff. In this relaxed and lively atmosphere, the receptionist came over holding a sheepskin scroll filled with numbers. Her voice carried a hint of genuine respect. Both captains, all the loot has been counted and valued. The mission reward is 220 silver coins. The total value of the loot recovered is 100 silver coins, and the double shaman's contribution is extra, with the guild awarding 60 silver coins. Total, 380 silver coins. This number made the entire long table fall silent instantly. Even Buck's breathing grew heavier. Kosa took out a pouch and skillfully counted out 190 silver coins onto the table, then decisively pushed them toward the Iron Anvil team. Pleasure working with you. This is your share. Haha. Pleasure working with you, beautiful. Next time there's a job like this, teaming up with the Iron Anvil squad is the best choice. Buck generously pushed the coins toward Elvin. Elvin, watch carefully from the back, split according to contribution. Elvin nodded, collected the coins, and calmly began dividing them among the team. According to contribution, Buck gets 50, Roger and I each get 40. He paused, then pushed the largest share, 60 silver coins, toward Michel. Michel, this is yours. I get so much. Michel looked at the pile of silver coins in front of him, a bit overwhelmed. Take it, little hero, Roger said for the first time without teasing. He ruffled Michel's hair, his smile carrying rare warmth. You risked your life for this. No one has any objections. Buck even grinned widely, slapping Michel on the back. Exactly. Without that hit of yours, we might all be inside the ogre's belly now. This money is nothing. Elvin pushed up his glasses and said, by contribution, this is a perfect split. Also, your staff is broken, and we can't let the team's healer go without a magic focus. Seeing the sincere looks from his teammates, Michir no longer hesitated. Carefully, he put the silver coins into his belt pouch. Now, he was wearing a large cloak, holding a lot of money, but had no weapons. He looked like a rich young person who had run away from home and could be targeted by bad people at any moment. All right, the money is divided, Roger said, stretching lazily. He looked at Michir and smiled mischievously again. But with your current look, without your fairy wand for protection and carrying so much money, you might get kidnapped by a bad uncle on the street. Michir was speechless at the nickname, fairy wand. He looked up, his clear eyes showing some annoyance. He puffed out his cheeks and retorted, if there are bad uncles, it's probably you, Senior Roger. This slightly sassy reply surprised Roger at first. Then he let out a deep, happy laugh. Buck also burst into laughter, finding the little priest more and more interesting. After joking around, Michir remembered the important matter. He thought about his broken staff and touched the small cloth bag at his waist that Roger had given him, filled with loot. Carefully, he took out the Tear of Purity and held it in his hands. The smooth, milky white gemstone glowed softly and purely in the dim tavern light, instantly clearing the greasy and murky atmosphere on the table, as if it were a tiny sacred space. Do the seniors know how to handle this? Buck stared wide-eyed. Wow, so beautiful. It must be worth a lot, right? Roger put away his smile and looked serious. Put it away, kid. You shouldn't show off such good things in a place like this. This is the Tear of Purity, comma. Elvin pushed his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses focused for the first time. A very rare light element magic gem, and a powerful magic medium itself. He paused, then concluded, Olan City is too remote. The craftsmen here can only handle ordinary magic materials. Giving this gem to them would be a kind of blasphemy and waste. So, what should we do? Michir asked. To my knowledge, only the Royal Magic Workshop in the capital or those hidden elven craftsmen have the ability to fully harness its power and embed it into weapons, Elvin said, gazing at the gem with a hint of longing. I once worked with my teacher. He stopped speaking, a complex and hard-to-read emotion flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained his usual calm. The silver coins on the table seemed to lose their shine, and everyone's eyes focused on the small gem in Michir's hand. Going to the distant capital felt like an overly big goal for a level D team. Michir looked at the Tear of Purity in his hand and fell into thought. Watching his teammates deep in thought over such a small gem, Michir carefully wrapped the Tear of Purity with a soft cloth and solemnly placed it deep in his waist pouch. The capital was too far away. Right now, the most urgent thing was to solve the problem of being unable to cast spells. I want to buy a new staff first, he decided, looking up at everyone. Let's go to that shop, Whispering Forest again, the Elvin shopkeeper Lillian's store. After saying that, he turned to Buck with a questioning tone. Senior Buck, what's our plan next? Plan? Buck was pulled back from his daydreams about the distant future. He patted his rumbling stomach and slapped his thigh, pushing all worries about the capital aside. Of course, first we fill our stomachs. We've been busy all day, and I'm so hungry I could swallow a rock boar. I heard there's a new place in the North City that serves grilled flame lizard meat. Delicious. How about we go have a meal and treat ourselves? North City, huh? Roger stretched lazily, leaning back in his chair. His eyes twinkled as he looked at Michir. That's convenient. I'll go with our little princess to pick out a new staff, so you don't go alone and get robbed before spending your money. Elvin closed the magic book he had been flipping through and calmly agreed. My magic power also needs food and rest to recover. Going together will be more efficient. Great. That's settled then. Buck clapped happily on the table, standing up. Let's go? First by the staff, then enjoy some grilled meat. The sunset painted the street in warm orange hues. The four of them basked in this cozy atmosphere as they headed deeper into the equipment district. The joy of returning with full loads made the mood especially relaxed. Honestly, Michir, next time I am surrounded by 3 ogres. Buck waved his arms and boasted, spitting as he spoke, just cast a fortitude blessing on me, and you can sit nearby with a cup of tea while I take them apart. Based on calculations, without remote fire support, your stamina is only enough to dismantle 1.5 parts, Elvin said flatly, pushing up his glasses, quickly bursting the warrior's confidence. Roger followed behind, smiling as he patted Michir's shoulder. Did you hear that, little priest? Next time, remember to prepare some snacks for our hero Buck. Michir couldn't help but laugh. He found this kind of teasing more comforting than the church bells ringing for evening prayer. Amidst the laughter, they turned the corner and saw the shop with a vine-covered sign that read, Whispering Woods. However, the atmosphere at the shop entrance was a bit tense. A half-elf archer named Yufeng stood at the door, while the elegant elf shopkeeper Lillian faced away from her, seemingly tidying the wind chimes outside, with an air of distance. Sister, are you really leaving? Yufeng's voice was soft, with a hint of quiet pleading. Lillian didn't turn around. She simply replied softly, yes, just because I refuse to go back with you, not entirely. Lillian finally turned around. Her eyes, usually gentle and smiling, now looked tired and worried. She took out a crumpled letter from her sleeve. I received urgent news from my hometown. Something has happened in Silver Moon Valley, and I must go back. Her words instantly changed Yufeng's expression from stubbornness to concern. At that moment, Roger's slightly flippant voice broke the tense atmosphere. Oh, looks like we arrived at the wrong time. Seeing Michir and the others, Lillian's worried expression eased a little, returning to her polite shopkeeper demeanor. Her gaze swept over everyone and finally rested on Michir's empty back. So it's you. Yufeng told me everything. Thank you for your help at the ogre camp, especially you, little priest. She didn't mention family matters further, but turned and entered the shop. After a moment, she brought out a staff made of silvery birch wood. The staff was smooth, with an uncut moonstone embedded at the top, emitting a gentle glow. This staff is called Forest Blessing, Lillian handed it to Michir. It can't boost powerful destructive magic, but it makes the holder's healing magic more pure. I'm about to leave on a journey, so leaving this staff here would just let it gather dust. Consider it my way of thanking you on behalf of my naive little sister. Seeing her sister hand over the staff and mention her journey, Michelle's eyes filled with reluctance. He stepped forward and softly asked, Sister, what did the letter from our hometown say? Lillian didn't answer. Instead, she gently patted her sister's shoulder with her free hand and said to Michel and his group, Since you're friends, please take good care of her. It was both a trust and a farewell. Don't worry, Miss Lillian. Michel nodded firmly and accepted this heavy gift of thanks. Buck and the others politely thanked and took their leave, giving the sisters some private space. Michel held the new staff, which carried a faint, refreshing scent, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. Elvin's calm voice of analysis came from beside him. He pushed up his glasses, and behind the lenses, his eyes showed a hint of genuine admiration. Michir, your current magic skill level has reached the standard of a D-class adventurer. When you have free time, you can go to the guild to apply for a higher rank, D-class. Really? Michir's eyes lit up immediately. Haha, that's great. Buck happily ruffled Michir's hair, pride in his voice. Roger and I are only at D level now. Once you get your rank up, we can work harder, and the whole Anvil squad can apply to become a C-class adventure team. By then, the missions we can take will be completely different, Roger added with a hopeful smile. We won't have to crawl into dirty water channels for just a few silver coins anymore. Led by Buck, this small team, now close to sea-level strength, passed through the gradually quiet residential area and arrived at a new shop called Flame Grill, located in the northeast corner of the city. However, the lively scene of bustling voices and fragrant meats they expected was not there. The shop was quiet, with only a few tables occupied by sparse customers, and even the fire in the oven looked a bit listless. A chubby shop owner, looking worried, leaned against the counter yawning. When he saw the group enter, he only half-heartedly lifted his eyes. But when his gaze swept over Buck's distinctive half-plate armor and the adventurers' badges on their waists, his eyes immediately brightened. "Wow, dear adventurers, please come in. Please come in." He hurried over from behind the counter, full of enthusiasm, and quickly led them to the cleanest large table. Buck was unreserved, placing his new shield, still unpolished, on the ground and sitting down casually. "Boss, give me 4 servings of your top-quality flame lizard meat, and a few barrels of ale." "Got it. Coming right up," the shop owner replied cheerfully. Soon after, while other customers were still waiting, for sizzling, fragrant servings of flame lizard meat and several frothy mugs of ale were served to their table first. This obvious special treatment made Roger, who was wiping his dagger, raise an eyebrow. He stopped the shop owner who was about to leave and smirked playfully. "Boss, do you give special treatment to adventurers here? In the past, those taverns always disliked the smell of blood on us and kept their distance, as if we were contagious. Ah, you gentlemen don't know this." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's hidden worries resurfaced. He leaned in closer, lowered his voice, and suddenly opened up. "You came from the south of the city, right? That's understandable if you don't know. Since yesterday, the North City Gate has been closed for road repairs. No one can pass. This has cut off the flow of people, and business at the shops in the north has dropped sharply." He sighed and continued. "That's not all. Recently, strange things have been happening. People say there's a ghost crying at night near the city wall, and it's so creepy. It scares ordinary citizens so much that they don't dare to come here after dark. Only brave adventurers like you dare to come and help support our small shops." Buck frowned, stuffing a large piece of roasted meat into his mouth, and mumbled, "Ghosts? I think you're just scared of rats in the sewer. There can't be that many strange things in the city." "Exactly," Roger agreed, gracefully cutting a slice of meat with his small knife, his movements out of place for an assassin. "Boss, don't worry. Even if there is something unclean, the city guards are not fools. When the sky falls, they will handle it." Michel also hurried to comfort him. "Yes, boss, don't worry. The city is safe." Only Elvin didn't join the lighthearted chat. He put down his knife and fork, his sharp eyes behind the glasses narrowing slightly. Through the greasy window, he looked toward the distant, towering northern city wall, as if lost in thought. "Why think so much? Just eat." Buck's loud voice suddenly interrupted Elvin's thoughts. He had torn off the biggest piece of fire lizard leg meat, which was so hot he grimaced, but looked very happy. "Wow, boss, your cooking is amazing. This smells so good," he chewed loudly, praising vaguely with a face full of oil and pure joy. Elvin was distracted by Buck's hearty eating. He could only smile helplessly, picking up his knife and fork. No matter how deep the mystery, in front of hot roasted meat and cold beer, everything else seemed to take a back seat for now. The table was messy after eating and drinking. Buck was happily picking his teeth, while Roger lazily swirled his wine glass, enjoying a relaxed and contented atmosphere. At that moment, the worried-looking, chubby shop owner approached again, holding a rag and twisting it nervously, seeming hesitant to speak. Gentlemen, I know this might be rude, but do you have time to check out the sewer in the north part of the city?" he asked nervously. "Recently, many people say the ghostly crying sounds come from there, and it's making the nearby residents very anxious." Buck's relaxed brow immediately furrowed again. He waved impatiently, his voice full of irritation. "What? The sewer? I just crawled out of a goblin's mouth today. I'm here to celebrate, not to fix your sewer. No way. No matter how much you pay, I won't go." "Boss, please don't get upset," Roger said with a friendly smile, though his tone was a bit dismissive. "This kind of safety work should be reported to the city guard. They get paid from taxes, so they should handle it. Why should we, as adventurers, spend our own money on this?" "I already reported it," the shop owner said anxiously, almost crying. "I've gone several times, but each time they say the North Gate is on lockdown and they don't have enough people. I really don't know what to do. The proper way is to post a formal request at the Adventurers Guild," Elvin, who had been silent, said without looking up from a worn old book he just bought. "Other adventurers who need payment will take the job. Our rest time is precious. Michel looked at the shop owner's hopeful yet fearful eyes. His natural compassion as a priest was about to make him say, "Let's go check it out." But seeing his determined teammates nearby, he knew now was not the time to be stubborn, so he swallowed his words. He could only speak gently and apologetically. "Boss, don't worry too much. Like Elvin said, you should first post the request. If in a few days no adventurers take it, then we'll consider going." Hearing this, the shop owner's face showed a hint of gratitude, but mostly disappointment. He knew it was just words of comfort. With a long sigh, he bowed his back and walked away. After eating and drinking, everyone parted ways at the entrance of the barbecue shop. Buck, with a burp, slung his arm around Elvin's shoulder and half-dragged him into the night. Roger merely raised an eyebrow at Michir. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the shadows of the alley like a ghost. The lively noise gradually faded away, leaving Michir alone. He tightened his grip on his new staff and walked alone along the street lit by magical lamps. When he returned to the Lionheart Inn, the lobby was almost empty. Madame Martha, the owner, was yawning and wiping the counter. Seeing Michir, her always smiling eyes crinkled with a gentle smile. "You're back, little one. You look very happy today. Your face is all rosy." "Yes, I had dinner with my teammates," Michir replied with a smile, feeling a warm glow inside. Back in his familiar room, he carefully placed the Forest Blessing charm on the bedside table, then relaxed into the bath he had prepared earlier. The warm water instantly wrapped around his tired body. The tension and bloodiness from the ogre camp seemed to evaporate with the steam. He leaned against the edge of the tub, watching his blurry reflection on the water's surface. Slim collarbones, flat chest, smooth skin almost without blemishes. "Level D," he softly repeated Elvin's words, his eyes shining brightly. He now had a good amount of savings, a reliable staff, and most importantly, his bonds with his teammates had grown stronger. Tomorrow, the first thing he wanted to do was go to the guild and exchange his rookie badge for a real adventurer's badge. With this small hope and determination, Michir fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when the sunlight seeped through the cracks in the window and woke him, he was already full of energy. He dressed neatly, put on his stone-skin cloak, strapped on the Forest Blessing staff, nodded at his reflection in the mirror, and then headed purposefully to the Adventurers Guild alone. When Michir pushed open the heavy oak door of the guild again, the familiar mixture of cheap ale, old sweat, and faint blood smell hit him. But this time, the scent no longer made him dizzy or nauseous. Instead, it gave him a strange sense of belonging. He straightened his back. The brand-new stone-skin cloak and the Forest Blessing staff on his back gave him silent confidence. He raised his head and calmly looked around the hall that once made him too afraid to lift his head. The noise was the same as always, but the looks directed at him had changed completely. No longer were there those sticky, uncomfortable stares or the teasing whistles and crude laughter. "Hey, good morning, little priest of Iron Anvil team." Next to a table, a one-eyed mercenary who had been drinking with him yesterday raised his mug and grinned at him. Michir was surprised for a moment, then shyly smiled and nodded in response. "Are you alone, Michir? Didn't Buck's loud voice come with you today?" Another scout, wiping his crossbow, asked with a raised chin. "Senior members are resting today," he answered politely. Even as he passed a long table full of people, a man who looked like the team leader suddenly spoke, looking at him seriously. "Hey, little priest, are you interested in joining our Steelfang team? We have a C-level boss in our squad, and the benefits are really good." A friendly laugh and teasing sound spread around. "Steelfang, are you trying to poach us? Haha. If Buck finds out, he'll be furious. I wish I could be invited to a C-level team too." If this had happened the first time he came here, Michir might have been so embarrassed he wanted to hide. But now, he only blushed slightly, stood firm, and bowed seriously to the team leader. "Thank you very much for the invitation, but I am not considering changing teams at the moment." Of course, he thought silently, never would. His voice was quiet, but very clear. His firm tone made the noisy hall fall silent for a moment. Then, the team leader laughed loudly, patting the table. "It's those guys from Buck's team who are really charming." Ha ha! Amidst the friendly, approving, even respectful looks, Michir smoothly made his way to the counter. Behind the counter was the same woman with thick glasses. She was busy with paperwork, ready to say her usual formal greeting when she heard his footsteps. But when she looked up and saw it was Michir, her impatience instantly turned into a warm, almost flattering smile. "Good morning." Her voice was 8 tones softer than last time, with a hint of deliberate sweetness. "Is there anything I can help you with today?" Submitting a task or, her gaze fell on Michelle's chest, where his new adventurer badge still hung. She suddenly realized, "Are you here to apply for a personal rank upgrade? Please wait a moment. I will handle it for you right away." The receptionist took out a new parchment form from behind the counter and cheerfully said, "According to guild rules, new members must pass a basic ability test to be promoted to D rank. This is to ensure adventurers can handle independent missions. Please follow me." She personally stepped out from behind the counter and led Michelle through a small door on the side of the hall to the guild's training yard in the back. This place was much quieter than the noisy main hall, filled with dust and sweat in the air. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard sat on a wooden bench, carefully wiping a large war hammer with an oilcloth. He wore worn chainmail, and a fierce scar ran from the corner of his left eye down to his chin, making him look very serious. "Instructor Marcus," the receptionist respectfully called out, "this is Mr. Michel from the Anvil Squad, here to apply for the D-rank priest evaluation." The man called Marcus looked up at the sound. His good eye was sharp as an eagle's, and he examined Michel from head to toe. His brow furrowed unconsciously. "Name, profession," he said in a hoarse, deep voice. "Michel, apprentice priest," Michel replied. Under such a strong presence, his newly gained confidence wavered a little, and his voice became softer. Marcus hummed indifferently and pointed to a wearing thick leather armor nearby. "The test has 3 parts," he explained briefly. "First, divine magic strength. Use your attack divine magic on this target and show me its power." Michel took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He clenched his grip on his forest blessing staff. Feeling the smoothness of the staff's surface gave him some reassurance. He raised the staff, and the moonstone at the top began to gather light. "In the name of the holy light, divine strike." A thick, solid golden beam of light descended from the sky, precisely striking the. With a dull bang, a blackened mark the size of a bowl appeared instantly on the thick leather armor, and wisps of blue smoke rose from it. Marcus raised an eyebrow slightly. "Not bad," he said briefly, then drew a sharp short dagger from his waist. In the surprised eyes of Michel and the receptionist, he decisively cut a deep, bone-visible wound across his left forearm. Blood immediately gushed out, dripping onto the ground from his strong arm. Second skill, healing ability. Marcus calmly extended his bleeding arm, his single eye full of cool focus. "Come, heal it." Michel was startled by this sudden scene, but his battlefield experience helped him stay calm quickly. He stepped forward immediately, holding his hand above the wound, concentrating. "O holy light, please mend his wound." Healing spell, bright green life energy, like tiny living threads, precisely entered the fierce wound. Under Marcus's slightly surprised gaze, the torn flesh began to move and heal, and the rushing blood stopped quickly. In just a few breaths, the terrible wound was reduced to a faint pink scar. The purity of the divine spell is high, and the casting speed is fast. "Very good." Marcus showed clear approval for the first time. He moved his arm, then grabbed the huge warhammer again, leaping up from the bench. Final skill, self-defense. He slung the warhammer over his shoulder, a terrifying aura rising from him. "A dead nursemaid is worthless. Use your strongest defensive skill and take my hit." Michel's face turned pale. He could feel that the other person wasn't joking. Without hesitation, he heavily slammed the forest blessing onto the ground, channeling almost all his divine energy. Holy Light Barrier, VRR, a large, shining, rune-covered, solid-looking circular shield instantly appeared in front of him. It radiated a golden glow, giving a sense of invincibility. "Ah!" Marcus shouted loudly, his muscles bulging as he swung his warhammer with a tearing sound through the air, smashing it forcefully against the Holy Light Barrier. Clang! A deafening, church bell-like explosion erupted. The Holy Light Barrier trembled violently. Cracks like spider webs appeared on its surface, but it did not break. The huge impact turned into visible gusts of air that spread outward, making Michel's robe flutter loudly. Michel was shaken, feeling his energy surge, but he clenched his teeth tightly and held the barrier without retreating. Marcus slowly lowered his warhammer, his single eye filled with surprise and admiration. He looked at the cracked but still sturdy light shield, and his hoarse voice carried a rare tone of praise. This barrier is strong enough to withstand a powerful attack from a level C adventurer. He put away his warhammer, walked up to Michel, picked up a form, and signed his name heavily. Kid, he returned the form to Michel. Welcome to level D. You are a qualified priest. Remember, protect yourself first, so you can protect your teammates. Michel took the form, his legs still a bit weak, but as he looked at the signature representing approval, a sense of pride and happiness filled his heart. Thank you, instructor. The joy of passing the test made Michel's steps lighter. Under the almost admiring gaze of the receptionist, he returned to the lively hall. The receptionist led him to the center of the counter, picked up a piece of enchanted parchment, cleared her throat, and used a deliberately clear and melodious voice. Through an enchanted amplifier stone, she announced to the entire guild hall, announcement. Michel, a trainee priest from the Iron Anvil squad, has officially been promoted to level D adventurer today after passing instructor Marcus's assessment. Her voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly drowning out all the noise. Everyone's eyes, curious, surprised, or envious, focused on the slender figure at the counter. Then, a wave of friendly applause and cheers erupted in the hall. Wow, that kid from the Iron Anvil squad is impressive. Promoted so quickly? He has potential. Instructor Marcus's assessment isn't easy, and this young priest has some talent. Under everyone's watchful eyes and chatter, the receptionist smiled as she took a brand new nameplate from a velvet-lined box and handed it to Michel with both hands. It was a silver badge, slightly heavy in the hand, with a cold metallic feel. It was no longer the rough copper badge from before, but a carefully polished one with the sword and shield emblem engraved along the edge, symbolizing the Adventurers Guild. On the front of the badge, clear letters in a simple, universal script displayed his information: name, Michel profession, official priest rank, D affiliation, Iron Anvil squad. Seeing this shining silver badge, Michel's heart beat faster with excitement. He carefully took it in his hands, gently touching the cold engraved marks. This was more than just metal. It was a symbol of his first effort and courage after leaving the monastery, recognized by this harsh but real world. While Michel was still immersed in this small thrill, feeling the weighty satisfaction brought by the silver badge at his fingertips. Hey! A familiar, slightly lazy voice came from the guild entrance. Michel quickly looked up and turned toward the door. Congratulations on your promotion, my priest. Standing there was Roger, leaning casually against the guild doorframe with his arms crossed. His usual half-closed, charming eyes were full of smiles, and the playful curve of his mouth was even more noticeable than usual. Before Michel could respond, hurried and heavy footsteps sounded at the entrance. Huff, huff, I made it just in time. A bald man, panting heavily, rushed in. It was Buck. One hand supported his knee, the other wiped sweat from his forehead, clearly having run all the way here. Behind him, Elvin entered steadily, with a calm expression, but his slightly hurried breathing revealed he wasn't as composed as he appeared. Buck straightened up, saw Michel holding his new badge at the counter, and the scene of everyone watching him. He grinned widely, showing his white teeth, and burst into laughter. Sorry. Drank too much last night, and overslept, he said, striding over quickly. His large hand slapped heavily on Michel's back, making him stumble. Luckily, Elvin pulled me out of bed. I didn't miss our squad's big day. Elvin nodded with a smile at Michel, showing rare genuine approval. Roger also came over at this moment. He walked around to Michiel's front, reached out, and gently tapped the shiny new silver badge with his fingertips, making a clear, ding sound. How does it look? He asked, looking down at Michiel with a smile almost spilling over his face. Does it look better than that old, broken piece of metal before? Yes. Michiel grinned happily, touching the silver badge as if it were a treasured keepsake. Since our little team's priest has successfully advanced, that's a big happy event, Buck said loudly, waving his hand. Yesterday's celebration doesn't count. We need to celebrate again today. Come on, I know a new public bathhouse in the west of the city. The sulfur hot springs inside are the best for relaxing. After the fight, a bath is the real enjoyment. Public bathhouse. Michiel's face stiffened. A public bathhouse. That means sharing with everyone. Good idea, Elvin agreed first, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. After intense fighting, soaking in hot water can relieve muscle fatigue and improve blood flow. It's the best way to recover. Oh? A bath. Roger's eyes flicked over Michiel's worried face, and his smile grew more teasing. Sounds good. Just what I need to wash off all this blood. I won't go. Michiel looked uncomfortable, awkwardly laughing. I just took a bath yesterday. I'm not dirty. Haha. That's not acceptable. Buck frowned and said naturally. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. We need to celebrate properly. Everyone taking a bath together is the real fun. Exactly, little priest. Roger leaned in closer, lowering his voice so only they could hear. What are you afraid of? Do you have a secret you're worried we might see? His suggestive words hit Michiel's most sensitive nerves like a needle. His face felt hot, and he hurriedly waved his hands, stumbling over his words. And no secrets. I'm not used to being with others. Then start getting used to it today, Elvin said firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Under the unwavering decision of his three teammates, Michel was like a prisoner being led to the execution ground. He moved stiffly, being pushed along, toward the public bathhouse called Stone Pot Hot Spring, located in the west of the city. Steam curled around, and water splashed loudly. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a hot, humid air mixed with sulfur, water vapor, and herbal scents hit him. Buck had already paid eagerly, received a towel, and strode confidently toward the men's changing room. Roger and Elvin followed closely behind. Michel was left standing alone, still in place. He clenched the cold silver badge, feeling it burn like a hot iron. For a moment, he was unable to move. In the end, Michel couldn't resist the firm resolve of his three senior teammates. Like walking to the gallows, he slowly approached the counter. With trembling hands, he counted out 2 silver coins from his pouch, his voice faint as a mosquito's buzz. 1. He held the wooden badge engraved with a number, feeling it weigh 1,000 pounds. Taking a deep breath, as if heading into battle, he pushed open the heavy wooden door leading to the men's changing room. Creak! The door swung open, and the hot steam mixed with a faint sulfur smell hit him, blurring his vision instantly. As the steam cleared slightly, the scene before him froze him in place. His blood surged to his head with a loud rush, and his cheeks turned red as if they might bleed. Inside the spacious changing room, his 3 teammates were already there. The first thing he saw was Buck. His tall, muscular body was covered with old scars of various sizes. Every muscle was full of explosive strength. He was shirtless, only wearing a towel around his waist, standing casually. He was roughly wiping his shiny bald head with a large towel, acting boldly and without shame. Next to him was Roger. His smooth, tin body was less intimidating than Buck's, but looked like a poised, ready-to-pounce leopard. Every muscle hinted at agility and deadly grace. Noticing Michel, he even turned his head and gave a lazy, meaningful smile. Farther away was Elvin. Like his appearance, he looked pale and scholarly. He was tall and slightly thin. He carefully folded his mage robe before picking up his towel, moving methodically. Then, as if they had agreed in advance, the 3 men of different skin tones and builds, all bare-chested, suddenly stopped their actions at the same time. They all looked toward the door where a young priest, dressed neatly in a long robe and looking stunned, stood. Their 3 gazes, like spotlights, fixed Michel firmly in place. Buck's gaze was straightforward and urging, as if asking, "Why are you so slow?" Elvin's gaze was calm and assessing, as if analyzing why Michel was reacting so strongly. Roger's gaze was full of playful teasing, like watching a small rabbit caught in a trap, unsure what to do. Under these looks, Michel felt every inch of his skin burning. He instinctively clutched his shirt at the chest, his fingers turning white from the grip. "What are you hesitating for?" Buck's loud voice broke the strange silence. "Hurry up and take it off. The water's getting cold." Just as Michel was feeling embarrassed and helpless, almost expecting to be stripped right there, Roger's lazy laugh suddenly sounded. "Oh, I almost forgot." He suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something very important. Casually, he stretched out his arms, one arm around Elvin's neck and the other patting Buck's back, pulling their attention away from Michir. I think I heard at the front desk that the bathhouse is having a grand opening special. The first hour offers free chilled fruit wine. If you're late, it's gone. Free? Buck's eyes, which had been full of urgency, immediately lit up like he'd found treasure. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? Let's go? Although Elvin wasn't very interested in the free gimmick, he was dragged along by Buck and Roger, who were on either side. He could only go along helplessly. Before Roger was pulled away, he didn't forget to turn back, wink at Michir, and silently mouth, "Hurry up, little princess." As the three of them disappeared through the door leading to the bathhouse, only Michir was left in the changing room. He let out a long breath, waiting for the fiery heat on his face to subside a little, then tremblingly began to untie his clothes. The stone-skin cloak, the follower's robe, and the close-fitting linen shirt. As each piece of clothing was taken off, the slender figure, wrapped in layers and not quite masculine-looking, was fully revealed in the air. He quickly grabbed a clean, slightly rough bath towel beside him and tightly wrapped himself from his chest to just above his knees, as if it were the safest armor. Michir tightly wrapped the towel around himself and carefully pushed open the wooden door to the bath. A stronger, sulfur-smelling hot steam hit his face, and everything in front of him was shrouded in mist. Large rocks formed various shaped hot spring pools, with water that looked milky white, bubbling with heat. He immediately saw his three teammates. They were soaking in the largest main pool, where the water level just covered their chests. From afar, he heard Buck's loud voice, filled with some frustration, cursing. "I'm late. The bartenders said the free drinks are all gone." Roger leaned against a rock by the pool, holding a brightly colored drink, smiling as he comforted the irritable warrior. "Relax, relax. I owe you one. Next time, I'll treat you. Okay? Haha." Buck muttered a few words, took the cup Roger handed him, and drank a few sips. Then he stopped talking. Michir let out a breath of relief and was about to find a quiet corner to slip into the water unnoticed. Just then, Elvin, who had been silently closing his eyes and resting, suddenly opened them. He pushed his water-damp glasses and looked toward the other end of the bath, making a slight, curious sound. "Huh, that person looks familiar." Following Elvin's gaze, Buck also squinted, trying to recognize the blurry figure in the steam. That's not. He saw the small figure and agile movements clearly and suddenly realized, that's Little Five from the Crimson Lotus team? While Michir was still searching for a discreet corner to quietly slip into the water, Buck's loud voice, full of energy, suddenly rang out like a thunderclap in the misty bathhouse. "Hey, little guy from Crimson Lotus." This loud shout immediately drew the attention of the few other guests in the bath, and Michelle's movements froze completely. At the other end of the bath, the person who was called out froze for a moment, then recognized Buck's distinctive bald head and tall build. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Mr. Buck? Oh, and Mr. Roger and Mr. Elvin. What a small world." It was Scout Xiao Wu. As he responded, he moved smoothly through the water like a slippery fish, quickly swimming over to the small group from the Amble squad. "Are you all here to relax too? That fight yesterday was really exciting." Xiao Wu's face still showed some excitement from surviving the battle. He looked over the three seniors. Then his sharp scout eyes locked onto the figure by the pool, who was trying to curl up and pretend to be a rock. "Hey, isn't that Michir?" Xiao Wu's voice was soft, but full of genuine excitement and happiness. "You're here too." His clear greeting shone like a spotlight, instantly drawing attention to Michir, making all his efforts to blend into the background disappear. Michir stiffened, feeling as if he had been stripped of his clothes and exposed to everyone's gaze. He instinctively tightened the towel around his chest, wishing he could hide completely. Girl, next to the pool, a bearded mercenary who was scrubbing his back heard the bright greeting. He turned his head and saw the slender figure by the pool, with skin that looked especially fair and smooth in the steam. His eyes widened, and he mumbled unclearly, "Is this a mistake? How did a girl end up in the men's area?" His shout immediately attracted curious looks from other bathers nearby. For a moment, several gazes filled with suspicion, curiosity, and a hint of greed focused on Michir like searchlights. "Oh," Roger leaned against a rock by the pool, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He didn't clarify right away, but instead enjoyed watching Michelle's embarrassed, almost tearful expression. His always half-closed, charming eyes casually swept over Michelle's slightly reddened skin from nervousness, his delicate collarbones, and the waist tightly wrapped in a towel, still showing a slender outline. It was as if he was admiring a beautiful piece of art. Even Elvin, usually calm and composed, subtly squinted his eyes amid the commotion. He pushed up his glasses, which had already been fogged by moisture, and his gaze seemed to linger for a moment longer on Michelle's delicate ankles and the toes curled in nervousness. Haha. Yes, what a coincidence, cough cough. Under such intense, almost public scrutiny, Michel felt his cheeks flush as if they were about to be cooked. He let out a few dry, awkward laughs that sounded worse than crying. To escape this uncomfortable stage, he hurriedly scrambled down the steps by the pool, almost as if fleeing for his life. Splash! A small splash of water shot up, and Michel was instantly submerged in the warm pool water. He didn't dare delay, paddling with his hands and feet until his entire body was hidden in the milky white, all-encompassing hot spring water, with only a small head peeking above the surface, just below the water's gentle ripple. He leaned against the pool wall, buried his lower face in the water, and only showed a pair of wet, slightly frightened eyes, carefully watching his surroundings. The warm spring water wrapped around him, and the burning feeling of being watched finally eased a little. Buck, noticing this, finally scratched his head and scolded the bearded mercenary who was still staring blankly. "What are you looking at? Haven't seen a man before? That's our team's priest." Man. The bearded mercenary and the other bathers looked even more shocked than before, their expressions more strange and complex as they looked at Michel. Their eyes showed disbelief, sudden realization, and a hint of deeper curiosity. Buck muttered, "This kid looks like a little girl." Then he stopped paying attention to Michel and turned to Xiao Wu, curiously asking, "Why are you here alone? Where are your team leader Kesha and that half-elf girl?" He pointed to the thick stone wall separating the men's and women's baths, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. The captain said he was sore all over from yesterday's training and insisted on bringing Sister Yufeng to relax in the hot spring. "I just came by to join in the bath." When Xiao Wu casually mentioned, "They're in the women's section next door," the relaxed atmosphere in the bath suddenly shifted into something subtle and intense. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound, like an unspoken command. Buck's eyes, which had been a little sleepy from the bath, suddenly narrowed. The bright spark in his eyes, different from his usual honest look, was like a wild animal sensing prey. Roger's lips, which often carried a lazy smile, curled up more clearly. His charming eyes sparkled with a sly glint, like a clever fox. He even instinctively licked his lips. Even Elvin, usually calm and composed, made a tiny but meaningful gesture. He slowly raised his hand and gently pushed his water-fogged glasses on his nose with his thumb and index finger. The reflection on the lenses perfectly hid his eyes, but it couldn't hide the slight, almost calculating, upward curl of his lips. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The three men, each with a different expression, silently exchanged glances that conveyed an ancient, mysterious understanding, a man's unspoken bond. They didn't say a word, but the suddenly tense and restless atmosphere in the air told everything. An unspoken, mischievous thought was quietly passing between them, growing stronger. Michel watched all of this quietly. Sitting in the warm water, he looked at the three suddenly, strange, seniors, at their identical, subtly disturbing expressions, and felt speechless. He silently shrank further into the water, only showing a pair of clear, helpless eyes filled with, "What are you guys thinking?" as he watched these three hopelessly mischievous men. The silence didn't last long. It was finally broken by the most restless one. Roger cleared his throat and naturally sat upright on the rock by the pool. He moved his shoulders slightly, and the smooth muscles beneath his skin shimmered faintly in the water. "Speaking of which," he said casually, as if discussing the weather, "the view in this men's bath is pretty dull after a while. Just a bunch of rough old guys, not very interesting." Elvin surprisingly agreed first. He analyzed seriously. From an environmental psychology perspective, a single visual setting can cause aesthetic fatigue. Introducing some new elements might help relax the mind. New elements? Buck's eyes sparkled as he deliberately spoke loudly and roughly. Like what? Maybe the scenery over in the women's area? The three of them exchanged glances again, and at that moment, their, Guy's understanding, reached its peak. Michel was stunned listening nearby. He couldn't believe his ears. These three usually reliable seniors were now talking about such sneaky ideas as peaking in a very noble and righteous way. That can't be, he whispered in protest. That's the women's area. But his voice was completely drowned out by Buck's excited growl. Then what are we waiting for? Xiaowu, lead the way. And you, Michel, don't soak anymore. Yeah. We, the Anvil team, should act together, Roger said with a mischievous smile, pulling Michel along. Huh? I wanted to. Thus, Michel, shocked and speechless, watched as Buck led, followed by Roger and Elvin, with the confused Xiaowu. The four men, dragging reluctant Michel, sneaked out of the pool, hunched over, and began to crawl toward the heavy stone wall separating the men's and women's baths. The stone wall was not very tall, about 2 men high. It was built from rough volcanic rock, covered with cracks suitable for climbing. For these agile adventurers, climbing over it was an easy task. Buck led the way, his strong body showing surprising agility despite his size, like a clumsy but powerful brown bear. He used his hands and feet to climb the wall, ready to be the first to reach the top. Roger and Little Five quickly followed behind, climbing up without hesitation. Elvin stood a little farther away, calmly watching the surroundings. He was muttering a spell, preparing to use a light breeze to lift himself into the air. Michel was annoyed and worried about this reckless group. He lowered his voice, almost begging, Senior Roger, please stop. This isn't right. What if we get caught? Relax, relax, Roger said calmly without turning his head, but his eyes stayed fixed on the wall. Just taking a quick look. Besides, we're just caring for our friends. That's the right thing to do. Buck was halfway up, soon to peek over the wall with his shiny bald head. Michelle's heart was pounding, and he could almost hear Corsa's furious roar and her terrified screams from the other side. Just as Buck's fingers were about to reach the top of the wall. Are you all looking for something? A clear, pleasant female voice with a cold edge suddenly sounded behind them. The voice was like a splash of icy water in summer, making everyone freeze instantly. Buck, Roger, and Little Five froze mid-climb, their bodies stiff and awkward, like giant beetles nailed to the wall. Even Elvin, usually calm, stiffened and let his light breeze spell fade away quietly. Michel also froze, then slowly turned his head with a bitter smile. Not far behind them, at the entrance to the ladies' area, 2 figures in towels stood confidently. The one at the door was Corsa, one of their targets. Her fiery red hair was wet and clung to her cheeks and neck, making her skin look tight and wild. She crossed her arms, wearing a nearly cruel smile. Her beautiful eyes burned with a fierce anger. Next to her was half-elf Wind, looking a bit lost. Her wet silver hair hung over her shoulders, and her pointed ears were slightly red with nervousness. She instinctively hid herself behind Kesha, only revealing a pair of shy and angry eyes, secretly watching this group of unruly male allies. In a corner of the bathhouse, a strange scene was unfolding. 5 men of different heights, skin colors, and temperaments knelt in a row on smooth pebbles. They were all wrapped only in wet towels, from the broad-shouldered Baku to the agile Roger, the tall and pale Elvin, and even the small, clever Xiaowu. They all lowered their heads, like students being punished, not daring to make a sound. Michel also knelt among them, looking especially small and innocent. Why do I have to kneel here too? He muttered softly, with a tearful tone, full of grievance and confusion. He had been trying to stop everything from the start, so why was he now suffering the same punishment? Standing in front of them was Kesha, like a victorious goddess, looking down at them. She had put on a dry bathrobe, arms crossed, with a dangerous smile on her face that didn't fade. Why? She asked when she heard Michelle's question, raising an eyebrow. Then she pointed a long finger at each kneeling man in turn. His, she pointed at Baku, the mastermind. His, she pointed at Roger, the instigator. His, she pointed at Elvin, the supporter of the theory. His, she pointed at Xiaowu, the guide. Finally, her finger stopped in front of Michel, gently lifting his chin, making him look up at her with his full of grievance. And you? Kesha's smile grew a little playful, as the priest of these fools didn't use your holy light to purify their dirty thoughts. That's neglect of supervision, shared responsibility. Michel was speechless at her twisted logic, only able to purse his lips, with tears in his eyes, looking more wronged. All right, Captain Kesha, don't scare him. A voice beside her finally couldn't hold back, quietly pleading for Michel. Michel. He was probably trying to stop everyone just now. Kesha glanced at her soft-hearted half-elf sister, snorted, and finally withdrew her intimidating aura. All right, out of respect for the tone and the little priest, I will let you go this time, she said, waving her hand as if shooing away flies. Get up, change your clothes, and get out. You're just annoying me. They were almost forgiven. Buck and Roger, along with others, scrambled to their feet and hurried back to the changing room as fast as they could. The hot spring trip ended in a funny and embarrassing scene. When everyone finished changing and awkwardly left the bathhouse, it was already completely dark. The cool night breeze felt refreshing after their hot bath. What bad luck? Buck muttered as he put on his armor, still upset about the humiliation earlier. I've never knelt before a woman in my life. Be content, Roger said lazily, adjusting his belt. If it weren't for Michel's sake, Kosa's temper would have broken our legs today. Elvin, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. He carefully put on his robe, as if he wasn't the one who had begged on his knees just now. After all that, the cheerful mood was gone, replaced by a sense of awkwardness. When they left the bathhouse, the sky was fully dark. The street lamps cast a warm, yellow glow. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence. Buck's stomach was protesting. Ugh, I'm starving after all that, Buck complained, rubbing his belly. Let's go? I know a good late-night snack place nearby, Kosa suggested, feeling a bit guilty. My treat. Consider it. An apology? She winked playfully at everyone. Great. Especially if it's with a red-haired girl. Buck grinned happily, forgetting his embarrassment. Hearing about food, the mood quickly lifted again. The two groups merged and walked happily toward the night market. But after just a few streets, they sensed something was wrong. The crowd on the street was unusually chaotic. Many townspeople, including some vendors and shopkeepers, were rushing in the opposite direction, looking scared and panicked. They hurried along, their faces showing fear, as if something terrible was chasing them from behind. Run faster. Something's happened over there. Oh my God, where is the city guard? In the chaos, a woman carrying a basket of vegetables accidentally bumped into Buck while running, causing the produce to spill everywhere. What's going on? Is there a celebration? Buck asked as he helped her pick up the items, scratching his bald head and looking confused at the strange crowd. This doesn't seem right. Elvin frowned tightly. He quickly noticed that these people fleeing looked terrified and all stared in the same direction, toward the north part of the city. Stop running. What's really happening? Kosa quickly stepped in and stopped a young man rushing past them, asking in a serious voice. The young man, looking scared and relieved to be alive, pointed toward the north and shouted in a sharp, frightened voice. Don't go there. The north side. It's haunted. No, not haunted. It's the dead. Many dead people are crawling out of the ground. His words hit like a big stone in calm water, causing waves of panic. The people still running nearby heard and became even more terrified, scrambling to escape faster. This is nonsense. Buck's first reaction was disbelief. He grabbed the young man's collar. Tell me clearly. It's true. It's true, the young man cried, tears streaming down his face. Near the sewer at the north gate. Lots of rotten bodies, with glowing red eyes, biting anyone they see. The city guard. They can't handle it anymore. Then he broke free from Buck's grip and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Undead. Elvin's face suddenly turned very grim. He immediately remembered the butcher's mention of ghost cries and the plague in Silver Creek Valley he saw on the notice board yesterday. This is bad. It's a necromancer plague. Much worse than I thought, and it's already inside the city. Roger's face lost its usual calm. He clenched his dagger at his waist. The city guard can't handle this. Those guys are usually lazy, but if they really gather, they can handle a few wandering zombies. There must be a lot of them. Little Five's face turned pale. He instinctively looked at Kesha, and his grip on the bow tightened nervously. For a moment, Everyone's eyes focused on the two captains. Behind them, panicked people were fleeing, and ahead was an unknown threat. What else can we do? Buck took off his nearly broken shield from his back and slammed at the ground. I'm an adventurer, not a coward. However, Kesha surprisingly shook her head. Her face was no longer full of excitement or eagerness for battle, but instead showed a heavy sense of responsibility. She looked at Little Five, whose face was pale, and Yu Feng, who was nervous, and spoke firmly. Our Red Lotus team is withdrawing. What? Buck looked at her in disbelief. Kesha, are you scared? It's not about fear, Buck, Kesha said with a very firm look. Little Five's family entrusted him to me, so he could earn money, not to risk his life. Yu Feng's sister also left her in my care before she left. The city is suffering from a zombie plague, and this isn't a job for a level D adventurer. I can't gamble with their lives. After speaking, she no longer looked at Buck but turned to her team members and ordered, Little Five, Yu Feng, let's go. To the southern shelter. Although Little Five and Yu Feng also wanted to help, they couldn't disobey their captain's order. They looked at the Iron Anvil squad with some reluctance and worry, but in the end, they followed Kesha into the crowd fleeing the disaster. Watching the Red Lotus team leave, Buck nervously scratched his bald head, hesitating for a moment. Kesha's words made sense. This wasn't a simple task. It's a disaster capable of destroying a city. Roger and Elvin also fell silent. They were adventurers, mercenaries who sold their strength for money, but not heroic knights willing to sacrifice everything. Facing such a disaster, self-preservation was the most rational choice. Just as the Iron Anvil squad hesitated and the atmosphere grew tense, a clear yet very determined voice broke the silence. I want to go. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Michel standing at the front, with a steady stream of refugees passing by him. He slowly turned his usually shy and bashful face, now filled with unprecedented resolve. He clenched his hand around the forest blessing, and the moonstone at the top of his staff emitted a gentle yet firm glow. I am a priest. He spoke word by word, his voice quiet but firm. My duty is to stand in front of those who need help during times like this. There are so many innocent civilians in the city. This is my own choice, he said. The senior members are not obligated to accompany me. Please go to safety. He lifted his head, and in his clear eyes burned a holy fire. As soon as Michir finished speaking, three figures quickly crossed past him without hesitation, as if instinctively ingrained from countless battles. Buck, broad and strong, stepped forward to block the front. His broken kite shield was battered, but his wide back was like a solid wall. Roger's figure blended into the shadows beside him like a ghost. He held a poisoned dagger in each hand, tense like a drawn bow, ready to strike any threat in the darkness. Elvin stood on the other side, a crystal in his staff glowing faintly. Calmly, he observed the chaos ahead, protecting Michir behind him, forming a perfect defensive line. They turned their backs to him. The three of them, like three tall mountains, blocked the terrifying wave of panic, chaos, and death rushing toward him. Michir was stunned. He looked at their familiar backs, his mouth slightly open. A warm, burning feeling filled his eyes, blurring the world around him. Senior brothers. You. He wanted to say something urgently. Hey, a slightly impatient voice interrupted him. It was Roger. He didn't turn around, his tone still lazy but with undeniable authority. Kid, don't get too full of yourself. I just got a little bored with these creaking bones. Exactly, Buck's deep voice followed, full of commanding tone. I'm the captain. When did you, the medic, get to give orders? Just stay behind and heal, or I'll dock your pay. The undead plague sample is extremely rare research material. Elvin's calm voice of analysis sounded at the right moment, providing the most rational explanation for this irrational action. From the perspective of team survival, I also hope that during the retreat, the team's only healer won't be isolated and turned into an enemy unit. Three people, three very different statements, but they all expressed the same unbreakable idea. We are one whole. Michir could no longer speak. He could only blink hard, trying to push back the hot tears about to come out. He quickly caught up and returned to his rightful, protected position. The Iron Anvil squad was complete. They became a small but very determined spearhead, charging into the black wave of panic. The Iron Anvil squad, 4-in-1, like a sharp blade cutting through the flood. As they moved closer to the northern part of the city, the scene on the streets grew more tragic. People in panic scattered like headless flies, children crying, women screaming, and men cursing, all mixed into a chaotic symphony of despair. The air was thick with fear, and there was a faint, unpleasant smell of decay. Finally, after turning a corner, they saw the official forces. A team of city guards in uniform leather armor was desperately trying to hold fragile lines at the chaotic street intersection. They formed walls with shields and bodies, shouting loudly to guide the crowd. Everyone, move to the shelter at the South Square. Don't push, don't push. Take children and the elderly first. But these commands seemed powerless against the tide of panicked people rushing toward them. Clear the way. Adventurers, a guard, who looked like a squad leader, noticed the Iron Anvil squad coming against the flow. He placed a hand on his sword hilt and shouted loudly. This area is now under city guard control. All unrelated personnel, evacuate immediately. This is not your fight. His armor was stained with dark blood, and his eyes showed clear fear. He had already seen the horror ahead. Stop. Do you want to die? The squad leader, furious and surprised that Buck and the others kept going, drew a half-length sword and seemed ready to stop them forcibly. The team leader was momentarily stunned by Elvin's fluent recitation of the regulations. Seeing the shiny new D-Class silver badge on Michiel's chest, his anger turned into suspicion. A D-Class team? Just the four of you? Do you know what's ahead? He glanced at Buck's battered shield, his eyes full of doubt. We just came back from the Ogre camp, Roger said calmly, casually showing off the bulging pouch at his waist. This statement carried more weight than any regulation. The team leader's pupils shrank slightly as he looked at this somewhat ragged but determined group. His expression changed. He stepped aside to clear the way, watching their resolute figures heading toward danger with complex feelings. After a moment of hesitation, he finally shouted, "The monsters are coming out of the sewer in the North District. There are a lot of them. Lord Biscarn and the 4th Legion are returning to defend, but it will take some time. The front line is almost breaking. If you really have the ability, try to rescue as many civilians as you can. Please." The four paused briefly, then did not look back. Buck responded in a deep voice, "Understood." Without hesitation, they stepped forward again, crossing the line of guards, life and death, without hesitation. As they entered the blocked area, the streets were no longer crowded with people, but filled with scattered refugees fleeing like frightened birds. Many were injured, their faces a mix of tears, dirt, and pure fear. The Legion is returning from outside the city. Elvin quickly caught the key information in the guard's words, his face growing more serious. I remember the announcement said Biscarn's 4th Legion was sent to contain the plague in Silver Creek Valley a few days ago. Are you saying? Roger's figure appeared faintly in the shadows, his voice cold. The situation in Silver Creek Valley is so serious that the main army has to go there to handle it. Now, they had to pull themselves out of that mess and rush back to save their hometown. Stop talking nonsense. Save the people first, Buck shouted angrily, cutting off the pointless discussion. Before he finished speaking, a mother holding a child was tripped and fell on the ground in a nearby alley. Behind her, a slow-moving dark figure was approaching, an animated corpse dressed in city clothes, with half of its face rotting away. Buck charged forward like a cannonball, swinging his battle axe with a cold gleam, accurately splitting the zombie's head. Roger flickered and disappeared. In the next second, another zombie trying to climb through a window to attack an elderly couple was pinned to the wall with a dagger stabbed into its eye socket. Elvin lightly tapped his staff, casting a precise fireball that blew away a zombie lunging at an injured guard. Run. Head south. The guards will cover us there, Michiel shouted, while casting a holy shield on the fallen mother and using a smite to repel another monster approaching from the shadows. The four of them moved like a sharp comb, forcing a path of order through the chaos. They headed north, fighting along the way, pulling survivors from the brink of death. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell of decay and burnt flesh became. The blazing fire reflected a strange dark red in the night sky. The cobblestone street beneath their feet grew sticky, covered with bloodstains and signs of battle. A one-sided slaughter had clearly taken place here, and they had plunged right into its heart. As they advanced further, The scene on the street quickly descended from chaos into a hellish nightmare. Fewer living refugees remained, replaced by more broken corpses. Soldiers in city guard uniforms, simple civilians, and some clearly non-human monsters' remains were mixed together, covering the entire street. Dark red bloodstains formed a carpet, with scattered flesh and entrails everywhere. The thick smell of blood and decay in the air was so strong it made people feel sick. Even more frightening was that not all the bodies were lying quietly. Some civilians and soldiers who had just died twitched on the ground, making strange gurgling sounds that were not human. Their skin was turning gray so quickly it was visible to the eye. Their eyes rolled back, revealing terrifying white scara. Some of the fully transformed zombies were dragging their broken limbs, struggling to crawl through pools of blood, searching for living humans. Michel watched this scene with a heavy heart, feeling almost unable to breathe. He saw a young boy dressed as an apprentice from a bakery, lying at the entrance of a shop with a shattered window. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, and he was crying out in pain, his body twitching slightly. He's still alive? I can save him. At that moment, the instinct to save every soul, learned from growing up in the monastery, overwhelmed his cautious nature as an adventurer. Ignoring his teammates' instinctive attempts to stop him, he rushed forward. He knelt beside the boy, raised his hand, and the moonstone on his staff emitted the purest light. Holy light, please heal this lost lamb. A warm, sacred healing beam poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the boy who was in the process of transforming. However, the expected scene of the wound healing and him returning to normal did not happen. Instead, a piercing, agonizing scream filled with extreme pain erupted. The sound was no longer human. Under the glow of the holy light, the boy's body was burned as if doused with strong acid, his skin blackening and charring, releasing black smoke. He rolled on the ground wildly, his eyes now clouded, staring fixedly at Michel. The look in his eyes was no longer pleading for help, but was filled with betrayal, pain, and hatred. In just a few breaths, he was reduced to a piece of blackened charcoal, silent forever. Michel stood there, stunned, watching the tragic scene he had caused with his own hands. The smell of burnt flesh filled his nose, making his stomach churn. His hand holding the staff trembled uncontrollably. No, how could this? I just wanted to save him. Why did it turn out like this? It's useless, Michel. Elvin's voice sounded behind him, heavy with sorrow. Their souls have been completely corrupted by the undead plague. From the moment they transformed, they are no longer patients, but pure, undead creatures. The holy light is no longer a cure for them, but a destructive purification. Looking at Michel's dazed and hopeless expression, as if his faith had collapsed, Buck stepped forward. His rough hand rested on Michel's helmet, and his voice, though still coarse, carried a hint of awkward comfort. This isn't your fault, kid. Remember, don't feel sorry for these things anymore. Buck's words felt heavy, like a big stone sinking into Michel's heart. He clenched his lips tightly until he tasted a hint of metallic blood. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but he stubbornly looked at the burned corpse, refusing to let it fall. He slowly stood up and tightened his grip on the forest blessing in his hand. His face, once innocent and compassionate, quickly hardened, replaced by a tough resolve shaped by harsh reality. "That I understand," he whispered, his voice hoarse and tinged with tears. He no longer hesitated or wavered. When a stumbling zombie appeared before them, he didn't sing a healing prayer, but raised his staff. His eyes were cold and firm. Smite. A golden beam of light descended, turning the once innocent victim into a cloud of ash. The light was still sacred, but now carried a sense of cold resolve. The four of them formed a battle formation again, moving steadily toward the source of the disaster. Just as they passed a barricade piled with debris, Roger suddenly stepped out of the shadows, raising his hand in a stop gesture. "There's something ahead, more than one," he whispered very low. "I hear footsteps, four-legged creatures, moving fast." Before he finished, a deep, chilling roar echoed from the darkness ahead. Then, 7 or 8 glowing red eyes appeared at the end of the street, flickering like ghostly flames. "It's undead evil dogs." Elvin's face changed. "Be careful. Their claws and teeth are poisoned." With a sharp howl, 7 or 8 undead evil dogs, as large as cheetahs, with rotting flesh falling off and white bones exposed, shot out of the darkness like black lightning. Their target was clearly the weakest member of the team. Michir, Death Wish, Buck roared, taking a fierce step forward. He slammed the broken kite shield onto the ground with a heavy crash. Shield wall. The tough, sandy-colored light flickered again, forming an invisible barrier. The three evil dogs at the front crashed into the energy wall, making a dull thud, and their charge was stopped abruptly. The teamwork in battle had long since become instinctive and needed no words. At the moment when Burke drew the enemy's fire, Elvin's spell was already cast. Chain Lightning. A blue-white lightning snake shot out from his staff, accurately striking the first evil dog. Then, the lightning seemed to come alive, jumping 3 times among the group of evil dogs, causing all 4 monsters to convulse and slow down instantly. Good job. Roger's figure appeared like a ghost, slipping in from the side. His twin daggers shimmered with a faint green glow, drawing 2 deadly arcs in the air, precisely slicing through the necks of 2 paralyzed evil dogs. Black pus and blood spurted out. However, 3 of them managed to escape. They bypassed Burke's defenses and, from 3 different directions, launched a perfect pincer attack on Michael, who was protected in the center. Burke wanted to help, but 2 other revived evil dogs tightly held him, preventing his escape. Faced with the 3 bloodthirsty, foul-smelling, drooling monsters, Michael's eyes no longer showed panic. He did not retreat, but suddenly slammed the Forest Blessing on the ground. Holy Light Barrier. Buzz. A more solid, shining shield with divine runes instantly expanded, like a golden eggshell, protecting him inside. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 evil dogs hit the barrier almost simultaneously, producing dull, heavy sounds. The shield trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface, but it ultimately held against the deadly encirclement. It's not over yet. Michael gritted his teeth, maintaining the barrier while raising his other hand with difficulty. Punishment. A golden beam shot up from less than a meter in front of him, hitting the head of an evil dog frantically clawing at the barrier, instantly knocking it away. This quick exchange of attack and defense showed remarkable growth. Good job, Roger praised without hesitation. His figure flickered and appeared behind the knocked-back evil dog, swiftly ending its life with a clean dagger strike. The remaining 2 evil dogs, seeing the situation, seemed to realize that this little guy was not easy to deal with. They howled and lunged toward an easier target, Elvin. Dream on. Michir quickly withdrew the powerful holy light barrier. He raised the Forest Blessing high, and the moonstone at the top of his staff emitted a bright glow. Holy Shield. Another shield firmly protected Elvin's defenses, preventing the undead dogs from advancing even a little. Thanks. Flame burst. Elvin countered with a fiery blast, engulfing the undead dogs that tried to ambush him. Buck seized the moment, roared loudly, and swung his battle axe like a whirlwind, cutting the last 2 tangled undead dogs in half. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes, but as they moved closer to the north wall, more undead appeared on the street, making the battles more frequent and fierce. Buck swung his battle axe, each strike accurately smashing skulls. Roger's twin daggers shimmered like the scythe of death, cutting through the undead with deadly coldness. Elvin's fireballs acted like precise cannon shells, constantly clearing the biggest threats. Meanwhile, Michir had become a cold purifier. His divine spell, Judgment, fell repeatedly, precise, efficient, merciless. Every spell cast felt like a fresh wound in his heart, but he knew it was the only right choice. It was a cruel lesson he had to learn. They fought on, cutting down enemies and stepping over wreckage and ashes, struggling forward amid the firelight and roars, until they turned a familiar street corner. Wait, this is... Buck's voice carried a hint of surprise. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction Buck was pointing. Not far ahead, the sign of a shop was swaying in the flames, written in rough letters, Blazing Grill. Just last night, they had enjoyed a hearty meal there, joking and drinking happily. Now, the shop's door had been forcefully broken open, glass shattered everywhere, and the place was a mess. What weighed heavily on their hearts was a familiar, overweight figure at the shop's entrance, twisted and facing away from them, standing motionless. Seeing that familiar yet lifeless figure from behind, Michel's heart felt as if an invisible hand had squeezed it tightly, almost stopping its beat. He clenched his lips so hard that they lost their color. His hands, trembling from gripping too tightly, turned white at the knuckles as he held the smooth, forest blessing, staff. The cold touch of the staff couldn't cool the burning regret in his heart. If only at that moment we hadn't refused him. If only we had taken a little time to go to the sewer he begged us to see. Maybe none of this would have happened. This thought gnawed at his mind like a venomous snake, filling him with guilt and self-blame. He slowly lowered his head, his long bangs hiding his eyes, which were reddened from holding back tears. He dared not look anymore, afraid that if he saw just a little more, he would be swallowed by this overwhelming regret. Buck's muffled, angry, and regretful growl broke the silence. His usually cheerful face was now twisted with pain and rage. Just yesterday, he had patted the chubby shopkeeper's shoulder and praised his skills. Roger and Elvin also fell silent, their faces serious. The usual calmness of adventurers, always detached from trouble, now showed cracks. At that moment, the fat figure with his back turned to them seemed to hear the noise behind him. He slowly turned around with stiff, unnatural movements, like a broken puppet. He was no longer the friendly barbecue shop owner, but a swollen, decayed corpse. His eyes had turned dull gray-white, and the fat on his face, usually full of smiles, was rotting. A fierce ran from his neck down to his chest, almost splitting him open. He opened his mouth and let out a meaningless, raspy scream. With heavy steps, he staggered toward the guest he had called, "Sir," yesterday, as if inviting them to dine again, just like before. Faced with this once lively figure now reduced to a diseased shell, the 4 members of the Iron Anvil team fell into heavy silence. Buck's arm, holding his battle axe, bulged with veins, but he hesitated to raise it. He recognized that face. He even remembered the face that once showed him a look full of hope mixed with disappointment. Roger also pressed his lips tightly. For the first time, the mischievous sparkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by cold gloom. Elvin silently raised his staff, but the flame at its tip flickered uncertainly. They had rejected him. Now, he appeared before them again in this way. It felt like a silent, cruel judgment. "Let me do it." A slightly hoarse but very firm voice broke the tense silence. Everyone looked up and saw Michel, who had been lowering his head, slowly lift his face. His eyes were still red, and there were still tears on his cheeks, but his clear eyes no longer showed confusion or regret. Instead, they held a kind of harsh clarity and determination. He stepped past Back, who was blocking him, and walked alone a few steps forward, standing in front of the stumbling zombie. "Michel," Back shouted softly, trying to stop him. But Roger gently placed his hand on Back's shoulder and shook his head. Michel raised his staff, which glowed softly with the moonstone at its tip, casting a gentle, compassionate light on the rotting face of the zombie. "I'm sorry," he whispered. It was unclear whether he was apologizing to the undead before him or to his past self. "Your pain ends here." He closed his eyes, and a single tear finally slid down his cheek. "Holy light, please grant him final peace." Instead of using the violent, punishment spell, he chanted a calmer, but equally deadly purification spell, Calm's Guide. A warm, pure golden beam of light descended from the sky, gently covering the zombie's body. There was no fierce burning or painful screams. In that sacred glow, the rotting flesh and twisted hatred on the zombie quickly melted away like snow, purified. Finally, the light faded, leaving only a handful of white ashes that drifted away with the wind. Michel opened his eyes and looked at the empty space ahead, as if he saw the last, peaceful smile of the overweight boss. He gently touched the ground with his staff tip, offering a standard priest salute to the pile of ashes. Then, he turned around, roughly wiped his face with his sleeve, and looked at his teammates behind him with complex expressions. Although his nose was still stuffy, his voice had become firm again. "Let's go." Michel's eyes, washed with tears, shone brightly. He looked at his 3 teammates, whose expressions were complicated. The usual shyness and weakness in him had been replaced by an unprecedented determination. "I must drive this plague out of Olan City." His voice was quiet but heavy, like a hammer striking everyone's heart. He paused, as if making a very serious announcement, and added word by word. No, I will completely eliminate it. This was no longer a guild mission, no longer an adventurer's task, no longer about following rules or laws. Buck looked at Michel, the small guy they had protected not long ago, who now shone brighter than any of them. He grinned, revealing a fierce yet relieved smile. Well said. Roger leaned against the wall, head lowered, hiding his expression. But when he looked up again, his sharp eyes, like peach blossoms, rekindled with a fierce light. He spun his twin daggers in his hand, and then reversed his grip. Complete elimination. Not a small tone. But I like it. Elvin silently pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses fixed on Michel, radiating a pure emotion called trust. Clear goals make actions meaningful. He expressed the most passionate agreement with the coldest words. Buck stepped forward, placing his large, fan-like hand heavily and solemnly on Michel's shoulder. Then, let's go and wipe out this plague from Olan City once and for all. It was as if an invisible barrier had been crossed. Beyond the street where the barbecue shop was located, the number and types of spirits changed dramatically. No longer were there small groups of stumbling zombies, but swarms of undead rushing forward, roaring loudly. Some faster and more agile, hungry walkers, mixed in, still retaining some instincts from their past lives, sneaking around the sides and causing trouble for the team. The fighting became much more intense. Every 10 meters or so, they had to stop and clear out the rising undead. This never ends, Buck roared. His battle axe swung, splattering black blood, but his strong body was also scratched by countless claws. His broken shield was no longer usable, so he had to rely on his armor and the fortitude blessing to hold on. The source is in the sewer. If we don't block it, these things will keep coming out, Elvin said calmly while casting Fireball to clear the large groups of zombies. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his magic was draining quickly. Roger moved through the undead like a deadly snake, each strike accurately piercing their eyes or back of the head. But even so, facing endless enemies like a tide, his attacks were barely enough, and he was exhausting himself. Michael had completely forgotten about pain or pity. His mind was highly focused. The forest blessing on his hand kept glowing. He cast Smite, Healing, Holy Shield, and other divine spells in quick succession, supporting each teammate precisely. His magic was also draining rapidly. They pushed forward painfully for nearly 100 meters until they had to stop at a crossroads. The scene ahead made everyone gasp in shock. The main road leading to the North City sewer was completely blocked. Hundreds of undead pressed together, forming a moving wall of rotten flesh, bones, and hatred. That we can't go through, Buck panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently as he spoke this harsh truth. Charging through is suicide, Elvin said calmly and coldly. We are using too much energy. We can't break through this tide of undead. We must find a way around. Roger's voice came from the shadows, serious and firm. There's more than one sewer entrance. I know of an abandoned alley nearby that leads to another maintenance hatch. There was no other choice. The four of them quickly changed direction and slipped into a narrow, dark alley, trying to flank their way around. This creepy alley was much quieter than the main road, giving them a moment to breathe. Tall buildings on both sides blocked the sky, making it feel like an inn. The ground was full of discarded crates and trash, giving off a damp, musty smell. As they reached the middle of the alley, a sharp, gnawing sound like a beast biting bones echoed from a trash pile ahead. The four of them immediately stopped and prepared for battle. Buck raised his axe in front of him, ready to fight. Roger disappeared into the darkness. Michael clenched his staff tightly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. They carefully circled around a huge trash bin. The sight ahead made Michael's stomach turn, almost making him. At the end of the alley, 3 city guards' bodies were torn apart. 2 terrifying humanoid monsters were on top of the bodies, greedily tearing and biting the flesh. The monsters had pale gray skin, hunched bodies, and long limbs like spiders. Their fingertips were sharp black claws. They were bald, with only a pair of glowing red eyes and a wide mouth full of needle-like fangs. Ghouls. The moment they heard the noise, the 2 ghouls suddenly lifted their heads. Their faces, covered in blood and bits of flesh, twisted into a creepy, excited smile. They abandoned their food on the ground and, with powerful back legs, shot forward like arrows, carrying a strong stench of decay, rushing straight at the Iron Anvil team. "That one on the left is mine," Buck roared. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His sturdy body was like a moving iron tower, meeting the ghoul head-on. He gave up defense, pouring all his strength into his axe, attacking with an aggressive strike. Brave heavy strike. The axe sliced through the air with a roar, glowing with fierce energy, and slammed down the ghoul's outstretched claw. Clang! A sharp clash of metal rang out. Buck's powerful strike was blocked by the zombie's gleaming claws. The force pushed the zombie back a little, but Buck's arm went numb from the impact. Such tough claws. Buck's eyes showed a hint of surprise. At the same moment, another zombie pushed off the wall on the right side, moving like a ghost toward the side of the team. Its target was the most vulnerable healer, Michir. Not a chance. A shadow suddenly shot out from the darkness, moving so fast only a flash of cold light was visible. It was Roger. He had predicted the zombie's move and launched a surprise attack. His poison daggers stabbed straight into the zombie's unprotected side. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clear. The zombie let out a sharp scream, with deep cuts visible on its side, and green poison quickly spread. But it only hesitated for a moment before swinging a claw back, bringing a gust of wind toward Roger. Raven feather concealment. Roger was prepared. He quickly dodged the deadly counterattack, leaving behind a few shadowy illusions like black raven feathers that merged back into the darkness. Meanwhile, the chanting at the back of the battlefield was finished. Bind them. Elvin's voice was calm but deadly. Frost Nova. A visible ring of ice exploded outward from him. The two zombies' feet instantly froze, making their movements slow and stiff. Well done. Seizing this fleeting chance, Michel's support arrived. Instead of attacking, he raised his forest blessing high. Holy light, grant him resilience. Blessing of fortitude. A golden glow shot precisely into Buck, making the numbness in his arms from the shock disappear instantly. A new strength surged through him. Roar. Buck let out a loud, satisfied roar. He swung his battle axe again, engaging the slowed zombie in a fierce fight. This time, he no longer fought head-on but used his rich battle experience to dodge, block, and strike the zombie's joints with the back and handle of his axe, limiting its movement. Meanwhile, Roger used the freezing effect to slow the zombie, wrapping around it like a leech. His figure flickered in the narrow alley, appearing and disappearing, each time leaving a new wound on the zombie. Although fierce, the zombie couldn't catch Roger under the effects of poison and slow down, only roaring in frustration. However, the zombie's cruelty was beyond their imagination. The monster caught by Buck suddenly let out a sharp scream. It ignored Buck's attack and used its chest to block Buck's shield strike, then opened its blood-red mouth to spray a cursed, dark red blood. Because they were too close, Buck couldn't dodge in time and watched helplessly as the blood splashed all over his armor and arms. Sizzle! The sound of the cursed blood was sharp and unpleasant. Buck's chainmail was instantly corroded, forming pits and holes, and his exposed skin turned black and rotten immediately. Ugh! The intense pain made Buck, the tough guy, cry out in agony, his movements twisting uncontrollably. "Buck!" Michir shouted, without hesitation, beginning to chant. Purification. Healing. 2 divine spells cast on Buck, dispelling the curse and healing his rotten wounds. But the zombie seized the opportunity, its sharp claws reaching for Buck's vulnerable head. At this critical moment, Michir's eyes flashed with determination. He interrupted the more important healing spell and pointed his staff forward. Holy shield. Clang. A shining shield instantly appeared in front of Buck, just blocking the deadly claw. The shield shattered, but it bought Buck a precious few seconds. Using the force, Buck leaned back to avoid the follow-up attack, regaining his footing, though his face was pale. The battle had fallen into a stalemate and crisis. Buck's dangerous situation tipped the balance of the fight once again. The zombie that spat out poison didn't give him any chance to breathe. It let out a sharp scream and lunged at him again. "Your opponent is me." At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the alley. Elvin's figure had moved a few steps forward, and his staff shone with a bright, icy light. Deep freeze. A large ice spike shot out, not aimed at the zombie's body but precisely pinning itself into the ground in front of it. With a loud, the ice shattered, instantly freezing the zombie's front limbs to the ground. Roar! The zombie struggled wildly, but couldn't break free from the solid ice. The opportunity was fleeting. Another zombie, weakened by toxins, was distracted because its companion was trapped. This was the perfect moment. Shadow step. A dark shadow, like a vengeful spirit rising from, silently appeared behind it. Hey, what are you looking at? His deep voice sounded in the monster's ear. His whole body suddenly burst with power, muscles bulging in an instant. Bone cleave. The poisoned twin daggers, no longer light and quick, now carried all his strength. He them forcefully from bottom to top into the zombie's back and neck connection. Ugh! Strangulation. The dagger almost went straight through. His double wrists erupted with force, instantly crushing the zombie's core. It let out a sharp scream and suddenly stiffened. Its eyes, once full of greed, quickly dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind. It struggled to turn its head, as if trying to see who had ended it, but finally, it drooped weakly. Its body collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. One zombie defeated. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the frozen zombie suddenly let out a piercing, powerful scream toward the sky. Roar! This wasn't a cry of pain, but a call. Oh, it's summoning others. Elvin's face changed drastically. Quick! Stop it! Bark had already roared and charged forward, his battle axe filled with revengeful fury, aiming to split the zombie in two. But it was already too late. Ha! Ha ha! Shoo! Shoo! Almost at the moment the scream started, dense dragging sounds and roars came from both ends of the alley, making everyone's scalp tingle. Dark, stumbling figures rushed in like a tide from the alley entrances, blocking all their escape routes. It's a horde of zombies. Ordinary undead attracted by the howling of the flesh-eaters. We're surrounded. Buck looked at the blocked escape routes in front and behind, his face turning pale. The flesh-eater also seized this chance, suddenly exerting force and breaking free from the freezing ice that was about to melt. It didn't attack Buck directly, but let out a smug laugh and retreated into the zombie horde behind, planning to use these cannon fodder to wear them down. They were in a desperate situation. The narrow alley, which was once easy to defend, now became a true pocket with no way out. Don't panic. Elvin's voice remained calm, but he spoke faster. Buck, hold the front. Roger, you and I will cover the back. Michelle, stay in the middle, conserve magic, and prioritize keeping Buck alive. Got it. Michelle quickly moved to the center. The four of them quickly formed a back-to-back circle, like a small island surrounded by a sea of despair. Slash. Come on. Trash. Buck's eyes turned red, fully ignited with bloodlust. He swung his battle axe fiercely, like a meat grinder, continuously chopping and smashing the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, Roger's figure flickered in the darkness, each strike silently bringing down a zombie. Elvin's fireball spell was the most efficient way to clear the area. Each explosion could turn 3 or 4 zombies into burning torches. Michel stood in the center of the battle circle, biting his lip, suppressing all his fears. His eyes only cared about the safety of his teammates. Every healing chant was precise and timely, and every holy shield was perfectly placed to block the most deadly attacks. The fight had fallen into the cruelest, most hopeless endurance battle, with time becoming blurred amid blood and fire. Roar! Buck once again pulled his battle axe out of a zombie's skull, splattering black blood onto his face. He was breathing heavily. His arms swinging the battle axe felt as heavy as if filled with lead. His stamina was rapidly running out. No, we can't go on like this. We'll all die here. Elvin's voice, for the first time, sounded truly urgent. He was casting a fireball while shouting at his teammates behind him. There are too many of them. Normal spells can't clear the area. I need time to prepare a large-scale spell. How long will it take? Roger's figure flickered in the shadows. He accurately stabbed a zombie in the eye socket with his dagger, his voice also tinged with exhaustion. At least 10 seconds. And once I cast it, I will run out of magic power and be unable to fight. Elvin replied calmly but harshly. This is our only chance. Either you buy me those 10 seconds, or we all get exhausted and die here. Buck cursed loudly, smashing a zombie that lunged at him, splattering brains everywhere. 10 seconds? I can barely hold on for 3. I'll do it. Michiel's voice, though trembling with nervousness, was very firm. Buck, retreat and tighten the line. Roger, come back to me. I will use the holy light barrier to protect us. Without hesitation, trust surpassed words at this moment. Buck immediately abandoned his defensive position at the edge and moved in front of Michiel. Roger did a backflip and landed beside Michiel. The three quickly formed a tight, triangular defense. Senior Elvin. Start now. Elvin no longer spoke. He closed his eyes, raised his staff high, and the crystal at the top began to glow with an intense, dazzling cold light. Complex spell syllables rushed from his mouth, and the air around him rapidly cooled. The zombie, hidden among the corpses and waiting for the right moment, seemed to sense this deadly magical wave. It let out a sharp scream, no longer hiding, and leapt out from behind the pile of corpses, targeting the mage who was channeling the terrifying magic. Not a chance. Michiel slammed the forest blessing onto the ground with force. Holy light barrier, hum. A shimmering, radiant shield with sacred runes appeared instantly before the three of them, like a golden wall, protecting Elvin and his ongoing spell. The zombie and several other undead under its control forcefully collided with the light shield. Bang, bang, bang. The intense impact caused cracks like spiderwebs to spread across the surface of the shield. Michiel's face turned pale, his throat felt sweet, and fresh blood surged up, but he clenched his teeth and swallowed it back. His eyes were bloodshot from overexertion. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, hold on. Michiel, Buck shouted angrily, using his body and battle axe to press against the shield, sharing the terrible force of the impact. Roger also stabbed repeatedly from behind the shield, aiming at the zombie's joints to slow its attack. 5 seconds. For seconds, cracks on the shield grew more numerous. Michiel's vision blurred, and he felt as if his body was about to tear apart. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Finally, the holy light barrier shattered under the last furious strike of the zombie. At the moment the shield broke, the zombie's gleaming claws were already close. But at the same time, Elvin's cold and resolute voice rang out in everyone's ears. In the name of ice and snow, by my blood's vow. He bit his finger, dropping a drop of blood onto the crystal at the top of his staff. Congeal. Frost storm. Hum. An unprecedented, extreme cold burst out suddenly, centered on Elvin. A white frost ring, visible to the eye, spread out like a miracle in an instant. All the undead caught in the frost ring were frozen solid in a flash. The zombie that was about to strike, along with its fierce expression, was turned into an eternal statue by a thick layer of icy blue cold, emitting a chilling aura. The entire alley, except for the central area where the Iron Anvil squad was transformed into a silent, frozen world. Elvin, you. Buck stared in shock at everything before him, sweat instantly soaking his back. Elvin's body swayed, his face pale as death, with a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. He supported his staff, deeply embedded in the ground, barely holding himself up. Don't just stand there staring. He gasped hard. Freeze time. Not for long. Quickly, get out of the body. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Buck shouted fiercely. Without hesitation, he threw the exhausted Elvin onto his shoulder as if carrying a sack. Hold on tight. His strong body suddenly burst with incredible strength. He stepped on a frozen zombie's shoulder, like a mighty ape, and with a powerful push, he managed to carry Elvin and climb over the 2-meter-high wall made of frozen corpses. Michel, follow me. Roger pulled Michel into a difficult leap, shielding him in midair. Michel grabbed Roger's hand, using Roger's strength to step on the bodies that once terrified him, desperately moving forward. The cold sensation reached his feet, but he had no time to think about it. The four of them, in an unprecedented state of panic, scrambled and rolled out of the deadly alley, falling heavily onto the main road outside. Behind them, the sound of cracking ice and the frenzied roars of the released spirits echoed. But they no longer cared. Run! Buck carried Elvin and led the way, running wildly along the deserted street. Roger followed closely, alerting him to the sides. Michel, exhausted and almost out of energy, struggled to keep up at the back. Adrenaline surged wildly through their veins. The desire to survive made them forget fatigue and pain. They crossed street after street, leaving the howling behind. After running for what felt like a long time, they finally burst out of an intersection. They saw no more pursuing spirits and heard no more terrifying roars. Only then did Buck stop, put Elvin down, and lean against the wall, gasping heavily. Huh. Did we shake them off? Michel supported his knees, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Around them, everything was silent. Only their heavy breathing echoed in the empty intersection. The street was still a mess, bloodstained, but strangely, not a single active spirit or even a complete corpse could be seen. Roger was the first to notice something was wrong. Instead of relaxing, he slowly straightened up. His eyes, usually lazy and charming, now looked sharp like a hawk, scanning the area carefully. It's too quiet. As soon as he spoke, Elvin also stood up straight, pushing his dirty glasses. His voice was hoarse and serious. The smell of blood here is stronger than anywhere we've been before. But there are no bodies. Buck also realized the problem. He clenched his battle axe tightly, muscles tensing again. Michel's heart had just returned to his chest, but now it was pounding in his throat. Following Roger's gaze, he slowly looked up at the dark buildings around them. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank to a tiny point. On the rooftops around them, broken windows on the second floor, and shadows along the street. Red eyes, full of greed and hunger, flickered silently. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the glow of distant fires, they could clearly see the shapes of hunched figures with long limbs. Some crouched on roof gutters, some hung upside down under broken signs, and others clung to the mottled walls like geckos. At least a dozen zombies. They didn't rush forward roaring like normal spirits. Instead, they moved silently, like an organized, disciplined army, surrounding the group and trapping them in the middle of the crossroad. How is this possible? Buck's voice was full of shock and disbelief. He stared at the zombie figures perched high around them, feeling a cold shiver run from his spine to the top of his head. Are they deliberately forcing us here? A trap. Roger's face darkened completely. His hands, gripping his daggers, sweat cold for the first time. This isn't just a simple chase. It's a planned hunt. These spirits are eerily disciplined, like a well-trained army. Commander Elvin, leaning against the wall, uttered the most hopeless words. There's a highly intelligent leader behind these spirits, starting from Silver Creek Valley, then the outbreak inside the city, and now the surrounding slaughter. Everything is a premeditated undead disaster. Ignoring the shock and despair on the faces of the four, the ghouls lurking around began to move. They moved like well-trained soldiers, slowly climbing down from rooftops and walls, gradually closing in and sealing off all possible escape routes. They hunched their bodies, making threatening low growls, and their dozen red eyes looked like deadly daggers, fixed tightly on the four in the center of the circle. This was a hopeless trap. Buck had already exhausted his strength in the previous alley fight. His bear-like body was barely holding on, trembling slightly as he gripped his battle axe. Facing so many elite monsters, he couldn't even be a proper shield. Roger was in slightly better shape, but a deep wound on his body severely limited his strength and speed. Breaking out alone from this net of enemies was a dream, let alone with 3 others dragging him down. Elvin and Michael had completely lost their fighting ability. One had used up all his magic, and the other drained his last bit of holy light. Now, they could barely stand. Hope was completely snuffed out. The air was thick with the smell of death. Sorry. A faint, almost inaudible voice with a hint of crying broke the silence. It was Michael. He lowered his head, trembling slightly from exhaustion and fear. Overwhelmed by guilt and self-blame, he felt like he was drowning. If it weren't for his stubbornness, if he hadn't foolishly declared to eliminate the plague, his teammates could have stayed safe in the refuge like the Crimson Lotus team. It was his wishful thinking that caused everyone to die here. Sorry, Senior Buck, Senior Roger, Senior Elvin. Tears finally couldn't be held back, falling in large drops onto the blood-stained stone street. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to die. He choked, unable to speak further, only sobbing with deep regret and endless remorse. Just as Michel was overwhelmed by endless regret and self-blame, crying uncontrollably, a rough yet warm large hand gently, and somewhat clumsily rested on his furry head. "Hey, you little brat." It was Buck. His voice hoarse and tired, but surprisingly calm and gentle, unlike his usual irritable tone. "Stop crying like a girl. Besides, dying here was my own choice." He smiled, showing a bloodstained but peaceful expression. "I'm glad I met you, kid. If it were me before, I would have run away at the first sign of trouble." "Yeah." Roger stepped out of the shadows. He no longer looked alert, but sat down beside Michel, leaning against the wall. His usual playful eyes now reflected the distant firelight, making them look unusually bright. "In the past, I believed in never stopping for anyone. For a fat boss I didn't care about. For a messy situation I didn't know if I could win." "Huh, how silly." He chuckled at himself, then looked at Michel. "But, little priest, seeing how hard you're trying, I think sometimes being a little stupid isn't so bad. According to probability, our chances of survival with this choice are less than 5%. Elvin also came over, calmly pushing up his glasses, but his voice was no longer cold and distant. "But, Michel, your presence has brought an unmeasurable variable to this team." Michel looked up blankly, tears in his eyes, gazing at the three seniors smiling at him. The heart-wrenching regret inside him was replaced by a more complex, warmer feeling. At that moment, outside the circle of enemies, the first suppressed, hungry roar shattered the brief moment of peace. Like a signal, the 2 or 3 zombies closest could no longer hold back. Their hind legs suddenly surged forward like arrows, rushing from different directions. "They're coming," Buck roared, summoning his last strength to raise his battle axe. Roger also turned around, shielding Michel behind him, with his twin daggers crossed in front. Elvin picked up a stone, ready for the final, most hopeless struggle. Death was just within reach. Whoosh! Just at this critical moment, a sharp sound that nearly tore the eardrums split through the foul-smelling night sky. The sound was faster than the eye could see. A silver streak of light, like divine punishment from the heavens, shot out precisely and smoothly from the eye socket of a corpse-eating monster lunging forward, piercing through its back of the head. The corpse-eating monster froze mid-air, its greedy red eyes instantly fading, replaced by pure surprise. It was propelled by great inertia and fell heavily in front of the 4 members of the Anvil squad, less than a meter away. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving completely. An unexpected arrow caused the entire battlefield to fall into a moment of silence. The 4 members of the Anvil squad stared in disbelief at the corpse-eating monster on the ground, arrow through its forehead, dead beyond any doubt. Buck even kept holding his axe, his mind blank. "Is this?" Before they could react, a clear yet wild shout suddenly erupted from the street corner to the south. "Steel Crimson Lotus." With this shout, a fiery red figure burst onto the battlefield like a blooming flower of death, spinning fiercely and gracefully into the group of corpse-eating monsters on the south side. Her twin blades danced in the firelight, forming a red whirlwind. Each flash of her blades was accompanied by sharp screams from the monsters and splashes of black blood. She single-handedly forced the monsters on that side to retreat, creating a gap in the encirclement. Then, with a loud boom, a black iron barrel fell from the sky, precisely smashing down near one of the corpse-eating monsters in front of the Anvil squad, exploding violently. The powerful shockwave and flying steel balls knocked the monster back, causing a few nearby creatures to hesitate in their attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more sounds of breaking through the air followed. Several precise arrows shot from distant rooftops, not aiming to kill, but to pin the monsters trying to attack from other directions to the ground. The force cracked the stone slabs beneath their feet, successfully stopping their advance. These were Little Five's explosive bombs and Yufeng's suppressing arrows. "Hey, you bunch of bullies from the Anvil squad. What are you waiting for? Are you going to carry each of you out one by one?" Kesha's familiar, slightly hoarse, teasing voice sounded like a melody from the gap. Buck was the first to react. His face, which had been pale with despair, suddenly lit up with joy. "It's the red-haired one. Run." Elvin quickly made a decision. He pulled Michel, who was still stunned, and shouted to Roger. Hope was back. The 4 members of the Anvil squad didn't hesitate anymore. They immediately rushed toward the opening that Kesha had torn open, preparing to retreat. However, The surrounding zombies clearly didn't want to let these brave souls go so easily. They were completely angered by this sudden change. A dozen zombies abandoned their calm hunting stance and let out deafening roars. From all directions, like a rising tide, they surged toward the fleeing Anvil squad, mad with rage. The dozen or so zombies, now fully enraged, launched a fierce charge. The pressure from their combined death and hatred was like a tangible mountain of destruction, crashing down on the 4 members of the Anvil squad, who had just seen a glimmer of hope. "Hold on," Kesha shouted angrily, crossing her twin blades in front of her, ready to withstand the first wave of attack. Just at this critical moment, when the 4 of the Anvil squad almost thought they would fall into despair again, for Olan City, destroy these skeletons. Steelfang squad is here. Anyone who dares to hurt the Anvil squad, charge. We can't let those adventurers steal our glory. Suddenly, a series of brave and fierce shouts burst out from the street behind them, like rolling thunder. The 4 members of the Anvil squad turned in surprise. They saw that on the street they had just come from, a large group of figures had appeared. They were adventurers, dressed in different clothes, wielding various weapons, with fierce grins similar to Buck's, and one-eyed mercenary, a dwarf carrying a giant axe, a holy knight holding a wooden shield, and even the leader of the Steel-Tooth squad, who once tried to steal Michelle's attention. They surged like a mighty river of steel, roaring as they charged past the Anvil squad and the Red Lotus squad, fearlessly colliding head-on with the dark tide of zombies. Blades and swords flashed instantly. Battle cries and screams echoed through the night. What's happening? Buck stared in shock at the heroic scene before him. Kesha sheathed her twin knives and walked over to them. Looking at the chaotic, passionate battlefield, she smiled with mixed feelings. On the way to the refuge with Little Five and the others, I happened to meet the first group from the guild preparing to leave. I casually mentioned you 4 fools. Her gaze swept over the 4 members of the Iron Anvil team, who looked messy but still stood tall. Her tone was a bit teasing, but with genuine respect. While everyone in the city was fleeing south, for D-class idiots went against the flow and charged into the undead horde to the north. Kesha paused, recalling the scene. At that time, those who knew you, like the Steelfang group, were silent. I saw their leader, and he looked like he was about to grind his teeth, he said. Olan City is doomed. We, the adventurers with skills, are hiding like civilians. But those 4 seemingly average guys dared to rush into the most dangerous place. And, Kesha's eyes sparkled, these 2 kids also insisted on coming. I couldn't stop them. I really didn't want to come save you. And then, you saw what happened, she summarized. Sometimes, a foolish decision can ignite the passion of a bunch of brave fools. You 4 idiots did well. Before she finished, the roar on the battlefield was deafening. Show them the strength of us adventurers. The leader called Steelfang, a C-class, charged ahead. His greatsword swung in a storm of death, cutting through 2 zombies' claws at once. Olan City is under our protection, a dwarf warrior roared, smashing a zombie back with his sturdy shield, creating space for the mage behind him. For the revenge of those fallen civilians, more adventurers rushed from behind. They might not have had strict formations, but their fighting spirit, fueled by anger and courage, was wilder and more fearless than any army. The zombie horde, which had been in a clear advantage, felt the pressure for the first time against this sudden, fierce wave of steel. Their proud speed and sharp claws became less deadly under the coordinated efforts of experienced adventurers. Heavy armored fighters stood at the front. Thieves and rangers distracted enemies from the sides, while mages and archers provided continuous fire support from behind. In just a few moments, 3 or 4 zombies were knocked down by relentless attacks from the adventurers. Seeing the situation turn worse, the remaining zombies seemed to realize the danger. They all suddenly stopped fighting their current opponents and let out a sharp, angry, and almost commanding scream. Roar! With this cry, the streets and alleyways around them flooded again with endless waves of corpses. This time, the number of zombies was several times greater than before. They surged from all directions like a black tide, trying to drown the small group of adventurers. Perfect timing, trash. Faced with this hopeless scene, the adventurers showed no fear. Instead, they shouted even louder. Kill them all! a more brutal and larger-scale battle began. Kosa immediately led the Crimson Lotus team to form a small defensive circle beside the Iron Anvil team, protecting them tightly in the center. "Rest well, you four," she shouted while swinging her twin blades, cutting down a zombie trying to get close, and yelled at Buck and the others, "Leave this to us." Xiao Wu's bombs kept exploding among the zombie tide, splattering blood and broken bones everywhere. Yufeng stood on a high point, calmly knocking arrows and shooting precisely, each arrow piercing a zombie's head, easing the pressure on the defensive line. The four members of the Iron Anvil team finally could breathe. They looked at the chaotic and heroic battlefield before them. The one-eyed mercenary swinging across the zombies' backs with a hook, stabbing a dagger deep into the creature's neck. Watching the Holy Knight raise his shield and recite a prayer, the power of light purifies the undead in front of him into ash. Seeing familiar or unfamiliar adventurers back to back, risking their lives and blood, they build an unbreakable defense for the city and their companions behind them. The passion burns fiercely in everyone's heart. Bark looks at his hand, which almost can't hold his battle axe, and for the first time feels a strong desire to fight again. He mutters softly, not sure if he's cursing the enemies or himself for being so weak. Michael watches the scene before him. Mercenaries who once boasted and argued over a few silver coins in the tavern, now fighting fiercely to protect the city. Their small but firm backs form a strong line of defense for those who come after. He can no longer hold back his feelings. The sadness, regret, gratitude, and shock that had been building in his heart since the death of the barbecue shop owner suddenly burst out like a flood. "Thank you. Thank you all." Sniff. He no longer tries to hold back his tears. They fall from his clear eyes like broken pearls, sliding down his dusty face. He kneels, burying his face deep in his knees, sobbing with a heavy nasal sound. At this moment, he is no longer the capable D-class priest or the purifier who can chant calmness to heal. He has returned to the small boy who first joined the Adventurers Guild, easily frightened by a teasing word, needing everyone's protection. "Hey, why are you crying?" Kosa slices through a zombie that lunges at him, then glances back at Michael, who is trembling and crying. Although her tone is impatient, her eyes show a gentle helplessness. "Save some strength to heal us later." "Exactly. Don't cry, little priest. After this battle, Big Brother will buy you candy." Little Wu also takes a moment from his busy schedule to turn around and try to comfort him with a clumsy joke. However, the course of the battle is far more brutal than they imagined. At first, with their sharp spirit and numerical advantage, the adventurers managed to hold the tide of zombies outside the crossroads. Swords and magic fly together, battle cries and screams fill the air. They are like a strong rock, standing firm no matter how black waves crash against them. But the undead are tireless and fearless of death. The adventurers, however, are flesh and blood. As time passes, exhaustion becomes the biggest problem. These things never seem to end. A dwarf warrior shouted angrily as a zombie's claw scraped loudly against his shield, making his arm numb. "Annoying. There are too many. They keep coming. Stop talking. Watch your back," responded a ranger, panting as he bandaged his wound. The defense line started to weaken. One adventurer, too tired to move quickly, was knocked down by 3 or 4 zombies and could only let out a short, pained scream before being overwhelmed by the horde of undead. More adventurers were injured, and the mage's magic was running low. The fireballs were less powerful than before. The ghasts hiding among the corpses acted like deadly ghosts, launching surprise attacks from weak spots in the line. Each attack claimed an adventurer's life. The victory was slowly tipping toward despair as the dark ocean of death grew stronger. The defense line was shrinking constantly. The adventurers were forced to retreat step by step. The wide crossroads had become a small, tight circle. Casualties were increasing. "Hold on. Stay strong," shouted Captain Steel Fong. His greatsword was full of dents, and he had several deep wounds showing bone. A sense of hopelessness spread like a plague among the crowd. Even the bravest mercenaries began to show signs of doubt. At that moment, Roger, who had been silently guarding a corner of the line with twin daggers, suddenly paused. His half-closed, peach blossom eyes snapped open. He listened carefully, a look of disbelief on his face. Wait for what?" Are we waiting to die? A nearby warrior roared as he fought off enemies. No, listen. Roger's voice carried a faint, barely noticeable excitement. What is that sound? Everyone heard the sound and instinctively focused during the fight. Amid the chaotic, noisy screams of the undead, they faintly heard another sound. It was a steady, rhythmic, metallic footsteps, heavy and powerful. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew closer, clearer, and louder, like a war drum pounding in everyone's hearts, overpowering the howling of the undead horde. It's the sound of an army. A keen-eared ranger was the first to realize, his voice full of joy. Before he finished speaking, at the end of the southern street, a bright, sacred golden light burst forth, like the dawn breaking through the darkness. It was an army clad in shiny silver armor, wielding large shields and long spears, with helmets decorated with a cross emblem. They marched in perfect, unbreakable formations, each step in sync, their armor reflecting cold, holy light under the glow of fire and divine radiance. The Holy Crusaders. They looked like a blade forged from holy light, silent but unstoppable, cutting fiercely into the chaotic black tide of the undead. Purify! The leading knight captain shouted angrily, and the front row of crusaders slammed their shields onto the ground. A golden holy light barrier instantly rose from the shield formation, holding back the rushing undead horde. Next, the second row of crusaders, through the gaps in their shields, precisely their long spears infused with holy power. No fancy tricks, only pure, efficient killing. Any undead pierced by the spears was instantly purified into ash by divine power. This sacred army, with unstoppable force, carved a path through the despairing undead tide, opening a golden life channel for the adventurers. They did not stop. After joining the adventurers, they immediately moved past them, continuing to press back the undead from all directions with even greater strength. Following closely behind the Holy Crusaders was the main force of the well-equipped city guards. They quickly took over the defense line, using precise bows and tight formations to methodically clear out the undead driven back by holy light. The situation suddenly turned around. Under the flow of golden and steel, a dazzling figure slowly approached. It was a knight riding a pure white horse, dressed in shining armor decorated with intricate holy symbols. A crimson cape flowed behind him like flickering flames. He wore no helmet, revealing a young, handsome face. His short blonde hair shone brightly in the holy light, like the sun. He sat quietly on his horse, but radiated a powerful, intimidating aura that made others afraid to look directly at him. This was the Radiant Knight, Biscarn, the youngest legend of Olan city and leader of the 4th Legion. Biscarn rode his noble white horse like a king patrolling his land. His gaze slowly swept over the chaotic battlefield, over the holy crusaders and city guards fighting fiercely against the undead. His face was expressionless, as if the bloody scene before him was just an ordinary cleanup. Finally, his golden eyes landed on the group of survivors, adventurers covered in blood, some sitting, some standing, all battered. His eyes passed over them without stopping, as if they were just unimportant, muddy stones. Adventurers, he finally spoke, his voice clear and pleasant, but with a natural, aloof indifference. He didn't even look directly at them, just cast a dismissive glance from the corner of his eye. The chaos here is now under Holy Light's control. Unrelated people, please disperse. His words carried no anger or blame, only pure arrogance and impatience. It was as if these brave defenders of the city, risking their lives, were just bothersome beggars accidentally wandering into his yard. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over the blood of the adventurers, dousing their fiery spirits. Who do you think you are? To say that, Buck was the first to explode. He was already irritable from exhaustion, and hearing such contemptuous words made his anger boil over. He grabbed his battle axe, ready to stand and argue. Buck! Elvin quickly held him back and whispered sharply. The Steel Teeth, team leader, and the other adventurers looked very angry. They could bleed for this city but couldn't accept that their brave efforts were met with such shame. However, facing the well-equipped and intimidating Holy Cross Legion, along with the legendary Cracklight Knight, they could only clench their fists, too afraid to speak out. Biscarn paid no attention to the angry stones. To him, their rage was no different from an ant's protest. His gaze swept past everyone, resting on the tide of corpses that the Cross Legion and city guards had firmly controlled, and on the dark sewer entrance leading to the source of disaster. His brow furrowed slightly, barely noticeable. "Third squad of the 4th Legion, listen up," he ordered coldly. "Block all sewer exits and clear out any remaining undead inside. 5th squad, set up a quarantine zone and calm the civilians." "Yes, sir." With his command, the disciplined Legion quickly began to carry out the orders efficiently. He himself turned his horse, seeming ready to leave what he saw as a finished and dirty battlefield. From start to finish, he didn't look at these adventurers again. Biscarn's proud figure disappeared at the end of the street, as if taking away the last bit of sacred light from the battlefield. All that remained was the cold sound of city guards sweeping and a group of adventurers filled with frustration. "I'm so angry." Buck spat on the ground in the direction Biscarn left. "I fought my heart out here, and all I get is you're in the way?" "Exactly. Typical noble attitude, looking down on others." Captain, Steel Teeth, also angrily stuck his sword into the ground. "If we hadn't held back so many undead, the defenses of Olan City would have collapsed long ago." Hey, keep your voices down." An older mercenary quickly made a shushing gesture, glancing nervously at the city guards carrying out orders. "That's the Cracklight Knight Biscarn. Rumor has it he's a top-tier adventurer on par with B-levels. Offend him, and we won't have a good time in Olan City." This talk made the previously excited adventurers quiet down. The harsh reality was like a cold splash of water, dousing their anger and leaving only helplessness and frustration. The battle was over, but the hero had not arrived. Instead, a proud cleaner appeared. The adventurers helped each other, dragging their tired and wounded bodies. They left the area where they had fought bravely, feeling disappointed. "Let's go too," Casa sighed. She walked over to the Iron Anvil team, who were still sitting on the ground. "There's nothing more for us here. Let's head back to the southern city and rest." The Crimson Lotus team helped the exhausted Iron Anvil team to their feet, and together they headed south to safety. Leaving the harsh battlefield behind, the familiar city lights came into view again. Though still showing signs of disaster, the city now felt alive with human warmth. "This really," Buck said angrily. "I'd rather fight 10 zombies again than deal with this kind of attitude." "Get used to it," Roger replied with a hint of self-mockery. "In the eyes of the big shots, we adventurers are no different from stray dogs outside the city. When we're useful, they toss us a bread. When we're in the way, they kick us aside." "He's right." Elvin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His tone was calm, but you could hear his frustration. "From a tactical point of view, we scattered soldiers who don't follow orders do affect the army's plans. His way of handling things is the best solution." Little Wu, who had been quietly walking beside Casa, couldn't help but whisper in protest, full of grievance and anger. "But we saved so many people. How can he say that about us?" "Exactly," Buck cursed. "That kind of attitude makes me want to punch him." Yufeng gently tugged on Little Wu's sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. Her eyes, usually filled with fear, now shone with stubbornness. She whispered softly, "An old Elvin saying goes, the sun's rays are bright, but they can't warm every shaded leaf. Some people are born unable to see others." Her words were soft, like a gentle breeze that eased everyone's worries a little. Casa looked at Yufeng with approval, then patted Michelle's shoulder, who was also silent. "Don't think too much. Nobles are nobles, and we are ourselves. At least we can be proud of the rewards we earn and stay true to our conscience. Let's go, first to treat our wounds, and then I'll buy everyone drinks." Michel silently followed the group, not joining the discussion, just listening quietly. He looked at his bloodstained, dusty hands and remembered Biscarn's spotless golden armor. In his mind, holy light has always been warm, healing, and equal. But today, from that shattered Radiance night, he felt the holy light was cold, stern, and class-based. This made him feel confused and uncertain. Night had fallen deep. They first found a familiar pharmacy to treat their terrible wounds. The smell of bandages and herbs replaced the blood. After treatment, the two tired teams finally returned to the warm, safe Lionheart Inn. The innkeeper, Mrs. Martha, was shocked to see their condition but quickly prepared hot water and clean towels, her eyes full of concern. After thanking her, Corsa kept her promise. She generously booked the best tables in the inn hall, ordered the richest food and several barrels of fine ale to reward the two teams fighting side by side. Warm food and rich ale finally relaxed everyone's nerves that had been tense all night. Burp. Honestly, Corsa, Buck, a bit tipsy, raised his glass. Your two knives are really awesome. Next time, we'll do something big again. Anytime, big guy, Corsa, also blushing from drinking, cheerfully clinked glasses with Buck. But next time, don't be so stupid as today. The lively atmosphere quickly warmed up, and the tension of battle and noble coldness were forgotten. Little Five and Roger played arm wrestling, leaning on each other, while speech cheered them on. Only Michelle sat quietly in the corner, sipping a sweet fruit wine, seeming out of place in the noisy scene. Still thinking about what just happened? A calm voice sounded beside him. Michelle turned around and saw Elvin holding a glass of water, sitting next to him. Michelle hesitated, then softly asked, Senior Elvin, that shattered Radiance Knight. He's also a follower of the Holy Light, right? That's correct. Elvin took a sip of water. The Holy Crusaders believe in the God of War and Order, which is part of the Holy Light divine system. But his Holy Light, Michir struggled to find the right words, feels very different, very cold and harsh. Elvin was silent for a moment. He put down his glass. Power itself has no specific nature, Elvin said softly, looking at his reflection in the water. What shapes it is the will of the user. He turned his head, his gaze behind his glasses resting on Michir, with a rare gentle look. There is no right or wrong path, Michir. What matters is that you stay true to your own way. Elvin's words were like a clear stream, washing away Michir's last doubts and hesitations. Yes, staying true to his own path. His path is to protect the people around him. With this realization, Michir felt the whole world become brighter. He picked up his fruit wine glass and, for the first time, stood up voluntarily, walking into the group of celebrating teammates. I also want to toast everyone, he said shyly, raising his glass. Thank you all for not leaving me today. Haha, our little priest finally understands. Baku hugged him and handed him a large mug of beer. Drink. That night, although Michir only drank a few glasses of fruit wine, he felt more relaxed and happy than ever before. Watching his teammates shoulder to shoulder, singing loudly, he smiled from the heart. The celebration naturally ended in chaos. When the clock struck midnight, the hall was filled with people lying everywhere. Baku was sleeping soundly, hugging a barrel of wine. Roger and Kesha lay directly on the table. Little Five and Yufeng also fell asleep leaning against each other. In the end, only Elvin, who remained sober, and Michir, who had only drunk fruit wine and was a bit dizzy, stayed awake. Sighing, Elvin looked at his drunken comrades and pushed up his glasses helplessly. Finally, with Michir's help, they worked with the innkeeper to carry or drag these drunken friends to their rooms on the second floor, using all their strength. After settling everyone, Michir felt almost ready to collapse from exhaustion. He quickly took a shower, changed into clean pajamas, and almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. This night in Olan City finally ended with a peaceful conclusion for him. Before becoming an adventurer, Michir's world was very small, only a holy light monastery on a green hill. In this small world, his favorite thing was the weekly trip down the mountain with the abbot to buy supplies. He was less than 10 years old then, shorter than the abbot's staff. He wore a simple gray novice robe that looked empty on him, with sleeves so long they could hide his entire hand. Grandpa Abbott, are we going to Old Mac's bakery today? He looked up with a delicate face like a porcelain doll, speaking eagerly in a clear voice. Of course, our little glutton, the old abbot chuckled. His wrinkled eyes always shone with kindness as he squinted. He reached out with a rough, calloused hand and gently ruffled Michir's soft black hair. But have you finished your lessons? Can you recite yesterday's prayer? Yes. Michir immediately puffed out his small chest, clasped his hands in front of him, and closed his eyes. In his babyish voice, he recited the scriptures that still seemed a bit difficult for him. May the holy light cleanse filth, may compassion soothe wounds. He recited fluently, and the abbot nodded with satisfaction, then took his small hand. "You will become an excellent monk, my child. Let's go." From the monastery to the streets of Olan city below the mountain, there is a long cobblestone path. Wildflowers bloom on both sides, and butterflies flutter among the flowers. The abbot walked slowly, not only because of his age, but also to accommodate the little fellow who was always distracted by a nearby ant or a strange wildflower. "Grandpa Abbot, why is the holy light gold?" "Because gold is the color of the sun, the color of ripe wheat, symbolizing hope and warmth." "Then, why do we have to pity the world?" "Because everyone can be a lost lamb. They all need guidance and care, just like I found you, my child." The dean's answers are always patient. He uses simple metaphors to describe the world's original, kind, and beautiful nature to Michel. Finally, when Michel smells the familiar scent of caramel and wheat, he knows that they have arrived at Old Wheat Aroma Bakery. The shop owner is an elderly man with white hair. He often sits behind the counter, dozing off. Seeing the dean bring little Michel inside, he immediately smiles, showing only a few teeth. "Oh, old friend, you've brought our little angel again." He shakily takes a freshly baked, golden, crispy cream horn from the oven and, without hesitation, hands it to little Michel. "Here, here, for the little angel." Michel, feeling a bit shy, glances at the dean. After getting a nod of permission, he carefully takes the bread, which is bigger than his face, and softly says, "Thank you, Grandpa Mike." He sits on a small bench outside the shop, nibbling carefully and cherishingly on the rich, milky bread. The warm sunshine bathes him. He watches the dean and Grandpa Mike chatting about town affairs, listens to the distant clanging of the blacksmith shop, and feels the sweet, creamy flavor melting on his tongue. His delicate appearance has already attracted a few passing ladies to stop and point, whispering in amazement, "Look at that little nun from the old monastery. She's so adorable." But Michel is lost in his own little world, happily squinting his eyes, with a circle of sweet, white cream on his lips. At that moment, Michel feels that this is the happiest thing in the world. He sleeps soundly through the night, dreaming nothing. When Michel is awakened again by the sunlight streaming through the window, it is nearly noon the next day. His slight headache from the hangover has long gone, replaced by a deep sense of relaxation after a long, tiring period. He stretches lazily, and his bones make a series of crackling sounds. Outside the window, the familiar noise of Olan city rang out again, as if last night's bloody battle was just a distant nightmare. When he finished washing up and dressed neatly, he went downstairs and found his teammates already gathered around the dining table in the hall. Buck was greedily devouring a huge roasted chicken leg. Roger was elegantly cutting fried eggs with a small knife. Elvin was holding a steaming cup of coffee, and all the members of the Red Lotus squad had also arrived. Everyone looked a little tired from last night's hangover, but they seemed to have recovered quite a bit mentally. "Hey, sleepyhead, you're finally up?" Roger was the first to notice him, joking with a smile. "We thought you'd sleep until dinner." "Good. Good morning, everyone," Michel said shyly, scratching his head as he sat down in an empty seat. Mrs. Martha immediately smiled warmly and brought him a hot glass of milk and honey bread. Honestly, last night's fight was really exciting. Buck finished the chicken leg and let out a satisfied burp. "After a couple of days to rest, we'll go for another big job." "Oh, come on," Kasha rolled her eyes. "If the army hadn't shown up at the end, we'd probably be breakfast for the zombies now." Speaking of which, Elvin put down his coffee cup and looked serious. Last night's situation was unusual. The main city guard wasn't here, and the undead outbreak was so precisely timed. I don't think this was an accident. Just as everyone was about to discuss this, the inn's door suddenly creaked open. A messenger in guild uniform hurried inside. His eyes quickly swept the room and finally landed precisely on their table, which clearly looked like a gathering of adventurers. "Excuse me," the messenger said quickly, his tone serious and urgent. "Are you the Iron Anvil team and the Red Lotus team?" "Yes, that's us. What's the matter?" Kasha, as the team leader, asked first. "The guild has an urgent invitation." The messenger took out a rolled parchment sealed with wax and handed it over solemnly. "The City Lord's mansion has joined with the Adventurers Guild to issue the highest level Guardian initiative. Here, The guild sincerely invites all elite adventurers in Olan City with a rating of D or above to gather at the Hero Square in the town center within 1 hour for a pre-war meeting on the city's defense. Guardian Initiative? Several experienced adventurers present immediately changed their expressions. Although it wasn't an order, it was a high-honor invitation issued only during major crises faced by the guild, targeting the most elite adventurers. Accepting the initiative meant taking on great risks, but also offered huge rewards and fame. The relaxed atmosphere at the table vanished instantly. The messenger solemnly placed the invitation on the table and added, "At that time, the guild leader, representatives from the city hall, Bishop Ansel, and Lord Biscarn of the Cracklight Knights will all speak at the meeting. Any adventurer who responds to the initiative will earn special wartime contribution points, and their mission rewards will be tripled." After speaking, he hurriedly left, apparently to inform other top adventurers in the Southern District. The mood at the table grew serious because of the invitation. Guardian Initiative. Triple rewards. Bark put down his half-eaten chicken leg. His eyes, usually eager for battle, now carried a hint of seriousness. This means the situation is more complicated than we thought. Relying only on the Legion might not be enough. "They're using us as cannon fodder," Roger said calmly, playing with his silver knife, with no emotion in his voice. "But it's also a rare chance to rise quickly. If we survive, risks and rewards go hand in hand," Elvin analyzed calmly. "But we're already in the middle of the storm. If we try to stay out now, it might be." "I'll go." Casa was the first to decide. She stood up and began checking her twin blades. "Triple rewards mean I can take some manageable missions and settle the score from yesterday too." Xiao Wu and Yufeng immediately stood up, firmly backing her. The three members of the Anvil team exchanged glances, their answer clear. "Huh. Well said." Bark pounded the table, making the dishes clatter. "I've been annoyed with those skeletons for a long time. Count me in. If there's money to be made, there's no reason to refuse." Roger shrugged and sheathed his knife. Elvin simply stood silently, showing his stance through his actions. Michel did not speak. He simply raised his head and looked at his loyal teammates with a very firm and bright smile. 1 hour later, at the Hero Square in the center of Olan City. This place was no longer a peaceful spot for citizens to walk and relax. Instead, it was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere. A group of fully armed city guards had sealed off the square, preventing any civilians from approaching. In the middle of the square, a large crowd of dark figures had gathered. They were almost all of Olan City's top adventurers, including many strong sea-level and even sea-level fighters. Some were in small groups, others alone. Each person wore their best armor and showed expressions that ranged from excitement to seriousness and determination. The sound of weapons clashing and quiet conversations created a tense, powerful undercurrent. When the Iron Anvil team and the Crimson Lotus team arrived, they immediately drew attention. Their heroic deeds in the North District last night had already spread through the adventurer circles through various channels. At that moment, a commotion arose on the high platform in front of the square. Officials from the city hall, the elderly president of the Adventurers Guild, Bishop Ansel from the Holy Light Cathedral, and the shining, splendid knight, Biscarn, dressed in golden armor like the sun, all stepped onto the platform. The entire crowd instantly fell silent. On the platform, the atmosphere was solemn and serious. First to step forward was the elderly president of the Adventurers Guild. His usually kind face was now filled with deep worry. "Guardians of Olan City," his voice, amplified by magic, clearly spread across the square. "I believe everyone already knows that our city is facing an unprecedented crisis." He didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Since the undead plague broke out in Silver Creek Valley, the city hall and the guild have been closely monitoring the situation. At first, we sent a team of elite fighters to investigate, but contact was soon lost. Then, Lord Mayor dispatched the 3rd Legion led by Blood Axe Lomberton to clear the area, but the front lines quickly became dangerous. The fall of Silver Creek Valley happened much faster than we expected. The adventurers in the square let out a tense murmur, many of them hearing such detailed information for the first time. To completely eliminate the plague, we even sent the 4th Legion, led by Lord Biscarn of the Cracked Light Knights, to support us. The old leader's voice grew heavy with sorrow. But we were all wrong. The enemy took advantage of our main forces being away, using polluted upstream rivers to quietly send the seeds of the plague into our city. He paused, allowing everyone to absorb this harsh truth. Last night, the undead outbreak in the northern sewer was not an accident, but a carefully planned attack aimed directly at our heart, he continued. The square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt the oppressive, sinister atmosphere of a conspiracy. The current situation is, the leader said, that the Third Legion is being held back by the main undead forces from Silver Creek Valley. Meanwhile, our First Legion, led by General Dorn of Olan's Hand, is fighting fiercely along the city walls against the invading undead outside the city. The Second Legion is far away in the royal capital, reporting to the king. They've sent messengers, but reinforcements are still far off. In other words, he looked at each serious face below and spoke clearly. Until the plague is fully purged, the responsibility of defending the city and eliminating the undead that have infiltrated Olan falls on us, and on every adventurer present. Finally, the figure shining like the sun, Biscarn, stepped forward. He didn't give a long speech like the leader. Instead, with his golden, emotionless eyes, he slowly scanned all the adventurers below. His gaze remained proud but carried an undeniable authority. I don't care why you came, whether for money, fame, or some foolish hope, he said coldly and sharply, like a drawn sword. From now on, your only task is fight, eliminate, until the last undead turns to ash, or you become one of them. The city guards will take over all district defenses. Your task is to cooperate with my Fourth Legion, actively attack those contaminated areas, and hunt down all active undead. Do you understand? Adventurers. There was no motivation or comfort, only the purest and coldest orders. However, this blunt attitude of treating them as weapons actually stirred the rebellious spirit deep inside these brave adventurers. Roar, someone led the charge first, and a loud battle cry erupted from every corner of the square, forming a powerful wave that seemed to shake the sky. The thunderous shouts echoed above the square, marking the official start of the battle to defend Olan City. After Biscarn gave his cold and brief order, an old man dressed in a white robe with gold trim, holding a staff, slowly stepped forward from the side of the high platform. He was Ansel, the highest leader of the Holy Light Cathedral in Olan City. Brave children, his voice was not loud, but under the blessing of Holy Light, it reached everyone's ears clearly and warmly. Instantly, the agitation and anger caused by Biscarn's words calmed down. I represent the Holy Light, and on behalf of all innocent people who have passed and are still alive in this city, I thank you for stepping forward at this moment. He didn't waste words but raised his staff and gently pointed at a large blank stone wall beside the high platform. A row after row of prepared parchment scrolls, under the priest's operation, were quickly pasted onto the stone wall, forming a large task board. The Legion has already sealed the remaining invading undead within the North District. On this darkened land, countless lost souls still need purification, and evil creatures continue to disturb us. Therefore, in the name of the Holy Light Cathedral, I issue the Purification Decree series of missions. Ansel pointed his staff at the task wall. Each mission is a battle against evil and a redemption for the dead. Complete these tasks, and you will not only earn 3 times the reward promised by the City Hall and Guild, but also receive blessings and merits from the Holy Light Cathedral. This speech instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the adventurers. Money, honor, and divine recognition from the church combined into the strongest motivation. Let's go. Let's see what's available. The impatient adventurers surged toward the task wall, eager to find missions suitable for their teams. There are too many people. Don't push and scatter. Kesha turned back to give a warning, then quickly led 2 small teams through the gaps in the crowd to the front. On the mission board, the parchment scrolls are arranged from high to low difficulty. Tasks rated as B-level, like Abandoned Slaughterhouse, have already been taken by the top C-level teams in the city. Look at this. Elvin pointed to a parchment in the middle area. Mission rating, C. Mission name, clear the 7th epidemic zone. Old Foundry, mission description, eliminate all undead in the Old Foundry. The area has complex terrain, and reports suggest zombie activity. Additional clause, Any items related to the undead found can be exchanged at the church for extra merit. Another zombie? Roger raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. We've just dealt with those guys. They're our old rivals. Exactly. Elvin adjusted his glasses. Knowing our enemies helps us. Haha. Sounds like it was made for us. Kesha nodded in agreement and looked at the Iron Anvil team. What do you think? With two teams working together, we should be able to handle this sea-level task easily. Team up? Buck looked surprised, but then showed a confident expression. Of course. We've teamed up before, so it's only natural to keep working together. His crude analogy made Michel and Yufeng blush at the same time. That's settled. Kesha ignored Buck's joke and said decisively, in times like this, sticking together is the smartest choice. The rewards and loot will be split evenly among us. The members of the Iron Anvil team exchanged glances, seeing mutual agreement in each other's eyes. All right, it's settled then. Buck clapped his thigh and agreed to the cooperation. Kesha smiled, tore off the parchment, and headed toward the clerk responsible for registration. After several life and death tests, the two teams united once again for a common goal. The mission was confirmed, and the two teams agreed to meet here in an hour. The teammates immediately dispersed, preparing for the upcoming battle. Buck went to the blacksmith to buy a new, sturdy shield. Roger needs to restock poison potions and smoke bombs. Elvin went to the alchemy shop to buy some spell materials and mana potions. Kesha, along with Xiao Wu and Yufeng, also went to replenish arrows and trap tools. For a moment, only Michel was left in the square. He thought he was ready, so he found a quiet stone step to sit on. As he looked at the busy yet tense square, he felt a bit lost. The adventurers hurried by, their faces serious before the big fight. The Holy Knights were handing out clean water and simple blessings, offering comfort to the brave warriors about to go into battle. The air smelled of rust, leather, sweat, and holy oil, creating a unique war atmosphere. While Michel quietly felt this mood, two young Holy Knights, who had just finished blessing a group of mercenaries, noticed a lonely-looking young nun sitting in the corner. One of them, a young man with freckles and a kind smile, carried a cup of water and hesitated before walking over. "Hello, miss." "Nun. My name is Carl, a basic Holy Knight from the 4th Legion," he said nervously, blushing slightly. "Are you alone here? Did you get separated from your friends? Do you need help? Would you like some water?" In Carl's eyes, the young nun sitting alone, looked very adorable. She had smooth black hair like the night, with a few strands sticking to her forehead and cheeks from sweat. The sunlight cast a gentle glow on her figure, making her simple priest's robe look especially pure. This familiar mistake made Michel's scalp tingle. He felt his face heat up, a mix of embarrassment and helplessness spreading from his neck to his ears. He looked up, his clear eyes showing confusion and uncertainty. He awkwardly waved his hand. "I'm not a nun." Sorry. Carl was surprised at first, then quickly realized. His face turned even redder. He hurriedly apologized. "Oh, I see. Sorry for the mistake. Well, miss, please have some water." He clearly thought that Michel was just an ordinary girl dressed in a nun-like robe, perhaps a devout follower from a noble family. Seeing the more eager look in her eyes, Michel lowered her gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, casting a small shadow on her fair cheek as she tried to avoid his overly direct stare. But she knew that if she didn't clarify things, misunderstandings would only grow worse. She took a deep breath, about to reveal a truth that might shatter all her beautiful illusions. Actually, Cal, what are you hesitating for?" A stern voice suddenly interrupted Michel from nearby. A slightly older knight, wearing a small squad leader badge on his chest, strode over quickly, his face showing displeasure. "Captain," Cal straightened up as if caught doing something wrong. The captain ignored him and first gave Michel an impeccable knight's salute, with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry about that, miss. My teammate doesn't know proper manners and disturbed you." He then shot a sharp glare at Cal. "This is wartime, not a time for you to flirt with ladies. Hurry up and distribute supplies to the next group of adventurers." Yes, Cal dared not say more. He quickly bowed to Michel and, under his captain's supervision, blushed deeply as he hurried away. Michel opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to say, "I'm a boy." She could only watch those two knights walk away, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, a burst of joyful laughter came from nearby. Michel looked in that direction and saw Roger, who had finished his own tasks, leaning against a stone pillar, watching him with a relaxed expression. It seems our little priest can cause quite a bit of interesting commotion wherever he goes, Roger said with a smile. Michel pouted helplessly and muttered softly, I don't want to. You don't want to? Roger came over naturally, sat beside him, and gently tapped Michel's blushing cheek with his knuckles. His touch was as comforting as always. But I feel like you're actually enjoying it a lot. Before Michel could think of a way to reply, Buck's loud voice rang out. He was carrying a brand new, large shield shaped like a kite. Everyone's here, he said, glancing at the two knights who had just hurried away, then at Michel and Roger. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. What? Our little priest is attracting bees and butterflies again. Elvin followed behind Buck and looked around at the scene. It seems everyone is ready. At this moment, the Crimson Lotus team arrived. Kesha was dressed in bright red armor, while Xiao Wu and Yufeng had new quivers and toolkits, clearly prepared for the task. It's about time, Kesha said, checking the sky. Let's go. The two teams gathered together, 7 people in total. They crossed the square and headed toward the northern district, shrouded in death. When they reached the edge of the northern quarantine zone, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The familiar shopping street had turned into a moat, made of steel and discipline. Soldiers from the 4th Legion had used everything they could find: broken trucks, shop signs, dismantled doors, even barricades and barbed wire from the camp, to build a temporary defensive line stretching across several blocks. Behind the line, rows of soldiers with longbows stood expressionless. They hid behind makeshift arrow towers and second-story windows, with arrows already knocked and shining coldly in the sunlight. At the front of the line, heavily armed infantry with shields and long spears stood like silent statues, forming an unbreakable wall of steel. Most adventurers, used to being free and unruly, had never seen such a well-organized, disciplined army up close. The strict, orderly atmosphere was completely different from the city guards, who often struggled just to keep order. Even Buck, who loved fighting, muttered a curse under his breath, surprised by what he saw. This is what a real army looks like. Kesha's eyes were serious. This is the 4th Legion of the cracked Radiance Knights, the best of Olan City. They truly live up to their reputation. Roar! At that moment, a zombie, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, roared and rushed out of a small alley, trying to approach the defensive line. Before it could run 5 steps, several arrows shot through the air, hitting it precisely in the head, chest, and limbs. The force pinned it firmly against the wall, turning it into a battered target. The entire defensive line remained completely still, as if they had only stepped on a tiny ant. Behind the line, a few small groups of city guards could be seen occasionally, carefully entering the sealed area through safe passages under the leadership of their captain. Their task seemed to be searching for any surviving civilians or clearing scattered undead near the line. Most of all, groups like Iron Anvil and Crimson Lotus came to carry out the purification order. They gathered in small groups, reported to officers at designated checkpoints, received maps and basic supplies, then resolutely crossed the steel barrier and disappeared into the silent, deadly zone. D-level team, Iron Anvil, and D-level team, Crimson Lotus, are jointly executing C-level mission Clear the 7th Zone, Old Foundry. Corsa handed the torn sheepskin parchment with the mission details to the officer responsible for registration at the checkpoint. The officer, with a serious face, carefully checked the map and list, working meticulously. At that moment, a heavy, rhythmic sound of hooves approached from behind. Everyone instinctively looked back and saw the dazzling, cracklight knight, Biscarn, riding his white warhorse, surrounded by a group of guards, slowly patrolling along the defensive line. He was still dressed in spotless golden armor, with an expression colder than the armor itself. His gaze swept over every detail of the line, sharp enough to spot any flaw. When his eyes passed over the registering adventurers, he merely glanced casually, showing no interest or contempt, only a blank indifference to unrelated matters. However, when his gaze unintentionally lingered on Michel's face, it paused for a fraction of a second. On that nearly perfect, delicate face, his eyebrows twitched slightly, barely noticeable. It seemed unexpected to see such a clean face in this dirty, chaotic place, and it was almost a little uncomfortable to look at. Or perhaps it was the pure, holy light that Michelle's priestly robe and aura emitted, which created a strange sense of rejection with his own stern, judging presence. He didn't speak. Just his brief, scrutinizing glance made Michelle feel as if a huge iceberg was pressing down on him, making him feel uneasy. Registration complete. Here are your supplies, the officer said coldly, handing over some supplies and medicine. His voice broke the tense silence. The entrance to Zone 7 is 300 meters ahead. Good luck. Biscarn looked away as if he had just seen a slightly unusual-looking stone. He turned his horse and continued his patrol. Let's go. Ignore that guy, Kosa whispered, leading the team past the defensive line. As they entered the sealed northern district, the atmosphere changed instantly. The noise behind them was cut off completely, replaced by an eerie silence that made their skin crawl. It was noon, and the hot sun mercilessly baked the ground. This seemed to have a big effect on the undead. On the streets, the wandering zombies and skeletons moved very slowly. Most of them hid in the shadows of buildings or stood still like lifeless puppets. Only when people approached did they sluggishly turn their heads and let out harmless growls. It looks like daytime really helps us, Buck said, easily chopping a zombie blocking the way with his axe. He felt much more relaxed than last night. Don't let your guard down, Elvin warned. Sunlight only suppresses low-level undead. For stronger ones like ghouls, it has limited effect. And once inside buildings or in dense shadows, their threat won't weaken at all. Everyone stayed alert, clearing away a few scattered undead along the way. Soon, they reached their target, a huge, abandoned old foundry. A mixture of rust, coal ash, and a strong smell of decay drifted from deep inside the factory. Even under the blazing sun, it gave everyone an inexplicable chill. The old foundry was much larger than they expected. It was more like a small industrial fortress than just a factory. The main building, made of huge black stones and steel supports, is called the Furnace Hall. It looks like a sleeping giant and is located in the center. Its tall rune chimney, used to release magical waste gases, is no longer active and points silently to the sky. Around it, there are smaller buildings, a stone-and-wood craftsman's dormitory, a sturdy warehouse, and an open-air workshop filled with abandoned magical crystal and rusty magical machinery parts. First, clear the outside area, Kesha decided, glancing over the open workshop. Make it safe for us and a place to retreat. About a dozen undead wander in the workshop. They look tired from the midday sun and shuffle between rusty magical cranes and abandoned mine carts. Quickly and decisively. At her command, the fight started immediately. Buck charged ahead like a giant beast attacking a city. His new shield was barely used, and each swing of his battle axe easily split the head of a zombie in half. Roger and Kesha moved like two deadly shadows, sweeping from the sides and quickly finishing off the lone undead with precise strikes. Up high, Yufeng stood on an abandoned watchtower, calmly drawing his bow and providing accurate cover fire. Little Five kept watch around the area, preventing any undead from rushing out of the nearby buildings. Elvin chanted a simple spell, Magic Missile, to pick off the undead trying to get close. Michael watched the one-sided battle, feeling a little less nervous. He held his Forest Blessing, ready to help if needed. The fight ended faster than expected, leaving little chance for Michael to use healing magic. Kesha wiped the black blood off her blade and called everyone over. It's safe for now. Little Five, Roger, go scout the nearby buildings. Stay safe and don't go too deep. Got it. Understood. The scouts and assassins quickly disappeared into the shadows of two different buildings. The remaining 5 people set up a temporary guard near the center of the workshop around a huge, inactive smelting pool. Buck sat down by the pool, sharpening his battle axe with a whetstone. Kesa crossed her arms, her sharp eyes fixed on the 2 nearby buildings where Roger and Little Five had gone to scout, always alert. Michir stood in the middle of the temporary camp, watching the experienced team members work calmly and efficiently. The mood among the group eased a little. Michir raised his hand, awkwardly shielding his forehead. The midday sun was harsh, mixing with the faint smell of decay from the factory area, creating a hot, stuffy feeling. Sweat quietly soaked his hairline, with a few strands sticking to his slightly warm cheeks. His neat priest's robe felt heavy in this environment, and even the white knee-high socks pressed tightly against his legs, making him feel a little sticky from the sweat. But he just frowned slightly, moved his fingers to adjust his slightly hot toes inside his boots, and forced himself to ignore these small discomforts. More than anything, he was worried about the upcoming fight. At that moment, two quick figures slipped silently from the shadows of the dormitory and warehouse, returning to the middle of the team. It was Roger and Little Five. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the scouts and assassins who had just finished their reconnaissance, waiting for crucial information to decide their next move. Little Five wiped sweat from his face, looking a bit relaxed, and spoke first. "The warehouse is clear. There are only 3 tired-looking zombies inside. No threat. I took care of them easily." After he finished, everyone's gaze turned to Roger. The assassin's expression was less relaxed than Little Five's. He curled his lips, his voice carrying his usual lazy tone, but his words made the atmosphere tense again. "The real meal is in the dormitory building," Roger said. "There are at least a dozen in the first-floor hall, and it's even busier upstairs. Just by listening, there are no fewer than 50. And," he paused, raised his half-closed, peach blossom eyes, scanning everyone's faces, and added a line that made Michiel's heart tighten, "I smell the scent of ghouls. It's fresh." This news shattered the relaxed mood after clearing the perimeter. "So, there are at least 60 or more undead, including some tricky ghouls." Kesa frowned, her knuckles turning slightly white from gripping. "Don't worry. Last time, I didn't have a shield," Buck said hesitantly. "This time, I'll just use my axe to charge in and cut them all down." "No, you can't," Elvin immediately disagreed. "The inside of the dormitory is complex, with hallways and rooms that will limit your movement. We can't form a proper line, and we'll be worn down by their numbers." Elvin's calm analysis made the impulsive Buck settle down. The team fell into a brief silence, each thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a hesitant voice broke the silence. Everyone's eyes turned to Michel. Even Roger raised an eyebrow in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the senior members, Michel looked a bit unsure, but gathered his courage to speak. "I can try to use the power of holy light to create a large purification zone. But I'm not sure if I can succeed." "A purification zone?" Elvin's eyes showed curiosity. "Like the divine spell Holy Word E-Ring. That would be too much for your current magic power." "No, it's not like that." Michel looked nervous and shrank back instinctively, but he forced himself to explain. "When I purified that boss before, I used calmness of the mind. That power is very gentle. I think, if I can expand that gentle power, it could form a kind of barrier area. Basically, it should strongly suppress low-level undead that have just been transformed and have weak soul bonds. Once they step into it, their souls will be soothed, and their bodies will be purified." He spoke more clearly as his ideas became more organized. This method would consume much less energy than forcibly destroying them with Holy Word E-Ring. But, while maintaining the barrier, I need to stay focused, so I might not be able to move or cast other spells. Michel's innovative tactic, though uncertain, impressed everyone. Elvin nodded in approval. "That's a very good idea, turning the defensive position into an offensive zone. We can use the open space at the dormitory entrance as the battlefield and lure them out." "Good thinking, kid." Buck also smiled and firmly patted Michel on the shoulder. "Let's try? You just focus on reciting your spell from the back. With me in front, even a dragon won't be able to touch a single hair of yours." This tactic, suggested by Michel, was agreed upon by the whole team. "All right, let's do it." Kesha decided quickly and started redistributing tasks around this plan. "Buck, your job is to protect Michel from any enemies that might slip past. Michel, stay behind Buck and do your best to maintain your purification barrier. Yufeng, go to the watchtower. Your target is the faster-moving undead that can resist the barrier. Xiao Wu, set traps on the sides to prevent surprises from other directions. Elvin, as the mobile firepower, be ready to use area spells to clear out the dense groups of zombies that threaten Buck and Michel the most. Roger and I," she added with a sharp look in her eyes, "will patrol and hunt any elite monsters that might exist outside the barrier." The plan was clear and well organized. For the first time, Michel made a key contribution to the team's strategy. He tightened his grip on his staff, calming his nerves. All right, everyone. Kesha took a deep breath. Let's get started. The battle plan was set. The 7 members quickly moved toward the ominous dormitory building. The door was already broken, a dark hole like the throat of. Buck led the way, placing a shiny, kite-shaped shield heavily on the ground at the door. It made a dull thud, like the toll of a battle bell. Come out, trash. Prepare to die. This taunting roar instantly shattered the silence inside the dormitory. Ho-ho! Roar! A series of chilling, dense growls and dragging sounds came from deep inside. Then, a flood of dark undead burst out of the door like a dam breaking. Michel! Now! Kesha shouted sharply. Michel was already behind Buck. He took a deep breath, suppressing his nerves, and raised his forest blessing high. He closed his eyes and began to chant a sorrowful prayer for the dead. Light of the Holy, please have mercy on these lost souls. Grant them final peace, sanctuary of peace. A gentle, golden glow emanates from the moonstone at the top of his staff, spreading outward like ripples on water. Where the light reaches, the ground seems to be covered with a sacred carpet, forming a wide, 10-meter circular area of purification. The first few zombies rushing forward suddenly stiffen as they step into the light. The dark, violent black aura on their bodies quickly melts away like snow under sunlight, and a faint sense of relief flashes in their cloudy eyes. Then, their bodies begin to silently disintegrate, like sand sculptures crumbling, turning into white ashes carried away by the wind. This sacred yet strange scene makes Buck, who is on high alert ahead, momentarily stunned. This really works. The following undead, like moths drawn to a flame, keep rushing into the sanctuary and turning into ashes. The golden light seems like an insurmountable barrier. However, not all the undead are so easily defeated. 3 stronger, more muscular zombies wrapped in darker black aura roar and stubbornly charge through the holy light. They sizzle and smoke, but still move fiercely. Stragglers, leave it to me. Buck roars and charges forward. He swings his battle axe, splitting one of the special zombies' heads in half instantly. Meanwhile, Kesha rushes out like a red lightning, crossing her twin blades and precisely cutting off the second zombie's neck. The third is frozen in place by Elvin's precise ice spike spell, then shattered by Xiao Wu's explosive bomb. The fight seems easier than expected. But just then, a grayish-white shadow, like a ghost, suddenly lunges from the broken window of the dormitory's second floor, silently targeting the young priest who is fully focused on maintaining the sanctuary, completely unprepared. It's a ghoul. It has been waiting for this moment. Faced with this deadly attack from above, Michael's body instinctively trembles, almost breaking his concentration. But he doesn't. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing all his fears, and didn't even open his eyes. Instead, he focused all his energy on maintaining the golden light. A grayish-white shadow descended from the sky, carrying a strong smell of decay and cold, killing intent. The zombie's claws reflected a cold, metallic shine in the sunlight, like 5 poisoned surgical knives silently slicing toward Michel's unguarded, delicate neck. The scent of death was so close that Michel could even smell the rotting stench from the zombie's mouth. His long eyelashes trembled slightly in the strong wind from above, but he kept his eyes closed. His prayer continued without any pause or panic. The cold claws were less than an inch from his skin at the throat. In that life and death moment, a dark, strange shadow, like an illusion emerging from the ground's darkness, moved at a speed beyond normal vision. Get away from him. It was a swift, powerful side kick with incredible force. Stay back. Shadow kick. Bang! A loud, heavy sound like a hammer hitting a drum. Roger's heel struck the zombie's chest and abdomen firmly. The zombie, leaping through the air, seemed hit directly by an invisible battering ram. Its body suddenly bent inward with a painful cry, then flew backward like a broken sandbag, crashing heavily into the distant fire-quenching pool wall and collapsing to the ground. Roger landed lightly beside Michel, shielding him with his body, and shook his slightly numb leg. Don't get distracted. His voice was deep and calm. Good job, Roger. Buck's roar, full of fear and anger, followed. But before they could fully focus on the knockback zombie, strange movements came again at the dark doorway of the dormitory. Roar! Several fierce and hungry screams sounded together. Then, 4 grayish-white figures charged out from behind the tide of corpses, burning with the holy light of purification. For more zombies. They were clearly smarter and stronger than ordinary walking corpses. Although the golden sacred domain still affected them, causing their skin to sizzle and greatly reducing their speed, it could not purify them as easily as it did normal zombies. So many, Buck shouted angrily, giving up his plan to attack the first zombie and turning to face this new threat. With the arrival of these elite monsters, the once strong defense line suddenly faced much greater pressure. Worse, Michel's tranquil sanctuary was not without cost. Purifying such a large number of undead drained his mental strength greatly. His face was turning pale, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his voice, still praying, began to tremble slightly. As his condition worsened, the bright, shining holy light started to fade and become unstable. Some stronger special zombies began to break through the outer edge of the sanctuary, posing a bigger threat to the team. 4 new zombies rampaged through the sanctuary. Although their speed was greatly reduced, their fierce claws still put heavy pressure on the front line. Buck had to focus all his energy on blocking and intercepting. The heavy, shield-shaped barrier clanged loudly with sharp impacts, making his arms numb. Elvin, Little 5, Corsa shouted sharply during a break in the defense. We need fire support at the front. No. Elvin's voice came from behind, tinged with rare urgency. There are too many zombies. If we shift fire to the sides, the flank will collapse. At that moment, a cold and firm female voice, like an arrow piercing through the battlefield, sounded above everyone's heads. Leave the front to me. It was Yufeng. She stood on the tall tower, her figure shining under the blazing sun like a mythic huntress. Her longbow was drawn into a perfect full moon, with 3 magical arrows shimmering with wind element, all knocked on the bowstring at once. Her eyes, usually filled with a hint of timidity, burned with incredible focus. Wind spirit, guide my arrows. Gale arrow, triple pursuit. The bowstring emitted a hum like a dragon's roar. 3 arrows shot out simultaneously, carving 3 different deadly arcs in the air, each targeting a zombie attacking Buck and Kesha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first arrow precisely struck the wrist of a zombie about to swing its claw, causing its attack to veer off suddenly with a strong impact. The second arrow, like a venomous snake, slipped through a gap in the shield and hit another zombie's eye socket, causing it to scream in pain. The third arrow, the most fierce, with a strong swirling wind, pierced through the last zombie's knee joint, breaking its left leg. All 3 arrows created 3 deadly openings at the same moment. Now, Kesha's voice, full of killing intent, sounded almost at the same time as the arrows hit. Her long-suppressed anger erupted fiercely. Buck seized the moment when the arrow hit the zombie's wrist and missed, shouting as he launched a shield bash. The heavy, kite-shaped shield slammed into the zombie's chest, knocking it flying backward. Kesha's figure, like a red butterfly, spun beside the injured zombie. Whirlwind slash. Her 2 curved blades transformed into a deadly arc, instantly leaving deep, bone-visible wounds around the monster's waist and abdomen. Roger, like a grim reaper waiting at the end, silently appeared behind the screaming zombie with its eye shot out. His twin daggers crossed, executing the most ruthless finishing move for assassins, throat slash. 3 figures, 3 directions, almost simultaneously, erupted into attack. The 3 fierce zombies were instantly stripped of their fighting power. On the tall tower, Yufeng slowly lowered her longbow. Her right hand, pulling the string, trembled slightly with uncontrollable tension. But the danger was not over. A furious roar came from the side. The first zombie, kicked away by Roger, had recovered. It bypassed Buck in front and retargeted the fragile core maintaining the sanctuary. Michelle. Roger's face changed. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Michelle felt his mental strength nearing its limit. The light of the sanctuary flickered uncertainly. He could hear the approaching footsteps of the zombie, but he couldn't move. He knew that once the sacred domain disappeared, The tide of zombies on the side would instantly flood Elvin and Little Five. He could only grit his teeth harder, holding his last bit of mental strength tightly on the prayer. Just as the zombies' claws were about to reach Michelle's back. Catch this axe. Buck abandoned the enemy in front of him, spun fiercely, and swung his battle axe like a throw. The heavy axe, spinning with wind, slammed hard into the zombie's side. The force knocked it flying, and it crashed into the wall again. Fong took a deep breath, forced his trembling arm to steady, and knocked the fourth arrow. The arrow shot swiftly, accurately piercing the flying zombie's head. The team quickly worked together to kill the last zombie. With the elite monster fallen, the situation on the battlefield finally turned around. The remaining scattered zombies were quickly cleared with everyone's coordinated effort. When Kesha's twin blades beheaded the last zombie, the noisy battlefield finally became quiet again. Michel could no longer hold on. The light of the silent sanctuary suddenly vanished. He kneeled on the ground, exhausted, gasping heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. Buck also sat heavily on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Everyone seized this precious time to sit down and recover their strength. Kesha took out several bottles of high-quality healing potions from her waist pouch and distributed them to the injured teammates. During the brief rest, Elvin looked up at the sky. The sun was already beginning to set. We must finish the fight before nightfall. His voice carried a sense of urgency. Once night falls, the undead's abilities will greatly increase. Everyone's gaze followed Elvin's to the huge furnace hall in the center of the factory, which looked like a giant beast lurking there. That was the core of this old foundry, and the most likely place where the mastermind was hiding. All right, we've rested enough. Kesha stood up, gripping her twin blades again, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She took a deep breath. While it's still light, let's go meet the main enemy. Kosa's voice was deep and steady. The seven of them formed a diamond shape and carefully approached the large, rusty steel main door. It's locked, made by dwarves. Forcing it open won't work, Buck said, glancing at the complex lock mechanism with a serious tone. I'll try. Scout Little Five immediately stepped forward. From his pouch, which was always filled with strange tools, he took out a set of delicate lockpicking tools and a bottle of alchemical solvent. Cover me, he whispered, then focused all his attention on the complicated lock. Buck and Kosa quickly moved to his sides, protecting him in the middle. Little Five skillfully dripped the solvent into the lock, making a faint sizzling sound. Then he inserted a thin probe, his fingers moving swiftly like butterflies fluttering through flowers. The whole process was so quiet that only the faint sound of metal rubbing could be heard. Michel stood behind him, holding his breath nervously. Watching Little Five's focused and confident face, he felt a deep respect. Everyone in this team had their own irreplaceable role. In less than 5 minutes, with a soft click, the big door unlocked. Done. Little Five proudly wiped his nose and gave a victorious gesture to everyone. Wow, Little Five, you actually opened it, Michel said sincerely, amazed. Hearing this compliment, Little Five's usually somewhat slick face turned slightly red. He scratched his head shyly, saying, just a small trick, like opening a meal. Buck and Kosa exchanged glances. Together, they silently pushed the heavy iron door open just enough for one person to pass through. A cold, foul wind mixed with the strong smell of decay and old coal ash suddenly burst out from the gap, like a sigh from. I'll go first. Roger's figure, like ink dropping into water, silently slipped through the dark. After a moment, a low, familiar hoot, symbolizing safety, came from inside. Everyone quickly followed, but the endless darkness and silence swallowed them completely. We need a light, Elvin said calmly. He raised his staff first, and the crystal at the top emitted a steady, moonlight-like glow, cutting through the darkness in front of them. I also have one. Little Five pulled out an alchemy lantern, turned the valve, and a warm yellow glow appeared, lighting up the side of the team. Seeing this, Michel infused a bit of holy light energy into his forest blessing. The moonstone at the top of his staff emitted a gentle, pure, slightly golden light, providing cover for the back of the team. 3 light sources intertwined, finally tearing a gap in the darkness and revealing a frightening scene. Inside the huge furnace hall, surprisingly, there were no active undead. Only silence and bones scattered everywhere. Countless white bones, like trash thrown carelessly, piled up at the base of the long-extinct furnace. Under the flickering of 3 different lights, the shadows cast by the bones swayed and danced like ghosts. It seemed we had found the dining hall of those corpse-eating monsters. Roger's voice came from the shadows ahead, cold and mocking. "Everyone be careful." Cash's voice was very low. "It's too quiet here, too quiet. It feels wrong." The 7 of them formed a tight circle back to back, slowly moving deeper into the hall. Their footsteps echoed loudly in this huge, tomb-like silence. Every step on the scattered bones made a sharp, sounding especially harsh. In this silence that magnified even the heartbeat, Michel nervously swallowed. He held his forest blessing tightly, the golden glow from his staff flickering slightly with his emotions. "Don't be afraid." A nearly whispering voice sounded close to his ear, making him shiver. It was Roger, who had silently moved to Michel's side. "I'll watch your back, little priest." His voice was very low, like a whisper, but with a strange, reassuring strength. Roger's rough words made Michel blush, but the almost overwhelming tension was somehow eased a little. He nodded, trying to steady the light in his hand again. The team continued to move forward slowly, exploring toward the center of the furnace hall. That place is the highest and most open part of the hall. A huge main furnace, like a small mountain, stands silently, like a tombstone for this steel grave. The closer they get, the stronger the smell of decay in the air, and the bones beneath their feet pile up thicker and thicker. The footsteps of the 7 people are the only sounds in this space. "Wait." Suddenly, Roger, walking behind the group, softly but warningly called out to stop everyone. The entire team instantly froze as if under a spell. "What's wrong?" Casa's voice was quieter than a mosquito's hum. Roger didn't answer. He slowly, very slowly, turned his head. His usually half-closed peach blossom eyes were now filled with unprecedented seriousness and shock. "That there's something behind us." He almost whispered these words through clenched teeth. But it was already too late. The faint sounds, which had been masked by their footsteps, became very clear the moment they stopped. It wasn't just one sound, but hundreds or thousands, like countless giant beetles rubbing their shells, or like the entire bone carpet beneath them was writhing. Michel's heart skipped a beat. He tilted his forest blessing slightly backward. The golden light illuminated a corner behind him. There, a skeleton that had been scattered on the ground suddenly lit up with a faint crimson soul fire in its hollow eye sockets. Then, its scattered finger bones twitched, and its arms began to lift. That small crimson flame, like a blazing star, instantly ignited the silent carpet behind Michel. In the terrified eyes of the 7, the bones that had been covering the ground started to tremble violently and reassemble. They looked like puppets lifted by invisible strings, with their hollow eye sockets igniting with red ghost fire one after another. In just a few seconds, a wall of skulls made of dozens of skeletons had formed on the path they came from, sealing their escape completely. "It's a necromancer's trap. We triggered a trap." Elvin's voice was filled with shock for the first time. "These skeletons, stop talking. Prepare to fight back. Charge out." Kesh's sharp shout interrupted him. There was no way back. The only hope was to fight our way out. "Michel, prepare the sanctuary of peace." "Understood." Michel didn't hesitate at all. He raised his staff again and began chanting that familiar prayer for peace. A gentle, golden light spread out like ripples, heading toward the approaching wall of bones. But this time, the expected divine scene of crumbling didn't happen. The skeletons that entered the sanctuary, although black smoke burned from the holy light on their bodies and their movements slowed a bit, did not collapse. The crimson ghost flames in their eyes flickered briefly, but they kept swinging their rusted weapons, burning under the holy light, and pushed forward with determination. "How is this possible?" Michel's face was full of disbelief. "Useless." "Michel." Elvin's urgent voice came through. "These skeletons, they are pure constructs driven entirely by necromantic magic. They have no soul to soothe. Your divine magic can only cause basic burning damage to them." This harsh truth made Michel's heart sink. His most powerful control spell was useless now. "We have to charge through," Buck roared, and, shield in hand, was the first to crash into the skeletons. Kesha and Roger followed closely, like two sharp blades slicing from Buck's sides. The battle erupted instantly, but these skeletons were much harder to deal with than the zombies outside. Most of them wore armor and carried weapons, and their bones were far harder than rotting flesh. Buck's axe could split a skeleton, but each strike drained a lot of his energy. No, there are too many. We can't break out. Roger darted and dodged among the skeletons, but the space to evade was rapidly shrinking. Just then, something even more despairing happened. Click, click. In front of them and on both sides, the vast ocean of bones that had been lying quietly earlier began to make the same writhing sounds. A small flicker of crimson ghost fire lit up repeatedly in the darkness around them, like malicious stars gradually appearing in the night sky. More and more skeletons slowly rose from the ground around them. The encirclement was forming quickly. They weren't just trapped with no way out. From the beginning, they were at the center of a huge trap made of bones. All around us, we are completely surrounded. Little Five's voice trembled slightly. Although his recent explosion shattered some skeletons, more white bones quickly filled the gaps. We can't stay here. Move inward, Elvin quickly decided, pointing to the deepest part of the hall, where the main furnace looked like a tombstone. That area has the highest ground and the most complex structure. We'll only be overwhelmed if we stay here. Fight. There was no other choice. Using Buck and Kesha as the spearheads, the seven formed a sharp attack formation. Instead of trying to break out, they turned and charged into the darker, deeper shadows, fighting desperately. Clang. Buck's shield, shaped like a tuning fork, smashed through the skeletons blocking their way. His battle axe followed, smashing the spine of another skeleton. Kesha's twin knives turned into two streaks of red lightning, precisely cutting through the fragile neck bones of the skeletons. Roger and Little Five protected the flanks, like two deadly razors, constantly cutting down enemies approaching from the sides. The team was like a small boat struggling through a sea of bones, each step forward demanding great effort. Michir followed closely behind Buck, using the most magic-efficient methods to cast, healing, and holy shield on his teammates. His eyes quickly scanned the chaotic battlefield, providing support while desperately observing the surroundings. The interior of the furnace hall was more complex than they had imagined. The main furnace, long extinguished, stood like a mountain of steel. Countless thick, rusty metal pipes extended from it, some reaching the ground, others winding upward and disappearing into the dim ceiling. Above the main furnace, a huge iron claw-like crane hung, with thick, rusty chains draped over it, some as thick as a person. The thick iron chains, likely due to years of neglect, are heavily rusted and show a strange dark red color. Everything here is covered with thick layers of coal ash and bone fragments. Quick! This way, Elvin uses his staff to cast a light spell, illuminating a path behind the main furnace. There, a series of large cooling pipes crisscross and form a ladder-like structure that extends upward. They spiral up toward a high dome, which has several broken skylights for ventilation. Go up. Run upward, Kesha shouts loudly. This is clearly their only way out. Bark roars loudly and, with all his strength, strikes a powerful shield bash, knocking over some skeletons in front of them and forcing a gap open. Run. Everyone seizes the chance and begins climbing the tangled pipes with their hands and feet. The skeletons do not give up. They surge like a tide beneath the pipes, trying to climb up with their clumsy, jointed fingers. But the smooth, steep metal pipes make it very hard for them to move. Sifeng and Xiao Wu quickly take advantage of the moment, shooting arrows and throwing bombs from above, knocking down each skeleton that tries to climb. The seven of them fight and retreat at the same time, struggling to climb higher. As they go up, the sea of bones made of crimson ghost fire below becomes more terrifying and nerve-wracking. Kesa was the first to step onto the shaky cable car, her hurried steps causing the wooden planks to creak painfully. Xiao Wu, Roger, Elvin, and others quickly followed, carefully moving forward on the swaying cable car. However, Michael froze in place. He only looked down, and the dozens of meters of height, along with the constantly writhing abyss made of bones below, instantly blanked his mind. A strong dizziness hit him suddenly. Fear of heights. This hidden weakness of his. was greatly amplified in such an extreme environment. His legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, trembling uncontrollably, making it impossible to take a step forward. "Michael, stop staring and move quickly," Kesa shouted from across the cable car, her voice full of urgency. I. Michael's face turned pale, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word. Just then, a skeleton stubbornly climbed onto the platform, swinging a rusty bone knife at him. "Watch out. You really have a lot of problems, kid." A rough, angry shout exploded in his ears. Before Michael could react, he felt his body lighten, and a huge force grabbed him around the waist, tossing him onto a broad, solid shoulder. It was Buck. "Hold on tight." Buck didn't give him any chance to hesitate. He roared loudly, carrying Michael, and strode forward rapidly on the swinging cable car, running as if on flat ground. His heavy steps caused the entire cable car to shake violently up and down. The world spun around. Michael was tossed so badly he could hardly keep his balance. He instinctively clung tightly to Buck's neck, burying his face in his hard armor and sweaty neck, not daring to open his eyes. When he finally felt his feet land on solid ground again, Buck had already thrown him onto the platform across. "Break it!" Elvin, Yufeng, and Xiao Wu, who had been ready, all struck at the same time. Fireball, piercing arrow, explosive iron heart, a blazing fireball, an arrow infused with great power, and several bombs aimed at machinery all hit the base of the cable car's chain at almost the same time. Boom! With a loud explosion and the sharp sound of metal breaking, the entire suspended cable car, along with a dozen skeletons chasing behind, cried out in pain and fell into the endless darkness and sea of bones below. Panting, the 7 survivors, exhausted, collapsed on the steel platform at the edge of the dome, gasping heavily. "How are there so many skeletons?" Buck was the first to curse. "Did they dig up hundreds of years of graves in Olan City?" "This is far beyond a normal sea-level mission," Elvin said seriously, holding onto the cold iron railing. "Such a large number, and such a clear tactical trap. There must be a very smart and powerful commander controlling all this behind the scenes." "I've scouted the way." Little 5, the scout, came over from nearby, his reliable voice sounding again. "Our current position is the maintenance platform of the dome. There's only one way out." He pointed toward the deeper part of the platform, where a gentle sloped steel ramp led upward, winding toward a higher point and disappearing into the deepest darkness at the center of the dome. That path leads to the highest point of the entire Foundry, the main furnace's feeding and observation platform. There should be a safe passage from there. There was no other choice. The group rested briefly, helped each other to stand, and once again set foot on this only path leading into the unknown. Upward. As they climbed higher, the tide of bones beneath them grew more distant, eventually turning into a flickering red glow. Surrounding them, the silence and darkness of the high place took over, pure and complete. Finally, when they stepped onto the last stair, the view suddenly opened up. A huge, round steel platform appeared before them. It was directly above the massive main furnace, like a mountain. The ground beneath is a sturdy platform, surrounded by a safety railing to prevent falls. In the center, there is a large area made of thick, rusty steel mesh that can be stood on directly. Through the gaps in the mesh, you can see the bottomless, dark furnace core, which looks like the entrance to. Above the platform, a huge crane arm hangs, probably used by workers to move heavy objects. It is now abandoned and rusty. But what draws their attention is not the structure itself. It is a figure standing silently on the steel mesh at the very center of the platform, with its back facing them. This is a giant undead creature, nearly 3 meters tall. It wears a set of old, broken, rusted heavy armor. In its hand, it holds a fierce bone sword, taller than a person, made from the bones of a giant beast. Under the cold light of Elvin's magic, it slowly turns around with a creaking sound of metal rubbing. In its hollow eye sockets, a blue ghostly flame burns, like a king of ghost fire. On its heavy left leg armor, a large spreads out like a spider web, clearly showing an old, serious wound. Its movement to turn around seems heavy and slightly awkward, as if burdened by past injuries. When the giant undead turns around and faces them with eyes burning with ghostly blue flames, a chilling, tangible wave of death pressure suddenly descends. This is not the pure bloodthirsty hunger of a ghoul, but a higher, more terrifying force, an absolute dominance belonging to a superior being. It's like a general returning from the land of the dead. Just a glance from it can freeze the soul of a weaker person. This guy? Buck grits his teeth, holding his newly bought shield tightly in front of him, his palms sweating as he grips his battle axe. He's the commander. The skeleton commander does not attack immediately. It just stands silently, as if examining these tiny ants daring to invade its territory. Then, it slowly lifts the huge bone sword onto its shoulder. Its chest, formed by huge ribs creating a cage, began to rise and fall violently. Clearly visible was a black energy sphere made of pure negative energy, rapidly gathering and compressing inside it. "Defend," Kesha shouted sharply. Bark roared as he slammed his shield onto the ground. The shield wall's light instantly lit up. Michir almost simultaneously cast a holy barrier in front of Bark. Roar, a roar, not belonging to any creature and seeming to explode directly into everyone's soul, burst from its open jaw. A visible black shockwave, made of pure negative energy, suddenly spread out from its center. Boom! The black shockwave slammed hard against the double defense made of matter and energy. The holy barrier instantly cracked, groaning under the strain. Michir clenched his teeth, trying to hold the nearly broken shield. Bark let out a painful grunt. The unstoppable force pushed him and his shield back several steps, leaving bright scratches on the steel platform with his feet. After the roar, the skeletal commander began to step forward. It moved heavily, each step pounding on the steel grid with loud clangs, like a moving siege tower, slowly approaching them. It dragged a huge bone sword behind it, sparks flying from the tip as it scraped the steel ground. "Don't let it get close." Kesha seized the moment and shouted sharply, "Long-range fire." "Suppress it." Yufeng, already prepared, was the first to act. A faint green glowing arrow shot out precisely, aiming at the spiderweb cracks on the skeletal commander's left leg armor. Ding! However, the skeletal commander casually raised its hand, blocking the arrow with its heavy greatsword, only sparking a few flashes. The faint blue fire in its eye sockets showed no sign of movement, as if it had just brushed aside dust, with no pause in its steps. "That won't work. He's protecting the weak spots." Elvin's voice followed quickly. Several sharp ice spikes instantly formed and aimed precisely at the joints connecting its arms and legs. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spike struck what seemed to be fragile bones and made a sharp, metal-like sound. It could only slow down the creature, not truly hurt it. The skeleton commander ignored these ticklish attacks and moved to within 10 meters of everyone. Its huge shadow, like the cloak of death, covered the entire team. "We can't let it get any closer," Buck shouted, looking back at his trapped teammates. He charged forward, facing the moving steel mountain. The blue flame of the skeleton commander flickered fiercely. It seemed annoyed by this tiny rebel. It stopped, gripping its giant sword with both hands. In a powerful slashing stance, it swung down at Buck with the force of a mountain. Iron wall shield defense. Bang! A deafening crash echoed across the platform. The huge bone sword struck Buck's shield with unstoppable force. "Ah!" Buck roared in pain. It felt like he was blocking a collapsing mountain. His arm bones nearly broke instantly. A clear breaking sound. The newly bought, super strong shield was shattered in the middle by the tremendous force. Buck was thrown back like a cannonball, crashing onto the edge of the platform 10 meters away. He hit the ground hard, silent and unmoving. The sturdy shield also shattered into 2 pieces, turning into scrap metal. In just one hit, the strongest defense of the team was completely destroyed. But the skeleton commander didn't give them a moment to breathe. After breaking through the toughest armor, its blue flame turned to the remaining weaker parts. It held its giant sword with both hands and launched a powerful attack covering the entire front of the platform. Death Sweep. A huge bone sword, tearing through the air with a sharp, howling sound, like a deadly sickle, swept toward the remaining 6 people with a sense of despair. The feeling of death was approaching. That enormous bone sword, with a fierce roar capable of tearing steel, was like a death sickle crossing the sky, rushing toward the 6 survivors on the platform. Before the sword's blade even arrived, The terrifying pressure made the air thick and hard to breathe. This was almost an unavoidable deadly strike. Scatter! Just before death arrived, Kesha's hoarse but calm command rang out sharply. The instinct to survive and professional skill burst out at the same time. A flash of blue arcane light flickered, and Elvin's figure disappeared like a broken illusion just before the sword's blade touched him, instantly appearing on the other side of the platform. This was the mage's life-saving skill, Blink. With a light shout, Feng activated the ranger's back jump shot. Using the recoil from shooting an arrow, he arced gracefully through the air and landed steadily on the narrow handrail at the edge of the platform, like a nimble swallow overlooking from above. Xiaowu was even more agile. He threw out a hook and activated Leap Over. He leapt into the air like a clever monkey, landing steadily on the huge crane chain overhead, with his iron ball ready in his hand. Kesha herself suddenly crouched low, crossing her twin blades on the ground, and activated Slide Step. She moved like a fiery red meteor skimming the ground, dangerously squeezing through the gap, less than half a meter under the sword's blade. But Michel lacked the mage's teleportation or the agility of assassins and rangers. Seeing the shadow of death about to cut him in half, "Hold on tight," Roger's deep voice sounded in his ear. The next second, Michel felt a lightness in his body as he was pulled into a firm embrace by an irresistible force. The world before his eyes instantly turned into flowing shadows, with wind and sword sounds cut off outside. Shadow Cloak Step. When Michel's vision cleared again, he found himself being carried by Roger behind the skeletal commander. The huge bone sword struck down with immense force where they had just been standing, carving a deep, half-foot-wide scar into the hard black iron platform, sparks flying everywhere. The wind from just passing by made his cheeks sting. "Michir, go check on Buck. Everyone else, hold it back. Don't fight it head-on." Kasha immediately gave new orders as soon as she landed, without a moment's rest. "Got it." Everyone responded quickly, and their battle formation reformed instantly. Michir didn't hesitate. He scrambled and crawled toward Buck, who was unconscious and lying there. He saw Buck slumped like a broken metal can. His chainmail was slightly torn, and the powerful impact had knocked him out, blood all over his face and nose. "Senior Buck?" Michir's eyes instantly turned red. He trembled as he reached out and pressed the moonstone on the top of the forest blessing onto Buck's back. "Holy light, please heal his wounds." Healing spell. A warm green glow of life surged like a gentle stream into Buck's body. Meanwhile, the front battlefield had turned into a whirlpool of death. Everyone move. Don't stop. Kasha, like a fiery red flame, swung her twin blades into a deadly storm, constantly circling around the huge skeleton commander, trying to find a gap in its armor. Roger transformed into the most deadly ghost. His figure flickered in the shadow of the commander's vision. Every time he appeared, his poison daggers like snake fangs stabbed precisely at the skeleton commander's knees. But this undead overlord was far stronger than they imagined. It didn't even need to turn around. Every swing of its huge sword created a terrifying wind pressure, like an invisible wall. This forced Kasha and Roger to retreat in embarrassment, unable to get close enough to deal real damage. It was a terrifying force that suppressed them. Even the slightest contact with their weapons made their hands numb. In the distance, the sharp arrows of Yufeng and Elvin's spells kept hitting the commander's helmet, making a clanging sound. Though they couldn't break through its thick defenses, they successfully distracted it. Roar! The skeleton commander was finally enraged by these pesky flies. Its glowing blue ghost fire eyes suddenly locked onto Kesha, who was walking straight ahead. Its giant sword, which had been dragging on the ground, suddenly paused. Then, against all reason, its huge body made a very quick move. It lowered its center of gravity, and its empty left fist, covered with heavy bone armor, shot up with a tearing sound through the air, delivering a lightning-fast uppercut. What? Kesha's pupils shrank suddenly. The attack was too fast and too sudden. She had no way to dodge or gain leverage in midair. Double sword block. At the last moment, she crossed her two swords in front of her chest to block the heavy. Bang! A loud, dull crash. Kesha felt an unstoppable force hit her arm, causing her palm to instantly. She was thrown back uncontrollably, like a baseball hit by a bat. and fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, rolling several times before stopping. Cough, cough. She clutched her chest in pain, unable to get up immediately. The skeletal commander paid no attention to the tiny disturbances behind her, like mosquito bites. Its glowing blue ghost fire eyes fixed tightly on Kesha, who was lying on the ground. It took heavy steps forward, approaching slowly. Every step of its iron boots made a haunting creak of steel. Run! It's coming for you! Elvin's ice spear and Wind's arrow struck its heavy armor, causing only sparks, unable to stop its advance. Kesha clenched her teeth, trying to stand, but the heavy earlier still made her arms tremble violently, and she couldn't summon any strength. The shadow of death loomed over her. The skeletal commander reached her and raised its huge bone sword high. On the blade, black negative energy swirled. If it fell, it could split the captain of the Red Lotus squad in half, along with her sword. In this moment of despair, "Hey, big skeleton!" A roar like an injured beast echoed from the side. Heroic charge, a bloodied figure, glowing with a yellowish anger, charged like a cannonball and slammed into the skeletal commander's side waist with great force. Bang! A dull crashing sound echoed across the platform. This deadly force was so powerful that it actually made the arrogant skeletal commander stumble back 2 steps. The heavy sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. Bang! The great sword struck the ground beside Kesha, creating a large crater and splashing black stones. Standing in front of Kesha was Buck, who had just been fighting for his life moments before. He was gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling like a broken bellows, with traces of dried blood on his lips. His new shield was long gone, but he held his battle axe tightly with both hands, his eyes fierce like an angry lion. "Wanna hurt her? First ask my axe, Buck." Kesha looked at the broad figure blocking her, her eyes full of shock. "Red hair, if you can still move, get up and fight," Buck shouted without turning around, then swung his battle axe and charged at the recently stabilized commander. "I'm not dead yet." The battle erupted again. Armor breaker. Buck struck the commander's old wound on the left leg with a powerful axe, knocking off several pieces of armor. Roger's twin daggers blurred into shadows as he fiercely attacked the commander's joints. Yufeng's continuous arrow attacks targeted the commander's head and neck, preventing it from stabilizing its vision. The skeletal commander roared in anger at these stubborn little insects. It swung its heavy sword, stirring up black storms of wind to push everyone back. "Michel, watch them," Elvin shouted from behind. He unleashed his full power with the long-charged fire burst, blasting the commander's back and making it stagger. Michel was too focused to bother with chanting slowly. His mind was tense, and his eyes only saw the fragile lives of his teammates. Holy light. Quick heal. A green light entered Buck's body precisely, just enough to heal the wound from the heavy sword. Before Michel could breathe a sigh of relief, the skeletal commander suddenly turned. Its thick elbow, like a siege hammer, swung toward Roger behind it. Roger was exhausted from previous battles and had no time to dodge. Holy shield. Michel's pupil shrank sharply as he instinctively raised his staff. A golden light shield covered Roger at the last moment. Snap. The light shield shattered instantly under great force, turning into tiny golden sparks. But this brief barrier allowed Roger to use the momentum to roll away and escape from the grasp of death. Good job, little priest. Roger narrowly escaped death, breaking out in cold sweat, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he seized the opportunity to charge forward again. The battlefield was in chaos, with everyone's nerves stretched to the limit. At this moment, Kesha also caught her breath. After being healed by Michel, she struggled to stand up and picked up her twin blades. She instinctively planned her attack, but Xiaowu didn't respond. Just as she was searching, suddenly, a small, dark figure silently dropped beside her. He wasn't carrying his bulky backpack and moved as lightly as a falling leaf. "Xiaowu, what are you doing? Go support." Before Kesha finished speaking, Xiaowu raised a finger, making a one gesture, and his eyes, which always darted around, now sparkled with a clever glint. Kesha's pupils shrank. She didn't ask further, but quickly turned around and charged into the fierce battle at the center. "Everyone, attack its left leg. Focus fire." Kesha's voice cut through the roar of metal impacts. ringing in everyone's ears. She led the charge, twin blades like red lightning, aiming at the thick, cracked leg armor of the skeletal commander. That's its weak spot. Break it. With her command, everyone's fighting spirit surged. Yufeng. From above, the half-elf ranger understood immediately. She took a deep breath, drawing her bow like a full moon. 3 shining arrows, connected end to end, transformed into a silver meteor rushing straight for the largest in the commander's left leg. Chainstar arrow. Ding, ding, ding. 3 crisp sounds almost in a line. Under Yufeng's precise strike, the already strained suddenly burst open, scattering tiny bits of metal. Smash it apart. Baker seized this rare opportunity. He rolled forward desperately, narrowly avoiding the falling sword blade, then spun around. His battle axe, howling with wind, struck fiercely at the already widened. This strike was the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a loud, crunching sound, the heavy leg armor finally shattered completely. Large chunks of bone broke off, revealing the pale, true body inside. But what was exposed was not just white bones. On the pale thigh bone, there was a deep, black scar that was still unhealed and clearly visible. Around the scar, a faint but stubborn golden glow lingered, burning like a persistent infection on this undead creature's body. This was an old wound caused by holy light, and judging by the purity of the remaining energy, the one who left this scar must have been a very powerful high-level holy priest. Michir looked at the scar, his heart suddenly pounding. The faint golden glow was weak, but it carried a strange sense of familiarity, warm, majestic, yet with a hint of inviolable sacredness. It resonated subtly with the holy light inside him. This power, he didn't have time to think deeply. The light of his forest blessing grew brighter, and waves of healing energy poured out freely to his allies at the front. Roar! The broken armor seemed to have enraged the skeletal overlord. It let out a roar that sounded neither human nor animal, filled with pain and a deep sense of humiliation, as if hurt by a tiny insect. Its huge body trembled suddenly. The heavy armor, which was already damaged and meant for defense, disintegrated in an instant. Rusty, broken pieces flew everywhere like shrapnel, forcing the attackers to raise their weapons to block and retreat in confusion. "Is this guy crazy?" Buck shouted, holding his battle axe to protect his head and face. A cut appeared on his arm from a flying piece of armor. Without the heavy armor, the skeleton overlord looked a bit thinner, but its oppressive presence only grew more dangerous. Dark, ink-like death energy burst from its pale skeleton, wrapping around the massive bone sword as if alive. The sword's once pale blade turned a terrifying black. Around the sword's edge, unstable black blades extended, making its attack range unpredictable. In the next moment, it moved. So fast, unbelievably fast. The once bulky giant suddenly transformed into a black hurricane. With just one step, it quickly closed the distance to Buck. The huge sword wrapped in dark energy roared through the air with a tearing sound, moving at a speed that defied physics. "How?" Buck shouted angrily and raised his battle axe to block, but this time he felt like he had hit a speeding train. Bang! Without any surprise, Buck's strong body was knocked back by the sword, flying far and crashing into a nearby guardrail. The steel rail bent and twisted under the impact, almost falling off the platform. "Buck!" Kosa cried out and tried to hold him back from the side, but the dark sword seemed to have eyes. It swung at a tricky angle. The black blade brushed past Kosa's waist, leaving a thin bloodstain on her stomach. The sword's energy cut her, forcing her to twist in midair to avoid being cut in half. She fell to the ground, injured and clutching her belly. Roger seized the chance and quickly moved behind the commander, sticking close like a shadow. He stabbed his poisoned dagger into its spine. But this time, his sneak attack failed. The skeleton commander seemed to have eyes on its back. Its huge bone claws suddenly shot back like lightning, grabbing Roger's throat in midair with perfect precision. Ugh! Roger's pupils widened instantly, and he felt a strong, suffocating sensation, causing his vision to darken. "Die, bug!" A hoarse, cold voice, as if coming from the depths of, echoed from the skeleton's mouth for the first time. The skeleton commander didn't give him a chance to struggle. Its bone claw suddenly exerted great force, pressing Roger down to the hard steel grid floor with despairing strength. Thud! A heartbreaking loud crash. Roger's back hit the steel ground, and the powerful impact made him spit out blood. He was pressed into the grid, unable to move. Ha ha ha. A chilling, creepy low laugh echoed from the hollow chest of the skeleton commander. He single-handedly grasped Roger's throat, pinning him to the ground, and raised the large sword wrapped in dark death energy high above. Below the sword, Roger's face twisted in pain and suffocation, with a faint, unyielding glimmer in his eyes. Around them, Buck lay unconscious among the ruins. Corsa struggled to stand, clutching her chest, while Elvin and Little Five's attacks seemed to vanish into the air upon hitting him. This group of reckless little insects was finally about to pay the price for their disrespect. It's over. The giant's sword, carrying the judgment of death, whistled down. At that moment of frozen despair, a small, white figure, like a moth flying into a flame, charged into this deadly zone without hesitation. It was Michir. He didn't try to block the unstoppable sword, nor did he attempt to pull away the hand that was choking Roger. Like a cornered little beast, he used all his strength, suddenly lunging at the only weak point of the skeleton commander, the broken armor on his left leg, still bearing old wounds. He tightly clung to that cold, thick leg bone, pressing his whole body against it. Please, if this is the power you left behind, help us, he shouted his final cry in his heart, not knowing if he could succeed, but he was determined. With both hands, he fiercely grasped the darkened golden scar, unleashing all the holy light within him without reservation. Infused with holy light, Buzz, no longer gentle healing, no longer soft shields. At this moment, from that tiny body erupted a blazing, domineering, and purifying divine torrent, as fierce as the noonday sun. Pure golden light, at its extreme, violently poured into the skeleton commander's body along the old wound, like a raging river breaking through a dam. Roar! The once proud skeleton commander suddenly let out a piercing, desperate scream. The giant's sword, about to behead Roger, froze midair, then fell powerless to the ground with a loud crash. It loosened its grip on Roger's hand, and its massive body trembled violently. The holy light energy rushing inside its leg bones ignited the deathly aura deep within, causing its unbreakable bones to loudly under the strain. The old wound left by a high-ranking holy priest was fully triggered by Michir's reckless infusion, and it exploded completely. Boom! A dull yet deafening explosion suddenly erupted from inside the skeleton commander's leg bones. A brilliant golden light formed a small sun, bursting out from its leg, and the terrifying cleansing energy instantly shattered the indestructible bones. A huge shockwave spread out, causing the mighty sword about to strike to veer off course. Roar! The skeleton commander let out a scream more painful and desperate than any before. Its massive body lost balance, staggering backward. Its left leg, shattered in the explosion, was only half intact, with golden holy flames still burning at the broken edge. At the center of the explosion, Michir was like a butterfly torn apart by a storm. Its small body was violently thrown into the air by the wild energy, tracing a weak arc before disappearing from sight, leaving its fate uncertain. Michir, a red figure shot out like lightning. Kosa, who had just stood up. She used all her strength to barely catch Michir's unconscious, limp body in midair. When she landed, the powerful recoil made her stumble several steps before she steadied herself. Little Five. Yufeng, Kosa shouted desperately, clutching Michir, who showed no response, her eyes filled with tears. Got it. Xiao Wu's figure shot like an arrow. With a quick roll, he reached Roger's side. He didn't even have time to check the injuries, grabbing Roger's collar and pulling him away from the battlefield with all his might. Meanwhile, the heavily wounded skeleton commander struggled to stand, slowly picking up the large sword wrapped in dark energy from the ground. Its eerie blue soul fire flickered wildly, glaring fiercely at the group of ants daring to push it into despair. You? How dare you? A hoarse, cold voice filled with endless hatred echoed across the platform. It dragged its remaining leg, slowly kneeling on one knee, and planted the huge bone sword into the steel grid in front of it. A circle of visible black ripples spread out from it. The death energy in the entire furnace hall seemed to be summoned, transforming into streams of black gas that wildly gathered on its dark blade. This power was more terrifying than any before, full of absolute destruction and ending. It was gathering its final strength to erase everything here. However, just as everyone was overwhelmed by this apocalyptic scene, a cold and firm voice came from the distant watchtower. "It's over now, undead." On the railing, the figure of Yufeng stood straight like a pine tree. She slowly drew her bow and nocked an arrow. It was a special explosive arrow, with enchanted fire rune on the tip glowing in the night, like a star waiting to be ignited. But her target was not the skeleton commander gathering power. Her gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, past the huge, undead king, and precisely locked onto the large hanging crane above the dome, with its rusty main chain. Blazing arrow, the skeleton commander's burning ghostly blue eyes suddenly lifted, and a backpack hanging on the rusty chain caught its attention, as if sensing the deadly threat from above. Not a chance. It roared with anger and reluctance, transforming into an invisible, pure sound wave impact. Death roar. The sound wave was faster than sight. It had no physical form, but carried enough force to shatter souls, precisely hitting Yufeng on the railing. Ugh, Yufeng grunted, feeling as if her brain was struck by a heavy hammer, and everything went black instantly. The barely released explosive arrow, under the impact of the sound wave, veered sharply, trailing a crooked flame. With a loud clang, it stuck into the heavy steel of the crane's main body, sparking but failing to ignite the alchemical gunpowder inside. It failed. "Haha. It's over, little ant." The skeleton commander let out a contemptuous and mocking roar, raising its black spiraling great sword high above its head. This time, it aimed to erase all life on the platform completely. The shadow of death, heavier than ever before, weighed on everyone's hearts. Seeing the terrifying energy gathering on the sword's blade, enough to destroy everything, everyone showed deep despair. All their plans and struggles seemed like foolish efforts against such overwhelming power. Just as darkness was about to swallow everything, a huge fireball, like a new star of hope, slowly rose at the edge of the battlefield. Fire explosion technique. A hoarse, weak voice with a hint of calm wisdom sounded. "Ants." Maybe so. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Elvin, the mage whose magic was nearly exhausted and who was too weak to stand, now struggling to support himself with his staff. But ants can still shake trees. His face was pale as paper, blood still at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes behind the glasses burned with an unprecedented bright light. He used his last bit of blood magic to launch a final attack. What? The ghostly blue flames of the skeleton commander flickered wildly for the first time, filled with shock and confusion. But it was too late. That fireball, about half a person in size and containing all his will and magic, shot up like a small meteor, trailing a long flame tail, roaring into the sky. Its target was the rusty main iron chain above the dome, long eroded by time. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted above the forge hall's ceiling. The power of alchemical explosives and the fire explosion technique detonated simultaneously. The rusted iron chain, bearing immense weight, finally gave a mournful cry as it was torn apart from both inside and outside by the forces pulling at it. The massive crane arm, like a divine hand forged from steel, tore through the black fog and smoke after the explosion, carrying a terrifying gust of wind, as if divine punishment. From dozens of meters above, it plummeted toward the proud skeleton commander on the platform. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment. Faced with this destructive strike from the sky, the skeleton commander's blue soul, fire, burned wildly. It abandoned its original plan to release a wide-range attack, and instead focused all the deadly energy gathered on the sword's blade. A pure black light shone on the massive bone sword, and the power was so intense that it caused slight distortions in the surrounding space. Deathbone Shadow Slash. It roared with anger and frustration, dragging its broken leg. The bones in its arms creaked loudly as it swung its strongest strike from bottom to top at the falling steel giant claw in the air. A black flame powerful enough to tear mountains surged upward, crashing fiercely against the falling steel arm. Buzz. At the moment of contact, the seemingly unstoppable steel claw visibly slowed its descent. The terrifying black flame actually fought against this pure, overwhelming force. This scene nearly extinguished the hope ignited in all the adventurers watching from the platform. Hearts were in their throats, and cold sweat ran down their backs. But strength has its limits. That overwhelming force was ultimately unstoppable. In less than half a second, the seemingly mighty black sword energy shattered like fragile glass. The steel giant arm tore through the last of the dark energy, and with unstoppable destructive power, it heavily struck the massive skeleton commander. No way! The skeleton commander's angry roar was drowned out by a deafening explosion. Boom! The sound was not the crisp of bones breaking, but the agonized cry of metal being crushed to its limit. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the divine hand made of steel pressed down heavily on the skeleton commander's body. Its proud, hard bones were as fragile as rotting wood under this pure, unmatched weight. The steel grid sank sharply with a screeching noise, cracks spreading like a spider web. The giant sword wrapped in black aura, along with its arm, was crushed instantly. Its head, burning with ghostly blue flames, lifted upward. A silent roar of shock and frustration escaped from its hollow jaw. Almost instantly, the steel grid at the center of the platform could no longer hold the weight beyond its limit and shattered loudly. A giant crane arm, carrying the arrogant skeleton commander, fell together into the bottomless, dark furnace core below. SSSSSS. The falling metal beast and the rough furnace wall scraped against each other, sparking a long trail of bright sparks, like a scar of fire heading to. Then boom, boom, boom. A huge, unprecedented explosion erupted from deep inside the furnace. A terrifying blast wave of hot dust and metal fragments burst out like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the entire platform. Everyone on the high platform was thrown into chaos by the blast wave, their ears filled with loud roaring. The entire old foundry trembled painfully under this shock, dust falling from the ceiling. This loud explosion even pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, roaring across the night sky of the northern district of Olan City. Far behind the distant defenses, on the makeshift command wall, the cracked Radiance knight, Biscarn, sitting on a military chair, slightly moved his proud and cold handsome face. He put down his teacup, slowly raised his head, and looked toward the deep part of the city, toward the old foundry. In his golden-like eyes, a faint surprise flickered, and his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. When the tremors and roar finally subsided, silence returned. On the platform, only the huge, black hole in the center remained, like a gateway to. At the edge of the hole, 7 ragged, injured figures slumped and swayed, motionless. Only faint, intermittent breaths echoed in the silence, showing the cost of this fierce victory and their fragile lives, like candles flickering in the wind. Michir felt like he had been drifting in endless darkness for a very long time. His body seemed to no longer exist, and his consciousness floated like a feather in cold, empty void. He could hear no sound and see no light, only a deep sense of exhaustion and cold that seemed to pull him into eternal sleep. A ray of light appeared. It was familiar, soft and warm, like a mother's embrace, a holy light. It flowed gently like a calm stream, wrapping around his cold mind, trying to lift him away from the silent abyss. But just as he was about to feel that warmth, another light burst forth. It was like molten gold, fiercely tearing through the darkness. This was a very different kind of holy light, bright, powerful, with a sense of judgment, like a tiny sun. The moment it appeared, it pushed aside the gentle light with a forceful attitude, covering Michir's mind. A hot feeling spread through him, not pain from burning, but a sense of purification and correction from above. It seemed to be reshaping Michir's familiar, gentle energy in its own way. His own gentle holy light did not retreat. It turned into countless flexible threads, wrapping and seeping in, trying to soothe the wild sun within him. These two forces, born from the same source but very different, fought a strange tug-of-war in his mind. They rejected each other but also attracted each other, fighting yet still connected. Michir's mind floated between these two powers, sometimes almost dissolving in the lava, sometimes being gently repaired by the warm current. In this long, tangled battle, he slowly, steadily was pushed from the endless darkness toward the reality on the other side. Finally, when a real ray of sunlight broke through his eyelids, the two tangled forces inside him seemed to reach a delicate balance and then disappeared. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids. What he saw was not the cold steel dome he expected, but a white ceiling bathed in warm sunlight. Soft sunlight shone through a window with intricate carvings, warming his body. The air was filled with a faint scent of herbs and incense, peaceful and calm. Where was he? He tried to move his body, but found himself weak and sore all over. He could only barely turn his neck. He realized he was lying on a soft, clean big bed, covered with a white, freshly washed quilt. His tattered old robe was gone, replaced by a loose, comfortable white hospital gown. He looked around. The room was spacious and bright, simply but solemnly decorated. On the wall hung the cross emblem of the Holy Light Church, and on a nearby table was a glass bottle with white lilies inside. This was the Holy Light Cathedral Sanctuary, Olan City's best medical facility. As he was thinking, the door was gently pushed open. A young girl dressed as an apprentice nun, with a kind smile, entered. She saw Michel opening his eyes and looked surprised. "Oh, you're awake?" She quickly came over and placed a glass of water and a medicine tray on the bedside table. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Ms. Masha said it might take longer for you to wake up." 2 days. Michel's voice was hoarse and dry. He struggled to sit up, but his main concern was something else. "My companions. How are they?" "Don't move." The nun hurriedly stepped forward and gently supported him, speaking softly. "Your friends are no longer in danger. They just need some time to recover. You are the most exhausted among everyone and need to rest well." The nun helped him sit up slowly, then picked up the glass of water and carefully brought it to his lips. "Here, drink some water first." The warm water soothed his dry throat and gradually cleared his confused mind. "Thank you," he whispered softly, his clear eyes full of urgency. "Can you tell me exactly how they are?" Seeing his anxious expression, the nun smiled understandingly and gently reassured him. "Don't worry, all the heroes are receiving the best care." She set down the water and began to tell him about his teammate's condition. The one named Baku was hurt the most. When he was brought here, he had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, and was bleeding heavily. But with Sister Masha's personal treatment, his condition has stabilized. However, because of the severity of his injuries, he's still not awake. Michel's heart suddenly sank. That assassin named Roger has broken a few ribs and suffered serious internal injuries. After treatment, he's awake now, but he can't move and needs rest. Master Elvin is in the best condition. His main issue was mental exhaustion. After 2 days of meditation to recover, he's able to walk this morning. Hearing this, Michel's tense heart finally relaxed a little. He knew that as long as they were alive, with the power of the Holy Light, all injuries could heal. "What about the Red Lotus squad?" he asked again. "Captain Kesha and her team are less injured than you," the nun said with a smile. "They recovered a day ago and have already left the sanctuary. They said they're going to handle some matters at the Adventurers Guild." Learning that everyone was safe, Michel's nerves finally eased completely. A wave of deep exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He leaned on the soft pillow and took a long, deep breath. "That's great," he whispered softly, his eyelids growing heavy again. Seeing this, the nun quickly helped him lie back down and covered him with a blanket. "You just woke up and are still very weak. You need more rest. It's okay to talk later when you're feeling better." Michel was indeed exhausted. He nodded obediently and closed his eyes. In the warm sunlight outside the window and the peaceful atmosphere of the room, he almost immediately drifted back into sleep. Michel slept very soundly, sleeping until the afternoon. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight outside was softer and warmer, casting bright patches of light on the floor. He felt his body had regained much strength, at least no longer feeling strained just to lift his arms as in the morning. Just as he was about to try sitting up, a slightly noisy but very familiar voice came from the quiet corridor outside the room. "Keep it down. This is the sanctuary, not a tavern." It was a lively female voice, deliberately lowered but still full of energy. Got it, Kesha. You've been nagging all along." Another voice replied with a slightly slick tone. "I'm just worried about Brother Michel." We brought the freshest moonberry fruits. I heard they are good for restoring energy, said a shy voice. It was a member of the Red Lotus team. Michelle's lips curved into a slight smile. The door creaked open gently, and 3 small heads peeked inside carefully. Leading the group was Casa, with her signature bright red hair. Behind her was Little Wu, with a mischievous smile, and Yufeng, holding a basket of fruit and looking a bit shy. When they saw Michelle wide awake and looking at them, all 3 showed happy smiles. Michelle, you're awake. Casa was the first to come in, her genuine joy softening her usual confident look. Little Wu quickly ran to the bed and chirped. You finally woke up. We were all so worried. Yufeng followed last, silent, but with eyes full of sincere concern. Michelle looked at these lively faces and felt a warm feeling inside. His pale face showed a little color. Thank you all for coming to see me. I'm fine now. No way you're fine, Casa said bluntly, pulling a chair to sit down and studying him carefully. You really risked your life. Sister Masha said you were severely overusing your holy energy. If you go a little further, your soul might be drained. Sorry for making everyone worry, Michelle said shyly, lowering his head. Then he asked eagerly, by the way, what happened after? I only remember. There was a very bright light, and then his last memory was of the moment he exploded that old wound. After that, Little Wu perked up immediately. He animatedly gestured as if telling a legendary story. It got really exciting. After you broke the big skeleton's leg, Sister Yufeng's arrow missed, and we thought we were doomed. Then Elder Elvin suddenly, whoosh, created a huge fireball. It exploded right on the alchemical explosives I set up. Little Wu mimicked the explosion sound, gesturing wildly. And that rusty iron chain clanged and broke. He continued excitedly describing. That big, heavy iron claw, like the sky falling down, crashing with a loud boom. One strike to kill, Kasia succinctly added, a hint of fear in her eyes. It smashed through the center of the platform, and that guy, along with the crane arm, fell into the furnace. We were lucky. We were on the edge and were knocked out by the shockwave. After that, we don't remember anything, Xiao Wu shrugged. When we regained a bit of consciousness, we saw many soldiers in shiny armor rushing in, taking some time to dismantle the skeletons in the hall. Then they carried us down. They were from the 4th Legion, Yufeng softly added. They arrived very quickly. Yes, Xiao Wu clapped his thigh, as if remembering something important. He leaned close to Michelle's bed and lowered his voice mysteriously. Guess who else we saw? Before Michelle could answer, he revealed the answer himself. That shining knight, Biscarn. He was there too, riding his magnificent white horse, with that shiny golden armor, under the firelight. It was so bright it could blind you. Michelle was surprised. Images of a proud, cold figure appeared in his mind. Exactly. Xiao Wu's expression turned strange. He circled the battlefield, ignoring everyone, and finally, his gaze fixed on you. Me? Yes. You, Xiao Wu said firmly. By then, you were already unconscious. He was just sitting on his horse, staring at you for a long time. That was his expression. He tried to straighten his back, imitate Biscarn, furrowing his brows and slightly lifting his chin, attempting to look superior and scrutinizing. But with his naturally mischievous and clever face, this expression looked funny and silly. He just looked at me with that frown, like I had a flower growing on my face. So strange, staring at me. Michelle was amused by Xiao Wu's funny imitation, but a hint of doubt arose in his mind. He instinctively touched his face, pouting, unable to understand why a proud knight would stare at an unconscious young priest. Well, forget it. He gently shook his head, no longer dwelling on the issue. Anyway, everyone is safe, and that's the most important thing. This time, it was really too dangerous. Thinking about that battle, Michelle still felt a wave of fear. Whether it was the overwhelming power of the skeleton commander or that last desperate fight, if any part of it had gone wrong, they might now be nothing but bones deep inside the furnace. Not just dangerous, Casa's expression also turned serious. She put away her joking attitude. This mission was far beyond a C level. That skeleton commander was definitely at least C level, maybe close to B. If we hadn't been lucky, and if he hadn't been injured. She didn't continue, but everyone understood her meaning. It was a complete mistake in intelligence, and they almost paid with their lives. But it's also a blessing in disguise, Casa said with a flicker of light in her eyes. I received a summons from Bishop Ansel. Actually, from us. Bishop? Michel was a bit surprised. He was the highest leader of the Holy Light Cathedral, a very secretive figure. She paused, then looked at everyone present and said seriously, the bishop asked me to tell you all that once our two teams are fully recovered, we should go to the cathedral together. He has something important to discuss with us. This made the atmosphere in the room suddenly become tense and subtle. Being personally summoned by Bishop Ansel was a great honor, especially with the mention of something important. Everyone realized that the fierce battle at the old casting factory might pull them into an even deeper and wider whirlpool. Just then, the door was pushed open again. It was Elvin who entered. He looked to be in good shape, clearly fully recovered from his severe magic drain. He carried a tray with a steaming bowl of oatmeal. Seeing the Red Lotus squad members in the room, his usually cold face showed a hint of surprise, and he nodded slightly to Casa and the others. You're here too, Elvin Sr. Michel struggled to sit up. Lie down. Elvin walked to the bedside, placed the tray on the nightstand, and calmly pressed his hand on his shoulder. Your task now is to rest. Hey, mage. You're recovering pretty quickly, Kesha greeted with a smile. I heard about the bishop's summons. Elvin nodded and explained. I just came from Roger and have already told him the situation. How is Senior Roger doing? Michir asked quickly. He won't die, Elvin said simply. His rib fractures are starting to heal, but his internal injuries still need time. He asked me to tell you not to worry about him and to take care of yourself first. After saying that, he pushed up his glasses and looked at Michir's still somewhat pale face. Seeing this, Michir showed a bit of hesitation and confusion. Senior Elvin, he hesitated to speak, his voice uncertain. I feel like something's not right with me. Huh. Elvin's eyes immediately became focused. What's not right? I can't quite explain. Michir struggled to find the words, describing his feelings during unconsciousness. When I was unconscious, I felt like there were two lights fighting inside me. One was mine, warm and gentle, but the other was also holy light, but it was very hot and aggressive. After hearing Michir's description, Elvin's expression grew serious. He reached out, palm facing up, hovering over Michir's forehead. A faint blue glow, made of pure arcane runes, slowly spun in his palm. Don't move. Let me check your mental state. Kesha and the others nearby also put away their playful expressions, watching nervously. After a moment, Elvin withdrew his hand, and the glowing runes disappeared. You're not mistaken, he said gravely. There is indeed a high-level energy inside you that doesn't belong to you, with a completely different nature. From the fluctuations, it's definitely holy light. High-level holy light? Kesha's face also changed. Yes. Elvin looked at Michir calmly and analyzed. Its energy level is far higher than your own holy light, and its nature is very aggressive and invasive. This statement was like dropping a large stone into a calm lake. How is this possible? Michel instinctively reached out his hand, looking at his fair palm, trying to find any unusual marks, but found nothing. He tried to summon the holy light within his body. The familiar and gentle power still flowed in his palm, with no discomfort. But I don't feel anything wrong, he said confused. Once your body recovers, the two different types of energy might clash again. The result is unknown, Elvin said cautiously. But the word, unknown, made everyone more uneasy. So, what should we do? Little Five asked nervously. He was completely confused by these complex theories, only knowing the situation was very serious. Elvin was silent for a moment, then pushed up his glasses. I don't know. This situation is beyond my knowledge. The Holy Light domain isn't my specialty, but there's no doubt that someone who can leave such a powerful mark is extremely strong. The room fell silent again. Everyone realized that the miracle Michel performed to save everyone had a cost. A heavy and unknown gift had quietly been planted inside him. At that moment, Kosa suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked up sharply at Elvin and said carefully, Elvin, do you remember? Little Five said that the Cracked Radiance Knight has been watching Michel since the battle. Cracked Radiance Knight. Biscarn, Elvin said the name. His eyes behind the glasses suddenly shone brightly. A bold and shocking guess formed instantly in his mind. The high-level holy person who can use that kind of power. Besides the bishop of the Holy Light Cathedral, he's the only one in Olan City, are you saying? This power inside me was left by that cracked Radiance Knight. Michel pointed at himself in disbelief. This conclusion was even more shocking than the idea of energy conflict. A reasonable guess. Elvin pushed his glasses up, his eyes sharp. The fact that he caused such old wounds on the skeleton commander and that the energy still remained shows he is an extraordinary high-level holy knight. Biscarn, as the commander of the 4th Legion, fought on the front lines against the undead main force. He is the most likely person to have seriously injured him, and his special attention to you on the battlefield also provides further evidence of this. Kesha crossed her arms and added, if that's true, then this gets interesting. The big guy we took down might be one of the leaders of this undead disaster. A undead general wounded by the cracked Radiance Knight. And finished off by our small, unknown D-class team. TSK, Kesha shook her head, a complex smile on her face. If this gets out, nobody would believe it. Ivan interrupted her thoughts immediately. Without proof, the remains of the skeleton commander have already fallen into the furnace core. At most, we just completed an above-average C-class cleanup. But Biscarn knows, Kesha said sharply. The holy light mark he left behind was triggered, so he must have sensed something. That's why he's paying close attention to Michel. The room fell silent again. Then, could Bishop Ansel's summon also be related to this? Michel asked nervously. Very likely, Ivan nodded. The church's sense of holy light is much sharper than ours. They probably also noticed the abnormality in you. Summoning us might be to confirm this, and decide what to do with the power inside you. When they heard the word, deal with, everyone's hearts tightened. Don't scare yourself. Kesha saw the fear in Michel's eyes and gently reassured him. No matter what, we are the heroes of this event. The church and the city lord's office are watching, and they won't target a hero without reason. Besides, Michel, you are the favored one of the holy light. Exactly, Ivan agreed. From a positive perspective, this might be an opportunity. A chance for you to fully resolve the hidden danger inside, and even gain favor with the church's high officials. Though they said this, everyone knew they might have already been deeply involved in this huge whirlpool, unable to stay detached, like adventurers only driven by money anymore. The group silently avoided the heavy topic. Kesha shared some outrageous rumors from the guild, and Xiaowu boasted about his key role. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. After a while, seeing Michel look tired, Kesha stood up to leave, leading her team out. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, as sunlight filled the room again, he felt most of his strength return. He was able to get out of bed and walk easily. He wore a plain white hospital gown. After moving around a bit, he still felt a little weak from his injuries, but he could move without much trouble. He decided to check on his teammates. Elvin's bed was already empty. When he asked the nun, he learned that the curious mage had gone to the big library attached to the cathedral early in the morning. He wanted to look up some rare books about ancient advanced spells. Michel smiled helplessly. That was just like Elvin. Next, he went to Buck's room. The strongest warrior was lying quietly in bed, like a sleeping giant. His chest rose and fell steadily. There were faint holy light healing symbols on his body, showing that the church had spent a lot to treat him. They knew he had fought bravely against the skeleton commander. But his injuries were serious, and he needed more time to heal. May the holy light protect you. Grant you mercy. Michel stood by Buck's bed and quietly said a prayer, hoping he would wake up soon. Finally, he went to Roger's room. When he pushed open the door, he saw Roger lying casually on the bed. One leg was propped up on the other, and he was chewing on a wooden stick he must have found somewhere. He looked bored. When Roger saw Michel, his eyes, which were usually half-closed and like peach blossoms, lit up immediately. Hey, our little hero finally got out of bed, he said lazily. He tried to sit up but winced from his wound and let out a sharp sound, then lay back down. Don't move. Michel hurried over and held his shoulder. The nun said your bones aren't fully healed. You can't move around. Bah, I'm tired of this place, Roger muttered, complaining. There's not even a drink of wine here. It's torture. He looked Michel up and down and saw that he looked better. A familiar mischievous smile appeared on his face. So, that domineering king, holy light, and you didn't mess you up, did it? He teased. Though his words were joking, his concern was clear in his eyes. Has Elder Elvin already spoken to you? Michir sat on the chair by the bed, looking at him with some helplessness. What else could it be? Roger raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, he gave me a lesson on advanced energy morphology, and it made my head spin. Michir chuckled at his words, and the last bit of gloom in his heart disappeared. They chatted for a while until a young nun came in carrying a tray of medicine, ready to give Roger a new round of treatment and dressing. Michir quickly stood up to leave. I'm going for a walk. Go ahead, Roger waved his hand. Look at the sun outside for me. I'm almost moldy here. Michir left the ward alone and strolled to the central courtyard of the Holy Cross Sanctuary. Unlike the quiet recovery area where he stayed before, this courtyard was much livelier. Under the warm sunlight, small paths paved with white stones crossed carefully tended lawns and flower beds. Serious-looking knights hurried by, carrying stretchers with wounded soldiers from the front lines into the emergency area. Some lightly injured city guards or adventurers sat in small groups on benches, either whispering or quietly enjoying the peaceful moment. The air was filled with a sacred feeling and the resilience of life. Though the shadow of war was everywhere, this place felt like a harbor protected by divine power. Michir found an empty bench, sat down, closed his eyes, and felt the warmth of the sun on his skin. The calm after surviving the chaos made him cherish this hard-won peace even more. Just as he was immersed in this tranquility, a slightly nervous but familiar voice spoke beside him. Beautiful nun, we meet again." Michir opened his eyes and looked toward the voice. He saw a young knight wearing light armor of a beginner holy knight, with a few cute freckles on his face, standing somewhat nervously in front of him. It was the freckled knight he met at the Heroes' Square, the knight named Carl. His cheeks were slightly red from nervousness, and his sincere eyes sparkled with pure kindness and a hint of admiration. Michel looked at the young knight in front of him, who had a sincere expression and a shy, youthful smile. He couldn't help feeling a mix of amusement and slight embarrassment. He opened his mouth to say, "I'm not a girl," but remembered that in the sanctuary, where many injured and sick people gathered, it was better not to cause unnecessary trouble. So he swallowed the words back. "Hello, Sir Carl," he said softly, turning slightly to appear polite and natural. His voice was gentle. "Yes, I was injured earlier and am here to rest." "Oh, you're hurt." Carl immediately looked concerned and took a step forward. He seemed about to check Michel's injury, but then hesitated, stepping back quickly, unsure of what to do with his hands. "Sorry, I was too forward." "Is your injury serious?" "It's better now. Thank you for your concern," Michel said, smiling at Carl's innocent expression. His earlier discomfort eased a little. That's good, Carl said, relieved. He scratched his head and looked at Michel's loose hospital gown. After a moment of decision, he gathered his courage and said, Sister, I'd like to ask." "Carl, what are you hesitating for?" A stern voice interrupted sharply, like a thunderclap. They both looked toward the sound and saw the serious-looking captain of the Holy Knights, walking quickly toward them with a furrowed brow. The captain had just been handing over a list of injured people to a priest from the sanctuary. "Captain," Carl immediately straightened up, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "All done with registration. Ready to return to your team," the captain said, his tone still stern. But when he looked at Michel, his sternness softened into a complex apology. He clearly recognized the sister Michel had met earlier in the Heroes' Square, who had been bothered by Carl. "Sorry, sister," the captain nodded slightly, as a sign of respect. "My team caused you trouble again." His words were polite, but the word, again, made Michel blush even more. It wasn't the first time someone had mistaken her. No, it's just that night, Carl," Michir quickly tried to explain. "The front line is short-staffed, and we must return to our posts immediately." The captain interrupted before he could finish. He then added, "Carl, let's go." "Yes, Captain." Carl dared not linger, but just before turning away with the captain, he swiftly shoved a small wooden box, tightly clenched in his hand, into Michir's hand. "This. I hope you like it," he hurriedly said, then dared not look at Michir again. He quickly followed the captain and disappeared at the other end of the courtyard. Michir looked at the small wooden box, still warm from the other person's hand, and was momentarily stunned. He wanted to refuse, but the other had already gone far, and he couldn't see his back anymore. He sighed helplessly and looked down at the small box. It was simply made, a common handmade item. After hesitating, he gently opened the lid. Inside, a soft cotton padding held a tiny, exquisitely carved wooden doll about the size of a palm. It was a cute, chibi-style knight doll, dressed in a full suit of armor, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, posed as if charging bravely. What was most interesting was that the carver had deliberately painted a few faint freckles on the doll's small face, giving this brave little knight a touch of innocence and cuteness. Looking at the doll, especially the distinctive freckles, Michir immediately thought of Carl's nervous yet sincere face. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. The awkwardness and helplessness caused by the gender misunderstanding melted away in the face of this clumsy but pure gesture of kindness. Next time we meet, I'll give it back to him, he thought. He carefully closed the box and gently placed this unexpected gift on the nearby bench. The sunlight in the courtyard seemed to become a little warmer because of it. Over the next 2 days, the Holy Cross Sanctuary became the temporary resting place for the Iron Anvil squad. Under the combined effects of holy light and herbs, Roger's recovery was rapid. The next afternoon, he was able to sit up with support from the bed and strongly asked the nun to bring him some alcohol-based drinks for disinfection. By the 3rd day, he could even walk slowly with the help of the wall, though each step made him grimace in pain. Despite this, his stubborn attitude remained, almost causing the visiting little five to jump in frustration. Michel had fully recovered by the 2nd day. He was full of energy and even felt that the holy light energy within him was more refined than before. The worrying incident that had made Elvin and Kosa anxious seemed to have not happened. He carefully examined himself multiple times and felt only his gentle, peaceful holy light. He could no longer sense the strange, intense energy that had previously been there. It was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing ripples that quickly disappeared as if it had never appeared. This result puzzled Michel himself, and Elvin, who came to check, also felt confused. He used his mental power to carefully scan Michel's body. Besides noticing a slight increase in Michel's friendly holy light, he found no trace of the aggressive, judgmental holy light energy. Strange. Elvin pushed up his glasses, showing a rare look of confusion. Could it be that it disappeared on its own after repairing your body? Or was it completely absorbed and integrated into your body? Maybe. We were mistaken earlier? Michel cautiously suggested a possibility. Perhaps, Elvin finally had to accept this explanation, though he was confident in his magical perception. Still, the facts before him defied normal explanation. Anyway, the hidden danger seemed to have vanished, which was a good thing. Michel let out a breath of relief and temporarily put this matter aside. Finally, on the 3rd morning, while Michel and Elvin were visiting Roger, a young nun hurried over with a joyful expression on her face. "Dear adventurers," she panted, "Mr. Buck, he's awake." This news was like a burst of morning light, instantly dispelling the gloom in the ward. "What did you say?" Roger was the first to become excited. He ignored the dull pain in his ribs and suddenly sat up forcefully from the bed. "Great." Michir's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. The 3 of them hurriedly rushed toward Buck's hospital room, unable to say much more. Roger led the way, walking with a slight stumble due to his injury, but he moved quickly. When they pushed open the door to Buck's room, they all stopped in surprise at the scene before them. The soldier who, 2 days ago, looked like a broken metal doll with no life left, was now sitting upright at the head of the bed. He was shirtless, his broad chest wrapped in fresh bandages. His face was still pale, but his eyes, which usually looked simple and honest, now shone with vitality. An older priest was giving him a final check. Seeing the visitors, he smiled and nodded. "His strength is as tough as a bear. He's recovering well. As long as he changes his dressings on time and rests properly, he will fully recover." After saying this, the priest packed up his things and made space for the reunited team. "Hey." Buck looked at the 3 rushing in, smiled weakly but warmly, and greeted them in a hoarse voice. "You guys really have tough luck." Roger quickly stepped to the bed, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and affection, his eyes slightly reddening. He reached out and gently patted Buck's shoulder. "That's right." Buck puffed out his chest confidently, then winced in pain and took a cool breath. "I'm the shield of the Iron Anvil team. Nothing's going to break me easily. Senior Buck?" Michir also came over, feeling relieved seeing Buck's weak but spirited appearance. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Elvin stood nearby, silent, but his calm face couldn't hide the big smile now. The Iron Anvil team, after that nearly destructive battle, had finally reunited completely. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and the door to the room was pushed open again. I heard that big guy woke up. The visitors were the 3 members of the Crimson Lotus team. As Kesha entered the room, she immediately saw Buck sitting up. Her usually wild and beautiful face broke into a relieved, cheerful smile. "Hey, big guy," she said casually, walking over and giving Buck's bandaged shoulder a punch. "You're tougher than I thought. Ouch. You crazy woman, trying to hurt me." Buck grimaced in pain but also laughed loudly. "If I die, who will protect you from the monsters next time?" Xiao Wu and Yufeng also came over, chattering happily and showing concern. Xiao Wu even secretly took out a small bottle of homemade strong drink from her pocket and handed it to Buck, but Kesha playfully hit her back with a slap. The small hospital room was crowded with people, filled with lively laughter and stories of survival. The cheerful atmosphere was very different from the calm and solemn mood of the Holy Cross Sanctuary, making passing nuns curious as they peeked inside. After a while of joking and exaggerating their stories, Kesha remembered the important matter. "All right, since our leader Tan has returned," she clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "It's time for us to visit Bishop Ansel." Mentioning the bishop's summons, the mood in the room turned serious again. Everyone understood that this meeting would decide the future of their 2 teams and reveal the mystery behind the strange power inside Michel. "Let's go." Buck was the first to speak, struggling to get out of bed. "I want to know what that big skeleton is all about." "Lie down properly," Kesha and Michel said almost at the same time, gently but firmly pushing him back. "How can you go like this?" Kesha said annoyed. "I never said we're going now. The bishop wants us to wait until everyone is fully recovered." "That's right," Elvin nodded in agreement. "Meeting the bishop is important. We need to be in the best shape. Buck, you must recover completely." In the end, everyone agreed to wait until Buck was fully healed and able to move freely before heading to the cathedral together. The next 2 days were spent resting peacefully. Mitchell spends each day praying and meditating to recover, caring for Buck and Roger, or taking walks in the courtyard. He hasn't seen the freckled knight named Carl again, probably because the war in the northern region is still urgent, and the soldiers of the 4th Legion are busy. He puts the cute little doll into his storage bag, thinking he might return it someday. Thanks to the efficient healing at the sanctuary, Buck recovers very quickly. By the 3rd morning, he can swing his fists in the hospital room as if nothing happened, fighting with energy. On the day the Iron Anvil team announces everyone is healed and prepares to leave, an unexpected group of visitors arrives at the sanctuary. Several silver-white armored knights, with crosses engraved on their chests, arrive with a priest leading them, carrying heavy equipment boxes. By order of Bishop Ansel and Legion Commander Biscarn, the lead knight says seriously, "To reward your brave efforts at the Old Forge, we present you with a new set of standard gear to replace what was lost in battle." Everyone is surprised by this generous gift. Standard Legion gear is not usually available to outsiders and is of very high quality, much better than common market goods. They eagerly open the boxes, and a mix of refined steel, tanned leather, and magical incense smells wafts out, making the adventurers, who are just recovering from near bankruptcy, stare in amazement. Inside are custom-made sets of armor for each of them. Buck receives a heavy, Fortress series armor, a steel shield with a lion emblem, and a new battle axe with a sharp back spike. Roger gets a Night Watcher, light leather armor, and a pair of Shadow Fong daggers infused with shadow essence. Elvin receives a Scholar robe embroidered with arcane patterns and a Focus staff that speeds up casting. When Mitchell opens his box, he is stunned. Inside lies a set of holy and elegant priestly robes, very different from the others. It is a pure white prayer robe, perfectly fitted, with a special slanted hem design, probably sacrificing some thigh protection for greater flexibility. The fabric is a blend of silk and linen, with delicate holy light prayers embroidered in gold thread on the cuffs and hem. There is also a lightweight silver chainmail lining and an ivory wood staff called Holy Touch. What made Michelle's cheeks flush the most was the accessories. In the corner of the box, a finely crafted white leather waist belt and a pair of brand new white thigh-high socks, with a thin band of intricate gold lace edging at the top. Is this really proper prayer attire? Michelle's face grew warmer. He felt this outfit seemed more dangerous than any he had worn before, with every detail emphasizing traits he preferred to hide. But he also had to admit that when he held the smooth ivory staff, a new sense of holiness and confidence naturally arose within him. When the 4 members of the Anvil squad finished changing and prepared to leave, the small hospital room suddenly seemed brighter. Bark was like a moving fortress. Elvin looked like a mysterious magic master. Roger's figure was hidden in the shadow of light armor, making him appear even more deadly. And Michel, he stood there feeling a bit uncomfortable. The well-fitting clothes made every movement look especially elegant. The waist belt accentuated his already slender waist, making his legs look longer. As he walked, the slanted robe occasionally fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of tightly wrapped, slender thighs and white thigh-high socks. The gold lace at the top of the socks peeked out on his fair skin, adding a touch of delicate charm and subtle allure. TSK, Roger leaned against the doorframe, his charming eyes openly inspecting Michel from top to bottom, a familiar mischievous smile on his lips. I say, our little priest, aren't you planning to become an adventurer? Are you aiming straight for the Holy Hall to become a saintess? Senior Roger, Michel blushed at the teasing, quickly holding his staff in front of him like a frightened animal. Ha ha! Bark and Elvin looked at this familiar scene and laughed together. The 4 of them, dressed in new gear and full of energy, left the Holy Cross Sanctuary. When they reached the grand white stone steps of the Holy Light Cathedral, 3 equally refreshed figures were already waiting there. It was the trio from the Crimson Lotus squad. They clearly received weapon upgrades, looking more skilled and confident. Hey, Bull. Looks like your bones are holding up well. Corsa saw how lively Buck was and playfully patted his arm, making a dull sound. Of course, Buck proudly patted his new breastplate. You're not bad either, Redhead. This leather armor is way better than the old one. The greetings among warriors are always straightforward. After joking around, Corsa's expression turned serious. She glanced at the large oak door behind her, carved with sacred murals, and took a deep breath. All right, enough small talk. Bishop Ansel should already be waiting for us. She pushed open the heavy oak door, and the noise and blood smell from the Adventurers Guild outside were completely cut off. A mix of old parchment, holy oil, and cold stone scent hit them, making the 7 of them feel energized. Led by a young priest who had been waiting, they walked through the solemn, slightly dim main prayer hall of the church. Their footsteps echoed under the high ceiling. The colorful stained glass windows cast bright patterns on their new armor, adding a sacred feeling to the scene. They were not taken to the usual reception room, but through a side corridor to a round meditation room at the back of the church. The room was much brighter than the main hall, with a peaceful courtyard visible through a large window. In the center of the room was a simple round rug, with nothing else inside. An elderly man in a white, gold-trimmed bishop's robe, with white hair and beard, stood with his back to them, looking quietly at an olive tree in the courtyard. He held a plain staff and bathed in the afternoon sunlight, radiating a peaceful aura of detachment from worldly matters. He was the highest leader of the Holy Light Cathedral in Olan City, Bishop Ansel. Your Grace, the guests have arrived. The guiding priest bowed respectfully, then quietly stepped back and gently closed the door. Bishop Ansel slowly turned around. His face was lined with age, but his bright blue eyes were clear as the sky, seeming to see through everything. His gaze was calm and warm, sweeping over everyone in turn. Finally, it lingered on Michel for a moment. In those clear eyes, a hint of very complex feelings, mixed with praise and worry, seemed to flash, but then it returned to peacefulness. Welcome, heroes of Olan City. The bishop's voice was old and gentle, carrying a soothing power. Please sit down. No need to be formal. There were no chairs in the room. The group looked at each other. Then, imitating the bishop, sat cross-legged on the carpet casually. I believe you have many questions. Bishop Ansel's gaze finally settled on Michel, deep and kind. Especially about the enemy you defeated. Your Excellency Bishop Corsa, the team's representative, spoke first, respectful but confident. We really want to know, what exactly was that skeleton commander at the old Foundry? And this undead outbreak, was it really just a coincidence? You are right to feel that way. Bishop Ansel nodded, his expression becoming serious. This was not an ordinary undead disaster. It was a planned, targeted attack on Olan City. He looked at everyone and slowly said, according to the intelligence brought back by Commander Biscarn from the front lines, he fought a commander of the undead in Silver Creek Valley, and the enemy even announced its name. A serious look crossed the bishop's face. It called itself Core, the forefront of the king. This title sounded ancient and arrogant. Roger, who always had a relaxed, charming look, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Corse's brow also furrowed tightly. Core, the forefront of the king. They had never heard this name before, but the fierce, battle-hardened aura behind the title made them instinctively cautious. Yes, this name, along with the broken insignias found on some high-level undead we've eliminated, and their armor styles, completely different from modern designs, point to an answer long buried in history. Bishop Ansel moved to a bookshelf on one side of the room and pulled out a thick, ancient book. In the church's oldest scriptures, there are scattered records about a powerful human empire that mysteriously disappeared 1,000 years ago. Its military style and the names of its generals match the clues we currently have, and the connection is quite unsettling. He opened an ancient book and showed everyone a yellowed illustration from one of its pages. The picture depicted an ancient general. His armor was more complete and ornate than Core's, but the unique style of his shoulder plates and helmet looked very similar to the skeleton commander we remember. The Kanaya Empire, the bishop said, his voice carrying a sense of history. A legendary kingdom that disappeared from the continent overnight. We believe that what we are facing now is not just ordinary undead, but the return of this lost empire, the Kanaya Empire. The returners? This conclusion hit everyone like a big stone thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves in their hearts. It sounded like a crazy story a bard might tell after drinking too much. How is that possible? Buck was the first to speak, his usually confident face showing disbelief. An empire? Just based on those bones. Don't underestimate them, Bishop Ansel said seriously. According to ancient texts, during its peak, the Kanaya Empire's military power was far greater than any current kingdom. The Core, in the Empire's records, was one of the 13 Crimson Seal Vanguard Guards, and was led by a powerful general of the Kanaya Empire. One vanguard almost defeated our entire army. Roger's face darkened. He leaned against the wall, his usually relaxed eyes now serious. Lord Bishop, Elvin, who had been silent, spoke softly, breaking the shock and fear in everyone's hearts. His eyes shone with a desire for knowledge and a quest for the truth. About the Kanaya Empire and its disappearance, could you tell us more in detail? Bishop Ansel looked at Elvin with approval, clearly appreciating his calm curiosity even in such a moment. Of course, he closed the ancient book, his gaze becoming distant, as if he was tracing the distant past buried by time. Most records of the Kanaya Empire have been lost over the centuries. What we know are only fragments. Legend says it was a powerful human kingdom founded by the King of Morning Stars, Sadalum, but its glory ended with a mysterious disaster. A disaster. Falling from the sky, Bishop Ansel's voice was deep, as if telling an ancient taboo. In the church's oldest document, the Record of Anomalies, there is a vague account of this event. It describes, when the morning star's light reaches its peak, the black disaster star will fall, and an immortal kingdom will live forever in silence. Black disaster star? Elvin quickly caught this key phrase. Yes, the bishop nodded. According to interpretations by church scholars over the centuries, it is generally believed to refer to a meteorite that brought some unknown plague. It didn't bring fire and destruction, but rather a strange transformation. After that disaster, the prosperous Kanya Empire, along with all its people and armies, sank into an unknown dimension along with the disaster star. So, Kosa followed this line of thought, her face looking a bit grim. They didn't die, but turned into what they are now. That is our most worrying hypothesis. Bishop Ansel confirmed her guess. If this is true, then what is ravaging Silver Creek Valley and outside the city is not just ordinary spirits, but the undying legion of the Kanya Empire, which which was fully organized and transformed. And the appearance of core also proves that their leaders have been preserved as well. This conclusion sent a chilling sensation through everyone present. They were no longer a disorganized mob, but a well-trained, ancient elite army with wise commanders. This was no longer a plague or a riot, but a real war. Can we win? Little Five asked softly, voice trembling. No one answered. The room fell silent again. Bishop Ansel's gaze slowly swept over everyone, finally resting on Michel, whose face was pale from shock. The outcome depends on the battle between light and dark, and also on whether we can find a way to fight the undying Kama. The bishop's voice sounded again, breaking the silence. Calm but meaningful, he said, and the answer may lie within you. Archbishop Michel, who had been silent for a long time, finally gathered his courage. He looked up, his clear eyes filled with confusion and worry. I have a question. Archbishop Ansel looked at him gently. Go ahead, child. During the fight with Kor, I think I triggered a leftover holy power inside it. Michel struggled to explain. That power also seemed to affect me. He finished speaking, nervously watching the archbishop, waiting for a judgment. Archbishop Ansel's calm eyes showed a slight ripple of emotion. I've already heard about it, child, he said slowly, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Your situation is indeed very special. He slowly walked over to Michel, reached out with a hand full of wrinkles but steady, and gently placed it on Michel's forehead. A pure, gentle light, like warm spring sunshine, seeped from the archbishop's palm into Michel's body. Michel felt an indescribable comfort spread through him, as if he were bathing in the most sacred spring water. Deep inside his body, a tiny, fiery golden thread of light was stirred. It was like a sleeping young dragon, not resisting but instinctively emanating a sense of dignity that could not be violated. After a moment, Archbishop Ansel withdrew his hand. His expression was surprised and complex, even with a hint of curiosity. He looked at Michel as if he were examining a rare treasure. Holy light is a pure source of energy, but when it descends upon us mortals, it takes on different forms depending on the user's will, beliefs, and soul traits. The archbishop began to explain this profound theological knowledge. For example, I have spent my life seeking peace and healing, so my holy light is gentle. Usually, a priest will have only one form of holy light that aligns with their soul for their entire life. When he said this, his gaze focused again on Michel, and the surprise in his eyes almost overflowed. And you are different. You seem to have the ability to carry and absorb other kinds of holy light. The holy light of order from the Biscarn Knights, after severely damaging you, did not completely destroy or reject you. Instead, it took root inside you like a seed. Although it is now hiding temporarily to avoid hurting you, I can feel that it has already been accepted by your soul. What does this mean? Michir asked nervously. It means you have gained a talent that has never been seen in the records of the church for hundreds of years, Bishop Ansel said with a hint of excitement he couldn't hide. At least in Olan City, this is a unique case. Perhaps, only in the main cathedral of the royal capital, in the oldest texts, could there be similar records. He looked at the young boy in front of him, who still seemed a little confused and uneasy, and said seriously, Child, what you have gained is both a heavy burden and a one-of-kind gift. Wait, Your Excellency, Buck's loud voice interrupted the sacred and serious atmosphere inappropriately. He scratched his bald head, with a look of sudden realization after some effort to understand, and said, You mean, our little priest is actually a rare genius. His blunt words, though crude, accurately summarized the core of the bishop's words, making the tense atmosphere in the room subtly shift. Michir's face suddenly turned red, unsure if it was because he was shy from the compliment or because the word, genius, put too much pressure on him. Bishop Ansel was also momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Haha, you can understand it that way, young man. Your companion has incredible potential. Huh? I knew it. Buck proudly patted his thigh, as if the compliment was for himself. Can anyone in our Anvil squad be a coward? Roger, Kesha, and others also looked happy, their eyes filled with pride and joy for their friend. Bishop Ansel smiled as he watched this group of young people genuinely happy for their comrades' good fortune, feeling a sense of relief. He didn't interrupt immediately, but let this pure joy fill the room for a moment. Then he cleared his throat softly and brought the topic back to the serious reality. All right, children. Seeing your unity makes me very pleased. This friendship is more valuable than any great talent. Because of this, I need to entrust you with a heavy responsibility. His expression became serious again. Although the crisis inside the city has been temporarily resolved, the situation outside remains grim. The First Legion, led by General Dorn, is still fighting hard outside the North City Gate against the main undead army. Meanwhile, the Third Legion in Silver Creek Valley is trapped in a dangerous encirclement. The bishop looked at each adventurer present and spoke firmly. We cannot just wait and watch, letting the enemy break through our defenses one by one. The City Lord's office and the military have decided that in 4 days, we will sound the horn for a counterattack. We will gather all available forces inside the city, including the reserve of the 4th Legion, the City Guard, and you, the most elite adventurers of Olan City. You will go out from the city to support the 1st Legion, and together, we will defeat the undead army outside the North Gate. This speech made everyone's blood boil with excitement. I know this is a very dangerous mission for you, the bishop said with a hint of pleading. But your performance at the old Foundry has proven you have the power to change the course of the battle. On behalf of Olan City, I sincerely hope your 2 small teams will fight once more for this city. He didn't wait for a reply and shared one last inspiring message. Of course, we are not fighting alone. The capital has received our urgent request for help. The kingdom's support troops are on their way, riding through the emergency war portal. All we need to do is buy enough time for their arrival. As for your dedication, Bishop Ansel's face showed a gentle smile. The Holy Light never forgets its brave warriors. As heroes who have defeated enemy commanders, the rewards you will receive are unprecedented. Details will be arranged later when you leave, through the guild and military supply officers. The generous rewards, noble honor, and the imminent crisis need no more words. Let's do it. Buck was the first to shout loudly, slamming his chest armor with a loud bang. For Olan City, Kesa also stood up, her eyes burning with fierce determination. The others also expressed their resolve. No one backed down. This was not just about money, but about protecting their city and honoring the innocent lives lost in disasters. Good, Bishop Ansel nodded with satisfaction. But the battle is near, so we must prepare carefully. Commander Biscarn is gathering all forces, and the Adventurers Guild is mobilizing fully. The counterattack will begin at dawn in 4 days. He looked at the young people who had just fought hard, showing a gentle expression. These 4 days are the last chance for you, and for the whole city to get ready. Use this time well. Practice your skills, get familiar with your new gear, and prepare yourselves. In 4 days, meet at the 3rd gathering point outside the North Gate. Commander Biscarn will lead the operation himself. The meeting ended. Everyone, feeling a mix of excitement and seriousness, saluted the bishop and left the quiet room. At the church entrance, the young priest who had led them was already waiting. He handed 2 heavy money bags to Kesa and Elvin. This is the payment for the old forge mission, as the bishop instructed, the priest said respectfully. The bishop said the special equipment is an extra reward for the army, not part of the payment. According to the agreement, the base reward for the sea-level cleanup mission, plus merit bonuses, minus healing costs at the sanctuary, is 600 silver coins per team, each person. 150 silver coins. This number made everyone's wallets, which had been nearly empty, suddenly bulge again. Such a large sum could drive any D-level adventurer crazy. Kesa and Elvin took the bags, counted the coins, and divided them on the spot. When the 150 heavy silver coins were put into their pouches, Michelle's mood was surprisingly calm. 4 days of preparation, which seemed plenty of time, actually felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone, warning of an upcoming massive and deadly battle. After saying goodbye to the bishop, the 2 teams didn't leave immediately. Instead, they walked down the cathedral steps together. Behind them was the grand, sacred church. Ahead was a city shrouded in the shadow of war. All right, everyone. Kesha stopped and turned to face the group. Since we have 4 days, let's not waste them. Each of you should make your final preparations. We will meet at the gathering point on the morning of the fourth day. The two teams parted ways, heading toward their most important battlefield to prepare for these last 4 days. The Iron Anvil team walked side by side back to the Lion King Inn. The street under the sunset was much quieter than usual, and a tense feeling of an impending storm filled the air. Patrolling city guards occasionally ran past, adding to the serious atmosphere. "This is making me a little nervous," Buck said, rubbing his bald head and trying to lighten the mood with a joke. "Statistically speaking, if we're assigned to the front line, the risk of dying is highest," Elvin said calmly, pouring cold water on their confidence. "Shut up, you jinx," Buck shouted. "With my armor, I'm ready to face anything." "The front line is just a name." "Exactly," Roger agreed, rarely agreeing with Buck. "And with our little genius priest here, blessed with divine gift, maybe we won't even die. Maybe we'll even break through on the spot. Right, future son of the holy?" He winked at Michel. Michel rolled his eyes but couldn't hide a small smile. Listening to the familiar bickering of the seniors, Michel's nervousness and unease about the upcoming battle surprisingly eased. As long as he was with everyone, even the scariest battlefield didn't seem so hard to face. He clenched his staff, the touch of holy healing, feeling its smooth surface as if it could give him endless strength. He needed to understand his own condition. He needed to become stronger. After they parted, Buck went to the city guard training ground to turn his new armor into instinct through sweat and collisions. Roger disappeared into the shadows of the city, seeking out old thieves in the alleys to learn new skills. Elvin headed to the library, diving into a sea of knowledge to learn more powerful magic from ancient books. Michel chose to return to the place where everything began, walking straight through the increasingly deserted city toward the familiar small hill outside the city. Along the way, he saw more holy knights dressed in the standard armor of the 4th Legion. They looked serious and hurried, like sharp swords drawn in the city. The common people looked at them with respect and trust. Michel couldn't help but think of Biscarn and his mighty holy light that shone like the sun. He had heard from his senior brothers in the Order that since this legendary holy knight became the Legion commander at a young age and cleared several monster attacks in Olan City with strict methods, the church's internal attitude had quietly changed. The gentle faction, like the old Dean and Bishop Ansel, who believed in healing and mercy, was gradually pushed aside. Instead, the fighting faction, led by Biscarn, who believed in judgment and order, became the main group. Now, in Olan City, when people mention holy figures, they think less of priests who comfort the injured and more of holy knights who fight monsters and evil. When he returned to the stone-paved path leading to the Holy Light Monastery, it was already evening. The monastery looked much quieter than usual. The young brothers and sisters who used to play in the yard were nowhere to be seen. He pushed open the slightly open oak door and saw a few older monks packing their bags and supplies. When they saw Michel, they just smiled tiredly and nodded. "Michel, you're back. Where has everyone gone?" Michel asked. "There's too much help needed in the city," one monk replied. "Most people have been sent to the southern refuge to care for refugees and comfort those who lost their families in the disaster." Michel understood. In the face of this citywide disaster, the monastery was also doing its part, fulfilling the duties of the holy light. He walked through the empty corridor to the quiet garden in the back. Familiar sights came into view. The old dean was hunched over, standing under an ancient oak tree, holding large scissors, carefully trimming a withered laurel. At his feet was a basket filled with herbs and bandages, clearly prepared for the monks sent to the refuge. The sunset's glow shone on his silver hair, giving it a soft golden edge. The scene was peaceful and calm, as if all the chaos of the world had been soothed by him. At the Holy Light Monastery on the outskirts of Olan City, Michel was the youngest and most special child. That year, he was only 7 years old, with short hair revealing a smooth forehead and big, clear, moist eyes that looked like small deer in the woods. Other boys at his age were already climbing trees, collecting bird nests, and rolling in the mud, but he always quietly followed the old abbot like a little shadow. He looked very much like a girl. His voice was soft and gentle, his skin as white as fresh milk, and it would turn pink easily when exposed to the sun. Senior brothers spoke loudly and roughly to him, which made him shrink back in fear, his eyes filling with tears, making it hard for him to respond loudly. Because of this, he was often teased by mischievous senior brothers. "Hey, Michel, did you secretly wear your sister's dress?" Look at him, crying more than the little girls in town. Whenever this happened, Michel's face would turn red, but he was too clumsy to argue back. He would end up crying out loud, which only made his brothers laugh even more. But soon, the old abbot's wooden ruler, which always seemed to precisely tap on everyone's forehead, would make a loud, duong sound, ending the teasing. "You're so energetic. It looks like you'll have to copy the evening prayers 3 more times tonight." The old abbot never scolded, but simply looked around with his calm, deep eyes. All the mischievous, little devils would immediately fall silent and scatter like frightened birds. Then, his large, wrinkled but warm hands would gently and clumsily wipe away Michel's tears. "Come on, child," the old abbot would say, holding his small hand. "It's time to water the laurels." The ancient oak tree in the monastery's backyard was Michel's childhood refuge. On summer afternoons, he loved to bring a small stool and sit under the big shade of the oak, listening to the old abbot prune flowers and tell him ancient stories about the holy light and heroes. "Grandpa Abbot," one day, Michel looked up with curiosity and asked, "What does the holy light look like?" He was still too young to understand the deep words in the prayers. The old abbot paused his scissors, thought for a moment, and did not answer with any theological explanation. He simply pointed to the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Look, it's right there. Warm, bright, everywhere." He then pointed to Michiel's finger, which had just been accidentally pricked by a rose thorn. A soft, gentle glow of healing magic shimmered around it. "It's also here. It can soothe pain and bring peace." Finally, the old dean smiled and patted Michiel's head. "Sanctity is the light that comes from your heart when you want to help others, child." This simple and gentle answer planted the purest seed in Michiel's young heart. That summer, the monastery experienced a small bug invasion. A large swarm of black beetles flew in from nowhere, eating the vegetables that the monks had carefully grown. The brothers tried many methods, smoking, catching with their hands, but nothing worked well. Michiel watched the damaged, torn leaves and felt very sad. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, countless shiny, golden little bugs flew into the garden and chased away all the black, bad bugs. The next morning, he told the old dean about his dream. "Grandpa Dean, it would be great if the sanctity could turn into lots of glow-in-the-dark bugs," he said seriously. "They shine brightly and can fly, so they could scare away those black bugs." The old dean was surprised at first, then burst into a hearty laugh. He ruffled Michiel's fluffy hair, his eyes full of kindness. "Silly child, sanctity won't turn into glow bugs." Michiel was a little disappointed and said, "Oh." He lowered his head. Seeing his sad little face, the old dean's smile grew even warmer. He leaned in mysteriously and whispered in Michiel's ear, "But even if sanctity can't turn into glow bugs, we can try to help it along." That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, the old dean quietly woke Michiel. "Put on your clothes, child. I want to show you a secret." Michiel rubbed his sleepy eyes and curiously followed the old dean. One of them carried a small lantern, and they left the monastery. They didn't go to the vegetable garden, but instead went around to the wet creek valley behind the mountain. The summer night breeze was cool, carrying the scent of earth and grass. "Grandpa Director, what are we here for?" Michir whispered, feeling a little scared of the dark, tightly following behind the old director. "Don't be afraid. Look." The old director blew out the lantern in his hand and signaled for Michir to do the same. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the two of them. Michir nervously grabbed the director's sleeve, but in the next moment, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Around them, in the grass, by the stream, and among the trees, countless tiny points of soft green light appeared as if by magic, slowly emerging from the darkness. One, two, a whole bunch. Thousands of fireflies, like falling stars, danced in the small valley, forming a flowing river of light that made the whole valley look like a dream. Michir had never seen such a beautiful sight. He was so amazed that he forgot his fear. "They are so pretty." "Yes," the old director smiled. "They are the lights of the night. Though faint, when they gather together, they can brighten the darkness." He took out a glass jar with many small holes, prepared earlier, and handed it to Michir. "Go ahead, child. Invite these light spirits to visit our vegetable garden." That night, Michir felt like he was part of the grandest celebration. He carefully carried the glass jar, walking through the grass, gently catching one firefly after another and guiding them into the jar. The old director helped him catch the brighter ones flying higher, using his wide cloak. When they returned to the monastery with a jar full of flowing stars, Michir's face was full of excitement and pride. They gently placed the jar in the center of the vegetable garden and opened the lid. Countless fireflies flew out, their faint but steady glow spreading across every corner of the garden, turning the darkened field into a sparkling sea of stars. The black beetles, which had been causing trouble earlier, seemed startled by the sudden light. They dropped from the leaves and hurriedly ran into the soil. "Look," the old director said softly, pointing at the fleeing black beetles. "Sometimes, saving the world doesn't always require mighty power. Even a tiny firefly light can dispel darkness if used in the right place." Michel stood in the starry sea he had created himself, watching the flickering lights that protected the vegetables. He nodded as if he understood, though he might not fully grasp the deep meaning behind it. At that moment, he truly felt it. He realized that protection is a warm, shining feeling that makes the heart feel bright and happy. That night, the fireflies became the brightest, warmest light in Michel's childhood memories. "You're back, child," said the old director without turning around, as if he had eyes behind his back. Michel walked over and looked at his hands, rough but still nimble. All his nervousness and worries quietly eased away. He didn't speak, just stood quietly. When the old director finished trimming the last branch, put down his scissors, and slowly turned around, he looked at Michel with his usual kind and wise eyes. Then, as he often did, he reached out and gently touched Michel's soft black hair. "It seems you've been through a lot outside," he said simply. This simple sentence seemed to hold great magic, instantly breaking down Michel's defenses. He couldn't hold back anymore and told the old director everything about his recent experiences. The old director listened quietly, his expression unchanged, as if he already knew the story. Finally, when Michel mentioned Biscarn and the different sacred light within him, a rare flicker of surprise appeared in the old director's calm eyes. But that surprise was quickly replaced by a gentle, understanding smile. He looked at Michel's eyes full of confusion and worry and smiled kindly. "The form of sacred light is endless, shining like stars. Child, there's no need to feel confused or afraid." "But," Senior Elvin said, "they might conflict." "Conflict also means merging," the old director interrupted softly but firmly. "The blessing of sacred light is never aimless. Since it chose to give you both powers, it means only you can control them." He gently touched Michiel's innocent heart with his finger, and his clear eyes seemed to see through his soul. "Feel it, understand it, then use it well. Remember, child, strength has no right or wrong. Goodness and evil only exist in your heart. Good and evil. Only in my heart." Michiel softly murmured these words from the old dean. His confused and somewhat lost eyes gradually lit up with a spark of understanding. He nodded vaguely, as if he understood but wasn't quite sure. The old dean no longer spoke. He simply smiled, patted Michiel's small head, and turned back to tending his flowers and plants, as if those deep words were just a casual remark. That night, Michiel stayed in the cold yet very familiar monastery. He slept in his small room, which only had a hard bed and a little desk. Outside, he listened to the familiar sounds of insects and the wind, feeling an unprecedented peace in his heart. Before sleeping, he quietly placed most of the reward from his recent task into the monastery's charity box. He knew that these silver coins, filled with the scent of battle, would soon turn into warm bread at the southern refuge, candies to comfort orphans, and flowers to honor the departed. Although he couldn't personally comfort those suffering like his brothers and sisters, he believed that as long as the monastery stood, the warmth and kindness from the holy light would reach every corner of the city through various ways. He was about to go to the most dangerous front line, while they protected the last warmth of the city. This was each of their own battlefield. The next morning, before dawn, Michiel woke up to the gentle sound of morning prayers. He put on his new prayer robe, packed his staff, and prepared to leave after saying goodbye to the old dean to begin 3 days of final preparations. But just as he stepped out of his room and into the courtyard, he saw an unexpected visitor. A holy knight in the standard armor of the 4th Legion stood straight in the center of the courtyard, like a statue. His armor reflected the cold metallic shine in the morning light, which seemed out of place in the peaceful atmosphere of the monastery. Seeing Michir come out, the knight immediately turned around and gave him a perfect military salute, with precise and careful movements. Pastor Michel, his voice was steady and emotionless. I have been sent by the Legion commander to summon you. The Legion commander? Michel was surprised. Biscarn. Sir, yes, the Holy Knight nodded firmly. The Legion commander wishes to see you now. Michel was startled, but showed no emotion. He simply nodded calmly. Understood. Please excuse me, the knight said with a brief military salute before turning to leave. His steps were steady and confident, without hesitation. Michel watched him go, feeling a ripple of emotion inside. Biscarn. This legendary knight. Why would he call on a nobody like me before the big battle? Is it because of the holy light mark, or is there another reason? He didn't have much time to think. After a quick farewell to the old dean, Michel waved goodbye to the monastery that had given him everything and set off alone down the mountain. In the morning light, Olan city still looked lively. The streets were busy with people and vendors shouting their wares. But beneath this normal hustle and bustle, a dark cloud lingered. Most faces showed worry and caution. The city guards patrolled more than usual, reminding everyone that the shadow of war was still nearby. Along the way, Michel often saw brothers and sisters in monastery robes, handing out food or praying for passers-by. Brother Michel, take care. Every time, he would stop to chat warmly with them, listen to their stories about the refuge, and share his own exciting adventures. After a brief reunion, he had to part ways, leaving behind their worried and hopeful gazes. He headed north, passing through busy markets and quiet neighborhoods. The closer he got to the northern city gate, the more desolate the scene became. Finally, he entered an area once shrouded in death. It was now a silent, abandoned zone. The street was empty, with shops on both sides having their doors and windows wide open. Inside, it looked as if everything had been looted. The signs hung crookedly, as if telling stories of chaos and fear that had happened not long ago. Although the bodies and spirits had been cleared away by the 4th Legion, and the ground had been roughly washed, a faint smell lingered in the air. It was a mix of blood, decay, and burnt scent, stubbornly seeping into every between the stones like a persistent pest. On the walls, there were dried, blackened bloodstains and fierce scratches made by claws. Sometimes, a stretcher covered with a white cloth could be seen, waiting to be taken away. There were no cries, no shouts, only a suffocating silence that belonged to death. Michel walked through this deserted city. Every step felt like he was walking on the sorrow of countless lost souls. He stopped, looking at the street that once was lively and busy, filled with the sounds of life. Compassion filled his heart as a priest. He seemed to see, not long ago, the bakery owner smiling as he handed out freshly baked bread, playful children running and playing in the alleyways, neighbors greeting each other warmly at the windows. But now, all of this had been swallowed by the shadow of death. A wave of sadness rose in his chest, and his eyes grew moist. He slowly and solemnly placed his staff, the touch of healing, on the cold stone ground. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, offering his only comfort to the innocent lives lost on this land. There were no fancy words, no complicated melodies, just an ancient, pure lullaby that every child in the monastery knew. With a clear, pure voice, he softly began to sing. The song was sung in an ancient language of the Holy Spirit, a language said to be able to speak directly to the soul. Lux aeterna lucet eis. Wish eternal light shine upon them. Requiem aeternam dona eis. May they find eternal peace. Et lux perpetua lucet eis. And may a lasting light shine upon them. His singing was soft, but had a strange power to reach through the silence of the street. There was no anger or hatred in his voice, only pure compassion and gentle comfort. Visible waves of sacred energy spread out, bringing healing and peace. Wherever his song reached, the stubborn blood and anger in the air seemed to be gently wiped away by an invisible hand. The fierce claw marks on the walls no longer looked so harsh, and even the sunlight seemed softer. Lost spirits, wandering behind broken windows and deep alleys, their twisted faces gradually became peaceful, turning into tiny specks of light that dissolved into the song. Michel did not know any of this. He was lost in his prayer, singing to bring a final touch of warmth and dignity to this forgotten land of death. When the song ended, the lingering sound slowly faded. Michel slowly opened his eyes and gently wiped away tears that had slipped down his cheeks. His eyes, cleansed by tears, were clearer and brighter than ever before. His sadness had not disappeared, but the heavy feelings of regret and helplessness were transformed through this small act of mourning. He looked at the empty street before him, his gaze no longer just full of compassion, but also filled with a new, firm resolve. It was the determination of a devoted soul and the awakening of a protector. He tightened his grip on his staff, no longer hesitating, and continued walking toward the north gate. Each step was steadier than the last. Soon, the temporary defense line built by the 4th Legion, like a steel giant, appeared again in his view. Compared to a few days ago, the atmosphere here was even more tense and grim. Rows of soldiers were doing final equipment checks and practicing formations, the air thick with the smell of iron and blood, as a great battle seemed imminent. Michel's arrival did not attract much attention. The knight who had been waiting at the checkpoint simply checked his identity and silently led him through the layered defenses. Eventually, he was taken to the top floor of a clock tower that had been temporarily used as a command center. This was the highest point in the northern district, offering a view of all the front lines inside and outside the city. Several heavily armored officers were gathered around a large battlefield model, engaged in a heated discussion. In the middle of these tough soldiers, a figure dressed in golden armor stood with his back to the entrance, leaning on the railing and gazing at the dark land outside the city. He stood quietly, as if he was the center of the battlefield, radiating a hot and commanding presence like the sun. "Lord Legion Commander, Pastor Michel has arrived," the guiding knight respectfully reported. The discussion around the battlefield model suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes focused on the small figure of Michel, who seemed out of place among the surroundings. The golden figure slowly turned around. It was Biscarn. Biscarn slowly turned around. There was no harsh questioning or condescending look. His golden eyes calmly fixed on Michel, deep and sharp, as if they could see through flesh and bone directly into the soul. Michel asked her. His voice was clear and cold, without any emotion. All the officers held their breath, curious about this mysterious priest summoned personally by the Legion commander. "It's me, Lord Legion Commander." Michel tried to keep his voice steady, but he still felt a trace of nervousness under the powerful aura. Biscarn did not speak again. Instead, he took a step forward and slowly approached him. His golden armor made a rhythmic, faint clinking sound as he moved, each step seeming to beat in time with Michel's heartbeat. He stopped less than 3 steps in front of Michel, and his tall shadow almost completely covered him. "I've read the report from the old Foundry." He finally spoke again, his tone as calm as if he were describing something unimportant: foolish tactics, reckless impulses, an easily defeated team. "You only survived by luck." This harsh and ruthless comment made Michel's cheeks flush instantly. He instinctively wanted to argue, but he was silenced by the other person's intense, almost tangible gaze. "You triggered the order mark I left behind." Biscarn's eyes shifted slightly downward, resting on Michel's hand holding the staff. "A low-level priest who can't even use basic attack magic properly, stealing power that isn't theirs. And someone calls it a miracle?" His words were like a cold knife, precisely cutting through Michel's last bit of pride. In front of this young genius who had already become a Legion commander, Michel's gamble for victory seemed like nothing more than a lucky accident. Michel gently lifted his head. In the other's golden eyes, he saw deep contempt and a hidden, almost touched old wound of disgust. Seeing Michel's fragile state, Biscarn's disdain deepened. He seemed to lose all interest in talking and turned toward the map table. His voice was cold and emotionless, as if he were talking to himself or offering a trivial choice. "If you want to truly control that power you stole, instead of swinging your warhammer like a child and hurting yourself again," he said, Without even looking at Michel, as if arranging a minor task, go down to the third training ground and find Captain Reno. He paused briefly before adding, let him teach you the basics of holy light, how to defeat enemies. His contemptuous, icy words felt like countless sharp needles stabbing into Michel's heart. He clenched his lips tightly, trying not to break down under the pressure of this legendary knight's presence. He didn't argue because he had no way to. Biscarn's words, though cruel, hit exactly at his deepest fears. His victory was truly filled with luck. What he relied on was others' protection, coincidence, and even old wounds of enemies. Apart from healing and protecting and burning everything in desperate situations, he seemed to have nothing else. I want to learn. Just when Biscarn thought this weak priest, who could hardly stand, would be completely broken, a trembling but clear voice came from behind him. Biscarn slightly turned his head and saw, with the corner of his eye, that small figure slowly lifting her head. Her pale face was still streaked with tears, but her clear eyes, washed by tears, showed no sign of collapse or resentment. Instead, they revealed a stubbornness and determination born from being pushed to the edge. I want to learn it, Michir said each word carefully. A faint surprise flickered in Biscarn's eyes, so subtle even he didn't notice it. This face, this expression, suddenly overlapped with a long-forgotten image deep in his memory. He didn't say anything more, just gestured to the nearby Holy Knight. Michir no longer hesitated. Under the guidance of the Holy Knight, he turned and left the suffocating clock tower. After he left, an aide couldn't help but step forward and quietly ask, Commander, Captain Reno's training is extremely harsh. For a priest, isn't it? War is harsher than his training. Biscarn interrupted him, his voice cold and calm again. He turned his gaze back to the land shrouded in war outside the window. Yet, in his golden eyes, another scene involuntarily appeared. A young, talented holy knight, firmly believing in his teacher's teaching that light embraces all, thought that with healing and protection, he could defeat all evil in the world. Until one day, he faced an unbeatable enemy. It was a powerful demon, full of destruction and corruption, easily tearing apart all his defenses and trampling his proud holy shield underfoot. Just as the demon's fiery claws were about to pierce his heart, a figure weaker than him, even inexperienced in using the light, stepped forward without hesitation. She spread her arms, trying to block the destructive force with her insignificant light. He still remembers her face when she looked back, fear mixed with unwavering determination. Not even a final farewell was spoken. That pure white color was completely consumed by the fierce flames of evil. From that moment on, Biscarn chose a path opposite to his teachers, one focused solely on power, and severed all ties with his past. Foolish choice, Biscarn muttered softly. A hint of pain and jealousy flickered in his golden eyes, emotions even he couldn't fully understand. Michel followed the quiet, reserved holy knight through the guarded paths of the camp. Around them, soldiers in full armor moved back and forth. Their fierce, deadly aura clashed with Michel's pure prayer robes, attracting many curious glances. Finally, he was led to a remote training ground. This place was much smaller than the main training area, surrounded by thick stone walls, with rough sand on the ground. A tall man, even broader than back, was standing with his back to them, shirtless. His muscles were thick and carved like granite, with a bronze skin covered in scars. He wasn't holding any weapons, just repeatedly hitting a thick wooden post with his fists. Bang! Bang! Each punch sounded like a loud thunder, making the massive wooden post shake violently under his incredible strength. Captain Reno, the guiding holy knight, respectfully reported, "The Legion commander asked me to bring him here." The man paused his training, slowly turning around. Sweat, rough and scarred, ran down his face. His sharp eyes, like a hawk's, scanned the holy knight and then Michel behind him. When Reno saw Michel's fancy prayer robes and overly delicate face, his eyebrows furrowed in irritation. His rough voice was full of obvious annoyance. "What's going on?" He casually wiped his sweat with a towel and said impatiently, "There are no injured here. Why is a church nun coming?" Hearing the word, nun, Michel's body instinctively stiffened. His lips twitched, and he almost blurted out a response. "Captain," the guiding holy knight quickly whispered, sounding a bit embarrassed. "This is the priest Michel, whom the Legion commander specifically asked to find." Reynold paused his sweat-wiping motion. His sharp eyes flicked back and forth over Michel, and his irritation turned into a strange surprise. He didn't expect that the priest, who had turned the tide of battle alone in the report, would look like this. He said nothing more, just tossed his towel aside, grabbed a battered round shield from the weapon rack, and beckoned Michel with a finger. "The Legion commander asked me to teach you how to attack with holy magic," he said with a cold smile, showing his white teeth. "But before you learn how to fight, you need to learn how to take a hit." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked off the ground. His large body shot forward like a cannonball, instantly reaching Michel. The scratched round shield in his hand became a moving iron wall, roaring with wind, and slammed fiercely toward Michel's face. This sudden attack made Michel's pupils shrink. He didn't expect that Captain Reynolds' teaching would be so straightforward and rough. The shield, full of wind and rust, grew larger in his eyes, and the strong pressure almost made him suffocate. In a hurry, he could only rely on instinct honed through countless battles, pushing all his available holy light energy forward. "Shield of holy light," he shouted, and a faint golden protective barrier quickly formed in front of him. But because he was unprepared, the shield looked very thin, as if it would shatter at any moment. Too slow, Reynolds' thunderous voice exploded in his ears. Bang! There was no suspense. The barely formed holy shield shattered like glass struck by a hammer the moment it hit the round shield. Immediately after, the cold, hard shield slammed solidly into Michel's body. Ugh! Michel felt an overwhelming force hit his chest. He was knocked back as if hit by a battering ram, his feet leaving the ground. He flew backward and crashed heavily onto the sandy ground a few meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sudden pain and dizziness struck him at the same time, making it impossible for him to stand up. "Get up!" Reno's voice was cold and without mercy. He slowly lowered his round shield and took steady steps toward the fallen Michel. In battle, enemies won't give you time to chant or prepare. Your reaction decides your life and your teammates' lives. He reached Michel and looked down at him from above. "Your holy shield technique is strong. It's your talent. But talent, if it can't become instinct in an instant, is just an empty shell." He bent down and grabbed Michel, who was still struggling, lifting him up as if he were a small cat, helping him stand again. He didn't return the staff to Michel, but instead pressed the heavy round shield into his arms. Again, before Michel could react, Reno's fist, as big as a cooking pot, with a strong wind behind it, slammed straight toward the shield in his arms. Bang! Another dull collision. This time, Michel didn't even have time to gather holy light before he was knocked away again, along with his shield. He felt his internal organs out of place, his whole body like it was falling apart, each breath causing sharp pain in his chest. Sand and sweat covered his face, making him look helpless. Is this how the Legion trains?" he thought. He propped himself up with his arms on the sandy ground, struggling to stand again. "Too slow. What are you hesitating for with your holy light?" Reno's roar was like a whip, sharply hitting his nerves. "Will the enemy's sword wait for you to be ready?" Michel clenched his teeth, using his arms to lift himself up, eyes full of unwillingness. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, but he simply couldn't move quickly enough. Reno's attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless, giving him no chance to breathe. Every strike precisely interrupted his rhythm of gathering holy light. "Get up!" Michel struggled, picked up his staff, and staggered to stand again. Again, bang, again, bang. For the rest of the time, the entire training ground echoed with the dull sounds of impacts and Reno's relentless scolding. Michel was like a punching bag that kept getting hit again and again. Each time, he was knocked down, but he always got back up with stubborn determination that refused to give in. His awareness gradually became blurry, and the pain in his body seemed to numb. Only the terrifying image of Reno and the shield that kept smashing down remained in his mind. He forgot to think and stopped chanting complicated prayers. All he had was one thought: block. He no longer worried about how to perfectly cast his magic or about Reno's attack angles and timing. He gave up all unnecessary thoughts and let his body take over. It was driven by an instinct deep in his soul, a protective instinct that had been engraved through countless battles to defend his friends. Just when he thought he had been knocked down for the dozens of times and felt he had no strength left to stand, Reno's figure pressed down on him again like a mountain. At this moment, Michelle's eyes were no longer filled with panic or thought. Only a clear calm remained. Almost instantly, as Reno raised his hand, his battered body seemed to break free from the control of his mind and reacted on its own. No prayers, no chants. His staff in his hand extended like an arm, then suddenly moved forward with force. A brighter, more solid, holy light barrier than ever before appeared in front of him. The golden shield formed almost instantly, incredibly fast. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. This time, the holy light barrier did not break. It trembled violently, and although fine cracks appeared on its surface, it held firm, completely blocking Reno's powerful strike. The huge recoil caused Michelle's feet to carve 2 deep marks in the sand, but he managed to stay standing. Meanwhile, Reno's massive body was pushed back half a step by the unexpected strength of the rebound. The light shield disappeared. Michelle's face was pale, and his body wavered slightly from exhaustion, gasping for air. He felt every muscle in his body aching, and his mental energy was nearly drained. But in his clear eyes, a flicker of excitement and brilliance shone, something he hadn't even noticed himself, born from pushing beyond his limits. Reynolds looked at his slightly numb wrist, then at the young boy behind the light shield, who was covered in dirt, blood at the corner of his mouth, but had a determined look in his eyes. For the first time, a very faint, almost approving smile appeared on his usually fierce face. He slowly withdrew his round shield. "Not bad," he said hoarsely, his voice no longer cold. "Finally, you're starting to look like something." He examined Michelle, who was close to exhaustion, then casually tossed the dented round shield back onto the weapon rack. "Your body has reached its limit, and your mind is the same. Continuing to train now would only be counterproductive. Today's training ends here." He glanced at the sky and added, "The main attack is in 3 days. You still have time. Go back, rest, meditate, and recover your strength. Come back here tomorrow morning." After saying that, he ignored Michelle and walked toward the other side of the training ground, seemingly ready to start his own daily training. Michelle supported his staff, trying to stand straight. He slightly bowed to Reynolds' towering back, feeling a bit strained. "Thank you, Captain Reynolds," he said. Although he was battered and bruised, he knew that in that short moment, he had learned more than in any previous battle. Michelle, exhausted, left the training ground that had drained him physically and mentally. Every step he took sent protests from his muscles, but his slightly unfocused eyes, tired from exertion, shone with a new sense of excitement and understanding. That night, he returned early to his inn room. He didn't meditate to recover as usual. Instead, he sat on the bed, replaying every detail of today's training. Reynolds' storm-like attacks still echoed in his mind, each impact lingering painfully in his arms. But what was more profound was the last time, the moment when his body, driven by instinct, activated the holy light barrier faster than his mind could react. "Instinct," he whispered softly, reaching out his hand, trying to summon the remaining holy light within him. A gentle golden glow appeared in his palm. He tried not to think about prayers or build divine magic models. Instead, he simply focused on one thing: defense. Buzz. A tiny, unstable light shield about the size of a palm flickered above his palm. Although faint, it was a success. Michiel's eyes lit up, as if he had found the key to open a new world. He fell asleep peacefully, full of hope for tomorrow. The next morning, Michiel went again to the 4th Legion's camp. Thanks to Captain Reno's effective training yesterday, he felt a bit excited today. As he walked, he kept trying to use that instinctive, holy light. Faint golden glimmers appeared and disappeared at his fingertips, like playing a new, fun game. While he was lost in this strange practice, he heard a slightly tired but familiar voice ahead. "Today's patrol route is tough. The smell from the burning pits at the front lines is really strong. Stop complaining, Carl. At least we're still alive." Michiel looked up and saw a group of young, basic holy knights walking toward him. Their light armor was covered with scratches and dirt, showing they had just come back from the front lines. Everyone looked tired but determined. Among them, a young knight with freckles on his face, who looked exhausted, suddenly brightened up when he saw Michir, as if sunlight had lit up his face. "Miss Nunn," Carl called out happily and hurried over, leaving his companions behind. "Good morning, Knight Carl," Michir replied politely, a little helpless at the mistaken title. He offered a charming smile, but the bruises from yesterday's training tugged at his lips, making him wince and look a bit sad. "Good morning. Where are you headed?" Carl asked warmly, but his eyes quickly noticed Michir's pitiful expression. He even saw a faint bruise at the corner of Michir's mouth. Carl's smile suddenly froze, replaced by a look of nervous concern. "Are you hurt? Your face looks so pale. Did something happen? Did someone bully you?" His angry, protective expression, as if ready to stand up for Michir, warmed Michelle's heart. Still, he quickly waved his hand and shook his head like a rattle. No, I'm fine really. I was just training. Training?" Carl looked surprised. "Yes, Commander Biscarn arranged for me to learn some self-defense skills from Captain Reno," Michir said vaguely. But these two names sounded like thunderclaps to Carl. Did the commander himself arrange this? Under Captain Reno's guidance? Carl's eyes suddenly sparkled with shock and eager admiration. Wow, Captain Reno, the strongest warrior in the army. To get his personal guidance. That is such an honor. He looked at Michir with admiration that had grown from simple awe to a kind of reverence, like a chosen one. I've always aimed to be like the commander, Carl said, blushing with excitement. I want to be strong like him, able to protect everyone with my sword and shield. Seeing his sincere and passionate expression, Michir couldn't help but feel inspired. He saw in Carl's shining eyes a pure, similar determination, a desire for strength to protect others. At that moment, he felt a kind of connection with this young holy knight on a deeper level. But thinking about Captain Reno's guidance, it was hardly a pleasant experience. Michir could only silently wish this passionate young man well. However, Captain Reno was a bit too harsh. Carl's sharp eyes caught the faint bruise on Michelle's corner of his mouth. He looked a little worried and frowned, hurriedly pulling a small tin box from his belt pouch. He instinctively reached out, as if to apply something himself, but just before touching Michelle's fair skin, he recoiled as if burned, his ears turning red. Stammering, he handed the box over. Your mouth is injured. This is the blood circulation ointment issued by the Legion, which is very effective for bruises. Please apply some. At this moment, his companions who had followed him started teasing him among friends. Hey Carl, not bad. When did you meet such a beautiful little nun? I was wondering why you want to go to the sanctuary every day. Turns out, your real intention isn't just the holy place. Is she your girlfriend? Introduce us. The teasing made Carl freeze instantly, and his face turned bright red, like a flame reaching his neck. Michelle's face also turned hot quickly. He instinctively hugged his staff tightly, like a frightened rabbit, wishing he could curl up and hide from everyone. No, that's not it. Don't say nonsense. Carl hurriedly interrupted his friend's teasing, feeling shy and anxious. Michir didn't bother to explain further. He looked down and said, I'm going to be late for training, then hurriedly slipped past Carl and his laughing friends, almost panicked, as if escaping. He ran a long way before he dared to stop and catch his breath. He touched his burning cheeks and muttered softly, really, feeling annoyed. Oh no, he forgot to return that little doll to him again. Well, next time, he sighed and continued walking toward the training ground that looked like. When Michir stepped onto that familiar sandy ground again, Reno was already waiting there. He was still shirtless, his bronze skin shining healthily in the morning light, as if yesterday's exhausting battle had no effect on him. Seeing Michir arrive on time, with a tired but more determined look in his eyes than yesterday, Reno's scarred face seemed to soften for a moment, but that moment quickly passed. It looks like you haven't been driven away, he said hoarsely, greeting him. I'm here, Captain Reno, Michir said, gripping his staff tightly. Although his body still ached, he was ready to face another beating. Good, Reno nodded. He took a heavy wooden practice stick from the weapon rack instead of the shield from yesterday. He casually spun the stick in his hand, creating a whistling sound, then pointed to a training at the other end of the field. This is a target made of hardwood and leather, designed to look like a heavy armor soldier. Yesterday, I only taught you how to survive when attacked, Reno said calmly, but with firm authority. That was to activate your instincts. Today, I will teach you how to attack using Holy Light. He looked at Michir. What is your most skilled divine attack spell? Holy Strike. Michir answered honestly. It's the only direct damage divine spell he learned from the monastery, where he chants a prayer to summon a beam of light to attack enemies. Use it on me, Reno said simply. Michir was surprised. But, do it, Reno repeated firmly, casually resting his stick on his shoulder, showing he was unguarded. Michir hesitated but raised his staff and began to chant the familiar prayer. In the name of Holy Light, punish the evil in the world. Just as he was halfway through his prayer and starting to gather his spiritual energy, Reno moved. He didn't even charge forward, just a simple step, and his stick shot out like a black lightning bolt, whistling through the air, striking precisely on Michir's raised staff. Clang! A strong force hit him, making Michir's hand tremble violently, and his staff flew out of his hand. The holy energy he had gathered instantly dispersed, and his chant was interrupted. Too slow, Reno's cold voice sounded in his ear. By the time you finish that long, stinky prayer, your enemy's sword has already cut your neck 3 times. But divine spells need prayers to guide them, Michir said, rubbing his numb arm in confusion. That's the safety lock the monastery teaches you kids, Reno sneered. To prevent you, immature little ones, from being hurt by powerful forces or misusing them. But this is the battlefield, not your backyard. Real fighting is a matter of life and death in an instant. Holy Light is part of your body, your weapon, not a gift you beg for softly. He walked over to the training and suddenly stretched out his calloused, empty hand. Watch carefully. He did not chant or even make a prayer. He simply focused his will, pouring that pure, killing intent into his palm. Buzz! A blazing, fierce, judgmental golden light sphere instantly formed and exploded in his hand. Holy shock! Boom! The light sphere struck the thick leather armor of the training with a loud crash. The tough leather was burned through, creating a large black hole, and even the wooden core inside was shattered into splinters. This pure, direct violence left Michir stunned. Is this also Holy Light? Did you see that? Reno slowly lowered his still smoking hand and turned around, his sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed on Michir. This is an attack, not a prayer, not a punishment, but using your will and anger to directly hit the enemy's body. He pointed to the with a big hole in its chest. Now it's your turn. But I don't know how. Michir shook his head blankly. The old master had never taught him such aggressive divine magic. Then learn, Reno replied simply and bluntly. Forget those prayers. Feel the power inside you. Imagine it as a flame. And then, throw it out. Michir picked up his staff, took a deep breath, and tried to imitate Reno's earlier actions. He closed his eyes, attempting to feel the holy light within him, imagining it as a flame. But no matter how focused he was, the light in his palm remained gentle and warm, a peaceful golden glow. It was warm, soft, full of healing energy, but it could never become fierce, let alone form an aggressive shock. After several tries, he could only make the light slightly brighter, but he felt no heat at all. He felt like trying to ignite wet wood with a handful of warm water. No matter how he tried, that power stubbornly kept its healing and peaceful nature, as if it was born to be separate from attack. Good for nothing, Reno scolded mercilessly. Your will is as weak as a piece of cotton. Your holy light has no anger, no killing intent, only pathetic mercy. Are you using this to tickle your enemies? Reynolds' roar was like a heavy hammer, sharply hitting Michir's pride. He clenched his lips tightly, feeling anger and frustration rise inside him. He was not without anger, nor without a desire to fight. He had seen the terrible state of the barbecue shop owner and witnessed the deaths of many innocent people. He hated those spirits and wished to purify them completely. But why couldn't he do it? Why couldn't his holy light respond to his anger? Just as Michir was drowning in self-doubt and pain, the gentle and wise words of the old dean echoed like morning bells and evening drums, slowly ringing in his chaotic mind. Conflict also means integration. Only you can control them. Feel it, understand it. Michir suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of realization crossing his face. Anger, desire to fight. Those were not the paths for him. His holy light came from the belief in protection and healing. Forcing it to become aggressive was like trying to make a stream burn. Feel it. He no longer tried to force his holy light to change. He closed his eyes, sinking his awareness deep into his body. He let go of control over the gentle holy light inside him, allowing it to flow like a stream through his limbs and bones. Then, with the purest thought, he guided this power of his own, gently and tentatively touching the existence he had long ignored or even feared, the dormant, dragon-like sacred light of order deep within his soul. Understand it. At first, that domineering force did not respond, remaining silent. But Michir did not give up. He used his gentle holy light, like a soft feather, patiently brushing the edge of that young dragon, again and again, sending a clear thought. I need you. I need your strength to protect. Please, respond to me. Finally, the sleeping young dragon seemed to be touched by this gentle persistence. A tiny, extremely faint but intensely fiery golden energy, like a thin stream of magma, slowly seeped out from that silent area, gently merging with Michir's own holy light. The gentle holy light of compassion slowly rises, followed by the orderly holy light. These two very different lights are no longer in conflict or opposition. Instead, under Michir's will to protect, they achieve a strange harmony. Michir suddenly opens his eyes. He can feel a new, familiar yet strange power gathering in his palm. He quickly reaches out toward the training in front of him. Divine shock, a faint hum sounds. A small, unstable golden light sphere about the size of a fist shoots out from his hand. Its speed is slow, and it wobbles as it hits the S leg. With a soft pop, the sphere explodes, leaving only a shallow scorch mark on the S leather armor. The power is very weak. But Reno's sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, show a hint of surprise for the first time. Roar, he stares at Michir's trembling hand, and then at the tiny scar on the S leg. His hoarse voice carries a hint of surprise he didn't even realize himself. That soft sound in the empty training ground seems insignificant, but to Michir, it feels like a thunderclap. He stares blankly at his palm, then at the barely noticeable scorch mark on the S leg. A wave of joy and excitement floods his heart. I did it, he can't help but shout happily. He turns to Reno, his clear eyes shining with disbelief. Captain Reno, I did it. Humph. Reno makes a dismissive snort. He walks over to pinching the shallow scorch mark with his rough fingers, then looks at Michir with his usual stern gaze. Is that called success? He says coldly, criticizing him mercilessly. You used all your strength to make this? Are you trying to light a cigarette for your enemies? Or remind them that your pants have a hole burned in them? Michir's excitement is instantly cooled by a wave of disappointment, and his cheeks flush slightly. This is just the beginning. Reno's voice turns cold. You just learned how to pull a single hair from that sleeping lion. My requirement is that you can ride on its back and have it tear your enemies apart. He pointed his wooden stick at the row of intact training dummies on the field. Today's training goal, his voice firm and without room for argument, is to break all 9 remaining targets before I call stop. Otherwise, I will be the one to break you. Michir looked at the sturdy targets made of hardwood and thick leather, then at Reno's fierce face, which was full of determination and couldn't help swallowing nervously. What are you waiting for? Reno's roar rang out again. Keep going. Michir shivered and dared not slack off. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and began his long, painful journey of pulling the lion's beard. Once, again, from the initial difficulty in guiding the energy to gradually becoming more skilled, from only forming small light balls the size of ping-pong balls, to later being able to shoot out stable, fist-sized shockwaves, from missing targets with crooked shots to hitting precisely. Michir's progress was visible to the eye. Every time he released a sacred shock, it seemed to be a process of tuning and resonating with the two kinds of holy light within him. He slowly learned how to use his gentle, guarding will to persuade and guide that domineering order, power, making it serve him. All afternoon, the training ground echoed with the buzzing of gathered energy and the booming of explosions. Until the sun set, when Michir's mental energy was completely drained, his legs gave way, and he could no longer stand. He had successfully broken 3.5 dummies. Reno watched the boy sitting on the sandy ground, soaked in sweat, too exhausted to lift a finger, gasping for breath. yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and excitement. Deep within those eagle-like eyes, a hint of satisfaction and surprise flickered, something even he hadn't fully noticed. But he didn't show it. He simply straightened up, stretched, and moved his muscles. "Tomorrow," he said finally, leaving only those two words before turning away. "Keep going." Michir slumped on the sand, breathing heavily. His whole body felt as if he had just been pulled out of water. The overuse of his mental energy caused a terrible headache, but his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and excitement. He looked at his still shaking hands, and then at the battered training dummies in the distance. A strong sense of achievement filled him. Although the process was very painful, he truly felt that he had touched the door called strength. He struggled, supporting himself with his ivory staff, and shakily stood up. Facing Reno's departing figure, he bowed again. This time, it was not just out of politeness, but from genuine respect. When he dragged his exhausted body back to the Lion King Inn, it was already completely dark. Michir ate dinner in a half-dreaming state, then staggered back to his room. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. No dreams all night. When the morning sunlight woke him, Michir felt as if he had been reborn. He couldn't wait to go back to the training ground. When he arrived, Reno was already waiting there. "Good, you're recovering quickly," Reno said, sizing him up and giving a brief nod of approval for his energetic state. Michir excitedly raised his staff, eager to continue yesterday's destruction practice. But Reno shook his head and picked up the weathered round shield and heavy wooden practice stick from the weapon rack. His scarred face showed a grim, expressionless smile that made Michir feel uneasy. "Yesterday, I only taught you how to hold a sword. Today, I will teach you how to fight amid sword flashes and arrow rain." He stomped his foot suddenly, charging at Michir like a wild bull attacking a city. The wooden stick and round shield moved up and down, blocking all escape routes. "Don't think about dodging." Reno's roar was like thunder. "On the battlefield, healers are always the first to be targeted. You have no retreat. Use your holy light to block me. Then, blast me away." The whirling stick wind and heavy shield strikes hit at the same time. Michir instantly understood that today's training was no longer just about taking hits, but a real combat simulation of attack and defense. He had no choice but to immediately apply the skills he had just learned yesterday into practice. He forced himself to calm down, focusing his mind completely and no longer relying on just one type of defense. Holy Shield. Almost at the moment Reno swung his staff down, a golden protective barrier appeared precisely along the staff's path. With a crisp clang, the barrier shattered, but it successfully slowed the staff's speed. Seizing this brief moment, Michir did not retreat but moved forward, suddenly pushing his left hand ahead. Holy Light Barrier. A larger, more solid shield of light rose up, just enough to block Reno's follow-up shield strike. Clang. A powerful force hit him, making Michir feel his energy surge, but he managed to stand firm. However, Reno's attack did not stop there. He attacked like a storm, with staff strikes and shield bashes coming from all directions, each hitting Michir's weakest points with precision. "You're too slow. Your attack and defense are too stiff. Are you waiting for the enemy to tire you out before you stop? And what about your attack? Your anger? Did a dog eat it?" Reno's shouts and attacks came together. Michir was forced to retreat step by step, flustered and confused. He had to think about when to defend, when to attack, and where he was on the battlefield, all at once. His mind was almost overwhelmed by the huge amount of information. Sometimes, he was hit by staff strikes because he didn't defend in time, hurting badly. Other times, he left openings by attacking recklessly and was knocked around by his shield. But every time he felt he couldn't hold on anymore, images of his teammates lying in pools of blood and Biscarn's disdainful eyes appeared in his mind. A wave of frustration and determination reignited in his heart. He clenched his teeth and abandoned complicated calculations. He stopped thinking and let his newly awakened combat instincts take over. Defense, attack, movement. He was knocked down countless times. Michir's movements began to change. His magic no longer followed a clear sequence, but became smooth and unified. His holy shield and holy shock from his right and left hands could almost be cast simultaneously. His footwork was no longer passive retreat, but started to coordinate with his attack and defense, moving in small shifts. After once again using the Holy Light barrier to block Reno's shield strike, a bright gleam flashed in Michel's eyes. He didn't passively endure the impact like before. Instead, he used the rebound force to slide his body slightly backward. This small movement just avoided another wooden club swing from Reno and created a perfect attack angle for himself. His battle instinct awakened completely at this moment. Holy shock! Buzz! A golden energy sphere shot out, no longer shaky, but with a steady trajectory. It nearly brushed the edge of Reno's shield and accurately struck his open chest, which was exposed by his attack. Faced with this tricky angle and perfectly timed counterattack, Reno's sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of surprise and admiration. Good job. He didn't even have time to block. Boom. The holy shock, infused with all of Michel's will, hit Reno's chest as hard as granite. Golden light exploded outward. The powerful impact made Reno's sturdy body stagger backward a few steps, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground before he managed to steady himself. On his bronze-colored chest, a blackened burn mark with white smoke was clearly visible. Captain Reno, Michel was startled by the success of his attack. Seeing the opponent's chest injured, his instinct as a healer took over instantly. He hurried over, already glowing with healing green light in his hand. I didn't mean to, sir. Shut up. Reno raised a hand to stop him from approaching. He looked down at the faintly painful burn on his chest, not angry but instead grinning with a grim, almost satisfied smile. He lifted his head and, with sharp eyes, looked at the panting young man in front of him, whose face still showed some panic and concern. His hoarse voice carried a rare, genuine emotion for the first time. You are the weakest student I've ever trained. Michel's expression of concern froze instantly and then dimmed. But Reno's tone shifted, and that rare praise almost seemed to overflow from his eyes. You are also the most talented one. He inserted the wooden stick into the ground and gave Michel's shoulder a firm pat with his rough, calloused hand. The force was strong, causing Michel to stumble, but it also conveyed clear approval. 2 days. From someone who couldn't even use holy light to someone who can fight back effectively under my guidance. Kid, you are qualified. This simple, straightforward praise was more inspiring to Michel than any fancy compliment. A wave of great joy rose from his heart, making all the pain and exhaustion he had endured in recent days disappear. I can only teach you these things, Reno said as he withdrew his hand, his tone returning to normal. Battle instincts, attack and defense skills. These are just the basics. The true form of holy light that belongs to you will depend on your own understanding, learned through blood and fire. He turned around and walked to the weapon rack, placing the wooden stick and round shield back in their spots. That's all for today. Go back and rest well. Restore your energy to the peak. His voice came from ahead, with a final reminder. Tomorrow, don't get hurt on the battlefield.